Before World War II, Lin Luo traversed into a superlative world, an amalgamation of various realms including Marvel, DC, and Supergod. After a brief period of bewilderment, he discovered his purpose amidst the chaos of war. He embarked on the establishment of the Men in Black, tasked with safeguarding human civilization and clandestinely guiding humanity forward. The first stage, solitary bravery, concealing the truth of extraterrestrials from the world, vigilantly protecting human civilization from the shadows. The second stage, revelation, leading humanity to accept the reality of aliens on Earth, allowing them to grasp their own insignificance. The third stage, convergence, uniting all available forces, regardless of their nature, whether benevolent or malevolent. The fourth stage remains shrouded in mystery. In a retro-styled office, sat an 18 or 19-year-old young man of Eastern descent. The youth scrutinized several task reports, his mature demeanor strikingly contrasting with his youthful appearance. Interesting, the mechanical life forms from Cybertron have come to Earth to join the fray, he mused. Awakening after 20 years of slumber during this time period is indeed more complex than anticipated. Lin Luo reflected on the documents, murmuring to himself. Over a century ago, he had traversed into this peculiar world, a bizarre fusion of various comic universes, including the likes of the MCU, DC, and others. Initially, he was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to navigate this new reality. However, through a fortuitous twist of fate, he discerned the essence of this world, and with clarity, he understood his mission. In the span of 100 years, he established a superorganization comprised of the Cosmic Immigration Bureau for Extraterrestrial Placements, the Civilizational Trade Bureau for trade among planets or civilizations, and the Civilizational Guard Bureau, among others. This organization was named the Men in Black. As the leader, Lin Luo delineated 4 stages of objectives for the Men in Black. The current phase, akin to the original film, involved concealing the truth of aliens on Earth from the public. However, due to the nature of this integrated world, the events he managed were far more numerous and intricate than those depicted in the original narrative. It is essential to note that this fusion world also retained the background of the original Men in Black. Hence, in terms of armament, it boasted an array of weapons rivaling the most advanced civilizations in the universe. A knock resonated through the office. Lin Luo set down the documents and stretched. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a well-dressed, elegantly poised blonde woman. She was Agent O. The hierarchy of the Men in Black was classified into levels. Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, Senior, Special, and Level Agents. Special agents were further divided into branch and headquarters designations, with headquarters agents holding superior authority. "Boss, here are the profiles of the personnel awaiting review." Agent O cheerfully handed over a file. "Thank you," Lin Luo replied, opening it while inquiring. "Oh, you've been with us for over 70 years, haven't you?" "I joined the organization at 25, and I just turned 100 this year," Agent O responded. 75 years, indeed, Lin Luo remarked, a hint of melancholy in his tone. He himself had surpassed 140 years had it not been for the early development of a physical enhancement serum. He might have departed this world over 40 years ago. With each elevation in rank within the Men in Black, agents not only upgraded their equipment, but also received a serum that could enhance their strength, brain development, cognitive activity, and combat aging. The decision to administer it was voluntary, and once injected, the effects were lifelong and without side effects. Agent O, despite her centenary, appeared no older than 50, and her strength was formidable enough to uproot a willow tree without difficulty. "How is your relationship with Agent K progressing?" Lin Luo inquired, half-jokingly. "Well," Agent O's gaze faltered, clearly uncomfortable discussing the subject. "It's still the same. Interagent relationships are discouraged, so we maintain our distance." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Is there such a regulation?" "As the founder, I was unaware." Agent O shook her head. "There is no formal regulation. It's a private agreement among us special agents." At this juncture, Agent O's eyes sparkled with longing. "We don't want personal feelings to interfere with our duties. Until the goals you've set are accomplished, none of the special agents intend to establish families." "That's absurd," Lin Luo said, his displeasure evident. "How can personal feelings be a hindrance? How about this? Let's set a date. I will officiate a wedding for you and Agent K, and administer a special physical enhancement serum to restore your ages to when you first met." Upon hearing this, Agent O froze in place, quickly recovering to wave her hands in refusal. No, it's settled. Then this is an order. When K returns from his mission, I will personally inform him, Lin Luo stated with authority. With the conversation reaching this point, Agent O found it difficult to protest further. sighing, "Boss, why must you go to such lengths?" Lin Luo gazed at her and replied, "Oh, remember, in this peculiar world, we can never predict whether tomorrow or our end will come first. Therefore, apart from fulfilling our tasks and being utterly responsible for our identities, all we can do is cherish the present." "Very well, oh conceited, if you can persuade K, I am amenable to anything." "Indeed." Lin Luo nodded and returned the documents to her. "Now, back to business. Please arrange for the new recruits. I will conduct the reviews myself. You will personally review?" OS eyes lit up with nostalgia and anticipation. She had been reviewed by the boss when she first joined the organization. The first time she encountered an extraterrestrial, she was filled with fear, curiosity, and uncertainty. Yet, the boss made her realize that no matter who the aliens were, they must abide by Earth's civilizational rules. No one could act recklessly before the Earthlings, the true masters of this realm. That powerful assertion instilled in her a sense of pride in her humanity, which remains one of the reasons she devoted her life to the men in black. "All right, please wait a moment. Oh, turn to make arrangements." Lin Luo watched her depart, beginning to contemplate the profiles awaiting review. His sudden decision to conduct the reviews was not a whim. Several names had piqued his interest, suggesting that the opportunity to initiate the second stage had arrived. As he walked towards the review room for pending members, the increasing incidence of extraterrestrial infiltration into Earth had left the men in black short-staffed, prompting various branches worldwide to recruit and seek out many exceptional talents. Dozens of elite individuals from across the United States sat on spherical chairs, engaged in answering a stack of test papers without desks. Buzz. The automatic door swung open. Lin Luo entered, accompanied by Chief Examiner Z and Assistant C. "Stop. Your answer sheets are null and void," Z announced, interrupting the focused newcomers. "Allow me to introduce you to our boss, who may also become your boss. You need not know his name, simply recognize him as the creator and leader of this organization. Just call him boss." "Boss." The newcomers raised their heads in unison. When they beheld the youthful Eastern man standing in the middle, their minds momentarily froze. Not only was he of Eastern descent, but he was also remarkably young. Simultaneously, Lin Luo observed the candidates awaiting review. Among the 15 individuals, apart from 7 unfamiliar faces, the rest were acquaintances, from left to right. First, a man from the Eagle Nation with a prominent nose, in his 40s, hailing from the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency, Section 7. His name is Johnny Ingli, a name that may not be widely recognized, yet he bears a title of considerable renown, the Bean Agent. Seated beside him is a young man in a brown suit, adorned with glasses, named Eggsy, who belongs to the world-renowned espionage organization, Kingsman. Accompanying them are Ada Wong from Umbrella Corporation, Jean Grey from the X-Men, and the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, along with Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson. Additionally, there are the Gotham Vigilante Catwoman, Selena Kyle, and the Black Canary, Dinah Laurel. Among these individuals, with the exception of the latter two, most are agents who infiltrated under false identities to conduct investigations. Regrettably, they have overestimated themselves. Given the capabilities of the organizations backing them, they stand in stark contrast to the MIB, akin to the difference between a great-grandfather and a grandson, even combined. They do not operate on the same level. The data scanner casually scans a face, revealing a lifetime of information. Not only does it uncover personal details, but it also lays bare the affiliations of the organizations behind them. Thus, a question arises. Why, knowing the truth, does the examiner, Z, still allow them to come here for evaluation? This reflects a sense of pride. The MIB holds these individuals in utter disregard. Those who pass the evaluation may be considered for recruitment, while the rest merely have their vision checked with a memory stick, an effortless task. It may seem ostentatious, but the MIB possesses such formidable power. Lin Luo smiled with a touch of approachability and said, "The papers at hand are of no use. Toss them into the wastebasket. Next, I shall guide you in expanding your worldview." The unknown candidates exchanged glances, uncertain whether to comply with the orders of this youthful boss. "Very well, boss," Natasha replied, smiling, and without hesitation, discarded the test paper into the trash. Jean Grey, Coulson, the Bean Agent, and Eggsy followed suit. Catwoman and Black Canary, while discarding theirs, displayed nonchalance on their exquisitely beautiful faces. Lin Luo paid them no mind, fixing his gaze upon Catwoman and Black Canary. "Before we proceed, I have a question for both of you. Why do you wish to join this organization?" Catwoman, Selena, stretched like a feline, adopting a languid and melancholic demeanor, replied, "I am a thief. The police and various agencies possess a multitude of my criminal records. Someone informed me that I could come here to assume a new identity, and that's about it. With that, She threw Lin Luo a provocative wink, oblivious to the caliber of the individual she faced. Lin Luo responded with a smile. In the past, he would have easily subdued this little cat, but now, he lacked the inclination. At least, not at this moment. Beside them, Black Canary responded, I wish to uncover truths unknown to the average person and become a hero like my mother. You will succeed soon. Your mother, the original Black Canary, will take pride in you. Lin Luo replied, the implication clear. You have passed the evaluation. At the mention of her mother's title, Black Canary looked at Lin Luo with surprise, momentarily stunned, then smiled in gratitude. Thank you. Indeed, Lin Luo nodded, his presence and voice suddenly amplified. All right, everyone follow me. I shall reveal to you the true face of our world, and let me clarify. Do not touch anything along the way, nor engage with any beings otherwise. You shall bear the consequences. With a snap of his fingers, the walls of the evaluation room vanished in an instant, revealing an expansive space reminiscent of an airport. This is the entrance to the interstellar port, covering an area equivalent to 5 fourth-level airports, Lin Luo explained, leading them forward. The group was awestruck by the scene before them. Such a vast area was merely an entrance. What an interstellar jest. Even more astonishing was the absence of any visible support beams, and wait. Were those spaceships soaring above? At this point, some agents could no longer contain their impatience and discreetly used various miniature recording devices to capture the moment. However, for reasons unknown, their equipment malfunctioned en masse, leaving them bewildered as they could only follow the group onward. Upon entering, they finally comprehended the meaning of the true face of the world that a multitude of peculiar beings, wheeling luggage, traversed through a portal emitting a green glow, disappearing from sight. Worms, four-legged creatures with large heads resembling mantises and spiders, energy beings, and more. The collective astonishment was palpable. Fortunately, they were among the finest individuals on Earth. Aside from their astonishment, none fainted on the spot. Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, having witnessed many grand spectacles. They instinctively clenched their fists. What sort of organization was this? While they grappled with criminals and terrorists, this entity managed extraterrestrial beings with remarkable order. MIB primarily safeguards Earth civilization against extraterrestrial immigration, oversees civilizational trade, and conceals the existence of aliens on Earth, Lin Luo elaborated, approaching a portal framed with special recognition technology. Do not misunderstand, he does not require identity verification. As the creator, Lin Luo's consciousness is linked to the MIB's central system. Traversing anywhere is merely a matter of thought. It is for the benefit of the children behind him. Boss, may I pose an awkward question? Natasha stepped forward, inquiring. Speak, Lin Luo responded. You mentioned earlier that one of MIB's tasks is to conceal the existence of aliens on Earth. What about Superman? Natasha trailed off. An excellent question, Lin Luo chuckled. Imagine if Superman were not a handsome human, but a 3-meter-long creature with 8 legs, 6 arms, and 5 heads. Can you envision his experiences on Earth? Can you picture the scene of him saving people? Natasha's lips twitched as she tried to conjure the image of an 8-legged Superman descending to rescue someone. Yikes. Sanity points plummeting. I understand your point now. The aesthetics of humanity is indeed a significant issue. Aesthetics? Ultimately, it boils down to a world that values appearances. However, as times have progressed to this point, it seems humanity is nearing the time to learn the truth. Lin Luo, whether intentionally or not, uttered this enigmatic statement. He then waved his hand. Let's go. I must return to school. I cannot spend too much time here. What? School? Natasha, Coulson, and the others were left with a string of question marks hovering above their heads. The leader of such a formidable organization still attends school. What sort of school? An interstellar high school, perhaps. Laugh. Passing through the portal, they arrived at another equally vast arena. The ceiling loomed 500 meters above the floor, and the surrounding walls bore countless marks resembling dinosaur claw prints. Peering down from an 8-meter-high suspended corridor, they could clearly see several vehicles parked below. One was a blue heavy-duty truck adorned with red flame patterns, the West Star 4900, and another was a rusty yellow Camaro SS. In addition to the GMC off-road vehicles, Pontiac Solstice GXB, and Hummer H2 rescue vehicles. Chapter 2. A jolt for newcomers and alien friends. As everyone pondered why only a few vehicles of different models were parked in such a vast area, Lin Luo suddenly stepped forward and declared, I am the person in charge here. We can now converse. With a low hum and a series of mechanical clicks, the blue truck led the others in emitting a resonant mechanical buzz as their bodies began to transform. In the blink of an eye, A row of vehicles morphed into robots resembling humanoid figures with limbs, their size expanding several-fold in the process. OMG. The substitute members stood frozen in astonishment. Honestly, if I hadn't just learned about the existence of aliens, I would have assumed these hulking figures were merely new toys crafted by Iron Man, Tony Stark, Eric remarked. Bewildered, Agent Bean nodded. Having a car that can transform does seem rather impressive. Shill. Natasha turned back, signaling for silence as she overheard the rising chatter around her. Everyone regained their composure. I admit we underestimated your abilities, Earthlings, but I must inform you that confining us here is a grave mistake, Optimus Prime said, crouching to meet Lin Luo's gaze. Earnestly. My apologies, but we must adhere to protocol, Lin Luo replied with a smile, disregarding Optimus Prime's words. You are in violation of the first regulation of MAB Earth law. Landing on Earth without an invitation or request is prohibited, and now, please state your name, species, home planet, and the region of that planet. MIB Earth law? Optimus Prime questioned, glancing toward Bumblebee. Bumblebee shook his head, indicating ignorance. Damn, I can't hold this back any longer. With a furious roar, the hot-headed Ironhide charged forward. They were here to save this planet, to be heroes, so why were they being treated this way? And what if we refused to cooperate? Ironhide. Optimus Prime placed a hand on Ironhide's shoulder, advising, calm down. If this is Earth's law, we must abide by it. Compliance would be ideal, but since you asked, I shall respond. Lin Luo met Ironhide's gaze, his expression unwavering. We have two methods for dealing with uncooperative invaders. First, the morgue. Second, waste disposal and recycling. The moment the words left his mouth, an almost palpable silence enveloped the scene. A pin dropping could be heard. Everyone, including the Autobots, stared at Lin Luo in disbelief. While the statement was satisfying, it seemed overly aggressive. Would these aliens tolerate such a threat? Bastard. Ironhide took 2 steps forward, transforming his arm into an energy cannon aimed at Lin Luo, the barrel glowing ominously, poised to fire at any moment. Optimus Prime, typically calm, did not intervene this time. As a leader, he had to uphold his warrior's dignity. Moreover, he knew Ironhide well enough to trust that his old comrade would not actually fire. Natasha, Jean Grey, and Black Canary reacted immediately, stepping in front of Lin Luo, ready to counter. Jean Grey's abilities were well known, while Black Canary could unleash a destructive ultrasonic wave, powerful enough at this range to obliterate Ironhide's mechanical arm. As for Natasha, she was simply aiming to showcase her prowess in hopes of increasing her chances of approval. Cleverly, she understood that anyone bold enough to utter such threatening words would undoubtedly possess the strength to back them up. There was no need to worry about safety. The others also displayed commendable composure, instinctively reaching for their weapons or seeking cover, without a single soul attempting to flee. Now, I shall impart your first lesson as Men in Black, Lin Luo said with a smile, patting the 3 women in front of him. The trio turned to glance back before stepping aside in understanding. Lin Luo reached into his pocket and swiftly produced a pistol approximately the length of a finger, with a barrel so narrow it could only accommodate an ant. This was the upgraded version of the original Little Cricket, dubbed Little Cricket Plus. Aiming it at Ironhide, he declared, always maintain your composure, remain calm, even if the next second heralds the end of the world. All attention shifted from Lin Luo to the diminutive weapon in his hand. What kind of jest was this? Was that the latest model of a children's toy? Huh? Ironhide paused, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha. Human, do you truly expect to defeat me with that tiny toothpick? Ha. His laughter was so boisterous that he retracted his cannon. Lin Luo remained silent, calmly squeezing the trigger. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the Little Cricket Plus unleashed an invisible wave of energy. The force was so potent that even the substitutes around Lin Luo felt the vibrations. In the next instant, Ironhide's arm shattered into pieces, and his entire form was sent flying. Phew. Lin Luo returned the Little Cricket Plus to its holster, blowing the smoke from the barrel as he introduced Little Cricket Plus, Space Series, Atomic Energy Weapon, Essential 4. Newcomers. A small shock for our alien friends. But the shock was not limited to the aliens. Thick gift crab. The awaiting members fixated on the Little Cricket Plus in Lin Luo's hand, their astonishment swiftly morphing into exhilaration. If this caliber of weapon was merely a newcomer's necessity, what might lie ahead? They eagerly anticipated the prospect of engaging in battle with aliens after becoming Men in Black. Reflecting on the myriad of films depicting alien invasions on Earth, they now realized how utterly absurd those portrayals were, much like Agent OS' initial feelings. A surge of pride as Earthlings welled up within the substitutes. Earthlings were not so insignificant. Aliens must adhere to the law when they come to Earth and engage in respectful discourse. On the other side, click. All Autobots, except for Optimus Prime, uniformly drew their weapons, menacingly aimed at Lin Luo. The atmosphere became palpably tense. No. Optimus Prime interposed himself before Bumblebee and Jazz, commanding, Autobots, lower your weapons, do not forget our mission, and do not complicate matters further. Ratchet, check on Ironhide's injuries. Though everyone was furious at their comrade's assault, they recognized the necessity of obeying their leader's orders for the greater good. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons. A wise decision. Lin Luo raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Several beams of light descended, quickly coalescing into a holographic projection that prominently displayed the information of Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots from Cybertron, planet coordinates, orbiting Alpha Centauri. Lin Luo glanced at the displayed data and joked, "All right, there's no need for introductions, let's get straight to your intentions." Optimus Prime? The substitutes. What was going on here? How could you? Earthlings possess data on Cybertron? Optimus Prime inquired, puzzled. The information projected can be traced back to the civil war between the Autobots and the Decepticons, some of which even the Autobot leader himself remains unaware of. Cybertron is approximately 10 light-years from Earth, and the two planets have never engaged in any form of informational exchange. How, then, did these humans manage to collect such data? Lin Luo was not averse to providing Optimus Prime with an answer, stating, "You are mechanical life forms. Although you possess souls, you remain bound by the limitations of machinery. I possess a far more advanced toy than you. Can we now set aside our posturing for a conversation?" Optimus Prime was rendered speechless. The mechanical mind fell into contemplation. The Autobot Knight asked with discontent, "If you are already aware of everything about us, why bother with such inquiries?" Lin Luo replied, "To gauge your attitude. It has proven that your demeanor is rather unfriendly, and the primary reason." At this point, a smirk graced Lin Luo's lips as he continued playfully. "It serves as a warning for you extraterrestrial visitors to recognize who truly holds dominion over this planet. In a new world, new rules must be established. The Autobots had never regarded humans as beings of equal civilization, otherwise they would not so readily resort to drawing weapons. Optimus Prime, with his benevolent nature, treated humans with considerable gentleness. Yet interstellar diplomacy cannot rely solely on such kindness. Optimus Prime and the Autobots. The candidates. The fervor in the air was palpable. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Lin Luo retracted his grin, returning to his initial composure. "I shall ask once more, what is your purpose for coming to Earth?" Energonth's source and destiny of the Cybertronian race, possessing immense energy that can bring hope to the energy-depleted Cybertron. After a series of exchanges, Optimus Prime candidly recounted their mission objectives and the impending threat posed by Megatron and the Decepticons to Earth. It doesn't sound that grave." A nameless candidate shrugged. "There are superheroes on Earth, can't they handle the likes of them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Luo did not even glance back, retorting, "You have been eliminated." "What?" The eliminated candidate looked bewildered. "Did I say something wrong?" The others regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Having entered this realm, how could one still cling to the notion of superheroes? What need was there for them if they relied entirely on such beings? Moreover, was not the boss clearly assigning homework to these newcomers? Such a lack of insight deserved elimination. Lin Luo disregarded the eliminated candidate's questions and turned to Optimus Prime, saying, "I permit your operations on Earth, however, my personnel must be included, and I wish to propose a trade." "What sort of trade?" Optimus Prime inquired. Lin Luo responded, "You mentioned Cybertron's energy depletion. Conveniently, I possess a device capable of supplying vast amounts of energy to the entire planet. No consumption, zero pollution. Consider it." Optimus Prime's eyes flickered subtly, akin to a human's shift in expression. The Allspark holds formidable energy, yet it is not an ideal source of planetary energy. Otherwise, he would not have referred to the Allspark as a mere hope. The ancestors would not have continuously sought to destroy stars for energy, given the capabilities this Earthman has displayed, perhaps. After a moment's hesitation, Optimus Prime leaned closer to Lin Luo and asked, "If your energy can save Cybertron, what must Cybertron offer in return?" "This is a matter to be discussed gradually as we proceed with our tasks. For now, I must attend to current affairs." Lin Luo turned to the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, the review has concluded. Your performances were commendable, aside from those who have just been eliminated." At this, all eyes turned to the two eliminated individuals, instinctively distancing themselves. "Me?" The woman glanced around at the onlookers, utterly perplexed. "Did I say anything?" I am no different from them. Why must I be eliminated? Lin Luo shook his head. Madam, your demeanor is too contrived. We do not accept members who are unwilling to reveal their true selves. Upon hearing this, the agents who had fabricated information felt a jolt of alarm. Was he intentionally signaling them? Given the ease with which the other party could unearth alien information, such a possibility was not out of the question. Wait, let's observe a bit longer. In contrast to the others, the woman dismissed her confusion, her face breaking into an alluring smile that a wave of transformation coursed through her, her attire and skin shifting to an extraordinary shade of deep blue. The Brotherhood of Mutants, Mystique. Dear boss, since you can see through my disguise, you must also be aware of my identity. Keeping the truth of this place a secret is quite difficult for me. So what do you intend to do with me? Life imprisonment? Silencing me? No need for such conjectures. Lin Luo produced a silver stick and a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, gesturing to the side. Let us commence the second lesson. Two diminutive figures clad in denim overalls and goggles hastily emerged from the shadows, carrying 2 rows of identical sunglasses. Thank you, Otto and Kevin. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude and then addressed the approved newcomers. This is standard equipment for every MIB agent. Each person receives a pair. The newcomers, without hesitation, fetched the sunglasses once everyone had received theirs. The little yellow figures, Otto and Kevin, exchanged a string of unintelligible words and laughed heartily as they scampered away. Natasha observed the retreating figures, chuckling. They have no shoulders yet wear overalls adorable. That lady, do not lose focus, pay attention to the lesson, Lin Luo admonished. Oh, Natasha refocused, hastily putting on her sunglasses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. Okay. Lin Luo did not bother checking who wore sunglasses and who did not. He immediately proceeded with the next part of the lesson. Whether one wore them or not mattered little. Those who failed to comply would be eliminated. Attention, both of you. Lin Luo raised the silver stick in one hand, pointing to the red light atop it with the other. As Mystique and the other eliminated man turned to look, buzz, Lin Luo pressed the button on the stick, and a blinding white light flashed momentarily. Chapter 3. The Enrollment Declaration and the Idealistic Attire of the High Sea. You have been granted a rare respite, indulging in a leisurely slumber at home, during which you experienced a most intriguing dream. In your reverie, a plethora of extraterrestrial beings besieged Earth, and you emerged as valiant heroes, successfully safeguarding the planet. Oh, and one more detail. You are still ensconced within the realm of dreams. Upon hearing this, the 2 shapeshifters froze momentarily, then, succumbing to an uncontrollable urge, closed their eyes and collapsed to the ground, their consciousness lulled into a profound slumber. Buzz! In the next instant, 2 emerald portals materialized out of thin air, and 3 figures clad in black emerged. After saluting Lin Luo, they swiftly packaged the unconscious shapeshifters and whisked them away. Regaining his composure, Lin Luo introduced the device in his hand, stating, "This is a memory-erasing stick capable of selectively obliterating memories at any desired point in time, with an additional hypnotic function. It influences the target's subconscious, ensuring they wholeheartedly believe and retain the information you impart. Perhaps, I dare say, you may have been subjected to its memory erasure before." The newcomers, having undergone scrutiny, fixated intently on the memory-erasing stick, swallowing hard. The notion of casually erasing and modifying others' memories seemed to be the very dream of a professional agent. However, the final statement bore a chilling implication. No wonder there have been so many bizarre phenomena associated with extraterrestrials, yet not a single eyewitness. Apparently, all memories have been systematically erased. Catwoman exclaimed. Natasha, Coulson, Eric. An agent being pondered deeply, contemplating whether they too had fallen victim to memory erasure. As agents, their work encompassed a complex array of dimensions. It was conceivable that during a mission, they might inadvertently encounter this terrifying faction. The loss of memory was a trivial concern compared to the dire consequences of having their identities exposed. A formidable entity capable of negotiating with alien civilizations could easily dispose of them, mere children, without a second thought. Perhaps this database contains records. Once they acquire sufficient clearance, they must investigate, Natasha thought fervently. Now, having endured the final trial, you shall become a member of the Men in Black. Lin Luo stowed away the memory-erasing stick and produced a firearm filled with green energy liquid, concluding with a warning. One final point, reiterated for clarity. Joining is entirely voluntary. Should anyone wish to withdraw, now is the time. To reconsider later or act against the interests of MIB. Let us just say, since MIB's inception, no traitor has ever emerged, yet measures to deal with traitors have always been in place, an outcome no one desires to witness. I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate. Those wishing to exit may step forward. Were these words veiled hints? Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, engaging in a brief, silent communication, yet refrained from making any rash moves. Meanwhile, Eric, Agent Bean, and Jean Grey appeared rather unfazed, paying little heed to the gravity of the situation. Do not misunderstand. The reason for their indifference does not stem from confidence in their own backgrounds, but rather from their readiness to cast their votes. 3 seconds elapsed, yet the crowd remained unmoved. Quite satisfactory, Lin Luo thought, particularly regarding Natasha and Coulson, whose affiliations with S.H. ELD rendered them significantly more formidable than others. Their absence would certainly diminish the enjoyment of the proceedings. With a smirk, he raised his hand and fired a shot. Buzz. A green beam erupted, forming a circular portal. Come forth. Lin Luo refrained from further commentary, stowing his portal gun and leading the newly approved recruits through the gateway. The Autobots, led by Optimus Prime, exchanged glances at this spectacle. Such a sophisticated technology for traversing space, Ratchet remarked. Optimus. It appears we have indeed underestimated the life forms on this planet. Indeed, Optimus nodded. The sudden emergence of this powerful Earth organization has rendered the situation increasingly chaotic, instilling a degree of tension even in this leader. In the information erasure chamber, several spherical machines stood at the center, each bearing 10 red fingerprints. The surrounding walls were comprised of special screens connected to terminals, displaying a plethora of information. A closer inspection reveals that the data primarily pertains to the lives of the recruits, from childhood to the present. Much is deliberately concealed. For instance, Jean Grey's data indicates her current role as a professor at the Mutant Academy, with no mention of her involvement with the X-Men. Greetings, esteemed new agents of MIB. Elle announced. I'm Elle, and I welcome you. Please follow my instructions to commence your initiation. The first step involves fingerprint elimination. Kindly place your fingers on the machine, aligning your fingertips with the red area. Without affording the recruits much time to react, the AI Agent L issued the command, interrupting the newcomers who were surveying their surroundings. Following the directive, they approached and placed their hands in the designated positions. Swish! The machines activated, instantly erasing everyone's fingerprints. The second step is to obliterate all your information in this world and implant the MIB identity authentication chip. Buzz! A projection descended before each recruit, prominently displaying a portion or all of their information. For agents like Natasha, who had infiltrated as a double agent, the display revealed the data uploaded by her backers. While the other recruits exhibited their standard information, they were granted an opportunity to confess, though opting for a battle of wits was also an option. Elle continued. From this moment forth, you are permitted only to don the specific attire of MIB agents. You will reside and dine in designated locations according to the identities assigned to you by MIB. You shall no longer possess any distinguishing markers of identity. Unless one is naturally striking, you are to remain inconspicuous. Your overall appearance will be molded to ensure that you leave no impression on those you encounter. You are but a rumor, familiar yet unfamiliar to others. You do not exist, nor have you ever been born. Your name is nameless, and silence is your language. You are no longer a part of the system. You transcend it, existing above and beyond. You have surpassed the confines of the system. We are they. We are the men in black. As Agent L chants, the personal information of the newcomers dissipates before them, piece by piece. When the projection finally vanishes, a mechanical arm descends behind each newcomer, implanting a microchip bearing the MIB emblem into the nape of their necks. At the instant of implantation, a faint cry of pain escapes the crowd as they instinctively cover their necks with their hands. The identity authentication chip has been successfully implanted, and the specific usage has been integrated into your minds. The identity chip links to the spine and transmits information to the brain, causing Natasha and others to perceive a multitude of data akin to wearing glasses that read combat power from Dragon Ball. The crowd gasps slightly, immersed in exploring its functionalities. After some understanding, Jean Grey lets out a sigh and turns to Lin Luo with a hint of embarrassment, stating, "No wonder my consciousness readings are ineffective here. It turns out you all are equipped with chips that can block mental sensing. Astonishingly, not only can it shield against electronic eavesdropping and surveillance, but it also perfectly obstructs the abilities of psychics. The technology here has reached an unimaginably advanced level. However, it is somewhat perplexing. If mental sensing can be obstructed, how could Professor Charles still discover the MIB and even gain the opportunity for a newcomer review? Reflecting on the boss's earlier musings, Jean's gaze flickers, and she begins to find some answers. Boss, I have something to confess, she says. Lin Luo responds with a knowing gaze, smiling. Speak. Observing Lin Luo's expression, Jean realizes her suspicions have been confirmed and, with resignation, replies, in addition to being a professor at the Mutant Academy, I hold another identity, Phoenix of the X-Men. Therefore, I am not here to join, but to investigate some information. Unfortunately, this seems to conflict with MIB regulations. The X-Men, huh? Lin Luo shakes his head, stating, choosing to confess at this moment indicates you have made a decision, correct? Jean, brushing her orange hair aside, awkwardly adds, if I say I wish to withdraw, would you let me go? Lin Luo smiles, but remains silent. I knew it would be like this, Jean shrugs. I plan to return and resign from all my positions at the Mutant Academy and stay here to explore a new path for mutants. After all, if aliens can thrive on Earth, mutants should not fare any worse. I advise you to abandon that notion. Lin Luo interrupts Jean, speaking gravely. Whether mutants or ordinary humans, we all belong to humanity. The MIB is an organization dedicated to the advancement of humanity as a whole, and matters of racial conflict fall outside its purview. If one truly seeks to advocate for mutants, I can offer a pathway. Diligently fulfill every task assigned by the MIB, and as human civilization transitions into its next phase, ordinary individuals and mutants will naturally coexist in harmony. In this era, where humanity enjoys a stable existence after confronting the terrifying reality of extraterrestrial beings, could there still be racial discord? At that point, the average person would likely wish for mutants to be even stronger, providing them with an additional layer of security. This transcends mere human nature. The disputes among Earthlings are their own concern. Should extraterrestrials dare to intrude, they would face a united front of humanity. Of course, the presence of foolishness is an inevitable constant. If there are those who seek to incite internal strife, it would require no intervention from the MIB. The authorities and the populace would resolve it themselves. The MIB's involvement would only become necessary if the public and officials were unable to find a solution. Influenced by Professor X, Jean Grey aspired to alter the plight of mutants. However, her encounters with aliens broadened her worldview. Her previous beliefs now seemed antiquated compared to her newfound perspective. Resistance to change would inevitably lead to obsolescence. She responded resolutely. I shall adapt my mindset promptly. With that, Lin Luo ceased any further chatter and addressed the group. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak with me? At this juncture, to maintain pretense would be rather impolite. With someone taking the lead, hesitation was unwarranted. Agent Bean and Eric stepped forward simultaneously, eager to clarify their respective issues. As anticipated upon their completion, the chips promptly uploaded detailed information regarding their organizations. The two former agents displayed expressions of foresight, relieved to have made the right choice. Witnessing this, Natasha, typically brimming with confidence, felt an unsettling turmoil within her. Before Lin Luo, and in the presence of the MIB, she sensed a formidable pressure, coupled with an overwhelming feeling of being scrutinized. As a seasoned Level 7 agent accustomed to the brink of life and death, her intuition urged her to make a decision. Natasha closed her eyes, opting to trust her instincts. She shifted slightly, ready to take a step forward. However, a figure blocked her path. Coulson offered Natasha a reassuring glance, stepping ahead to confront the boss with his revelation. Natasha paused, observing Coulson's retreating silhouette, her emotions stabilizing somewhat. Perhaps Fury had anticipated this scenario and had specifically briefed Coulson. Moreover, knowing Fury's nature, the information relayed to Coulson could very well have been a ruse, contingent upon whether the other party could discern the truth. Upon witnessing Coulson disseminate the false information without any reaction from a boss, Natasha exhaled in relief. With so many agents around, she thought, could it be? A voice whispered in her ear, catching Natasha off guard, cold sweat cascading down her brow as she hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. If that were the case, it would be splendid indeed. Catwoman clasped her hands before her chest, responding to Black Canary's jest. As an operative, there was no need to be just a mere specter here, especially when dealing with extraterrestrials. Yet, it was exquisite to witness the complete erasure of my criminal record from around the globe. It felt as though I had pilfered the most precious treasure, an utterly delightful sensation. Upon hearing the phrase criminal record worldwide, Black Canary raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Was it truly that exaggerated? Catwoman replied with a smile. Exaggerated? There are individuals offering $200 million for my capture, no matter the cost. Otherwise, do you think I would choose to remain here? $200 million. Black Canary was left speechless. Changing the subject, Catwoman shifted her gaze to Natasha, exuding charm as she inquired, "What about you? Your demeanor suggests you are far from ordinary." Natasha quickly managed her expression, her lovely face radiating a carefree smile as she replied, "Ordinary people wouldn't qualify to be here. More importantly, I am concerned about another matter." Boss. To divert from this sensitive topic, Natasha took the initiative to greet Lin Luo, raising her voice to ask, "Elle mentioned that we can only wear specific MIB attire. What exactly does that entail?" Snap. Lin Luo snapped his fingers, and several mechanical arms descended, presenting themselves before the newcomers. The men were dressed in formal suits, while the women appeared relatively normal on top. Yet the short skirts and high heels were quite perplexing. The declaration insisted that the agents maintain a low profile. Wearing such outfits, did they doubt the allure of the agents? Natasha hesitantly picked up a pair of thigh-high stockings and inquired, "Boss, are you certain we must dress this way?" "Absolutely," Lin Luo replied with a serious expression, leaving no room for debate. "If you find black unsuitable, I can switch it to white." The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 4. The MIB headquarters is located in Huaxia. White? Natasha, Black Canary, Catwoman, and Jean Grey immediately envisioned the absurdity of the combination. Each item, black suit, white stockings, and high heels, seemed respectable on its own, but together, they appeared utterly bizarre. It felt as if they were conforming to some hidden agenda. Nearby, the male agents smirked at the girls' outfits, wearing mysterious smiles. MIB truly is a principled organization. Whether male or female agents, their attire resonates deeply with their desires. Considering the future tasks of interacting with bizarre extraterrestrials, it would be quite necessary to have several beautiful companions around to appease the eyes. Reluctantly, Natasha asked, "Boss, wasn't the declaration meant to encourage us to maintain a low profile? Wouldn't wearing white attract more attention?" Lin Luo chuckled, stating, "The declaration also mentioned that unless one is naturally stunning, low profile is unachievable." Natasha found herself momentarily speechless. However, observing Lin Luo's expression, she soon grasped the implications. "Boss, the declaration and these uniforms were not devised by you, were they?" "Indeed," Lin Luo affirmed with unwavering confidence. "There is nothing to conceal in this matter. He has dedicated over a century to the advancement of human civilization. What is amiss with enjoying a bit of power?" Upon hearing these words, Natasha's eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, I see now. The boss's internal system is XP." She understood such a man's psyche all too well. A man with XP possesses a heart that disregards risk and continues to install. With merely a hint of charm and a touch of strategy, she had no doubt that this little boss would yield to her. Lin Luo raised his hand to glance at his watch and stated, "Let us cease our idle chatter. For subsequent arrangements, refer to Agent L's guidance. As for the task at hand, those Autobots will be entrusted to you. Once you change into your work attire in the locker room, veteran agents will approach you to familiarize you with the task process. Remember, the interests of MIB take precedence above all. Moreover, there is another assignment. I require a driver to take me to school. Who among you is interested in this role?" "The boss's driver." Undoubtedly, this is a coveted position. Who can claim the role of the boss's driver? Only the most trustworthy individuals. For a driver not only knows the boss's itinerary, the individuals he meets, and the matters he handles, but also has the opportunity to engage in casual conversations, uncovering secrets that even the boss's wife might be unaware of. It is fair to say that they are the closest confidants. "Aye," Natasha and Catwoman both exclaimed, raising their hands simultaneously. A few male agents, including Eric and Agent Bean, were also eager, but upon witnessing Natasha and Catwoman's raised hands, they quickly dismissed the thought. There was no contest, Against these two stunning women, their competitiveness paled in comparison. Any normal man would know whom to choose when faced with the choice between beauty and ruggedness. They still possessed that much self-awareness. Natasha and Catwoman exchanged glances, engaging in an initial contest of silent communication. Lin Luo scrutinized Natasha, while Catwoman assessed her back and forth. Catwoman was taller compared to Natasha. However, it was Natasha's aura that captivated him. What a dilemma it was to have a person with indecision make a choice. Although there's an old adage that states, children make choices, while adults take all, as someone who has lived for over 140 years, one must grasp a fundamental truth. The more one gains, the more one often loses. Thus, he decided to choose both. Just kidding. Natasha did not opt for self-detonation, retaining her identity as a agent, and Catwoman was no less formidable. She skillfully concealed her true self, but unfortunately chose the wrong target for her deception. Let them engage in their own battle. Natasha hurriedly promoted herself. I have trained in various professions, such as bodyguard and caregiver, holding the highest level of certification. Not only can I serve as a driver, but I can also moonlight as a bodyguard or nanny. Catwoman scoffed dismissively, stating, I possess formidable counter-surveillance and reconnaissance skills. Even Batman is unable to outmaneuver me. I can serve as a driver, adept at evading all dangers. Natasha, unconvinced, retorted sharply, I almost forgot that the most vital skill of a competent driver is their driving ability. My apologies, aside from holding the highest level of driver's license. I also possess licenses for flying and various other modes of transport. You are mistaken. A truly exceptional driver requires no documentation to validate their prowess. With my numerous experiences in eluding the Batmobile, you have already lost. Catwoman provocatively blinked. Natasha, with a look of disdain, replied, So your so-called driving skills merely amount to fleeing. Catwoman shrugged indifferently, returning a sardonic gaze. What is wrong with fleeing? At the very least, it ensures the safety of the boss. Safety? Why do I get the feeling that when faced with danger, you might abandon the boss? Natasha spoke with a peculiar tone. Lin Luo found this exchange quite entertaining, reveling in the escalating tension. The more vehement their quarrel, the better, preferably culminating in a physical confrontation. After a moment of silence, Catwoman shook off her negative emotions, suddenly adopting a serious and genuine demeanor. In the past, I certainly would have acted that way, but not now. Here, I have attained what I have long desired, so I must be willing to make sacrifices, even to the extent of my life. It sounded compelling, yet Natasha rolled her eyes, questioning how merely being a driver could lead to such notions of sacrifice. Anyone can put on a show. Who doesn't engage in idle boasting? Before I sacrifice my life, I would first ensure the boss is in a safe location. Mindless sacrifice holds no significance, and I refuse to believe that a thief is capable of genuine sacrifice. She emphasized the latter part, particularly accentuating the word thief. During her days of enjoying a life of thievery, Catwoman had never cared about her identity as a burglar. Stealing from the wealthy to aid the impoverished and donating to orphanages had felt like noble deeds. However, since contemplating retirement, she had grown increasingly weary of this inescapable title. As the adage goes, one should avoid exposing vulnerabilities in a quarrel. Natasha's remarks struck a chord with Catwoman, who, while maintaining her composure, clenched her fists discreetly. Women, when arguing, can be as fierce as men defending their pride. In heated moments, anything could transpire. Catwoman cast a sidelong glance at Natasha, her expression turning alluring, and then turned to Lin Luo, saying, Boss, should I become your driver? I can take the wheel when you have matters to attend to. The tone of the conversation abruptly shifted. Coughing lightly, Lin Luo quickly interjected, Let's discuss this later. You two need not continue arguing. Come together. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Lin Luo produced a teleportation gun and opened a portal to the ground, leaping through it. Why the haste? Boss, too, has a sense of pride. As the superior departed, Catwoman exhaled, her alluring demeanor vanishing instantaneously, reverting to her aloof feline persona. Natasha, however, remained unfazed. The objective had been achieved. The means were of little consequence. She regarded Catwoman with a calm gaze. The woman's intuition whispered that this seasoned feline, equally eager to approach the boss, was far from ordinary. Be cautious not to reveal your feline tail. Natasha acknowledged Catwoman with a nod, gracefully gliding past her. First, perhaps, you should conceal your foxtail, Catwoman thought, rushing forward to leap into the portal alongside Natasha. The gathering of newcomers exchanged puzzled glances until they received L's mission directive, prompting them to spring into action. In New York, at an estate, a Rolls-Royce idled before the gates. Lin Luo emerged from the portal, landing directly in the rear driver's seat, his attire shifting from a suit to casual wear. In the next moment, Natasha and Catwoman materialized in the front seats, clad in sleek black ensembles. Black suits, short skirts, and high-heeled shoes. What? Is driving in heels a problem? For them, it was hardly an issue. What? Natasha and Catwoman stared around in bewilderment, then glanced at their transformed outfits. This sudden change left them momentarily speechless. Lin Luo checked his watch and remarked, "Ladies, I have an hour until I'm late." At his words, Natasha and Catwoman snapped back to attention. Natasha hastily fastened her seatbelt and started the car. Chuckling as she inquired, "Boss, are you heading to New York University or Queens or Midtown High School?" Lin Luo responded, "High school." The two women paused, questioning whether they had misheard. Catwoman, puzzled, turned back to reconfirm, "Are you certain it's a high school?" Lin Luo did not reply directly, but pointed to his wristwatch, saying, "I have 59 minutes and 30 seconds. All right." Catwoman quickly retreated. Natasha followed suit, steering the vehicle onto the road. As they drove, Lin Luo selected an upbeat song, humming softly while admiring the urban landscape through the window, appearing in good spirits. "Boss, I am quite curious. Couldn't you teleport to the school instantly?" Natasha asked in a conversational tone. This was the first step in casual dialogue. Do not underestimate small talk for certain individuals. The unintentional revelations during such exchanges often convey more than any investigative efforts. After over a century of fast-paced hardship, I now wish to pause and savor the life of an ordinary person, Lin Luo replied matter-of-factly. A century? Natasha and Catwoman instinctively gasped. They had grasped the crux of the matter, and Catwoman, following the thread of conversation, asked, "Boss, you appear to be merely 17 or 18. If you've lived for over a century, how old are you exactly?" Lin Luo candidly responded, "Over 140, though I can't recall precisely." Natasha, Catwoman, over 140 years old? I must say, one's appearance can indeed influence perception and behavior. Had Lin Luo embodied the typical image of an elderly man, Catwoman would undoubtedly have refrained from uttering her previous remark, and Natasha would have approached the situation with greater composure. This implies that you established MIB before the Second World War. Catwoman pondered thoughtfully. Upon speaking, Catwoman's expression faltered, while Natasha's irritation flared, wishing to slap her for revealing her inner calculations. Did she not realize this plainly indicated they were fishing for information? Natasha promptly shifted the topic. "You must have lived as an ordinary person, adopting a normal identity, correct? Henceforth, may we address you as boss in public?" Lin Luo shook his head, indicating it was not a significant issue. "My name as an ordinary person is Lin Luo. I also hold a position of authority, so you may use my name. You should be able to find some information in the database." Lin Luo? Natasha paused. This name seemed somewhat familiar. She felt as though she had encountered it before. Not wishing to dwell on it further, she decided that since Boss had granted permission, she could simply search the database. When the information was retrieved, both Natasha and Catwoman's minds momentarily halted. Lin Luo was one of the major shareholders of Oscorp, possessing 90 of PIM Technologies, and held shares in Wayne Enterprises comparable to those of Tony Stark. At first glance, Natasha recalled why this name sounded so familiar. Prior to joining MIB, S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury had tasked her with investigating Stark Industries and approaching Tony Stark. Among the documents was a file on Stark Industries, which noted a mysterious shareholder whose details eluded even their inquiries, bearing the name Lin Luo. She hadn't had the chance to examine it thoroughly before being informed that the mission was interrupted due to a more pressing assignment. How fortuitous. The target of this mission, the boss of MIB, was the very same mysterious shareholder from her previous task concerning Stark Industries. Moreover, the combined identities of several shareholders far surpassed those of the world's wealthiest, Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne. Natasha and Catwoman found their thoughts in disarray. You refer to this as an ordinary person? Such an ordinary identity. They wish to receive a stack of. Catwoman's emotions were far more intricate than Natasha's, particularly due to her connection with Wayne Enterprises, which could potentially affect her future. Indeed, the tales of the world's wealthiest were mere fabrications. The true wealthiest individuals had always operated from the shadows, Natasha mused. Catwoman swiftly adjusted her demeanor and curiously inquired, "Boss, may I ask a rather bold question? With MIB's numerous funding sources, what is the salary of an agent?" Haha. Lin Luo found amusement in this question and replied, "Funding sources? The money of human civilization holds no significance for MIB agents. For the entire MIB organization, everything holds no significance except for my commands and human civilization itself. Of course, the currency of human civilization is not entirely devoid of utility, should you achieve remarkable feats in the future and wish to return to an ordinary life. MIB could utilize this wealth to grant you a splendid latter half of your existence." Ah, the irony of currency being meaningless. Catwoman has toiled for a significant part of her life for money. At this moment, to tell her that it is without meaning? Natasha, however, remains indifferent to such sentiments, as she has little interest in wealth. After a moment of contemplation, she decides to pose a rather audacious question, one with a considerable likelihood of incurring repercussions. "Boss, Elle mentioned that we are joining the MIB New York branch. Where is our headquarters located?" Upon hearing this question, the clouds of doubt lifted from Catwoman's mind, and she gazed in astonishment at Natasha in the driver's seat. Huaxia. Chapter 5. My girlfriend of over 120 years. Following the mention of Huaxia, a profound silence ensued. Lin Luo's response was laden with implications, sufficient for Natasha and Catwoman to ponder for a while. The boss is of Eastern descent, and the MIB base is established in Huaxia. Even a fool could deduce the connection between the two. Who would have imagined that beneath the surface of the unassuming and historically stable ancient nation of Huaxia lies such a colossal entity? Upon reflection, considering the timeline of the boss establishing MIB prior to World War II, it becomes clear why several battles during that period witnessed astonishing turns. Integrating MIB into the narrative elucidates everything. After driving for over 30 minutes, they arrived at Midwood High School in Queens. During my class, you can learn about MIB in detail through Elle. Should you wish to participate in the missions, you may return before I need the vehicle," Lin Luo stated before stepping out of the car. Just as Catwoman and Natasha were about to inquire further, they turned to see the boss exiting the vehicle and embracing a girl with green hair in a passionate kiss. A series of question marks floated above the two women's heads. The green-haired girl was undoubtedly a student here, and it appeared that the two were in the throes of romance. A 140-year-old man dating a girl in her teens. Thankfully, the boss possessed quite the charm. Otherwise, merely contemplating it would give one chills. Once the boss finished his affectionate display, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. He seemed to transform into a different person. The maturity and depth that characterized him vanished, replaced by a youthful face adorned with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a child of his age. Natasha and Catwoman, both adept at disguise, understood that such a smile could not be feigned. Perhaps this was the existence the boss yearned for. In an instant, feelings of guilt surged within the two women. A child who longs for a life like this bears the weighty responsibility of combating extraterrestrial civilizations and safeguarding Earth's civilization, while they came merely to investigate, which, in less flattering terms, could be construed as betrayal. Natasha, the Catwoman, shared a heavy silence. Within the campus, Lin Luo walked hand in hand with the green-haired girl, Lona. "How did you sleep last night?" Lin Luo inquired. "I haven't slept so soundly in ages," Lona replied, resting her head gently against Lin Luo's shoulder. "It would be even better if you were still beside me upon waking." "No, I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise." "Are you truly unaware of your own allure?" Lin Luo remarked, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "What I cherish most are the unpredictable moments," Lona interjected, positioning herself before Lin Luo, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. This was an unmistakable, unabashed indication. TSK, Lin Luo sighed. He found himself struggling to adapt to the exuberance of American girls, especially since they had only established their relationship a mere 2 weeks prior. This girl was named Lona Dane. Indeed, she was the daughter of Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, known by the moniker Polaris. Recently, Lin Luo had contemplated enjoying a semblance of ordinary life before the reckoning day arrived. He altered his appearance to that of youth and chose a school where he had a few acquaintances, transferring there. As a Chinese-American transfer student, Lin Luo inevitably encountered the traditional American bullying. With a touch of reluctance, he employed a few measures, completely eradicating the bullying phenomenon. The mischievous troublemakers transformed into diligent learners. Oh, forgive me, this has nothing to do with Lona. Lona was someone Lin Luo had taken in. One day, while the Sentinel Special Operations were pursuing Lona, they fortuitously arrived at Lin Luo's estate. Lin Luo dispatched the lackeys from the Sentinel Special Operations and took in the resilient green-haired girl. After nursing her wounds at home for a while, he assisted her in obtaining identification, helped her find accommodation, and facilitated her enrollment. Lona was irresistibly drawn to Lin Luo's nurturing demeanor. Lin Luo appreciated Lona's spirited personality, and thus, they unwittingly embarked on a romantic relationship, which had now evolved to this stage. Lin Luo felt content, savoring a rare return to youthful sensations. Observing Lona, it was evident that today would surely yield a breakthrough. Lin Luo was not one to dawdle. He smiled and whispered softly in Lona's ear. A faint blush appeared on Lona's fair cheeks. Black and white, right? All right, I'll buy them after school. I'll wait for you in the evening. Lin Luo replied, playfully pinching Lona's cheek, and together they proceeded to the classroom. Hey, Lin. As soon as they entered, Peter Parker and the chubby Ned excitedly rushed over. These two were Lin Luo's closest friends in class. After Lin Luo managed the campus bullying, they naturally elevated their friendship to that of inseparable companions. Lin, did you see the meteor that fell in Manhattan yesterday? I analyzed its trajectory and speed. It's anything but an ordinary meteor, Peter Parker exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ned, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, friends living near the site of the meteorite crash have told me they glimpsed the shadows of giants. This time, it must surely be extraterrestrials. Let us investigate after school. Apologies, but I have prior engagements, Lin Luo replied, pulling out a chair and directing his gaze toward Lona. Lona lay languorously across her desk, responding with a sultry glance. Peter Parker and Ned exchanged knowing looks, quickly discerning the situation. Rather than pursuing the impractical notion of exploring aliens, they would prefer to spend a pleasant evening with their girlfriends. How enviable. How infuriating. Just a while ago, we were all single. All right, Peter and I will investigate. If we uncover anything intriguing, we shall share it with you tomorrow. Ned awkwardly ushered Peter Parker away. Before departing, Peter cast a reluctant glance at MJ, who stood behind Lin Luo. Clearly, his eagerness to approach was not merely for camaraderie, but to draw nearer to his crush. It is noteworthy that this iteration of Peter Parker in this blended universe differs from the Tom Holland version in the original MCU. Holland's Spider-Man, despite his experiences, shows little growth over several films, only maturing after the death of Aunt May and the loss of all his friends, ultimately becoming a solitary figure. In contrast, the Peter Parker before us possesses Holland's appearance while embodying a blend of traits from previous versions. He is naive as a student, yet dons the Spider-Man suit with a maturity far beyond his years when tackling various challenges. He bears the titles of friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and everyday hero with grace. As Peter Parker passed by her, MJ discreetly stole a glance at his retreating figure, clearly intrigued by him. Lin Luo intended to provide a little assistance to the two. MJ, could you do me a favor? Come over to my house this weekend to help Lona with her studies. Excuse me? MJ raised her head in confusion. Why would you suddenly ask me for help when our interactions have been so minimal? Lona's charming face mirrored her bewilderment. What is the sudden need for tutoring? Lin Luo smiled and called out to Peter and Ned. Peter, Ned, didn't we agree to practice driving at my place this weekend? Are you available? Practice driving? Ned queried, puzzled. Do we have an agreement? Before he could finish his question, Peter Parker clamped a hand over Ned's mouth, excitedly affirming, Yes. We agreed on 9 in the morning, right? Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will definitely be on time. Under normal circumstances, he would have little interest in practicing driving. He would rather be out saving the world as Spider-Man or gaming at home. However, his senses were heightened, and he had caught wind of Lin Luo's invitation to MJ. Understanding the unspoken bond, he felt compelled to express, good brother for life. Upon hearing that Peter would also be attending, MJ brightened, though still somewhat bashful. She glanced at Lona, thinking, for Lona's sake in keeping up with her studies, I suppose I shall reluctantly attend. At that moment, Lona comprehended Lin Luo's intention and felt a surge of delight within. This tenderness and attentiveness truly reflect the caliber of the man she has chosen. Alas, if only he were devoid of the flaw of infidelity, he would be perfect. She was lost in contemplation when a voice called from the classroom door. "Lin, come here for a moment." It was a gentle female voice. Everyone turned to see a stunning teacher clad in professional attire, the goddess of all the boys at Zhongqing High School. Remarkably, she had various connections with Lin Luo and Lona. Her name was Wanda Maximoff. Indeed, she was the renowned Scarlet Witch from the illustrious Marvel Cinematic Universe. As for why she was teaching here, Lin Luo had, prior to his slumber, ventured outside on a mission and fortuitously rescued Wanda's family from a missile mistakenly launched by Stark Industries. He chose not to erase the memories of Wanda's family, thus sowing the seeds of fate that would inevitably bear fruit. Wanda envisioned Lin Luo as her prince, the heroic figure from a fairy tale who saved her in her time of peril. She had eagerly anticipated their reunion, even concocting countless narratives of what might follow. Upon Lin Luo's transfer to the school, Wanda immediately recognized her prince, leading her to approach him with determination. On another note, it is well known that Lona is the daughter of Magneto. Although Wanda's family was saved, their peace was short-lived, as her parents perished in the conflict between mutants and humans. Magneto took Wanda and her brother Pietro, also known as Quicksilver, under his wing, recognizing their immense potential. As they matured, both chose to distance themselves from Magneto and the chaos of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Lona and Wanda share a sisterly bond, united by their mutual lack of affection for their father, who constantly espoused mutant superiority. Lona gazed at Wanda with a fierce glare. "It's disgusting how the teacher 1T let the student go. I can't fathom how Lin Luo became entangled with her. Is it merely because she is slightly older? If only she hadn't appeared in his life so late, she wouldn't have had the chance to steal him away." Meanwhile, Lin Luo observed the changes in Lona's expression, finding her frustrated and helpless demeanor endearing. He approached her, playfully ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, we have an agreement. During class, you can only come to me for serious matters, so don't overthink it." Lona replied, believing in Lin Luo's words. Despite their intimate encounter the previous night, he had maintained his boundaries. This quality was part of why she admired him. Yet, to convey her dissatisfaction, she let out a soft huff. Lin Luo patted Lona before heading toward Wanda. Upon reaching the door, Wanda forced a smile and said, "I'm here to bid you farewell. I'm preparing to resign." Outside the campus, Natasha and Catwoman sat in a car, restless. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet their goals were broadly aligned. After a moment of hesitation, Natasha finally spoke up. "I'm going to call home to celebrate my successful interview." The Catwoman, filled with disdain, wished for Natasha to depart swiftly, impatiently stating, "If you intend to strike, then do so. Why engage me in conversation?" This time, Natasha refrained from retorting, pushed the door open, and casually approached a nearby telephone booth, swiftly dialing a number. "Hello, is this?" The call connected instantaneously, revealing a deep voice on the other end. "Uncle, I successfully passed the interview. The new job is splendid, and my employer is quite amiable," Natasha replied with a laugh. Referring to him as uncle was a precaution against surveillance. Having succeeded in infiltrating the position, she had ample opportunities to interact with her employer. A moment of silence ensued on the other end. "Is your new company truly exceptional?" inquired the voice, probing the intensity of the task at hand. In her mind, Natasha compared SHIELD with MIB. "Well, let me put it this way. For individuals like us who have never seen the world, encountering such a grand company surpasses all previous imaginings. It feels as though one has entered an entirely different realm." Nick Fury pondered, does SHIELD merely appear as a provincial entity in their eyes? Chapter 6, MIB Phase 2. The truth. Nick Fury, leading SHIELD, absorbed one powerful espionage organization after another. Prior to this, he was quite confident SHIELD's strength had evolved to a point where, in the world, it was acknowledged as second to none, with no one daring to claim the top. Although Natasha's level 7 agent clearance did not afford her complete access to SHIELD's inner workings, the information she possessed was still of the utmost caliber. Provincial? Unseen grandeur? Such descriptions seemed inadequate to encapsulate the level of the opposing entity. Nick Fury fell into deep thought. Upon first discovering this enigmatic organization, MIB, he had meticulously assessed their power level, concluding that at most, they were on par with Hydra, merely reflecting a similar stature to SHIELD. Thus, he had not only dispatched Natasha, but also the equally competent Coulson. Before their departure, he specifically instructed Coulson to reveal himself if necessary, to secure an advantage for Natasha. Recalling Coulson, Nick Fury inquired, "How is your older brother faring?" "Oh, he was found to have a minor criminal record. He confessed, and it's not a significant issue." Natasha responded, "Was it that straightforward to uncover discrepancies?" Nick Fury sighed inwardly, relieved he had made contingency plans. Otherwise, it could have resulted in dire consequences. Natasha continued, "Other candidates had their own issues, but once they confessed, the employer was lenient. Oh, by the way, I just made a new friend. She is waiting for me." "That's perfectly fine. I took the liberty of erasing your record beforehand, so it matters not whether they are lenient or not. Now go find your friend. Do not keep her waiting long." Nick Fury implied that he had already obliterated all traces of Natasha's information, allowing her to proceed with confidence. Aware that there might be surveillance on Natasha, he urged her to return promptly to avoid raising suspicions. "Understood, goodbye." Natasha, without further ado, ended the call, surveying the surroundings. She found no anomalies and exhaled deeply. The moment she dialed the phone, she was gambling, betting that the MIB was not surveilling her. If they were, even the use of code words would be futile. At most, she would be caught and could only feign bravado. Now that the call was completed, whether she won her gamble remained unclear. She had a peculiar feeling that the MIB was utterly indifferent to her minor maneuvers. Natasha could not discern whether this was merely an illusion, but she sensed that the boss had little regard for individuals like them. Alas, it was quite vexing. In contrast to Natasha's confusion, Nick Fury hung up the phone, his emotions exuberant. The anxiety and tension stemming from the fear of the unknown coalesced into a singular notion: challenge. Reflecting upon the history of SHIELD would have been its foundation: assimilation. In the days when Hydra was at its zenith, SHIELD was but a fledgling entity. Ultimately, what transpired? The inaugural director, Peggy Carter, led SHIELD to triumph over Hydra, absorbing its technological prowess and laying the groundwork for SHIELD ascendance. During his tenure, he too had integrated several organizations, ushering in new glory for SHIELD. Now, a formidable challenge lay ahead, subduing this unfathomable organization. To what heights would SHIELD rise? Merely contemplating it filled him with exhilaration. Nick Fury understood that the difficulty of this challenge was akin to traversing hell, yet had not felt such fervor in ages. Moreover, even failure would not necessarily entail total loss. After all, he had his own backing. In New York City, the new agents executed their tasks with remarkable speed, yet the progress was far from ideal. The boss had presented them with a daunting puzzle. Previously, after completing missions, they could erase the memories of bystanders. This time, the directive was clear: no use of memory-erasing devices and a requirement to minimize the impact of Cybertron on Earth. As the mission commenced, the Autobots and the new agents were divided into teams, scouring for the Allspark based on existing clues. Along the way, Black Canary, Bumblebee, and an older agent known as comprised one team, and shortly after their departure, they encountered an assault by two Decepticons. While the veteran agent remained unengaged, Black Canary, wielding a small weapon, in conjunction with Bumblebee, engaged in a fierce firefight, successfully bringing down a Decepticon helicopter codenamed Dizzy. Notably, Black Canary emerged unscathed from the battle, though the powerful recoil of her weapon sent her flying repeatedly, leaving her dazed. Fortunately, they were in a sparsely populated suburban area, and the skirmish did not attract undue attention. Time gradually passed into the afternoon. Lin Luo and Lorna sat together for lunch, consisting of hamburgers, cola, chicken nuggets, and fries. Why did Wanda suddenly resign? Lorna inquired, puzzled. While she was irked that Wanda had seized the opportunity, she had to acknowledge that Wanda was a gentle and attentive teacher, and such a parting inevitably left a tinge of regret. However, it is rather peculiar that despite the unfortunate circumstances, her appetite has inexplicably improved today. Some inconsiderate individuals are intent on causing her trouble, yet she fears that I might be implicated. In reality, it is not as troublesome as she imagines. There is no need for concern, as I shall assist her with it, Lin Luo replied. Huh? Lorna's hamburger suddenly lost its appeal. Who would worry about such matters? Rather than harboring regrets, she would much prefer that Wanda, the source of danger, depart swiftly. By the way, I took a half-day leave this afternoon to address some issues at the company, so I might as well help Wanda a little. After finishing this meal, I shall take my leave, Lin Luo remarked. Upon hearing this, Lorna lost all interest in her meal and quickly stood up, her large eyes gleaming with anticipation as she asked, "Can I join you?" "You should remain in school and refrain from involving yourself in these disputes," Lin Luo responded, placing a hand gently on Lorna's head and urging her to sit back down. Fine. Lorna bit into her hamburger with frustration, her anger evident, as if she wished to consume Lin Luo instead. "Just remember our agreement," Lin Luo assured her with a confident smile. "Even if the world were to end in the next second, I would still keep our appointment and love you 3,000 times. Lorna's cheeks flushed, her irritation dissipating considerably. You better follow through on that." Outside the campus, Natasha and Catwoman leaned against the front of a Rolls-Royce, each holding a meat wrap, before the luxurious vehicle. These two glamorous office ladies unabashedly indulged in their meal, creating a rather unique tableau. Before they could finish, Lin Luo emerged from his pocket, his casual attire replaced by the black suit he wore during the review. Upon sighting Lin Luo, Natasha and Catwoman hastily devoured the remnants of their wraps, eagerly vying to open the car door for their boss. Ultimately, Catwoman, leveraging her advantageous position, managed to open the door first, gracefully gesturing for him to enter. However, the sight of their full cheeks was undeniably charming. Meanwhile, Natasha watched Catwoman's eager display, unsure whether she was genuinely anxious or merely pretending. With her mouth still full, her face flushed crimson as she pounded her chest in frustration. As Lin Luo was about to enter the car, he noticed Natasha's peculiar behavior, turned around, and approached her, gently patting her back. Catwoman stared in astonishment at this scene, slowly narrowing her eyes, amused. After a few pats, Natasha began to breathe heavily, her complexion gradually returning to normal. She bent slightly, supporting herself on her knees, her curves subtly visible from the side. After half a minute, she stood up, clearing her throat to express her gratitude. "Thank you very much. Excellent. Let us do this again next time." Lin Luo offered a simple and direct compliment, choosing not to prolong the conversation as he turned to enter the car beside Catwoman. "It's all about equitable distribution of attention." Catwoman chuckled, casting a challenging glance at Natasha, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. TCH. Natasha pouted as she returned to the driver's seat. Although it seemed she had lost this round, in reality, she had emerged victorious. Bang! As Natasha closed the car door, she turned to inquire, "Boss, where are we headed?" "Downtown Manhattan, to assess the progress of their mission." Lin Luo replied matter-of-factly. Upon mentioning a task involving MIB, both Natasha and Catwoman exchanged startled glances, immediately steeling themselves for what lay ahead. This was crucial for determining their subsequent actions. Natasha activated her chip, swiftly retrieving the mission's execution status and pinpointing the locations of other agents. Discovering that they were converging towards a singular point, downtown Manhattan. "I'm in a hurry. Press the red button on the dashboard," Lin Luo instructed. "Is this it?" Natasha asked, locating and pressing the red button. With a hum, the Rolls-Royce emitted a soft roar, instantly transforming into a silver hue as it entered stealth mode. The front of the vehicle reshaped, and 4 rocket boosters emerged from the rear trunk while wings unfolded from the doors. In the blink of an eye, a luxury car morphed into a fighter jet. The control panel inside transitioned from steering wheel to an aircraft joystick. Witnessing this remarkable transformation, Natasha smiled, remarking, "Indeed, learning a few extra credentials has proven worthwhile. Here it is, ready for use." The rookie agents, alongside the Autobots, followed a trail of clues, ultimately arriving at an unexpected conclusion. The location of the Allspark was astonishingly atop the tallest building in downtown Manhattan, the Empire State Building. The prospect of an impending battle with the Decepticons left the rookie agents in a quandary. Manhattan was densely populated, being the most bustling area in the United States, and the Empire State Building stood as one of the nation's iconic structures. Under such circumstances, should a confrontation arise, controlling the aftermath even with memory erasers, would be exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. Atop the Empire State Building, Lin Luo exited the vehicle and, before Natasha and Catwoman, produced a silver cube inscribed with runes. According to the data provided by the Autobots, this was their target, the Allspark. What? Natasha and Catwoman exchanged bewildered looks. Two heads for large. Boss, please don't tell me that what you're holding is the Allspark sought by the Autobots. Natasha questioned incredulously. Indeed, Lin Luo replied without concealment, placing the Allspark on the pedestal, awaiting the arrival of everyone. Neither Natasha nor Catwoman were foolish. They quickly pieced together the situation. This mission was orchestrated by the boss from the outset. First, clues were disseminated to allow the rookie agents and Autobots to investigate, and once they arrived at a conclusion, the boss would preemptively reach the destination and produce the target item. However, a question arose: why was the boss undertaking all this? Why had such stringent mission parameters been established? Was it merely for the sake of training the newcomers? It seemed implausible. They were indeed more capable than the average person, but not to the extent that MIB would invest such significant effort. Thus, the ultimate question lingered. For what purpose? For whom? For humanity. Lin Luo initially envisioned a gradual approach, using the battle for the source of the fire as a prologue and the invasion by the Chitauri as a conclusion, revealing the truth to humanity step by step. However, before his plan could even commence, humanity's own civilization was on the verge of chaos. This predicament must be traced back to Wanda. Lin Luo sought to investigate the reasons behind Wanda's desire to resign. The long-dormant Brotherhood of Mutants, under the guidance of Magneto, was preparing to unleash a cataclysm that could overturn human civilization. Lacking formidable mutants among his ranks, he turned to Wanda and Quicksilver. This was the catalyst for Lin Luo's change of plans, setting aside the question of whether Magneto would succeed. Even a failure would exacerbate and possibly ignite the conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. After all, the merging of worlds is distinct from the singular X-Men universe. The demographic foundation, the backgrounds of various factions, and numerous influencing factors exist, leaving the outcome uncertain, much like the unpredictable consequences of a butterfly flapping its wings. Alas, the Brotherhood of Mutants and Magneto should count themselves fortunate that MIB currently harbored no intentions of intervening in human civil strife, and even more fortunate that Lin Luo was a principled leader. Otherwise, let me reveal a secret. Lin Luo, with his back turned to the two women, continued speaking. For a century, MIB has strived through 4 phases. The first phase, isolation, concealing the truth of extraterrestrials from the world while guarding human civilization from shadows. This task has been valiantly accomplished by the previous generation, fending off countless extraterrestrial invaders over the past century. The second phase, truth, guiding humanity to accept the reality of numerous extraterrestrials on Earth, allowing them to recognize their own insignificance. This phase was catalyzed by Cybertron, and I entrust its execution to you. Natasha, Catwoman, listen to the objectives of this organization, fundamentally rooted in human civilization. Natasha sighed. What was the previous name of SHIELD? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, operating under the banner of a world organization, backed by the World Security Council, while their true interests remain solely within the United States. How shameful! As humans, they were once the protected. She doubted not the ulterior motives of MIB. For merely managing extraterrestrials effectively proved that no civilization on Earth could withstand them. Catwoman also bore a heavy heart. Suddenly, a deafening rush of air interrupted their thoughts. Looking up, 2 fighter jets pierced the sky, leaving an endless trail of white vapor. The jets entered the city center and launched 4 missiles towards several cars on different streets. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 7. Conversations with Megatron, instantaneous battlefield destruction. Several missiles struck the streets, triggering a series of explosions. Uninformed pedestrians screamed in terror as the once bustling urban center resembled an apocalyptic scene. The Bumblebee narrowly evaded the initial barrage, executing a drift as it turned the corner, swiftly transforming to retaliate. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime led the charge, accompanied by Ironhide, Jazz, and a rookie agent from MIB, racing towards the Empire State Building, the location of the Allspark. However, they soon encountered resistance from the Decepticons. On the crossroad, A Scorponok emerged from the earth, obstructing the Autobots' path. Police cars and tanks surged in from both sides, creating a cacophony. Above, Starscream transformed into an F-22 fighter jet, spiraling at impossible angles, poised to strike at Optimus and his companions below. The battle between Autobots and Decepticons had officially commenced. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Faced with these monstrous machines clad in steel, innocent bystanders could only cry for help and flee in panic. A few brave souls, however, watched the robotic showdown with excitement. Were they truly courageous? No, their presence was driven by one belief: Superman. They were convinced that Superman would soon arrive to subdue these unruly behemoths, emboldening them with a false sense of security. Look, they are engaged in combat. Are these infernal machines the military's latest weaponry? Have you lost your mind, or has the military gone mad? Such creations could not possibly be found in the city. They must be extraterrestrial invaders. A handful of alien robots dare to wreak havoc on Earth, oblivious to the fact that Superman exists? They await Superman to dismantle them. Superman, Superman, Superman. The brave cried out his name, yet instead of the hero, they summoned the wrath of the Decepticons. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed, and in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed in a golden flash of lightning. Atop the Empire State Building, Natasha, observing the battlefield through a chip, furrowed her brow and turned to Lin Luo, asking, "Boss, the enemy is indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. Does your plan encompass this aspect as well?" Lin Luo, with an impassive expression, replied, "To uncover the truth, sacrifices must be made. Frankly speaking, this can be seen as a form of natural selection. When faced with danger, the instinct to flee or retaliate should arise, rather than an excessive reliance on other extraterrestrial saviors. Beings devoid of danger awareness often face extinction first. Over these years, humanity has indeed grown too pampered by Superman." Natasha said nothing. As an agent, she had witnessed much darkness. For the greater good, sacrificing a few civilians or even comrades was not a tactic unfamiliar to Nick Fury. She understood this, yet her disappointment in Lin Luo, her boss, grew gradually. Sigh. Catwoman, unable to comprehend, remarked, "I do not intend to rely on Superman to resolve this issue, but in such circumstances, surely he will come to set things right." "Boss, your plan relies on Superman to resolve everything, but isn't that a futile endeavor? It only deepens humanity's dependence on him and disregards other extraterrestrial beings." Lin Luo shook his head and replied, "Rest assured, Superman will not intervene in this matter." "What?" Natasha asked in astonishment. "Why? How do you know?" Lin Luo remained silent, raising his hand to point at the sky above. The two women tilted their heads, following Lin Luo's gesture. At the moment they beheld the target, their pupils trembled in shock. A man clad in a blue bodysuit, adorned with a red cape and emblazoned with a diamond-shaped Z on his chest, descended slowly beside Lin Luo. "After 2 decades, we meet again, my dear friend from the battlefield." The seasoned agent in black maneuvered behind, coordinating with newcomers to combat the Decepticons. The ordinary cricket's power paled in comparison to the enhanced version employed by the boss. The formidable recoil only caused him to falter repeatedly. On the Decepticon side, the demise of the surfboard provided them with vital weapon data, making them exceptionally cautious of the agent's assaults. With Megatron's arrival, the situation grew increasingly dire. Whoosh! A fiery meteor streaked through the sky, hurtling toward the hovering red spider. Unbeknownst to him, an attack was imminent, and his entire frame was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. Enraged, he transformed, gripping the wall with one hand while searching for the assailant. Before him hovered a diminutive mech, an alien robot capable of transformation. Fascinating. I must obtain a sample for further research. The mech emitted a surprised voice and swiftly dove downward, unleashing a pulse cannon upon the Decepticons. How could he accurately pinpoint the villain? A closer examination of the situation revealed one party hesitant in battle, occasionally shielding others from projectiles, while the other side attacked recklessly, indifferent to their urban surroundings. Jarvis analyzed the materials and weapon configurations of these transforming machines and provide me with the optimal attack strategy, Tony Stark commanded. As the analysis concluded, Jarvis responded, "Sir, considering the strength of their armor, I recommend using high-temperature armor-piercing rounds or the maximum power energy cannon." Tony Stark, evading an incoming attack, chuckled wryly. Could you provide me with more useful information? The maximum power energy cannon can only be fired a few times before requiring a replacement of the microreactor. I only have 2 micromissiles, as I haven't equipped armor-piercing rounds. Jarvis replied, their body structure is similar to that of humans. You might try targeting their heads. Tony Stark sighed in resignation. It seems I must forge some alternative models of armor specifically designed to handle such emergencies. Oh, and the energy issue, he mused aloud. In the next instant, Megatron delivered a powerful punch, sending him sprawling. Red Spider, tear that armored human insect apart. Megatron bellowed, issuing his command. Yes, my master, the Red Spider replied respectfully, decisively launching towards Iron Man's direction. Megatron, on the verge of continuing his battle with Optimus Prime, suddenly hesitated, as if sensing something, and turned to gaze at the Empire State Building. The Allspark was calling him. Time could not be squandered any longer. In a corner of the battlefield, Jean Grey lay on the ground, glancing at the small cricket in her hand. Gritting her teeth, she tucked it into her pocket, her eyes glowing crimson as a red aura enveloped her being, lifting her into the air. She raised her hand, reaching out to grasp the noisy tank from afar. An invisible force locked onto the clattering machine, rendering it immobile. Veins bulged on Jean's forehead as she made a tearing motion, forcibly ripping away one of the tank's mechanical arms. With this act, the red light surrounding her faded, and she slowly descended back to the ground. She had intended to completely dismantle her foe, but fear of the terrifying power within her, coupled with the seals set by Charles, restrained her from exerting herself too much. Wow! The Autobots and newcomers were awestruck by her display. Seizing this opportunity, they launched a full-scale assault on the rooftop of the Empire State Building. Why did Superman say Lin Luo was his best friend? Before falling into slumber, Lin Luo had spent a period of time as classmates with Superman. Clark Kent, during his school years, had faced bullying similar to that of Peter Parker. When Lin Luo transferred to his school, he helped resolve the bullying situation, marking the beginning of their friendship. Subsequently, he feigned the ability to discern Clark Kent's superpowers, becoming the first outsider to realize that Clark was an extraterrestrial. He then assisted Clark in training his various abilities, enabling him to learn to fly earlier than in the original narrative. Through these experiences, they forged a profound bond of friendship. Ultimately, Lin Luo saved Clark Kent's father from a storm, elevating their friendship to a brotherly level. It is worth mentioning that Clark Kent's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, had joined MIB and was now a senior agent. Of course, their deep friendship was not solely due to Superman's cooperation. Superman chose to collaborate because he recognized Lin Luo's intentions for implementing the second phase. This world is far beyond the guardianship of a single superhero. As for the sacrificed bystanders, sometimes seeing is not believing. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Superman joked lightly. Age holds no significance for me. Now, tell me about yourself, Lin Luo teased, inquiring, how is it progressing with that reporter lady? When will you be welcoming a big nephew? Upon mentioning his beloved, Superman's handsome face lit up with happiness as he replied, if all goes well, we will be getting married by the end of this year. Lin Luo chuckled, wow. Who would have thought that the once naive young man would be getting married so soon? The more one speaks of the unexpected, the more likely it is to occur. If Superman were to realize that, according to the normal timeline, he would face a death, I wonder how he would feel? Behind them, as Natasha and Catwoman stood in the wind, their hair tousled, they gazed at the casually conversing boss and Superman. Were they that familiar with each other? Moreover, it appeared that Superman was aware of the boss's true identity. Given Superman's character, it seemed implausible that he would stand idly by in the face of danger. The situation grew increasingly perplexing, prompting both Natasha and Catwoman to scratch their heads in confusion. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as a fighter jet surged from the battlefield, hurtling toward the pinnacle of the Empire State Building. Megatron soared before them, swiftly shifting forms, brandishing an energy cannon aimed directly at Lin Luo, who was firmly holding the source of fire. Surrender the source of fire, and I may spare your life, he declared. Upon hearing this, Superman stepped back with a smile. Catwoman and Natasha exchanged incredulous glances, nearly unable to restrain their exclamations. Good heavens, you are Superman. Is that retreat truly sincere? Lin Luo met Megatron's gaze with unwavering composure, stating, I can hand over the source of fire, but first, let us cease hostilities and allow me to share a few words. Megatron glanced at Superman behind him, snorted dismissively, and turned back toward the battlefield. Decepticons, halt your assault and maintain vigilance. Clearly, he had gleaned information about Superman's formidable power from the internet. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to comply so readily with orders. With the Decepticons ceasing their attack, the Autobots, under Optimus Prime's command, also stood down. Speak swiftly. My patience is not limitless, Megatron declared, towering over Lin Luo. Unfazed, Lin Luo replied calmly, I know you. You are Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, and a disciple of the Fallen, one of the 13 Primes. Your life has been dedicated to the struggle for Cybertron, and all your endeavors have been for its future. These words seemed to resonate deeply within Megatron, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Listen to Optimus Prime. Even an outsider perceives more clearly than you do. Why can you not comprehend my intentions? He thought, though he maintained an outward demeanor of hostility. Impatiently, he demanded, enough with the meaningless chatter. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Very well, let us dispense with the pleasantries, Lin Luo acknowledged. In truth, your master deceived you. He sought to annihilate the sun of the solar system, not for the sake of Cybertron, but rather, he had long since betrayed it. What did you say? How dare you defame the great Fallen? Megatron exclaimed, raising his cannon in fury. I understand your urgency, but please allow me to finish. Lin Luo gestured for calm. Megatron's cannon, momentarily losing its control, shifted aside. The tale begins long before the birth of Cybertron, Lin Luo continued. Cybertron's progenitor was known as Primus, embodying the positive energies of the universe, while his antithesis was the embodiment of negative cosmic energy, Unicron. The two primordial beings were born as eternal foes, and after a cataclysmic battle, they were left mutually wounded. Yuanshi Tianzun is sealed within a desolate planet, which is your Cybertron, while the Cosmic Emperor's seal lies beneath our very feet. Through the matrix of fire, igniting the stars of the solar system, the Cosmic Emperor could acquire the energy for rebirth. Can you guess what his first act would be upon resurrection, as his sworn enemy? Megatron is no fool. If Lin Luo speaks the truth, the Cosmic Emperor's first act would undoubtedly be the annihilation of Cybertron. Yet, why should he trust the words of a mere earthling over those of his mentor? Your words bear a semblance of truth, but why should I believe you? Megatron questioned. Lin Luo smiled, toying with the matrix of fire, and replied, perhaps it is due to strength. If you doubt it, you may initiate war once more. Megatron stood frozen. He suddenly sensed a perilous aura emanating from this human. But who was he? Megatron. He would never submit to a mere earth insect. Decepticons attack. Megatron shouted, lunging towards the matrix of fire in Lin Luo's grasp. Boom! The superhuman moved instantaneously, pinning Megatron to the ground. Alas, why resort to this? Lin Luo sighed, activating the communication system, and commanded, eliminate them. Yes, boss. Upon receiving the order, the seasoned agents sprang into action, drawing atomic energy guns from their coats, aiming at all the Decepticons present and pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of precise headshots transformed the once dominant Decepticons into mere particles of light in an instant. Even Starscream could not withstand a single encounter. Chapter 8. Pocket Universe Battery, Godzilla vs. Pacific Rim. The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence. The elite Decepticons, who had engaged in fierce combat with the Autobots, failed to endure even a second before these humans. The seasoned agents calmly holstered their weapons. As if performing an inconsequential task, they patted the wide-eyed rookie agents beside them, imparting a meaningful lesson. Young ones, there's much for you to learn. This trivial matter of Cybertron is nothing more than a mere nuisance to the veterans. Reflecting on past foes, which of them did not threaten to obliterate planets or entire solar systems? A few robots wished to wreak havoc on Earth. Such formidable strength left even the newcomers, allies of Optimus Prime, in awe. Though Megatron did not witness the scene, his radar, capable of monitoring the battlefield, detected the signals of his subordinates vanish in an instant. Stunned, he ultimately relinquished his resistance. This battle was lost. Lin Luo approached Megatron's mechanical visage and stated flatly, even if Cybertron were to launch a full-scale war against Earth, the outcome would be no different. The battle could be concluded in a mere second. A civilization that cannot even resolve its own energy issues poses no threat in our eyes. Contemplate deeply with your electronic intellect. Is there any necessity for me to deceive you? Megatron, with an air of defiance, coldly scoffed, asserting, "If you possess the power to annihilate us, why engage in idle chatter? Do not presume that I am unaware. You undoubtedly intend to manipulate me, to orchestrate some insidious plot against Cybertron." Sighing, Lin Luo responded, "You certainly overestimate your significance. I have struck a deal with Optimus Prime to provide energy for your Cybertron, the price being an alliance with human civilization, pledging unconditional support. As for you, I harbor admiration for a warrior of your caliber. As an ally, I hope you will fight for Earth henceforth. This lays the groundwork for the third phase, as well as for a distant future." Megatron, capable of obliteration with a mere gesture, was instead granted his life. For preserving him could yield the greatest advantage. Cybertron would soon form an alliance with human civilization, yet their internal strife persisted, with Optimus Prime, as the leader of the Autobots, unable to quell the Decepticons. Releasing Megatron, Lin Luo trusted that he could contemplate the broader picture and bring an end to the Civil War. The nature of the Decepticons was one of conquest, yet this did not imply that their minds were solely fixated on domination. Megatron remained silent, the crimson of his optics swirling as he pondered the intricacies of the situation. At that moment, Lin Luo cast a glance at Superman and gestured. Superman nodded and ascended into the air. With Superman's restraint absent, Megatron gradually rose to his feet, directing his gaze at Lin Luo, then kneeling on one knee, lowering his stance. "Human, do you not fear our potential betrayal of the pact? Any semblance of intellect you possess should dictate that, aside from fear, betrayal is inconceivable," Lin Luo asserted with utmost confidence. A booming laughter erupted from Megatron. "Are you underestimating us? Trust me, you shall eventually pay the price for your hubris." "Incorrect. It is you who underestimates us." Lin Luo produced a teleportation gun, firing it to unveil a colossal portal, leading to a more discreet location for their discussion. "Then I shall see what trickery you intend to employ," Megatron declared, entering the portal with an imposing demeanor. "Care to join in the fun?" Lin Luo inquired. "Not at all," Superman replied, shaking his head. "There are numerous places that require my assistance. We shall meet again another time." "Very well. Farewell," Lin Luo said, watching Superman depart, before turning to Natasha and Catwoman, who were still in shock. "Please assist me in bringing the vehicle inside. Thank you." MIB New York branch base. Stepping through the portal, they arrived at the vast area where the Autobots were initially imprisoned. Unlike their previous visit, this time, several unconscious humans lay scattered across the ground, alongside a colossal, dinosaur-like beast. The newcomers gasped at the sight of the fallen figures. "Are these not the victims? How did their bodies come to be here?" "Wait," Natasha interjected, approaching one of the individuals and checking their neck for a pulse. "They're alive." She then looked towards the position of the boss, her eyes filled with excitement. With a clap of his hands, Lin Luo instructed, "Xiao Shan, take care of these individuals. There are numerous tasks awaiting your attention." A golden flash of lightning flickered, and in an instant, all those lying on the ground vanished without a trace. Sacrificing these individuals was entirely unnecessary. Given the current status of MIB, it would be utterly juvenile to execute a plan that required the loss of innocent lives. They would be sent for a simple memory wipe and then returned to the city. Lin Luo sensed Natasha's gaze upon him, turning to meet her eyes, playfully raising an eyebrow. A blush crept onto Natasha's cheeks, not out of shyness, but rather a sense of shame. She had wronged the boss, and upon learning the truth, his image in her mind grew even more magnificent. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from a colossal beast, startling everyone. After a moment of shock, they all turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover a gigantic dinosaur lying behind them. The creature's size was beyond imagination. Even the towering Cybertronian life forms appeared as mere toys in its presence. Goodness! The newcomers stood frozen in awe. The Autobots instinctively reached for their weapons. "Do not be alarmed. This is my brother, merely greeting me," Lin Luo reassured them, waving at Godzilla. The creature, surprisingly anthropomorphic, nodded and lowered its massive head, resuming its rest, presenting an unexpectedly endearing demeanor. "Boss, please tell me this hulking figure is not also a member of MIB?" Catwoman asked, her lips twitching slightly. "Indeed," Lin Luo confirmed, continuing his introduction. "This is Godzilla, a special agent of MIB. He has been fending off extraterrestrial attacks from an underwater wormhole and occasionally comes here to rest and regain his strength. There is no need to fear him devouring humans. His diet consists of nuclear radiation, making him immune to nuclear assaults. The atomic strikes he emits could even obliterate an entire planet. Part of my digression. Lin Luo added as he carelessly discarded the ignition source, akin to tossing away refuse. Optimus Prime and Megatron instinctively raised their hands but restrained their impulses. Lin Luo began rummaging through his spatial pocket, akin to a whimsical doorman in search of a gadget, flipping through items with fervor. Eventually, he retrieved a sizable crystal cube, approximately 4 cubic feet, shimmering with a silver glow. This is a pocket universe battery. Its operational principle involves housing a life form from an entire galaxy that generates energy through simple movements, which is then released. With a slight adjustment of the parameters, it should suffice for your Cybertronian needs. However, do not dare to covet the technology behind this. The first 2 attempts will serve as warnings, but the third will result in your planet being reduced to atoms, Lin Luo stated while making adjustments. After a series of operations, the light of the crystal cube transformed into a radiant gold. Optimus Prime and Megatron instantly sensed the change in energy, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they leaned forward. Yes, this is the energy we require for Cybertron, Optimus Prime exclaimed with palpable excitement. Megatron became increasingly unhinged. Give him to me, and I shall grant you anything. What drives the Autobots and Decepticons to clash incessantly? The future energy of the planet. They could distinctly sense the purity of this energy. If transported to Cybertron, all energy dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. Lin Luo smiled and remarked, "This is a transaction between civilizations. I've stated my bargaining chip. What about yours?" Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime and Megatron exchange a glance. These brothers, who had battled for countless years, laid aside their grievances for the sake of the future. Megatron raised his hand, resting it on the location of the Allspark in his chest. I, Megatron, in my capacity as the leader of the Decepticons, vow that Earth and Cybertron shall forge an alliance, with Cybertron unconditionally aiding human civilization. Optimus Prime followed suit, declaring, I, Optimus Prime, in my role as the leader of the Autobots, vow that Earth and Cybertron shall unite as allies, with Cybertron offering unconditional support to human civilization. A hum resonated as the oaths were taken, and the pocket universe battery flickered with a faint glow. All right, the covenant is established. Your vows have been recorded within the pocket universe battery. Should you breach this promise, the darkness shall consume all of Cybertron. Lin Luo casually nudged the pocket universe battery towards Optimus Prime and Megatron. You may take it now, and as an added gesture, I can offer you a ride. Optimus Prime and Megatron extended their hands, positioning themselves on either side of the pocket universe battery. On behalf of all Cybertronians, I extend my gratitude to you, Optimus Prime said earnestly. Megatron scoffed haughtily. As you wish, I shall fight for Earth henceforth. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Lin Luo signaled to an elderly agent. The agent understood the cue, produced a teleportation gun, and fired it at the ground where Optimus Prime and Megatron stood. A green teleportation vortex materialized, and the 2 robots, along with the pocket universe battery, plunged into the whirlpool, which promptly closed behind them. The scene shifted to Cybertron. Upon landing, Optimus Prime and Megatron entered the core of Cybertron. They stood momentarily in disbelief, suddenly realizing the magnitude of what had occurred. It was astonishing to pinpoint Cybertron's core directly from Earth, a feat their space bridge technology could not hope to rival. If weapons had been teleported instead, no, that thought would come later. The most pressing concern was reviving their long-dead home planet. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime and Megatron set to work, inserting the pocket universe battery into the planet's core. A resonating hum followed as the battery connected with the core, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Countless energy veins shimmered with brilliant light, spreading across Cybertron. In no time, the entire Cybertron was reignited, restoring the vibrant life it had lost many years ago. Witnessing this transformation, the excitement and exhilaration felt by Optimus Prime and Megatron transcended ordinary expression. However, their joy was short-lived as another emotion began to permeate their hearts. As Lin Luo articulated, fear is palpable. They are acutely aware that with the mere technology of pocket universe batteries, Cybertron is unworthy to even carry their shoes. Thus, despite possessing the capability to utterly dominate Cybertron, why forge an alliance with them? Returning to the MIB branch headquarters, the newcomers were overwhelmed by an abundance of surprises within a single day, rendering their senses somewhat dulled. The concept of a pocket universe implies that within that cube lies a world akin to ours, does it not? It seems so. I am not particularly adept in matters of technology, yet the thought is chilling. Life within it may be oblivious to its existence inside a battery. The Truman Show? If I were to comprehend that I existed within such a realm, my beliefs would likely shatter. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo paused momentarily, lost in thought. Before interjecting, today's Cybertron is merely the beginning. Far more formidable challenges await you. With that, Godzilla sensed something amiss, abruptly opening his eyes, rising like a mountain, and slowly turning around. Everyone quickly glanced in his direction. The chips subsequently relayed visual feedback. Two colossal monsters, each over 100 meters tall, were surging through tumultuous waves. Poised to land at the Golden Gate Bridge. Monster code, Abomination. Height, 134 meters. Weight, 230 tons. Monster code, Venomous. Height, 182 meters. Weight, 750 tons. A gust of fierce wind swept through as Godzilla's tail swept over the heads of the crowd. Godzilla assumed a combat stance, and then a beam of green light descended from above, enveloping his massive form. In a flash, Godzilla vanished, only to reappear in the visuals received by the spectators. He descended like a divine being, delivering a powerful kick that sent the recently landed abomination crashing back into the sea. Upon witnessing this, Venomous charged at Godzilla. Standing at 182 meters, it loomed 62 meters taller than him. In terms of sheer size, it seemed capable of obliterating Godzilla with a single blow. However, when its body collided with Godzilla, it was akin to tofu, striking metal. Godzilla remained unyielding, instead being jolted back by the impact. Venomous weighed 750 tons, while Godzilla towered at an astounding 960 tons. Their masses were not even comparable. With a swift flick of his tail, Godzilla shattered Venomous' body. Then, opening his maw wide, he unleashed his atomic breath, the blue energy piercing through the oncoming abomination with ease, effortlessly dispatching the two extraterrestrial beasts. Godzilla raised his head and let out a roar befitting the king of monsters, before submerging into the depths, vanishing beneath the waves. To the newcomers, Lin Luo clapped his hands to regain their attention, stating, henceforth, ordinary individuals who have encountered extraterrestrials need not be specially attended to. It suffices to erase the memories of those who have seen you. Furthermore, Lin Luo glanced up at the corridor and remarked, Mr. Iron Man, you've been hiding away for so long. Isn't it time to come down and meet us? With a clang, before anyone could react, a humanoid mech descended beside Lin Luo. I must confess that I stumbled in here by accident. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lin Luo, fell silent, their eyes fixated on Tony Stark. The intensity of their gaze sent chills down Stark's spine. May I ask, what do you intend to do with me? Chapter 9, Global Fermentation and the Response of the Huaxia Nation. Alas, it is all the fault of that damned curiosity. During the truce between the Autobots and the Decepticons, Tony Stark discovered individuals negotiating with extraterrestrials above the Empire State Building. Driven by curiosity, he concealed himself in a corner behind the crowd to eavesdrop. After witnessing everyone departing through the portal, he impulsively followed the small spacecraft inside. Now, he found himself entangled with a true monster. Tony Stark, a notorious playboy, embodies an unrestrained love for freedom while also being a genius inventor perched atop the intellectual pyramid, often referred to as cursed by his own brilliance. Well, one does not need an exceptionally high IQ to recognize the gravity of the situation before him. Even a fool could discern it. A mysterious organization engaged with extraterrestrial civilizations possessed technology so advanced that it compelled the latter to negotiate and form an alliance with humanity. And then there was that pocket universe battery. Even in peril, Stark remained irresistibly fascinated by that golden crystal. As a scientist, he was acutely aware of the greatness and terror of pocket universe technology. He would observe how they chose to handle him. Escape was certainly out of the question. They had spatial teleportation, rendering his armor's speed utterly irrelevant. If they intended to silence him permanently, of course, Iron Man was not easily subdued. At the very least, they would need to extract him from his armor, allowing for a dignified demise. In any case, having stumbled upon such a clandestine organization's dealings, it was improbable that they would let him go lightly. Rebellion was out of the question. Jarvis could instantaneously analyze the materials of those robots, but could not decipher the fabric of these men's suits. An impulsive attack would only hasten his own demise. Stark, receiving no response, resignedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I understand. With a whir, his armor opened, and he stepped out with his hands raised. Is this satisfactory? Please hold for a moment. Lin Luo smiled and waved his hand, then turned to the newcomers. Let's have a practical lesson. As I mentioned earlier, erasing the memories of bystanders is crucial. Does anyone have a specific plan? I do. Natasha stepped forward, resembling an exemplary student ready to answer the teacher's question. Cybertron has only established a one-sided alliance with humanity. Thus, the human civilization must present a representative of high status and public esteem. Ideally, this representative should have participated in the recent conflict to expedite the alliance between human civilization and Cybertron. Considering the current necessity for the MIB to maintain an air of mystery, the most optimal choice, aside from Superman, is evident. As the conversation unfolded, the collective gaze of the crowd once again settled upon Tony Stark. The implication was unmistakable. Indeed, Lin Luo nodded with a smile, donning a pair of sunglasses and gesturing invitingly. The next steps are in your capable hands. Absolutely, Natasha replied with a confident smile, producing her sunglasses and a memory eraser from her pocket. The others swiftly adorned their sunglasses as well. Natasha calibrated the temporal device and approached Tony Stark, indicating the red dot of the memory eraser. Mr. Iron Man, let us conduct a brief vision examination. Please focus your attention here. What do you intend to do? Let me clarify. The alliance between humans and extraterrestrials does not concern me. I have no desire to participate, nor can I serve as your puppet. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light surged forth. Tony Stark's chatter ceased abruptly, leaving him in a dazed stupor. Natasha articulated her words with precision. Mr. Iron Man, forget everything that transpires before you. All you need to remember is that you have resolved the turmoil instigated by Cybertron on Earth. Those from Cybertron, influenced by your charismatic presence, have chosen to establish a coalition with humanity, pledging unconditional support henceforth. Upon your return, promptly convene a global press conference to announce your greatness to the world. Now, please return to your suit. Absorbing these instructions, Tony Stark moved like a programmed automaton, listlessly making his way back to his armor. With a whir, the suit seamlessly assembled around him. You have proven yourself a capable man in black, Lin Luo remarked, utilizing a teleportation device to assist Tony Stark on his journey. Thank you, Natasha replied, a smile gracing her lips as she graciously accepted the compliment. Casting a sidelong glance to confirm Tony Stark's departure, she felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. It was not merely gratitude for Stark's escape from peril. Rather, she had successfully identified a method for conveying information and had taken a significant first step. Though Tony Stark's memory had been altered, the AI, Jarvis, within the suit undoubtedly retained the recorded data. Once Stark emerged to host the press conference, Nick Fury would undoubtedly turn his attention to him, subsequently infiltrating Jarvis' database in search of valuable intelligence. Fortunately, the boss seemed oblivious to Jarvis's presence. Yet, was he truly unaware? Following this, the newcomers were paired into teams, promptly receiving new assignments. After a brief respite, they discarded their minor distractions, armed themselves with suitable weaponry, and set off to various locations around the globe. Meanwhile, the remaining Autobots became partners to some of the newcomers. With the onset of the Cybertron and monster invasion, today's world appeared to have triggered some sort of switch, leading to an onslaught of extraterrestrial incidents. News outlets were abuzz with reports. The Horn Daily, an extraterrestrial robotic invasion occurred near the Empire State Building, successfully resolved by Mr. Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man. Moreover, it has been stated that the criminal Spider-Man was absent during this incident, indicating that he is merely a coward who dares to strike at his own kind. The New York Times, a monster battle unfolded at the Golden Gate Bridge, with American researchers arriving promptly at the scene to collect and analyze samples, confirming that the entities involved could not be terrestrial life forms. According to unnamed sources, the Life Foundation in San Francisco is conducting specialized research on certain extraterrestrial beings. World Report, It has been reported that giants may have been sighted soaring above the neon skyline, and unidentified flying objects are suspected to have emerged in the Pacific. Huaxia Daily. Following a thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that the bizarre beings appearing in 2009 are extraterrestrial species. A black void resembling a wormhole has materialized above Shanghai City, possibly a phenomenon caused by alien civilizations. In response to the impending extraterrestrial crisis, Huaxia will officially initiate the Super God Academy program. U.S. officials. The president has convened an emergency meeting to establish a swift response organization for extraterrestrial invasions. World Security Council. Huaxia has long had strategies in place to combat alien invasions. Why have they not shared detailed information with the world? This is a grossly irresponsible disregard for global safety, and we condemn it. Strongly condemn it. The head of the Huaxia Super God Academy program responded. Chapter 10. The Damned Gentleness. The statements released by various nations differ significantly. Among them, Huaxia's official launch of the Super God Academy program and the U.S. announcement of the Super Shield Bureau have garnered the most attention. However, all of this was soon overshadowed by two press conferences. Mr. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries and superhero Iron Man, issued a statement to the world. Through arduous negotiations with Cybertron, Stark's charisma has captivated the Cybertron robots, who will form an alliance with human civilization and unconditionally assist in its advancement. Subsequently, Optimus Prime and Megatron, under the operations of MIB, appeared behind Stark, acknowledging the validity of the Covenant and offering two core technologies from Cybertron, the Cybertron compression and transformation gears, for the research of distinguished scientists worldwide. The other press conference featured a blonde man in a star-spangled cape standing on a platform, delivering an impassioned speech. The increasing frequency of extraterrestrial incidents ultimately exposed numerous secrets regarding the existence of aliens in this world. In truth, the Super Seven, led by myself, have been in combat with extraterrestrials. To prevent unnecessary panic in society, each team member has remained tight-lipped, silently fighting in solitude. Frankly, we would rather bear our burdens alone for a lifetime than allow the truth to surface. As the day of truth arrives, it signifies that the Super Seven can no longer suppress those loathsome extraterrestrials, and the world is bound to descend into chaos because of them. Here, I must extend my sincerest apologies to everyone. I am deeply sorry. We have betrayed your trust and admiration. The Patriot spoke with fervor, then retreated a step and bowed deeply to the media. Mr. Patriot, one female journalist rose to inquire. There is no need for such an apology. I would like to ask why you did not rush to participate in the battle that took place near the Empire State Building today. Were you engaged in combat elsewhere with the aliens? Yes, the Patriot replied, his expression somber. We faced a group of alien vampires from YT Star. It was a grueling battle, resulting in the loss of 2 comrades, but we ultimately emerged victorious. Fortunately, we captured footage of the encounter. Please take a look. The Patriot gestured to the screen behind him. Intense and tumultuous scenes of battle unfolded on the screen, showcasing the Super Seven under the Patriot's leadership, confronting a horde of alien vampires bearing massive fangs. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Lin Luo observed the press conference of the Water Corporation through a holographic projection. As she listened, Natasha and Catwoman exchanged increasingly troubled glances. Huh, a bunch of clowns from the circus, Natasha seethed. What is this Super Seven nonsense? They are merely a batch of modified beings created by Water Corporation using genetic serums. They're just a group of somewhat capable actors. How dare they claim all the credit and even apologize? Do they have no shame? Oh, they have lost all sense of dignity. Haven't they? Catwoman furrowed her brow, pressing her hand against her abdomen, and asked with a strange expression, Boss, don't you care at all about what they are saying? There's nothing to care about. Lin Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter. In fact, it could serve to attract some attention to MIB, albeit it is inconsequential. You are truly magnanimous, Natasha remarked with a hint of melancholy. If it were Nick Fury, he would have knocked some heads for daring to speak up at this moment. Suddenly, Catwoman gasped in surprise. Natasha glanced at her and asked, What has got you so worked up? Frowning, Catwoman replied irritably, It's that time, my stomach hurts. I'm not in the mood for jokes. In a moment, Natasha's expression shifted to a complex mix of emotions. She fell silent, retreating into her thoughts. Why this retreat? Menstruation is a common experience for every normal woman. Yet Natasha, having undergone a complete hysterectomy during her time in the Red Room, envied the monthly pain that other women found so burdensome. Lin Luo observed Catwoman clutching her abdomen and, after a moment of contemplation, reached into her pocket. MIB had many female agents, and he recalled having humanely established a rule that allowed female agents to take leave 2 days prior to their periods, with male agents receiving the same time off. However, few female agents took a break. Everyone was singularly focused on their work. In a moment of desperation, he rushed to the laboratory and created a patch that could alleviate pain without interfering with the menstrual cycle. The newcomer, having joined on the first day, had encountered an overwhelming number of events, and the necessary life support devices had not yet arrived. After rummaging through supplies, he produced a patch resembling a heat pack. Extending it towards Catwoman, he said, "Place this on your abdomen. It will diminish the pain." Catwoman, Natasha exclaimed, astonished by Lin Luo's outstretched hand, and then glanced back at him, her delicate face reflecting disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Lin Luo inquired. "No, not at all. I simply didn't expect you to carry such items with you." Catwoman replied with a smile as she accepted the patch, lifted her shirt to reveal her pristine abdomen, and adhered the patch to her skin. A warm sensation coursed through her, swiftly dispelling the indescribable discomfort in her lower abdomen. Catwoman looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "The pain is gone. The effect is so quick. Thank you, boss. I love you. No need to thank me. I'm just glad you're feeling better." Lin Luo responded with a smile. Observing Catwoman's elation caused Natasha to let out a soft, exasperated huff, her heart inexplicably heavy with a sense of loss. Though she felt a pang of disappointment, it was more a matter of envy. Nevertheless, this small act provided her with a new perspective on Lin Luo, the boss, cold, assertive, and domineering during missions, yet tender and private in a way that was difficult to articulate. In summary, having such a compassionate boss would undoubtedly foster an unimaginable unity within MIB. Catwoman's hand remained on her abdomen as her gaze drifted out the car window, her lips pursed, seemingly suppressing something. Soon, the vehicle arrived at a villa. Lin Luo disembarked and told the two women, "Even if tonight were the end of the world, I will not be coming out. You can enjoy some time of freedom." Natasha and Catwoman exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Lin Luo swiftly enter the villa. Inside the villa, Lin Luo shed his shirt and shoes, moving deeper within. His keen ears picked up the sound of running water from the second floor. Stealthily tiptoeing up the stairs, he intended to surprise his green darling. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he glanced at the clothes laid out on the sink, took a deep breath, opened the door, and lunged inside. The moment he enveloped the person within his embrace, his heart raced uncontrollably. It was not Polaris, but a strikingly similar Eastern woman. Chapter 11. The Avengers' plan unfolds. Lin Luo held the purple-haired girl in his arms, allowing the shower's water to drench him. He stared, bewildered, at the figure of Polaris, Lorna, soaking in the bathtub. The two locked eyes, then glanced down at the trembling girl in his embrace, and time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the profound silence. A purple light flickered around her, and instinctively, she sought to use her spatial, shifting ability to escape. Yet, for reasons unknown, her brilliance flickered and faded, leaving her in solitude. She stared blankly, lifting her head to gaze at the man who held her. Their eyes locked in an unspoken exchange. "Oh dear," Lorna sighed, unable to bear the scene any longer. She extricated herself from the bathtub, exclaiming, "You two really know how to give one cause for concern." Lin Luo was ushered out by Lorna. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door closed, and the enchanting view before him vanished entirely. Lin Luo stood at the threshold, momentarily dazed, shaking his head in bemusement. He raised his hand, gesturing in a manner that suggested he was attempting to convey something. The pressure once more shifted to Lorna's side. Lin Luo chuckled nonchalantly, pressing a button on his watch, which caused his damp clothing to dry automatically. Transforming into loose-fitting pajamas, he descended to the first-floor living room, retrieving a bottle of the 1982 Chateau Lafite. No rush, he would sip and wait. Outside the room, Natasha and Catwoman sat at the front of the car. A sudden scream pierced the air, capturing their attention. "TSK," Natasha clicked her tongue, remarking, "That sounds quite raucous." With a nervous chuckle, Catwoman refrained from joining in the jest, cradling her warm belly as her gaze drifted toward the starry sky, a complex expression gracing her features. Natasha, intrigued, inquired, "It's so quiet, this isn't like you. What's on your mind?" Sighing, Catwoman sprang to her feet, declaring, "I've made a decision. I'm done." "What?" Natasha's expression was one of utter confusion. "Have you lost your mind?" "I'm not mad, don't get me wrong. When I say I'm done, I don't mean with MIB. It's about another part-time job." Catwoman stretched, showcasing her flawless figure, and continued, "Do you remember? I mentioned that someone placed a bounty of $100 million on my head. In reality, after MIB approached me, Batman set a trap to capture me. He promised to clear my record and grant me $100 million to infiltrate MIB as an undercover agent. Oh, and there's a $10 million advance. I can no longer accept that part-time position. A boss as gentle as him and an organization as illustrious as MIB should not be subject to the covetousness of outsiders. Tomorrow, I shall confess everything to my boss. Whatever the outcome, I shall leave it to his discretion. However, perhaps it is a woman's intuition, but I sense that my boss will wish to retain me. Catwoman is a thief with a heart of gold. Most of the riches she pilfers are donated to orphanages and charitable organizations, a practice commonly referred to as robbing the rich to aid the poor. The affluent she targets often include unscrupulous merchants and wealthy capitalists. With a benevolent heart, she has no desire to harm MIB, the great organization that safeguards human civilization. Furthermore, and most importantly, she wishes to spare those who care for her from sorrow. Kindness begets kindness in return. Upon hearing Catwoman's revelations, Natasha couldn't help but draw parallels to her own situation. She, too, found herself caught in a precarious position. The current prowess exhibited by MIB far surpassed anything Nick Fury and SHIELD could muster. It is likely that the MIB have grown indifferent. Yet Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, remains a figure of ambition, one who delights in leveraging minor advantages to absorb other organizations and augment his own power. The confrontation between SHIELD and MIB leaves little room for doubt regarding the outcome. The mere thought overwhelms Natasha. There's an unsettling sense of being caught in a dilemma. Alas, why can't MIB be an evil organization? At least then, her conscience would feel somewhat eased. But that would not do if MIB were entirely malevolent. The world would be utterly doomed. Observing Natasha's troubled expression, Catwoman advised, "I suggest you make your choice soon. The boss has specifically assigned us as drivers. Do you truly believe it is merely to admire our legs?" Natasha understood the implications of this inquiry all too well. She too was gambling. Yet, due to her training as an agent, she was compelled to maintain her silence. "I don't comprehend your meaning. Let us discuss something else. How was your life before becoming a thief?" Natasha attempted to divert the conversation. Catwoman shrugged. "It's futile to advise the damned. I've tried, so let her be. I was born in the slums of Gotham, a place shrouded in darkness, where crime unfolds daily. It would not be an exaggeration to call it hell. My mother held an illicit profession, which she relied upon to raise me. Perhaps I was fortunate in that regard. After her passing, a master took me under her wing, training me in martial arts and various skills. However, as my criminal record grew, my aversion to a life of evasion intensified. Eventually, I ended up here, having endured too much hardship, with few who treated me with genuine kindness. Perhaps serving the boss for a time is not so bad. What about you? Please don't tell me you also have a tragic past." To her surprise, Natasha confirmed, "Indeed. Let me share this with you. I did not even know the names of my biological parents. Later, I was imprisoned in a specialized institution, where one of the most crucial aspects of womanhood was taken from me." "What?" Catwoman inquired, curiosity piqued. Natasha smiled and replied, "Since that day, I have not experienced the monthly cycle." Catwoman, with just those brief exchanges, could ascertain that Natasha's life had been even more harrowing than her own in the Gotham slums. "We are both women with stories," Catwoman remarked, patting Natasha's shoulder. "The boss claims he will emerge even during the apocalypse. How about we seize this opportunity to enjoy a drink? Let us skip going out, bring something back instead. I would relish some fine Chinese liquor paired with traditional cuisine." Natasha suggested. "All right." Catwoman waved her hand dismissively. "I shall go buy it. There is a Chinese supermarket nearby. And I'll also take care of that Batman issue to avoid complications." "Sounds good." At SHIELD, headquarters aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury sat upon his director's throne, his perpetually stern countenance betraying a subtle, elusive smile. There was no choice. He was simply overwhelmed with joy. With the outbreak of the extraterrestrial invasion, he received unwavering support from the U.S. government and the World Security Council. SHIELD was rebranded as SHIELD Supreme, planning to construct 3 new aerospace carriers, which has now increased to 6. The elite of the entire nation were at his disposal, with all departments subject to his command, wielding powers rivaling that of the president in matters concerning extraterrestrial threats. He even possessed greater authority than the president himself. Nick Fury produced a dossier, exuberantly casting it onto the table. The Avengers Initiative was ready to be activated. Chapter 12. A Duty to Humanity. Nick Fury gazed at the proposal on the table, lost in thought for several moments, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips. He picked up the Avengers dossier and casually tossed it into the nearby wastebasket, retrieving a new file. This new file was more than twice the thickness of the previous one, titled The Super Avengers Initiative. Previously constrained by insufficient funding and limited authority, he could barely assemble 5 or 6 members. Now, with the winds at his back and the rain at his command, he certainly intended to seize this opportunity for a grand undertaking. The originally proposed members, Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, Hawkeye, Black Widow, now removed. The newly selected members, Superman, Captain America, Iron Man, Batman, the Hulk, Hawkeye, Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, Deadpool, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Quicksilver, Green Arrow, and others. Nick Fury regarded the names on the list, confidence radiating from his gaze. With such a formidable assembly of superpowers, what alien force could withstand them? Even against the so-called MIB organization, there was potential for a formidable confrontation. Recalling the data surreptitiously extracted from the JARVIS database, Nick Fury's expression hardened. No, it was still insufficient. What JARVIS recorded was likely just the tip of the iceberg concerning the MIB. To fully comprehend this colossal entity, much arduous work lay ahead. Moreover, when up against adversaries of such magnitude, hesitation was not an option. Once hostilities commenced, victory must be decisive, leaving no room for a counterattack. He understood more than anyone that leaving even the slightest vulnerability could lead to unimaginable peril. After all, the Avengers Initiative was conceived precisely for this reason. When Earth falters, heroes may abandon their mission of salvation and pursue ruthless vengeance against their foes. The name Avengers is meant to instill such dread. Suddenly, as Nick Fury contemplated strategies against the MIB, the automatic door of the office slid open, admitting a plump, middle-aged African-American woman. Her name was Amanda Waller, the former U.S. government's plenipotentiary for superhuman affairs. Amanda Waller possessed another unique identity. She organized formidable supervillains to perform unsavory tasks for the U.S. government, thus earning immense respect and trust among the nation's upper echelons. The threat posed by posthumans pales in comparison to an alien invasion. Consequently, I have been promptly reassigned to serve as the Deputy Director of the Super Shield Bureau. Although my authority ranks just below that of Nick Fury, I possess autonomous powers that surpass those of the Director. Nick Fury lifted his gaze to regard this so-called Deputy Director. Despite sharing the same race, he held no regard for the elderly woman before him. I sense you are concealing something from me. Director, Amanda Waller stated flatly as she approached Nick Fury and seated herself unceremoniously. Fury was unfazed by her demeanor, maintaining a commanding gaze fixed upon her. Deputy Director, be mindful of your position. That is not a question within your purview. The two dark heads locked eyes for a moment before Amanda Waller, unwilling to waste any more time, produced a dossier and slid it across the table toward Nick Fury. This is the proposal for the Suicide Squad I have assembled. Sign it, and I will proceed with implementation. Suicide Squad? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, reluctantly opening the dossier to examine its contents. After glancing through only a few pages, he quickly flipped to the last page, retrieved a pen, and inscribed his name before pushing it back toward Amanda Waller. Sighing, he lamented that if circumstances permitted, he would have liked nothing more than to berate the inept leaders of a nation. With the earth hanging by a thread, they were still preoccupied with trifling matters, and now they sought to establish a specialized team for handling unsavory tasks. How infuriating. Thank you for your cooperation, Amanda Waller replied, taking the dossier and turning to leave. Her demeanor akin to that of an emotionless automaton, exuding an air of superiority. Halfway to the door, she abruptly halted and added, "Oh, by the way, Director, I must remind you of one crucial point. Occupying that position entails corresponding responsibilities. Should you betray the nation and violate its trust in you, I will not hesitate to eliminate you and usurp your position." Clap, clap, clap. Nick Fury applauded mockingly. "Ah, a true patriot. Your resolve is commendable. Come now. Deputy Director Amanda Waller, you are now entitled to no matters that exceed your current authority." In Gotham City, Bruce Wayne, having shed his bat suit, feverishly typed away at his keyboard. The screen displayed a brand new bat armor. He had received some foundational information regarding the MIB from Catwoman at noon, and by the afternoon, news of aliens on Earth had erupted. Sensitive to the implications, he immediately connected these incidents to the MIB. Regrettably, no information had emerged from the official channels. Just as Bruce Wayne found himself at an impasse, Catwoman sent him another message, emphasizing that the MIB is an organization led by humans, ostensibly protecting human civilization while embodying a twisted sense of justice. The alliance between human civilization and Cybertron was merely a facade. The true puppet masters were the MIB. In conclusion, Superman is indeed connected to the leader of the MIB, leading to a decisive severance with Batman. The final bill amounts to $50 million, with $20 million spent on 2 messages, and the remaining $30 million donated in Batman's name to a children's welfare institution. Batman's only response was a single phrase: "I am the shadow in the darkness. Do not think you could shake me off." Bruce Wayne entered a final string of code and picked up a lead box beside him. Upon opening it, a viridescent glow emanated from within. His bloodshot eyes reflected an increasingly ferocious demeanor. The alien invasion is tied to the MIB, and since Superman is also an extraterrestrial, you too must be implicated in this alien catastrophe, Superman. This world has never needed you. I will personally slay you to demonstrate humanity's courage. Bruce Wayne grasped the kryptonite tightly in his palm. Why is Batman, at this moment, fixated on killing Superman and attacking his ally? Is he unwell? Indeed, he is unwell, suffering from severe anxiety. The barrage of news regarding the extraterrestrial invasion shattered the fragile defenses erected by his anxious mind. He fixated solely on one thought. He must do something for humanity. He must do something for humanity. Killing Superman to prove humanity's bravery and strength. Inside the villa, Lin Luo sipped from a half-full glass of red wine, while Polaris Lona guided the blushing Clarice Ferguson downstairs. Clarice, hiding behind Lona, appeared crimson in the face. Lin Luo looked up the staircase and jested, "Little Lona, do not tell me this is the white silk you purchased." Chapter 13. The Night of Polaris. The listening of Clarice indeed, white is quite white. Silk may require some effort. Lona rolled her eyes and pulled Clarice to sit opposite Lin Luo. Introducing them. "This is Clarice Ferguson, nicknamed Flicker, my best friend without exception. Clarice, this is my favorite man, Lin Luo. You need not get too familiar. Just knowing his name will suffice." Why not get too familiar? Lona feared Lin Luo might indulge in office romance. Flicker, still blushing, mustered the courage to greet him. "Hello." "Hello," Lin Luo replied with a smile. Judging by her appearance, the violet-haired girl seemed around 18, her exquisite face still bearing traces of youth. Yet, her wild purple hair added a touch of allure to her innocence. Meanwhile, Lona's green hair contrasted strikingly with Flicker's, creating an enchanting tableau of 2 uniquely colored beauties seated together. Flicker felt Lin Luo's unabashed gaze upon her, and as her color gradually returned, she lowered her head shyly. "Luo." In a fit of exasperation, Lona leaped at Lin Luo, enveloping him in a hug, her small hands covering his unruly eyes. "You did that on purpose." Lin Luo gently restrained Lona, allowing her to frolic in her pajamas, jokingly saying, "Do you believe I am merely admiring beauty?" He removed her hand and planted a kiss on her cheek, then inquired, "So what is the story?" Nestled in Lin Luo's embrace, Luana explained, "It's those scoundrels from the Sentinel Special Operations. Before they came for me, they apprehended Clarice. Although she wasn't as fortunate as I was. She managed to escape during the brief moment when they were changing the electronic locks." "How'd she find you?" Lin Luo asked. "Don't overthink it. I left her a message in my previous residence. She returned home and came straight here," Luana replied. "Ah, And one more question. Lin Luo playfully smacked his palm down, saying, if you care for her so much, why didn't you consider asking me for help? Luana shivered slightly, scratched her head, and chuckled sheepishly. To be honest, I did think about it, but since you've helped me so much already, I felt a bit embarrassed. So I thought, all right, I understand, Lin Luo said, kissing Luana on the forehead. Don't overthink it in the future. Helping her is merely a matter of a word for me. What was Luana contemplating? She was considering enlisting Lin Luo's help to rescue Blink after the battle tonight. Without overcoming that hurdle, she felt uncertain in her speech and feared Lin Luo would disdain her for causing trouble. Now that Clarice had escaped on her own, she no longer needed to initiate the battle with ulterior motives and could wholeheartedly relish her time with Lin Luo. Since she escaped, it implies she is still being hunted. I shall have someone handle it and arrange for her to attend school with you. What do you think? Lin Luo proposed. Just a mere Sentinel Special Operations. There is no need to invoke MIB's strength. As a major stakeholder in Stark Industries or Wayne Enterprises, any one of those identities could easily resolve this, he continued. I love you, Luana exclaimed, cupping Lin Luo's face and showering him with kisses. Huh, go to school? Blink said with a distressed expression, meekly adding, can I refuse? No. Luana abruptly turned, her demeanor shifting from that of a gentle woman to that of a queen, declaring, you must go. We rely too heavily on instinct to wield the abilities bestowed upon us, yet we remain ignorant of the true magnitude of our powers. Only knowledge can unlock our full potential. It is only by mastering knowledge that aligns with our abilities that we can truly seize our destiny. Previously, Luana loathed studying, believing that with her extraordinary gifts, there was no need to learn what ordinary people did. However, upon attempting to understand knowledge related to her abilities, she quickly realized her ignorance. Her power was not merely the manipulation of metal, but the control of various forms of magnetic fields. Blink immediately wilted, saying, all right then, I will follow your arrangements. In truth, her nature was far from that of a demure girl. Her initial encounter had been so absurd that, being under their roof, she had no choice but to comply, thus adopting a more docile demeanor. Then allow me to arrange things for you, Lin Luo said. Lin Luo chuckled. Go to the 3rd floor and choose a room. Once inside, no matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not come out. Shanshua paused for a moment, failing to grasp Lin Luo's intention. While she was oblivious, Luana understood perfectly well. She lifted Lin Luo's chin with one hand, teasingly saying, you mischievous rascal. My friend has arrived, and yet you remain unyielding. Hee. Suddenly, Lin Luo sprang to his feet, cradling Luana in a princess carry, planting French kisses on her as he confidently strode upstairs. In the blink of an eye, the living room was left with only Shanshua, who sat on the sofa, bewildered and helpless. She had never seen a pig run, but was well aware of what would unfold in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. With a slow sigh, she thought, lucky girl, she has encountered a reliable man. After a moment of daze, Shanshua inadvertently glanced upstairs. A bold idea surged in her mind, and a slight smile crept onto her lips. Perhaps witnessing a real-life pig run wouldn't be so bad after all. The following morning, as the clock struck 7, Lin Luo awoke instantly from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he looked at Luana, who was peacefully sleeping in his arms. He planted a gentle kiss on her and took out his phone to send 2 messages. The first was a request for school leave. After a wild night, Luana had transformed into a true woman. At this moment, merely standing was a feat for her. There was no way she would have the strength to rush off to school. The second message was to resolve the troubles that Shanshua was facing at the Sentinel Special Operations. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when one is in debt to another. Having indulged in this, he hurried to address Luana's concerns. Lin Luo kissed Luana's forehead and got out of bed to prepare breakfast. He gently opened the bedroom door. A purple head tumbled into the room along with the door. Lin Luo was quick to react, bending down to lift Shanshua onto his shoulder. Glancing back at Luana to ensure she remained undisturbed, he embraced Shanshua and closed the door. Shanshua blinked awake, startled by the face before her, nearly screaming out of instinct. Lin Luo swiftly covered her mouth. You had a full view of the night. Now, could you please be quiet? Shanshua's eyes reflected embarrassment as she shyly averted her gaze and nodded. Lin Luo removed his hand, observing her flustered expression, and asked, how did I perform? Are you satisfied? Shanshua wiped the sweat from her brow. Having never experienced it, I can't say if I'm satisfied or not. Chapter 14. The sweet water should not flow to outsiders. This statement intrigued Lin Luo, and he smirked, leaning closer. So, would you like to give it a try? As he approached, Shanshua's eyes widened in panic, and she dared not respond, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. Silence signified consent. It seems this girl's wildness extends beyond her hair. Her personality is just as untamed. Being proactive is a trait I admire. Lin Luo, cradling Shanshua, hastened into the adjacent room. Nestled in his embrace, Shanshua furtively observed Lin Luo's profile, her expression a blend of hesitation and anticipation. Upon pushing open the door, they arrived at the bedside of the guest room. Lin Luo exhaled softly beside Shanshua's ear, whispering, "Close your eyes." Complying obediently, Shanshua's innocent demeanor and petite form rendered her utterly captivating. Lin Luo gently placed her on the bed, heralding the most delightful moment of unwrapping gifts. Although he had previously glimpsed the exquisite quality of the present, the experience of unwrapping it personally was entirely different. Shanshua's brows twitched, torn between curiosity and trepidation. As the wrapping vanished, she acutely sensed the temperature in the room, a sudden shiver coursing through her as something cool brushed against her skin. It felt enchanting, akin to an artist's painting, with lines dancing freely. Sensing the atmosphere was not quite right, Lin Luo announced, "I am beginning." Shanshua nodded, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation evident as she awaited the next moment. Time trickled by, yet the anticipated tempest did not arrive. A look of confusion crossed Shanshua's face, her thoughts swirling with questions. After patiently waiting a few moments longer, she could no longer contain her curiosity and cracked one eye open to sneak a glance. To her astonishment, she found herself alone. Lin Luo had vanished without a trace. What? Shanshua quickly sat up, glancing down at her abdomen. A swift scan revealed her face flushed with embarrassment. But it was not shyness. Rather, it was pure indignation. That insufferable man had drawn a large turtle on her fair skin. Was this what one could do? Shanshua, fuming, clenched her fists in frustration, exhaling deeply before reclining once more. She curled up, hugging her knees tightly, recalling the faces of the elite from the Sentinel Special Operations. An unsettling chill crept into her heart. No, she needed a formidable support. She did not require much, just a small place in Lin Luo's life. In the kitchen, Lin Luo was merrily preparing breakfast. To his surprise, he discovered his artistic talents. The little turtle he had drawn was quite impressive. After spending nearly half an hour, he prepared a meal for 5. He arranged 2 servings in the living room and 3 in the dining area before returning to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Lin Luo playfully scratched Luona's nose, saying, "Darling, have some breakfast before going back to sleep." Luona, groggily opening her eyes, smiled and reached out her hands to the beloved figure beside her. Lin Luo bent down, enveloping her in a warm embrace. They lingered in this intimate hold for 2 or 3 minutes, and as Luona gradually awakened, she released him, swiftly tossing aside the covers and rising. Her resilience was commendable, yet she had underestimated Lin Luo's agility. Just as she stood, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Lin Luo, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. Lorna pursed her lips, supporting Lin Luo as they descended. "Very well, you have won," she conceded. "It seems in certain aspects, I too possess a rare talent." Lin Luo jested. "Humph." Lorna huffed lightly, pushing Lin Luo's hand away, stubbornly opting to wash up by herself. Lin Luo, wearing a subtly triumphant smile, made his way to the guest room. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the unlatched entrance. "Time to wash up and join us for breakfast." At the sound of his voice, Shimmer lifted her head slightly, glancing towards the door. Her irritation evident as she rose and approached Lin Luo, casting him a sharp glare. Unfazed, Lin Luo found her adorably charming. He then set off to the exterior of the villa to summon Natasha and Catwoman. Arriving at the parking area, he opened the car door. Just as he was about to greet them, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Catwoman was sprawled across the back seat, while Natasha was nestled between the rear and front seats, both stunning women oblivious to their appearance, deeply asleep amidst a strong scent of alcohol. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Luo rapped on the car door. "Ladies, what have you consumed to end up like this? Are you able to wake up?" Despite their inebriation, The instincts of an agent and a thief remained intact, and slowly, Natasha and Catwoman opened their eyes. Upon spotting their boss, they struggled to shake off their hazy minds. Swiftly emerging from the vehicle, their flushed faces betrayed their drunken state. "Boss, no need for explanations. It's nothing serious. Come inside for breakfast, which I prepared myself." Lin Luo cut short any further discourse and turned to leave. Catwoman and Natasha exchanged glances, nervously following him. Just a few steps later, Catwoman suddenly recalled something important. Hastily calling after him, "Boss, I have something to discuss with you." Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "We can talk after breakfast." Observing his unwavering demeanor, Catwoman reluctantly shelved her intentions, conceding, "Very well." Upon returning to the villa, Lorna and Shimmer were dining in the restaurant. Natasha and Catwoman exchanged glances at the scene before them, and then at the 2 breakfast servings in the living room, prompting them to halt in the hallway. Lin Luo approached the living room and sat beside Lorna, inquiring, "How does it taste?" As delightful as ever, Lorna beamed, her face radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Shimmer, busily consuming her meal, felt a twinge of envy with each bite. They soon became aware of the contrasting presence in the living room. The figures, their physiques, their striking features. Lorna remained oblivious, but Shimmer immediately sensed a strong sense of rivalry. "Who are they?" she asked. "They're my driver and bodyguard," Lin Luo responded. Such exquisite beauty in a driver bodyguard. Lorna's joyful expression faltered, replaced by a hint of jealousy. The contrast between Natasha and Catwoman, and Lorna and Shimmer, was stark. One side showcased youthful vibrancy, while the other exuded a commanding, mature allure. "Dear, you're well aware of my preferences. I am quite fond of this style," Lin Luo remarked with a boldness that belied her shyness. Upon hearing this, the flickering gaze swiftly shifted to Lorna, scrutinizing her best friend's reaction. To everyone's surprise, Lorna remained remarkably composed, casting a sour glance without uttering another word. Witnessing this scene, the flicker felt an exhilarating rush within. If the rightful queen was indifferent to the wild grasses outside, then she certainly could not allow this precious opportunity to slip away to outsiders. Has the trouble with teacher Wanda been resolved? Lorna ventured, introducing a new topic. Contemplating this question momentarily, Lin Luo responded, "It's nearly settled, primarily dependent on whether the other party possesses any wit. If not, I may have to resort to more unconventional methods." Chapter 15. The Mutant Brotherhood under alien assault in the Brotherhood's base. Magneto cradled his injured arm, supported by his subordinates as he sat against a collapsed wall. The members of the Brotherhood gazed at their devastated base, then at the scattered corpses of their mutant brethren and alien beings, their eyes brimming with fury and hatred. They could not fathom why, amidst a global alien invasion, their newly established secret base had become a target. Why them, and particularly at such a critical juncture? Little did Magneto and the other members of the Brotherhood realize that mutants had long been the focus of extraterrestrial civilizations. 50 years prior, certain aliens sought to unravel the genetic code of mutants, attempting to replicate or transplant it into themselves. Under the guise of cosmic trade, these extraterrestrials infiltrated Earth, stealthily abducting a group of mutants with various abilities. The Men in Black intervened, rescuing the captured mutants, eliminating the traffickers, and subsequently establishing a network designed to lock onto the bioelectric signatures of mutants. Any extraterrestrial civilization that attempted to capture mutants thereafter faced severe repercussions. Their vessels were often destroyed, and specific agents pursued these alien civilizations to demand reparations. As the saying goes, the things one cannot obtain become all the more desirable. Due to the MIB's unwavering protection of mutants, the interest from alien civilizations only intensified, as they believed that mutants' genes harbored profound secrets. Yet, they were deterred by the MIB's formidable presence, hesitant to act recklessly. It was not until decades later that these alien civilizations intercepted a mysterious signal indicating the presence of a mutant unprotected by the net. They swiftly dispatched a hunting party, catching the Brotherhood completely off guard. At this moment, Magneto felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Initially, upon witnessing the alien invasion of Earth, he was elated, believing the time had come for mutants to dominate the planet. Ordinary humans could hardly stand against extraterrestrials. Once they were left weakened from battle, he would lead the Brotherhood to strike decisively, establishing a world where mutants reign supreme. Master Magneto, we have 7 of our brethren captured by the alien beings. Should we proceed with the original plan? The Nightcrawler inquired respectfully. It seems that we mutants cannot remain unscathed amid this extraterrestrial calamity. Magneto, with a visage marked by complexity, sighed deeply and waved his hand, urging patience. Allow me a moment to ponder. Let me reconsider whether this plan holds any promise. The very essence of it is imbued with risk, and now, with the intrusion of aliens, the stakes have become even more precarious. Should we act impulsively, whether we win or lose, it is assured that the ultimate victors will be those foreign entities. The ever-passionate Magneto found himself in a tumult of indecision. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired hastily, have Wanda and Pietro acquiesced to my requests? They resolutely declined, my lord, responded Nightcrawler. Magneto nodded in satisfaction, instructing, inform them that I no longer require their assistance. Furthermore, advise them to exercise caution regarding the extraterrestrials. Regardless of whether we take the gamble, I must ensure that some seeds of hope remain for our kind. This, too, is my final act of paternal care. At the villa, after a modest breakfast, Lin Luo shared a tender French kiss with Lorna before embarking on their journey. Seated in the center of the rear seat, he observed Natasha and Catwoman preparing to occupy the front seats. No drinking and driving. Even as members of MIB, we must adhere to basic laws. You two will sit in the back, Lin Luo stated matter-of-factly. Understood, boss, Natasha and Catwoman replied, momentarily taken aback, yet obediently relinquished the front seats, sliding into the rear beside Lin Luo. As Catwoman entered, she cocked her head in confusion. It's perfectly fine for me to sit in the passenger seat. Why join you here? Lin Luo cast a sidelong glance at the 4 alluring figures beside him. For a discerning boss, few sights could be more delightful than this. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled with their fragrances, creating a unique allure. Boss, who will drive? Natasha inquired. Lin Luo remained silent, pressing a button on the side of his watch. Automatic driving mode has been activated. As the announcement concluded, 2 humanoid robots emerged from the driver's seat, mimicking human movements as they started the vehicle, which began to glide forward. Natasha watched in astonishment, realizing, so, you have an automatic driving mode. Why seek a driver? Lin Luo merely gazed at her, his silence profound. Ah, I see, Natasha said with an awkward smile. The choice between AI driving and the company of beautiful women was unmistakably clear. Reflecting on this, Lin Luo appeared rather endearing, despite being a lecher. He had not made any overt advances towards them. Yet, to claim he had not was disingenuous, as his gaze was too direct. Turning to Catwoman, Lin Luo asked, did you wish to speak with me? Catwoman, still in a daze, suddenly found herself anxious at the mention of her business, unable to meet Lin Luo's gaze. I am Catwoman, she hesitated, steeling herself. I am Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman, sent as an undercover agent for MIB. Upon finishing her words, Catwoman lowered her head, anxiously awaiting the judgment of the boss. The subtle tremors of her form betrayed the tumult of emotions coursing within her. She refrained from feigning vulnerability, aware that pretense held no weight before the boss. This was a profound, inescapable dread that stemmed from the depths of her being. Lin Luo nodded thoughtfully and inquired in a neutral tone. And then, Catwoman's eyes widened in surprise as she raised her head. You're not concerned? Surely, I should be treated as a traitor? Not necessary, Lin Luo replied, his expression unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. On this planet, no one can conceal anything from MIB, so I was aware of your circumstances from the outset. Moreover, let it be, there are some secrets involved. In any case, your actions do not constitute betrayal. The response felt somewhat dismissive, akin to granting leniency. Whether genuine indifference or a deliberate avoidance of scrutiny, this outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable. In that moment, Catwoman's gaze towards the boss transformed entirely, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of admiration. The sight elicited a disapproving shake of the head from Natasha, who observed that this feline-like woman was likely to succumb. After all, who could resist the allure of a robust, powerful, gentle boss who understood the essence of care? By the way, boss, there's one more matter. Catwoman retrieved her phone and displayed a message from Batman to Lin Luo. Lin Luo glanced at it, unable to suppress a chuckle. This child remains as amusing as ever. He raised his hand and tapped the seat in front of him. To Gotham City, destination Wayne Manor. Batcave. Understood, boss. With a hum, the vehicle responded to the command, executing a rapid brake and drift, activating its cloaked flight mode, and swiftly headed towards Gotham. The sheer speed generated inertia, causing Lin Luo to lurch forward, his hands instinctively pressing against the armrests. The atmosphere hung in a moment of tension for 3 seconds. Lin Luo surveyed his surroundings and earnestly stated, "If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me?" Natasha and Catwoman erupted into laughter. "Of course we would. So why are your hands still where they are?" Chapter 16. The butler, Alfred, betrays, embracing the boss to be candid. Natasha and Catwoman were eager for the boss to gain a little more advantage. The more the boss benefited, the more secure they felt, alleviating their guilt. Previously, in their battles against unscrupulous merchants and terrorist organizations, they stood on the side of righteousness, their actions justified. Now, the moral high ground had been overtaken by their objectives. After Catwoman's self-disclosure, she felt slightly better, yet the pressure remained. She remained uncertain whether the information she had divulged would impact the boss or MIB. Thus, she sought to offer the boss a bit more advantage to ease her psychological burden. Natasha savored the breakfast prepared by the boss, each bite sending a delightful tremor through her heart. The flavor was unparalleled, marking it as the most exquisite breakfast she had ever tasted, yet imbued with an undeniable sorrow. How she longed for the boss to embody a more brutish, villainous persona. His gentleness weighed heavily on her conscience. Thankfully, the boss was not devoid of flaws, possessing the undesirable trait of being somewhat lecherous, which offered her a modicum of psychological solace. Consequently, Lin Luo's hands remained firmly at her side, driven by a relentless determination to reach their destination. Yet, inexplicably, a journey that should have lasted but moments dragged on for over 10 minutes. The vehicle halted near Wayne Manor. Natasha and Catwoman disembarked, Lin Luo following suit, gazing at his hands with a faint smile adorning his lips. Seeing how effortlessly he had placated the boss, Natasha couldn't resist teasing. "Perhaps we should always sit in the back and let the automated system take over." "If that suits you, I have no objections," Lin Luo replied, retrieving a teleportation gun and creating a portal, gesturing for them to enter. "Splendid. I have no qualms about staying by your side." Catwoman cheerfully followed. Natasha rolled her eyes at the pair, leisurely trailing behind, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Upon crossing the portal, they found themselves in the Batcave. Intrusion alert. Unauthorized presence detected. True to form, the most suspicious and cautious man in the DC universe had established defenses that promptly identified intruders. Unfortunately, the technology proved mediocre. A gleam sparkled in Lin Luo's eyes as he disabled the warning, seizing control of the Batcave systems. "Now, let us wait," he declared. After finishing his task, Lin Luo casually seated himself, while Catwoman perched beside him, and Natasha, arms crossed, observed the two as if watching a performance. Catwoman felt a surge of excitement. The situation suggested they were there to confront the Batman who had wronged her. Having a protector felt exhilarating. Moments later, the Batcave's doors swung open, revealing Bruce Wayne and the ever-reliable Alfred, both armed and adhering to the walls as they entered. The lights flickered on, illuminating the previously dim cavern. Instinctively, Bruce and Alfred shielded their eyes. Once they adjusted, their gazes fell upon the trio at the central control console. Bruce immediately recognized Catwoman and swiftly deduced the intruder's intentions. A smile crept across his face. Having previously fretted over acquiring more information about MIB, fate had now delivered it to his doorstep. He was eager to witness just how righteous this organization, claiming to protect humanity, truly was. Meanwhile, Alfred seemed to recognize someone familiar, standing frozen in place. Indeed, a thief is a thief. A double agent who feasts on both sides cannot change their inherent nature, Bruce Wayne scoffed first. Holstering his handgun, he strolled forward with an air of nonchalance. Catwoman, with her obstinate temperament, could scarcely endure such an insult and was poised to retaliate, but before she could rise, Lin Luo grasped her delicate hand. As she glanced at her superior, her agitation gradually subsided. "Are you two the so-called members of MIB?" Bruce Wayne, having finished his derision of Catwoman, shifted his focus to Lin Luo. How presumptuous to invade another's domicile. Such behavior is unbecoming of a justice organization. Unfazed by the mockery, Lin Luo ignored it entirely and instead waved to the elderly gentleman behind Bruce Wayne. It has been many years. Alfred, you appear to be in fine spirits. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Alfred confirmed the identity of the visitor, his excitement causing him to tremble. My heavens! Is it truly you, Mr. Lin? Alfred bypassed Bruce Wayne and rushed towards Lin Luo with a speed that belied his silver hair. Lin Luo rose with a smile, and the two, despite their vast age difference, embraced like old friends reunited. Bruce Wayne, Catwoman, and Natasha collectively expressed their disbelief. You remain as youthful as ever, Alfred remarked, clasping Lin Luo's arm, his eyes glistening with tears and newfound hope. If you desire, you too can. Lin Luo gently patted Alfred's hand. Now, let us discuss matters of importance. We shall have ample time for idle chatter later. Alfred nodded, stepping aside. Lin Luo took a seat and inquired with a smile. I have heard you are the shadow of darkness. What is your opinion of MIB? Bruce Wayne did not alter his demeanor simply because of Lin Luo's connection with Alfred. As he walked, he replied, arrogant, self-righteous, and juvenile. He was about to pull out a chair when Alfred placed a hand upon him. Master Wayne, you must stand while Mr. Lin speaks. What? Bruce Wayne paused, incredulous as he looked at Alfred, but quickly regained composure. This was the very caretaker who had nurtured him since childhood, closer than family. How could he now stand opposed? Did their bond pale in comparison to whatever relationship had formed between them? Bruce Wayne reevaluated Alfred internally, grappling with his severe anxiety and even contemplating whether to categorize Alfred as an adversary. He raised his hands in exasperation and directed an angry gaze at Lin Luo. Why such an assessment? Lin Luo inquired again. Bruce Wayne replied, your arrogance stems from your feigned mystique. Your self-righteousness arises from your willingness to blindly trust extraterrestrials. And your juvenile naivety lies in the belief that aliens and humans can coexist peacefully. Oh, and one more thing, ineptitude. If you're truly so powerful, why have extraterrestrial incidents been escalating since yesterday? As Lin Luo had not yet completed his statement, Natasha could no longer contain her laughter and remarked, Master Batman, with the recent surge of extraterrestrial incidents, do you have any idea about the human casualties? It's zero. Surely you do not naively believe that the aliens spared humanity out of kindness. Use that clever mind of yours and ponder it well. Chapter 17. The boss is actually Batman's foster father, excluding the nefarious members of the Mutant Brotherhood and the unfortunate souls who perished from sheer terror during the alien invasion. The series of global events that transpired yesterday indeed resulted in no casualties. Bruce Wayne found himself momentarily speechless. Clearly, he was aware of this information. Yet he could not fathom that MIB could achieve such perfection. Even the mightiest of heroes, Superman, could not prevent casualties in the face of a worldwide catastrophe. However, witnessing the demeanor of the MIB personnel, it appeared that their involvement was genuine. Despite this, Bruce Wayne chose to maintain his obstinate stance. He could not afford to lose face. Even if you save those individuals, what does it matter? If you were truly powerful enough, you should never have allowed those extraterrestrials to enter Earth. Lin Luo clicked his tongue and shook his head, bemused by the stubbornness displayed. Having navigated the complexities of life for many years, he excelled in various forms of psychological warfare, adept at dismantling such obstinacy. With a mocking grin, he queried, You claim we have not done enough. What have you accomplished? Have you merely been playing a game of catch and release with criminals in Gotham, arresting them, only for them to escape, and then recapturing them ad infinitum from youth into middle age? Meanwhile, Gotham's most notorious criminals remain at large, perpetually threatening the city. Batman adheres to a no-kill policy, endlessly engaging in this cat-and-mouse game. The Joker has undergone multiple iterations, yet what of Batman? He finds himself ensnared in a midlife crisis. His physical prowess waning, temperament volatile, and his actions increasingly erratic. Had Lin Luo existed in this world, doing nothing, he would indeed lack the standing to criticize Batman. Alas, Lin Luo has salvaged human civilization far more times over the past century than Batman has vanquished criminals. In truth, Batman's ability to act heroically and relish his role as a savior owes much to Lin Luo's past efforts in withstanding extraterrestrial pressures. Thus, it is not Lin Luo who lacks the authority to speak of Batman. Rather, it is Batman who lacks the right to rebuke Lin Luo or MIB. To take it a step further, should MIB decide to abandon Earth at this juncture, Batman would have no grounds to voice any dissent. Lin Luo rose, smiling as he approached Bruce Wayne step by step. Are you attempting to appear enigmatic? MIB has been established for over 120 years. Do you think the people from a century ago could have accepted the existence of aliens? Naive? Numerous peace-loving races within the cosmos have intervened on Earth's behalf multiple times, even willing to offer their civilizations most treasured technologies. In comparison to them, you, as a human, may not possess their level of trustworthiness, do you? Arrogant? Well, I must concede this point. Indeed, we have exhibited a degree of arrogance, but can you blame us? After all, we have salvaged human civilization on numerous occasions, and we take pride in that. Lin Luo approached Bruce Wayne, locking eyes with him. Although Bruce did not falter, his presence undeniably paled in comparison to Lin Luo's. Lin Luo continued, I understand your perspective. You genuinely believe that humans are the sole rulers of Earth. I concur with your viewpoint. So, as a member of humanity, how do you intend to confront the extraterrestrial threats looming over our planet? Don't tell me you plan to take on Superman. Ah, well, it seems easier to bully the good rather than confront the villains. At this, Bruce's expression revealed confusion. How did this individual know of his intentions towards Superman? His plan was merely a vague notion in his mind, not documented anywhere. Is it a superpower? Why does he wish to confront Superman? Natasha incredulously remarked. Hasn't Superman always stood with humanity? Catwoman responded wistfully. He must be unwell. For what other reason could there be? There was truth in her words. He indeed seemed disturbed. Bruce Wayne dismissed the comments of Natasha and Catwoman, focusing intently on Lin Luo's gaze. I will soon demonstrate to those aliens the courage of humanity. That is unnecessary. Lin Luo replied with a smile. Humanity's bravery was proven long before the establishment of MIB. In fact, in the eyes of certain advanced civilizations, humanity is synonymous with danger. Your thoughts are now utterly futile. So tell me, how do you intend to safeguard humanity? After this exchange, Bruce stood frozen, as if the aspirations of his life had been wholly invalidated, plunging him into confusion. While he contemplated proving his courage, others had already portrayed humanity as the object of extraterrestrial fear. This dissonance rendered him uncontrollably anxious. Noticing Bruce's silence, Lin Luo pressed further. Answer me. How do you plan to protect humanity? The incessant questioning pushed Bruce to the brink of despair. Lin Luo delivered the final, crushing blow. The truth is, you lack the capacity to protect humanity. You cannot even safeguard the woman you love. What right do you have to speak of protecting humanity? At the mention of his beloved, Bruce could no longer restrain himself, raising his arm to deliver a barrage of punches to Lin Luo. Slap. A fleeting shadow passed, accompanied by the sharp sound of a slap, sending Bruce tumbling to the ground, bewildered as he looked up at Lin Luo. Who am I? Where am I? Why does my face sting so fiercely? As realization dawned that Lin Luo had struck him, his demeanor transformed. Who is he? Batman, the owner of Wayne Enterprises. Setting aside identities, a man in his 50s has been struck firmly across the face by a young man. Such humiliation has never been endured throughout his life. Even his parents never resorted to such violence. How could he tolerate this? Bruce Wayne rose, poised to retaliate, but before he could regain his footing, he found himself forcefully subdued by Lin Luo, rendered motionless. Struggling for a moment, he felt no response from his limbs. He glared at Lin Luo and then turned to Alfred. Surely, you cannot simply stand by and watch. A gentle smile graced Alfred's aged visage as he replied. I am truly sorry, Master Wayne, but I can only observe. There is no need for anger. Mr. Lin Luo is not a stranger. He possesses the right to discipline you, much like your parents did. What? Bruce Wayne's face was a portrait of confusion. Why was his parents' name invoked again? Alfred slowly elucidated. This requires delving into a past long forgotten. Before your birth, Mr. Lin Luo was a close confidant of your father and mother. He even held you as a child when you were born, and it was he who bestowed upon you the name Bruce Wayne. Your parents entrusted Mr. Lin Luo as your godfather, and you played with him in your youth until that fateful incident occurred, leading to your parents' passing and Mr. Lin Luo's departure. Chapter 18. Could Tony Stark also be the godson of Boss? Since Mr. Lin Luo's departure, the memory of him seemed to vanish from Bruce's recollection. Given your impressive memory, Master Wayne, you should not have forgotten Mr. Lin Luo, for he was your cherished and revered figure in childhood. As Alfred spoke, His genuine emotions surfaced, his eyes glistening with tears, filled with nostalgia. Natasha and Catwoman stood frozen in place. They exchanged glances between their boss and the sprawled Bruce Wayne on the ground. Did they hear correctly? Their boss was indeed Bruce Wayne's godfather? The very name Bruce Wayne had been given by their boss. This was utterly absurd. Yet, amidst them all, the one experiencing the greatest emotional turmoil was Bruce Wayne himself. He struggled to comprehend why this young man, who appeared to belong to his parents' generation, was here. However, in this world, nothing seemed impossible. Perhaps some technological means or genetic mutation had bestowed upon him the ability to defy the ravages of time. Yet, these considerations were secondary. Bruce Wayne gazed at Lin Luo, recalling another matter. During his time in Huaxia as a disciple, a master of the mind once mentioned that someone had tampered with his consciousness, leading to discrepancies in his memories. Given Alfred's current revelations, it was evident that Lin Luo was the culprit behind it all. Lacking memories of their childhood interactions, Bruce Wayne, upon learning the truth, felt nothing but surprise and shock. Lin Luo released Bruce Wayne and remarked with a smile, "I commend you for discovering MIB through your own abilities, but I disapprove of your methods. You possess little understanding of her. Coercion coupled with temptation is undoubtedly the most foolish approach." Lin Luo drew Catwoman closer. Her delicate features flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The boss continued, "She is a thief, yet her targets are unscrupulous merchants and criminals, with the majority of her ill-gotten gains donated to those in need. What does this reveal? It indicates she has a conscience and a sound moral compass. Are you truly sending a good person to undertake such tasks? And you still claim you are unwell? Furthermore, she has made it clear what MIB represents and has explicitly withdrawn from your scheme, choosing to align herself with MIB. How did you respond to her? You are but a shadow in the darkness, my child. Today, you confront me, your godfather. Next time, it may be the bullets from another organization." Catwoman's cheeks reddened at the words spoken. She herself was uncertain whether she merited the praise bestowed upon her by the boss. While she had indeed made numerous donations in the past, there were some cherished treasures she could not bear to part with, choosing instead to keep them in her private vault. Bruce Wayne observed Lin Luo and then turned his gaze to Catwoman, his expression impassive, rendered speechless. He could not deny that he had indeed underestimated the decisiveness of this thieving feline and the leniency of MIB. It was one thing to overlook this seemingly insignificant Catwoman, but to actively seek an explanation on her behalf was quite another. Had she ensnared him with her charm? Unthinkable. A figure of his stature had seen it all and could not possibly be swayed by mere beauty. Bruce Wayne exhaled deeply, opting to momentarily set aside these musings and inquired, "Is it possible to restore my memory?" Lin Luo smiled and replied, "Yes, once your ailment is resolved." "Enough!" Bruce Wayne bellowed, his pent-up emotions erupting in a fit of rage. "I shall reiterate, I am not ill. I am in perfect health, both physically and mentally." Lin Luo suppressed her smile, gazing calmly at the furious Bruce Wayne, and asked, "Did you used to lose control like this?" At her words, Bruce Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, was this how he once acted? The composed and unflappable version of himself would not have been provoked by mere words. This reflection prompted Bruce Wayne to reconsider his recent behavior. Had he truly succumbed to illness? Gradually, Bruce Wayne's emotions began to settle. Observing this, Lin Luo prepared to conclude the conversation. "All right, the lesson from your godfather ends here. Remember to settle the commission for employing my agents. The value of those 2 pieces of information far exceeds 20 million. You need only to compensate an additional 100 million. With that, Lin Luo turned to Alfred, bidding farewell. "Alfred, we have 2 old friends waiting for you at the usual place. You may wish to pay them a visit." Upon hearing this, Alfred's expression brightened with anticipation, eagerly nodding yes. "Certainly, sir. I shall go this evening. Farewell." Lin Luo pressed the return button on her watch. A soft hum resonated, followed by a flicker of light. Along with Natasha and Catwoman, the 3 vanished in an instant. Bruce Wayne surveyed the empty surroundings before pulling out his phone to transfer the funds, a means of atoning for his past indiscretions. After completing the transaction, he turned to Alfred. "Alfred, provide me with all the information regarding Lin Luo," Bruce inquired. "I'm afraid." "Master Wayne," Alfred replied, wiping away tears with a smile. "My old bones can no longer accompany you. Seek your own answers to your queries." "What?" Bruce exclaimed, bewildered as he watched Alfred turn to leave. He hastily called out, "Wait, Alfred, you need not go. I never intended to dismiss you. Master, it is I who have dismissed you. Alfred took a step forward, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a blue energy cube from his pocket, pressed a button in the center, and a syringe filled with a mysterious blue liquid emerged. Alfred handed the syringe to Bruce. This was left for me by Mr. Lin Luo. It can rejuvenate my body and grant extraordinary physical capabilities. I feel I can endure for a few more years, Master Wayne. You should take it, as you need it more than I do. Oh, and do not worry about becoming a mutant or superhuman after using it. When a master used it, he merely gained strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Bruce accepted the syringe, momentarily stunned. As he contemplated asking something further, Alfred strode away without looking back. His retreating figure appeared unexpectedly light and joyful, as if he had shed years from his age. Bruce looked at the syringe in his hand, gripping it tightly. Had his father also utilized this? The peak state of physical prowess and extraordinary capabilities. Outside Wayne Manor, Lin Luo, Catwoman, and Natasha were teleported back to the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce. Once seated, Catwoman received a notification. She pulled out her secret phone, glanced at it, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Counting one by one, it totaled exactly $100 million. Despite knowing that ordinary wealth would soon be unnecessary, Catwoman was elated. Like a child, unable to contain her excitement, she impulsively kissed the boss on the cheek. Was that really necessary? Natasha scoffed. Humph, Catwoman replied smugly. You are just jealous of me. She composed herself, quickly transferring the freshly received funds under the alias of Cat to children's welfare organizations around the globe. Lin Luo observed Catwoman's actions, a fond smile slowly spreading across his face. Just as he was about to speak, the prompt from L interrupted him. Boss, Tony Stark is hovering above your manor in his Iron Man suit. Should I engage him? The sudden alert caused Natasha to freeze, her heart racing in her chest. The least desirable scenario has indeed transpired, yet I hope the issues at hand are not as grave as they appear. Tony Stark, you say? Lin Luo's expression seemed to suggest he had anticipated this, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, There's no need to shoot him down. Let us return and pay him a visit. After all, he is the child of an old friend of mine. At this, the Catwoman, who was closely beside him, wore a look of incredulity, questioning, Boss, could it be that Tony Stark is also your feel free to speculate? Lin Luo replied with a playful grin. The Catwoman shrugged, taking Boss's large hand and placing it where it belonged, gently stroking back and forth. With a mischievous squint, she asked, Is this a surefire way to obtain an answer? Who could withstand such antics directed at a centenarian? Fortunately, Lin Luo had lived long enough and experienced enough to be somewhat immune to such tactics. He pushed aside the Catwoman's playful paws, grasped her feline legs, and, without ceremony, removed her high heels to indulge in the softness of her paw pads. Meanwhile, Natasha observed silently, her exterior calm, yet internally she was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She noted the Catwoman's relaxed demeanor and instinctively glanced down at her own JoJo. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way. In the headquarters of the Super Shield-S airborne aircraft carrier, director's office. Is this the plan you pondered over all night? Nick Fury furiously tossed a stack of papers onto Amanda Waller's desk, chastising. Am I the mad one? Or are you? Do you think infiltrating their base is a simple task? Amanda Waller remained impassive, replying, when they believe their security is impenetrable, that is precisely when they are most vulnerable. I have confidence in the rogues under my command. You need not worry about potential leaks. It's merely a straightforward test. Whether they succeed or fail, the outcome will ultimately be the same. They will lose their heads. Having acquired intelligence from Nick Fury regarding MIB, Amanda Waller, after a night of contemplation, resolved to deploy the Suicide Squad to infiltrate the MIB base. They possessed insufficient information about MIB's data, necessitating irrational attempts to gather various insights from the adversary. Nick Fury had to concede that the formidable woman before him possessed an extremity he could not rival. She showed no regard for her subordinates as human beings. With a grave tone, he questioned, Have you considered what we will face if they discover our involvement? With a resounding slap on the table, Amanda Waller declared, I am only aware of the impact an organization standing against order will have on the United States. Listen, Deputy Director Amanda, I recognize your patriotism, but our super shield protects the entire planet. Nick Fury retorted, The entire planet? Amanda Waller chuckled. a sneer of utter disdain forming on her lips. Director Nick, I sincerely hope your thoughts are not as juvenile as they seem. It is imperative that you recognize your position and not forget who granted you your current status. The two highest-ranking officials of S, H, IEL, D, locked eyes, neither willing to yield. In this moment, Nick Fury awakened from the euphoria of S, H, I, E, L, DS establishment. While assistance had increased, so too had the constraints imposed upon him. If this trajectory continues, the prospect of resisting an alien invasion? Perhaps it would be wiser to ponder how this guardian of Earth might avoid becoming a mere pawn of the elite. Without a heart that embraces the world, one will inevitably be cast aside. In an unequivocal tone, Nick Fury commanded, as the director of SHIELD, I hereby authorize the formation of Suicide Squad for the invasion plan. However, no one shall act without my explicit orders. Upon issuing the command, Fury's gaze turned icy as he issued a warning. Deputy Director Amanda, I will only warn you once. The fate of your team is inconsequential. However, if my subordinates are harmed due to your actions, neither of us will have a pleasant outcome. Given Amanda Waller's extreme disposition, she was uncertain of the impact of his words. This woman's level of madness far exceeded her imagination. It was likely only a matter of time before she acted out of line. At the estate, a Rolls-Royce stood before the entrance. Without waiting for anyone to exit, Tony Stark, who had been waiting at the door for some time, approached eagerly. His demeanor was a far cry from that of the usual playboy. Catwoman emerged from the vehicle, not sparing Tony Stark a glance, and opened the car door to its fullest extent. Wow! Upon seeing Catwoman in a chic office attire, Stark's eyes lit up, instinctively exclaiming in surprise. That certainly aligns with your character. It was only when Lin Luo alighted from the car that Stark averted his gaze. Indeed, it is you. Okay, it's me. Lin Luo interjected Stark's excitement, smiling as he inquired, First, answer me this. How did you find me? Upon hearing this, Stark became even more animated, nearly rushing at Lin Luo in a fit of frustration. I was immersed in the notion of using my charm to foster a union between Earth and Cybertron when J.A.R.V.I.S. revealed the truth to me. It was you who altered my memories. I have watched the surveillance footage from J.A.R.V.I.S. countless times, and for some reason, you grew increasingly familiar until I finally recognized you in a photograph of my father. Who would have thought that the leader of an organization dealing with aliens was a shareholder of Stark Industries? You are friends with my father and a shareholder of Stark Industries, yet you grant me no favors? Could we not sit down and discuss this? Stark was both furious and anxious. Well, indeed, if you were able to follow my clues to find me, I suppose that makes you somewhat acceptable. After acknowledging Stark's effort, Lin Luo callously remarked, All right, put away your over-the-top theatrics. Let us converse calmly. Very well. Tony Stark blinked, his anger dissipating as he regained his composure. He raised his hands and stated, I'm not that angry. My visit has nothing to do with those extraterrestrials. Primarily, I wish to understand the pocket universe battery, correct? Lin Luo interjected once more. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sensation as if his secrets had been laid bare. Yes, indeed. He offered no further excuses. Now that the topic had been broached, he would address it directly. As a genius scientist, he understood better than anyone the implications of a pocket universe, and more alarmingly, the prospect of utilizing one as an energy source. Mr. Lin Luo, considering my father's legacy, what price must I pay to acquire a compact pocket universe battery? If that is unfeasible, a miniature version would suffice. Chapter 20, Tony Stark. Uncle Lin Luo. Tony Stark's hurried arrival had a singular purpose. In comparison to his controllable nuclear fusion technology and miniature arc reactors, the pocket universe battery transcended the very definition of revolutionary. Extraterrestrial invasions and the so-called super organizations tasked with safeguarding human civilization paled in significance against the might of a pocket universe. Should he obtain one, it could serve as the core of a new series of Iron Man suits, propelling them into realms beyond imagination. However, the notion of employing a pocket universe battery to supply energy to humanity? Absolutely untenable. Even he had to concede that the concept of a pocket universe was far too advanced for the current state of Earth. Once revealed, it could ignite a new world war, but more dire were the covetous gazes of those extraterrestrial civilizations. Tony Stark was acutely aware that everything he possessed was not worth the value of a pocket universe battery, which is why he had been appealing to Howard Stark's sentimental ties. He earnestly hoped that his father's connections with this Eastern magnate were solid. If he could procure one without cost, his father would become his deity. "You are dreaming," Lin Luo replied with a smile, a predictable rejection. Tony Stark felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his elation instantly extinguished. Oh, father, with such a quality friend, why not cultivate a better relationship and elevate our bond? At the very least, take care of the younger generation? Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. His mouth set in a tight line, unsure of how to proceed. He yearned for an opportunity, yet none seemed to present itself. Remaining in this tense standoff was a waste of time, yet walking away felt unsatisfactory. Is there still a chance for me? Or perhaps, let me join you? Tony Stark made one last desperate attempt, sincerely stating, "I have always wanted to contribute to the protection of humanity." "Apologies," Lin Luo shook his head. "Currently, you do not belong with us." "Currently?" Tony Stark paused, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged, and hurriedly pressed on. "Then when will I belong to you?" Lin Luo did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. "You know that Howard and I are friends, correct?" "Uh-huh." Tony Stark nodded, puzzled, and inquired, "And then what?" Upon reaching this point, Catwoman and Natasha could no longer contain their disdain, simultaneously rolling their eyes. The debonair playboy, accustomed to being pampered, displayed a complete ignorance of social etiquette. "Mr. Stark, according to hierarchy, it seems you have not afforded our esteemed boss the basic respect he deserves." Natasha reminded him with a smile. "Oh, I understand now," Tony Stark replied, suddenly enlightened. He turned to Lin Luo, hesitating to speak. The thought of addressing a seemingly 18 or 19-year-old as uncle felt rather absurd to him. However, considering they were of the same generation as his father, he decided to let slide. Casting aside all pretenses, Tony looked down and implored, "Uncle Lin Luo, please assist me." "Ah, now that's more like it. When seeking assistance, one should adopt the proper demeanor. Who are you trying to impress with that arrogance?" Lin Luo responded, pleased. "You are in haste to procure the pocket universe battery. Not merely for the sake of technology, but because it pertains to your very life. Am I correct?" Tony Stark's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "How do you know? The experience of palladium poisoning is hardly pleasant, is it?" Lin Luo inquired with a grin. Upon hearing this, Tony's demeanor transformed. He had found a glimmer of hope. "Is there a solution?" "Uncle Lin Luo, you understand my predicament. There must be another way, right?" "Quite simple," Lin Luo replied, lowering his hand and extending a finger to press against the center of Tony's arc reactor. "In light of your father Howard's legacy and your address of me as uncle, I shall assist you this once." With that, a faint blue energy emanated from Lin Luo's fingertip, infusing the arc reactor's core. Instantly, this energy altered all matter within the reactor, elevating it to a higher state of refinement. Externally, the reactor appeared unchanged, yet the pure energy contained within surpassed that of the palladium-based reactor manifold. This energy possessed inherent purifying properties, swiftly eliminating the palladium-induced blood toxicity as it activated. Wow! Tony Stark marveled as he began to feel an invigorating change within him, exhaling a deep breath of relief. "This device was left behind by your father, originally intended for you in your most desperate hour. Since you have sought it out, it is yours now. Additionally, allow me to share a secret. Within the frame of that photograph lies a synthesis table for a new element, which could also save your life. Your father left you clues for your quest. Should you fail to uncover them, only then will this gift find its way to you. I once wagered with him that you would never uncover the clues," Lin Luo added, a hint of amusement in his tone. Tony Stark, slightly embarrassed, curiously inquired, "Uncle Lin Luo, if I may be so bold, what exactly are the clues my father left behind?" With a chuckle, Lin Luo replied, "The clue is that one day, you will inevitably reminisce about him, prompting you to seek out the records of your shared moments, from which you will discover that mysterious gift. Regrettably, Howard's sentiment seems to linger, but does he truly reminisce? Engaging with a new companion each day leaves little time for nostalgia, especially for a father long gone." Tony Stark, with a revitalized visage, felt a flush of embarrassment. To speak candidly, he harbored no thoughts of reminiscing about his paternal past. Lin Luo, with astute insight, correctly wagered that he would remain devoid of memories until his demise. However, unbeknownst to Tony Stark, Even if Lin Luo chose not to intervene and he himself failed to uncover any leads, he would undoubtedly survive. For Howard Stark had bequeathed 3 copies in total. The third resides within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., corresponding to the storyline in the original Iron Man 2. Howard Stark mistakenly presumed Lin Luo was unaware of this fact, not realizing that Lin Luo simply could not be bothered to contest it. Very well, my dear nephew. I shall not see you off any further. Return and promptly digest this knowledge, Lin Luo declared, dismissing him without further ado. Tony Stark, eager to inquire more, found his thoughts quelled upon seeing Lin Luo enter his vehicle. He stood in a daze for a moment, until the Rolls-Royce vanished from view, at last regaining his senses and proceeding toward the Iron Man suit left at the estate's entrance. With a new energy source integrated into the suit's core, the artificial intelligence, JARVICE, promptly received a data transmission. Sir, the system has acquired 2 sets of data. One pertains to the synthesis of a new element, while the other details an extensive study on nanotechnology. Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment. Nanotechnology. He had contemplated integrating it into the suit. Yet the current state of nanotechnology was merely theoretical, lacking systematic research, rendering practical application unattainable in the near future. Was this legacy left by his father? No. While his father possessed the capability, the limitations of the era constrained his potential. Thus, this data could only be attributed to. A smile crept across Tony Stark's lips as he genuinely mused that those 2 calls of uncle were not in vain. Chapter 21. The Flawless Black Widow. The hammer of Thor descends. Natasha sat in the car, her mind wandering as she gazed out the window. She never anticipated that Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., was a friend of the boss. This realization suggested that the boss was likely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence, driving her into a frenzy of thought. Were it not for the boss seated beside her, she might have resorted to tearing at her hair in frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Luo surveyed Catwoman's form from head to toe, finally resting his gaze upon her eyes. Though no words were exchanged, the understanding was palpable. Catwoman, comprehending the unspoken communication, voluntarily lifted her feline companion. She felt somewhat reluctant, not due to discomfort from the boss's affection, but rather because the boss's affection was so pleasurable that she hesitated to indulge him. It was simply unbearable. A few moments of this left one's heart racing. Fortunately, the black suit possessed an inherent function of dryness and purification. Otherwise, nearly forgotten. Lin Luo grasped Jojo with one hand while retrieving a syringe resembling a handgun with the other, extending it towards Natasha. I overheard your conversation yesterday, and it struck me as rather peculiar, prompting me to examine your condition. As I suspected, it was confirmed. This is a regeneration gun. When injected into the area of your body that is missing, it can instantaneously restore it. Natasha stared blankly at the small handgun-like device, momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. Wait, what have I lost? The Catwoman inquired with curiosity. Lin Luo replied matter-of-factly, your uterus. Oh, Catwoman exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her face instantly reflecting remorse. I apologize. I had forgotten you mentioned it yesterday. After offering her apology, she hastily urged Natasha, Hey, why are you still dazed? Quickly accept this gift. A gift? Lin Luo was tempted to clarify that this was standard equipment for every MIB agent, merely a reflection of the newcomer's limited understanding of the MIB. However, leaving such a delightful misunderstanding seemed rather appealing. Natasha accepted the regeneration gun, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her lips pressed tightly together in an effort to hold back her emotions. She felt a surge of gratitude, yet overshadowing it was a profound sense of guilt. This was a genuine act of kindness towards her, and yet she felt she was betraying that kindness. She could only force herself to find solace in the notion that adhering to her professional ethics was not wrong. It was the burden of her profession that was. Yet, her conscience remained troubled. Never mind. Seeing you hesitate, I shall assist you personally. Lin Luo reclaimed the regeneration gun, releasing Catwoman's Jojo. Regardless of Natasha's consent, he lifted her shirt, placing the gun's muzzle against her lower abdomen and pulling the trigger. Boom! A stream of violet energy surged into her body. Natasha felt a warm current enveloping her, the only discomfort stemming from her abdomen, while other scars from gunshot wounds began to radiate warmth as well. The intense sensation lasting for 3 to 4 seconds. Lin Luo retracted the regeneration gun and activated the black-suited watch on Natasha's wrist. A holographic projection emerged, displaying various data about her body. The removed uterus had successfully regenerated and began functioning as that of a normal woman. Natasha was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, she could no longer maintain her composure. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and after a few quiet sobs, she glanced at her boss and, like a small child, broke into heart-wrenching cries. Is this exaggerated? Not in the slightest. In the original film, Natasha had confided in Banner about her experience in the Red Room, revealing that after her uterus was removed, she added a piercing remark. You are not the only monster in the team. Indeed, Natasha regarded her own incompleteness as a monstrosity on par with the Hulk. In such simple terms, one could comprehend Natasha's current emotional turmoil. Catwoman leaned closer, playfully suggesting, Dear boss, I believe you should offer this weeping lady a warm embrace. To this, I wholeheartedly concurred. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms, ready to embrace the weeping widow. However, just as he reached out, Natasha swiftly recoiled. The boss stood frozen in place. Oh dear. Catwoman, ever the instigator, shook her head and remarked, It seems she doesn't need it that much. No, Natasha sobbed, casting a disdainful glance at the boss's hand and Catwoman's playful antics. Could you perhaps wash your hands before attempting to hold me? Lin Luo and Catwoman exchanged a glance, and in a sudden burst, Catwoman pressed her cheek against Natasha's face. Startled by the unexpected contact, Natasha paused for a moment. Unlike the boss, who had an affinity for such gestures, she could not tolerate this affront. In an instant, she pushed Catwoman away and lunged at her, eager to engage in a spirited battle. Quick on her feet, Catwoman gave the boss a shove, perfectly positioning Natasha to tumble into his embrace. Initially resistant, Natasha struggled briefly before surrendering, nestling into the warmth of his arms and calming her emotions. Lin Luo gently patted her shoulder. Let us go. We have a new place to visit. In a desolate stretch of New Mexico, a series of barricades formed a tightly secured perimeter. From the outside, one could see cranes and various construction machinery within. Towering guard towers surrounded the area, manned by dozens of armed personnel. All this was in service of a singular hammer at the center. Just days prior, a thunderous bolt had rent the sky, and this hammer had plummeted to the earth amidst the electric flashes. Upon its initial landing, the hammer bore strange runes, but in the ensuing excavation to retrieve it, those runes had been reduced to a gaping pit, leaving only a mud column supporting the hammer. A sharply dressed agent in a gray suit reported to a man bearing a longbow and quiver. Mr. Hawkeye, we've tried every crane and hoist available, but we cannot budge the hammer an inch. The soil beneath it appears to be fused with the hammer itself, making further excavation impossible. Notify headquarters to dispatch a Quinjet and more powerful machinery, Hawkeye commanded. Yes, sir. The agent turned to leave but paused halfway, pressing his earpiece, puzzled. Sir, there are 2 women and 1 man claiming to be agents from Sector 7, saying they wish to take over our target. Sector 7? Hawkeye furrowed his brow in thought, finding no information about it in his mind. Just as he contemplated going out to investigate, he spotted the 3 so-called agents from Sector 7 confidently striding toward the hammer at the center. Instinctively, his hand moved toward his bow, but before he could grasp it, one of the agents sent a jolt through him. Was that Natasha? Nick Fury once stated that Natasha was deployed on a mission of utmost danger and confidentiality, commanding all senior agents to fully cooperate with her efforts, regardless of the circumstances, even at the cost of personal sacrifice. Little did he expect to encounter her here. Chapter 22. Gods? Merely a group of superior beings. With director Nick Fury's orders in mind, Hawkeye set aside thoughts of how Natasha and her companions breached the defenses. He instructed his subordinate agents to proceed with their tasks as if nothing had transpired. The agents, understanding the limits of their authority, spoke no further and swiftly departed. As they vanished from sight, Hawkeye fixed his gaze in Natasha's direction, activated his earpiece, and directly connected to the director's channel. The connection was established in a second. A dispassionate voice resonated through. This is Director Nick Fury. Hawkeye, at this critical juncture, Do not tell me you merely wish to exchange pleasantries. Hawkeye promptly reported Agent Natasha, accompanied by 2 individuals claiming to be agents of Sector 7, has appeared in my assigned area. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Nick Fury momentarily fell into contemplation before regaining his focus with heightened urgency. Quickly, describe their characteristics in detail. Understood, Hawkeye replied succinctly. They're all clad in black suits. The leader appears to be an Eastern youth of about 18 or 19 years, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful and charismatic woman. Frankly, why all this trouble? I could simply take their picture and send it to you. Absolutely do not do that. Nick Fury nearly shouted. Taken aback, Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, noticing for the first time Fury's unusual agitation. This deviation from his typical demeanor amplified Hawkeye's awareness of the situation's gravity. He removed his bow and earnestly inquired, "Tell me, Director, what is our next course of action?" Nick Fury did not issue an immediate command. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Follow them and support Natasha in all her endeavors. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not engage in any confrontation until they have completely departed. Only then should you report everything back to me." Understood, Hawkeye replied, retracting his bow and severing the communication. He glanced at Natasha and her companions, who had now approached the hammer, inhaled deeply to compose himself, and hurried to catch up. "Boss, don't tell me that this mere hammer warrants your personal attention," Catwoman remarked in confusion. Both cats and women are creatures of curiosity, and as a fusion of the two, Catwoman's inquisitiveness reached unparalleled heights. As she spoke, her small hands grasped the hammer's handle and tugged upward with all her might. Yet, despite her efforts, the seemingly light hammer would not budge an inch. What on earth? The Catwoman, skeptical of the situation, resorted to using her hands, gritting her teeth, and exerting all her strength to pull with all her might. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. "Madam, conserve your energy," Hawkeye said with a smile as he approached, gesturing towards the nearby crane and hoist. "These machines are specifically designed for heavy lifting. They are of no use here, otherwise, we would not have cordoned off this area." Lin Luo, Natasha, and Catwoman turned their attention at the sound. Upon recognizing Hawkeye Clinton, Natasha felt a slight sense of relief. She was aware that they were within the protective perimeter established by SHIELD, and she feared that any misstep could reveal her identity. Clinton, her longtime partner, shared a deep camaraderie built over years of collaboration, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. Natasha took the initiative to present her credentials from Sector 7. "Sir, we are agents from Sector 7. I care not for your identities," Hawkeye interrupted Natasha with a smile. "Upon your arrival, I expect some form of contribution. Should you prove to be ineffectual, do not blame me for turning hostile." There was a hint of menace hidden beneath his smile. Had one not been aware of Natasha's relationship with Clinton, they might have easily been deceived. "Very well. It is as you say, sir," Natasha replied, turning to Lin Luo. "Boss, what do you think?" Lin Luo rested his hand on the hammer's head, examining its intricate patterns. This hammer, known as Mjolnir, is the legendary weapon of the Norse god of thunder, often referred to as Thor's hammer. "Mythology?" Natasha and Catwoman exclaimed in unison. Hawkeye's gaze shifted to Lin Luo, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed knowledge of the hammer's origins. No wonder Nick Fury was so anxious. "Is it true that gods, or a god, exist in this world?" Catwoman inquired. Lin Luo replied, "There is certainly a god, but he does not reside within this dimension. As for gods, they are not what you might envision. The so-called gods of this world are merely a collection of higher dimensional beings. In contrast, the deities of our myths are relatively inferior. Take Norse mythology as an example." Lin paused, asking, "Are you certain you wish to hear me elaborate on this?" Yes. Natasha and Catwoman nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Under different circumstances, they might have even brought over a small stool, popcorn, and fizzy drinks. Hawkeye Clinton, observing the scene, nodded in agreement. He momentarily hesitated, then glanced at Lin Luo before shifting his gaze to Natasha and Catwoman. Phew, he thought, grateful that none of the three were looking at him. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly embarrassed. The gods of Norse and Greek mythology were, in essence, a cadre of civilizations that existed prior to humanity's entry into the technological age. Essentially, they are a form of humanity, albeit endowed with powers beyond the ordinary. Doesn't this concept sound familiar? Mutants, Clinton interjected instinctively. At his interruption, both Natasha and Catwoman turned to look at him simultaneously. Clinton chuckled awkwardly, raising his hand in apology. My apologies, please continue. Lin Luo resumed. Indeed, they're mutants, but their genes have undergone a transformation through the passage of time, acquiring new evolutions. During this period, they mastered the powers of magic and runes. They consider themselves divine, elevated above all, and without hesitation, established a theocratic realm within the human world. Given their immense power, why did they leave Earth? Natasha inquired. An astute question, Lin Luo commended. This involves certain secrets, so allow me to summarize. The ancient mutants were created by a high-dimensional entity traversing the cosmos. Approximately a millennium ago, they returned to Earth to observe humanity's evolution. They discovered that humanity was subjugated by gods, its thoughts restricted, and bodies enslaved, losing the potential for infinite evolution. In their fury, they expelled the gods from Earth. The gods did not resist passively. All the deities of Earth united, crafting a suit of destructive armor imbued with the blessings of all gods for their king, Odin, the father of Thor. Clad in this armor, Odin valiantly confronted the high-dimensional beings, severing one of their arms before being overwhelmed by the remaining entities. The high-dimensional beings did not annihilate them. Instead, they expelled most of the gods from Earth. These deities, relying on their own strength, waged wars across the cosmos. Odin swiftly conquered the 9 realms, establishing a divine kingdom centered around Asgard. Chapter 23. King Loki declares war on Earth. Throughout Lin Luo's narrative, the term high-dimensional beings was incessantly invoked. It seemed that these entities were intricately linked to the development of Earth and human civilization, creating a peculiar illusion. Boss, why does it feel that your description of the high-dimensional beings aligns more closely with our definition of gods? Natasha pondered thoughtfully. Clinton, the Hawkeye, nodded in agreement, echoing his own doubts. If you think that way, I can only say it's adorably naive, Lin Luo remarked with a fond smile, ruffling Natasha's hair. Hawkeye Clinton. Natasha, caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Typically, she would not react so intensely, but having an old friend watching made it difficult to feign indifference. Clinton grappled with his inner turmoil. For him, Natasha was as dear as family, and he wished to shield her from engaging in such compromising missions. Yet, as is the nature of the espionage profession, one seldom has the luxury of choice. He could only hope that Natasha would remain unscathed during this mission. The high-dimensional beings are certainly not mere guardians. They harbor their own intentions. Due to your limited permissions, I can only divulge a fragment of the truth. Lin Luo smiled. Their objectives warrant the unification of all humanity against them. Natasha and Catwoman stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. As they processed the weight of this information, they couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, how do you manage to speak of such terrifying matters with a smile? Clinton shared a similar reaction. Internally, he felt compelled to reassess the danger level posed by Lin Luo. If the danger could be categorized into realms such as heaven, simple, moderate, difficult, epic, and hell, he would classify Lin Luo's threat as an epic hell within hell itself. If those higher dimensional beings were indeed as dreadful as described, then the half-hearted remarks from Catwoman suddenly struck him as misguided. Abruptly, they recognized the gravity of the situation. Zone 7. Yes, Zone 7. Did they possess the capability to confront such entities? This question immediately captured the focused attention of Natasha and Clinton. Clinton would stake his life on the conviction that if this young man asserted they could, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to persuade Natasha to withdraw from the mission. It was not a matter they could handle, and risking their lives for it would be folly. In response, Lin Luo maintained a smile and replied, That is a secret. Once your clearance level increases, you will be able to uncover the answer. Now, back to the main topic. The reason you cannot lift Thor's hammer is that it has been blessed by Odin, the king of the gods. Whoever wields the hammer will gain the power of the thunder god. There are 2 conditions for lifting it. One must possess a heart that is kind, pure, and upright, or one must be worthy of it. Catwoman inquired, puzzled, isn't it these very qualities that make one worthy? Lin Luo shook his head. Take Thor himself as an example. He is kind and upright, but as for purity, well, thus, being worthy of Thor's hammer and possessing admirable qualities are 2 distinct matters. Natasha, why don't you give it a try? Lin Luo suggested. Me? Natasha pointed to herself, her face a canvas of disbelief. She struggled to accept that she embodied the aforementioned virtues. Why was the boss so resolute in urging her to try? Did he truly believe in her? It is often said that sincerity is a lethal weapon, and trust, in turn, can serve as a double-edged sword. Resolute in her decision. This would be her final opportunity to procure intelligence for Nick Fury, a gesture of gratitude for the years S.H.I.E.L.D. had sheltered her. As for the boss and MIB's kindness, she would repay that debt with her lifetime. With her decision made, Natasha's inner turmoil dissipated, her gaze returning to its former steadiness and confidence. She nodded, approached, grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, and with a steely focus, began to exert her strength. A crackling sound resonated as the hammer's head emitted flickers of electricity, coursing through the handle and into Natasha's body. Effortlessly, she lifted Thor's hammer above her head. A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning struck her, as if to bless and celebrate this moment. Catwoman and Hawkeye looked on in astonishment. Lin Luo, having anticipated this outcome, maintained a serene smile and inquired, "What does it feel like?" A formidable power and swift reflexes, along with a newly acquired yet effortlessly wielded lightning. Natasha snapped her fingers, a faint current sparking at her fingertips. "No way," Catwoman said, skeptically approaching Natasha, her gaze appraising and incredulous. "Your heart may be kind and righteous. But pure? Are you jesting? What purity could possibly reside within you?" Natasha smirked, feigning helplessness as she shrugged her shoulders. "If it believes I am pure, what can I do?" The definition of purity, perhaps, is one who emerges untainted from the mire. Yet, this sentiment could equally apply to Catwoman. The reason Catwoman could not lift the hammer might lie in her past, where she had chosen to keep a portion of the treasures she had pilfered, according to her whims. "Boss, would you care to give it a try? I am certain you are worthy of it," Natasha remarked, extending the God of Thunder's hammer towards Lin Luo. "No, you are mistaken, Natasha," Lin Luo replied, raising his hand to grasp the hammer, a smile gracing his lips. "It is not a matter of whether I am worthy. Rather, it is the hammer that is unworthy of me." The moment his hand made contact with the hammer, it began to struggle with a will of its own. Natasha, sensing the emotions emanating from the hammer, exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss is afraid. Do not mind it." Lin Luo chuckled. Once he fully gripped the hammer, the restless spirit within it calmed. "It is a fine hammer, quite suitable for collection. As I grow older, I find myself fond of acquiring antiques. This hammer could adorn my office quite nicely." Suddenly, a gust of dark green wind surged forth. An invisible black mist coalesced, revealing a man adorned with a golden horned helmet, wielding a golden spear. The man held his chin high, exuding an air of superiority. "Mortal, you have sullied this artifact, which symbolizes the heir to the throne. Now, I, King Loki, present you with two choices. First, return the hammer to me, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Second, you may refuse, but be prepared to face the wrath of King Loki, as the armies of Asgard shall lay waste to the world established by humanity." Loki's heart raced with exhilaration. After enduring for so long, he had finally found the opportunity to unleash his forces upon Earth. He silently roared within, "Behold, Father, the great King Odin. Your son Loki shall lead the warriors of Asgard to reclaim Earth, one of the 9 realms, back into the embrace of the divine." Catwoman and Natasha exchanged glances, while Clinton remarked, "Who is this fool?" Chapter 24. The Destroyer? The MB strikes back against Asgard. At this juncture, Loki is not the foolish prince after Thor, the Dark World. His mind is consumed by a singular ambition, to seize the throne. Any notions of competing fairly with Thor or seeking the approval of Father Odin are merely stepping stones to his ultimate goal. Between Thor and the Avengers, Loki was undoubtedly the quintessential antagonist. In the original text, the destruction of Thor by the Destroyer armor serves as the most compelling evidence. Then came the battle in New York. According to the order of humanity, Loki's death would be of no consequence. When Natasha grasped the hammer, Loki mistakenly believed that Thor had reclaimed his power, prompting him to quickly use his divine abilities to investigate. Upon discovering the hammer in the hands of an unknown mortal, he breathed a sigh of relief, and malevolent thoughts began to take root in his heart. Although Earth is one of the 9 realms of Asgard, It has never truly been under the dominion of the All-Father. Odin has never genuinely ruled over Earth, and humanity no longer worships the gods. The foolish mortals fail to recognize their own place. Thus, Loki resolved to seize this opportunity to entirely dominate Earth, proving to Odin that he, the trickster god Loki, is the rightful heir to the throne. Additionally, he intended to eliminate the threat posed by Thor. With Thor's demise, even if Odin were to awaken and seek retribution, he would ultimately have no recourse. Loki began to envision himself securely seated upon the throne, reigning over the 9 realms and the entire universe. The humans, mere ants in comparison, would crumble beneath Asgard's might with but a stomp of the foot. The others regarded Loki with bemusement, prompting Catwoman to turn and ask, "Boss, who is this horned fellow?" Lin Luo casually replied, "The god of mischief, Loki, adopted son of Odin, brother of Thor, a self-important schemer with little capability. He seized the throne during Odin's slumber and Thor's exile to Earth." Boss Natasha widened her eyes and pointed at Loki, exclaiming with childlike innocence, "He just said he wants to invade Earth." Lin Luo arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "Did he say that?" "Indeed, I can attest to it." Clinton chimed in, "Is that so?" Lin Luo turned to Loki, his gaze tinged with a peculiar fondness. When one is sufficiently weak, all their actions appear endearingly naive. What? Loki glanced around at the mortals before him. Was it that his message was unclear, or were they simply too dim-witted to grasp his words? Upon noticing Lin Luo's gaze, Loki quickly realized what was unfolding. He smiled, understanding that these mortals were mocking him. Indeed, in their foolish ignorance, they had no inkling of the power they faced. Loki's eyes mirrored Lin Luo's, radiating a charm that only the foolish could evoke. "Could you repeat that? What do you intend to do?" Lin Luo playfully twirled Mjolnir, grinning as he spoke. Loki's lips curled into a smirk as he declared, "Surrender the hammer of Thor and acknowledge me as your king, and we shall have no further quarrels, or I shall lay waste to your world." All right, please hold on a moment." Lin Luo waved his hand, casting Mjolnir to the ground, and retrieved an old flip phone, dialing a number. The connection was established immediately. A series of question marks floated above Loki's head as he fell silent, observing this peculiar individual and his antics. "Indeed, Captain John Wick, a small task has been entrusted to you. There is no need for haste. Simply remain prepared for immediate action. The adversary has yet to escalate beyond mere verbal threats." "Coordinates?" "None are provided. Only the name. The Nordic realm, Asgard. Has the Zerg of the K-Star been thoroughly eradicated? Excellent work. We shall reconvene shortly." Click. Lin Luo ended the call and turned to ask, "Mr. Loki, do you have anything further to convey or to undertake?" Loki comprehended the gravity of the situation, a declaration of war against Asgard. Humanity dares to challenge the gods? Ha ha ha. Loki could not restrain his laughter. Once he regained composure, his gaze sharpened, resembling a dragon enraged, his expression turning ominously fierce. "You have successfully provoked a divine monarch. Before Asgard purifies the realm of humanity, I shall unleash divine retribution upon you." Boom! A dark mist erupted, and the image dissipated. Outside the protective barrier, a colossal beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, dispersing to reveal a circle of runes upon the ground. And upon this circle stood a towering figure clad in silver armor. Boom! The head of the silver armor emitted a fiery ray, instantly obliterating the protective barrier established by S.H.I.L.D., gazing up at the blazing column. The onlookers, save for Lin Luo, stood in stunned silence. Following its grand entrance, the silver armor leaped and landed heavily before Lin Luo and the others. Whoosh! The faceplate of the armor opened, revealing a magical projection of Loki's visage. "In light of your amusement, mortal, I grant you one final opportunity. Become my slave." However, Lin Luo paid him no heed. Pointing at the destroyer armor, he addressed Natasha and Catwoman. "This is why I just spoke of the divine artifact crafted for Odin, the destroyer armor." "What?" Catwoman gasped in fright, her panic palpable. "Should we not flee at once?" "Nonsense." The boss appears utterly unfazed. "It's clear this is not a dire situation. Let's toy with these fools a little longer." "Do not. Escape is certainly not an option." Natasha, embodying the role of a dramatist, suggested with feigned terror. "Why not, boss, consider protecting us?" "One moment." Lin Luo replied, opening his garment and searching diligently within his spatial pocket. Apologies, I haven't used this in quite some time. It's difficult to locate. Not to worry, Loki replied with a wicked grin. I shall await your discovery. Yet, as he spoke, the destroyer armor began channeling energy from the ground upward toward its head. Oh, found it. Lin Luo extracted a circular device resembling a throwing dart, its center adorned with a crimson gem. He flung it towards the destroyer armor. Buzz. The device emitted a faint red glow, causing the energy that the destroyer armor had just gathered to dissipate spontaneously. Wait, what have you done? Loki exclaimed, realizing the destroyer was no longer under his control. His previously playful demeanor shifted to one of furious rage. Insignificant human. Regardless of your actions, cease this at once. Otherwise, I am aware. Lin Luo waved his hand impatiently, severing all ties between Loki and the destroyer armor. As he produced a teleportation gun, he elaborated to the others. This is a magical suppression chip, capable of effortlessly restraining magic beneath the level of a celestial being. Leave this here undisturbed. It serves as evidence of Asgard's invasion of Earth. We shall soon retaliate against Asgard. With a resounding thud, Lin Luo opened a portal to Asgard and inquired, who wishes to accompany me to witness this? Chapter 25. Is your name really Loki? Through the magical signal source connecting Loki to the destroyer armor, the precise location of Asgard in the cosmos was locked onto. What? Can magic truly be unraveled by technological means? To Lin Luo, the notion of magic was but an illusion. What was referred to as magic could simply be another manifestation of scientific principles, achievable through compatible scientific logic. I wish to go. Catwoman raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Having seen countless films of aliens invading Earth, I have yet to witness humanity invading aliens. It is a sight I must behold. Incorrect, it is not invasion. It is retaliation, Lin Luo corrected assertively. Their God King has committed aggression against Earth, and we, the agents in black, are left with no choice but to respond to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Indeed, we must retaliate, Natasha exclaimed, leaping up and pulling the boss and Catwoman along. What are we waiting for? Let us set off. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Clinton observed the scene, hesitating with his hand raised. Caught in a dilemma. He yearned to join, but felt it might be inappropriate for Natasha. Mustering his courage before Lin Luo and the others departed, he inquired, May I come along? Natasha paused, initially inclined to refuse, but Lin Luo nonchalantly replied, Feel free. Thank you. Hawkeye Clinton managed a stiff smile, boldly following suit. Natasha glanced at Lin Luo's profile, her expression filled with surprise. In that moment, she recognized her prior naivety in thinking she could conceal matters from this man and the MIB. Sighing, she hoped Nick Fury would come to understand the disparity. An incessant pursuit of challenges would ultimately lead to ruin. In the realm of the gods, Asgard, passing through the portal, Lin Luo, Catwoman, Natasha, and Hawkeye Clinton arrived at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge. Before them stood a black ice sculpture clad in golden armor. This was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, a teleportation mechanism akin to a wormhole. The figure encased in ice was the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, Odin's loyal sentinel. Lin Luo provided an overview of the surroundings, receiving a call back immediately. He retrieved his phone to connect. I forgot to ask earlier, boss. How would you rate this mission? John Wick inquired. Lin Luo responded, There is no rating. Simply control the existing forces of this realm and bring their God King, Loki, before me. Understood. Buzz. At the moment John Wick hung up the phone, countless green beams of teleportation light descended from the skies above Asgard. Subsequently, at the locations where the beams landed, a semicircular blue energy dome arose, encompassing the entirety of Asgard, including the Rainbow Bridge, in an instant. This constituted a simple spatial containment net to prevent enemies from utilizing wormhole technology to evade pursuit. Lin Luo waved his hand, leading everyone towards the capital of Asgard. Natasha, Catwoman, and Clint were still marveling at the legendary realm of the gods. Unaware that war had already commenced, they followed closely behind, fearful of losing their proximity. Snap! Just as they departed, a tiny crack appeared in the ice sealing Heimdall. In the square of Asgard, the Asgardian Legion, led by the three warriors of the Palace of the Gods, Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg, gathered around the few black-clad individuals led by John Wick. At first glance, It seemed that the MIB was at a disadvantage. However, the three warriors and the Asgardian Legion merely observed the black-clad figures, remaining utterly still, not uttering a word, their eyelids unblinking, only their eyes subtly shifting. The vast square, despite being occupied by a military force, was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Forgive us, valiant warriors. We harbor no intention of harming you. Blame your god king Loki, who launched an assault on my homeland, leaving us no choice but to retaliate," John Wick's assistant proclaimed to the Asgardian warriors surrounding them. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three warriors flared with rage, as if harboring some deep-seated grievance. John Wick stepped forward, snapping his fingers to release Hogun from control. Hogun, the leader of the Asgardian army who perished at the hands of Hela in Thor, Ragnarok, stood before him. "What do you have to say? Loki is not the god king of Asgard. He is a despicable usurper," Hogun bellowed in anger. John Wick nodded, acknowledging their internal strife. Yet he remarked, "All I know is that he dispatched a machine to Earth, wreaking havoc upon our human civilization. You speak of troubles instigated by Loki. You can confront him about it. Why must the entire Asgard be implicated?" Hogun retorted vehemently. John Wick was not one for eloquence. He turned to Hogun and gestured to his assistant. The assistant smiled and replied, "Firstly, Loki launched an assault on our civilization in the name of the God King of Asgard. As far as we know, the eternal spear wielded by Loki is an artifact of Odin, symbolizing the God King. Therefore, we have ample reason to believe that Loki is indeed the God King of Asgard. Secondly, we have not implicated Asgard. We merely employed a temporal restraining device to confine your movements, imparting a small lesson. Isn't it Loki who boasts about the Asgardian Legion flattening Earth? Very well. We shall demonstrate to him just how vulnerable his proud Asgardian Legion is before us humans." Hogun, Vostag, and Fandral of the Asgardian Legion. These words serve to amplify the hatred Loki inspired within the hearts of these Asgardian warriors. It is likely that, should they be released at this moment, their first instinct would not be to confront MIB, but rather to storm the palace and subject Loki to a thorough beating. Even the great Allfather Odin did not speak of conquering Earth. What right does a usurper have to play the part? Within the palace, three middle-aged men, two fair and one dark, armed with pulse weapons, strode forward with a disregard for kinship, advancing towards the heart of the palace. "Mike, once we finish our task, how about we head to the old man's place for a drink?" "Forget it, little foo. I must return home to be with my family. Today is Amanda's birthday. If I don't return, she'll punish me by making me wear a hat of a peculiar color. That's no fun, Mike. I couldn't care less about your troubles. This time, I'm determined to indulge myself. After days of battling those pests, I deserve a break." As they chatted, the trio pushed open the towering golden doors, standing 5 or 6 meters high, and entered the main hall. Upon the throne, Loki, donned in his armor and wielding the eternal spear, gazed down at the assault team composed of Franklin, Trevor, and Mike. His exterior was cold and unyielding, yet internally, he was in turmoil. He found it hard to believe, inconceivable even, that these humans he regarded as mere ants possessed such formidable capabilities. Was the great Asgard truly so vulnerable before humanity? Before he could utter a word, Trevor boldly fired 2 shots at the ceiling, exclaiming, "Is it really you, Loki?" Chapter 26. The Horned Helmet. Loki's grief. Loki peered down at the benevolent trio, maintaining his regal demeanor despite the awkward situation. "Trouble lies before me, and I'm still known as the All-Father," he stated, his voice heavy with authority. "Go to hell, All-Father," Trevor retorted angrily, showing Loki no respect. "Be wise and come down to join us. We're weary. Don't force us to take action ourselves." "Hey man," Franklin chimed in. "That helmet you wear resembles Bambi. If you don't want those antlers shoved where the sun doesn't shine, you'd best come down obediently." As he spoke, he gestured mockingly towards Loki. Silence. Loki's veins bulged, his contempt for mortals surged, and he could no longer endure their insolence. "I cannot tolerate you ignorant creatures. You have no idea what you are facing." No, Mike interjected forcefully, his tone grave. "It is you who do not comprehend the gravity of your situation." With a fierce swing of the eternal spear, Loki unleashed 3 beams of golden light towards the trio. Mike, Trevor, and Franklin executed rolls to avoid the onslaught, simultaneously aiming their weapons at Loki and pulling the triggers. 3 pulses of energy struck Loki, shattering his throne and sending him flying. "If we had done this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted half the day," Trevor grumbled, hoisting his weapon with swagger as he ascended the platform, ready to escort Loki to meet the boss. Boom! The rubble exploded around them. Loki staggered to his feet, his face contorted with rage, blood streaming from his brow, and one of the Viking horns on his helmet shattered. "Well, just one horn will do," Franklin remarked with a chuckle. "Congratulations, you've successfully incited the wrath of a god." Raising the eternal spear, Loki infused it with divine power and struck the ground. Boom! A wave of energy erupted forth. Loki split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, countless duplicates of Loki filled the palace, encircling Mike, Trevor, and Franklin. "Oh, duplicates. It's time for my favorite part, the search for the true self," Trevor exclaimed. The trio exchanged glances, nodded, sheathed their weapons, rolled up their sleeves, and swiftly locked onto a single target, charging forward. Hiding among the duplicates, Loki noticed their precise approach and hurriedly shifted positions, commanding his replicas to attack. Under the divine might bestowed by the eternal spear, even the illusions bore a degree of offensive capability. However, the trio's physical prowess seemed akin to that of a human Hulk. They endured the assaults and forcefully broke through the duplicates' blockade, heading straight for the true Loki. What? Loki was taken aback, frozen in place as the three approached without a hint of hesitation from 3 directions. Was his magic ineffective, or did it fail against these mere mortals? Impossible. Those were illusions that even Odin could be deceived by. How could they be ineffective against humans? Furious, Loki swung the eternal spear and engaged in close combat. Alas, a mage in melee is still just a mage. His martial skills were insufficient, especially in the presence of 3 ruthless alien slayers. In the heat of battle, Trevor seized the shaft of the eternal spear, and his stealth nanotechnology activated, locking the spear's divine power. Franklin and Mike delivered simultaneous punches to Loki's face. The sheer force of their blows left Loki dazed, causing his magical duplicates to dissipate. Before Loki could react, his hands were firmly restrained, and he found himself half kneeling on the ground, staring incredulously at the 3 mortals who had subdued him. What? The level of disbelief in Loki surpassed even his anger. As he looked up at Trevor and asked, "How did you do that?" Trevor, using the eternal spear, knocked off Loki's helmet and replied, "In your words, we possess eyes that can see through all truths." Upon hearing this, Loki's expression was one of shock. He believed this explanation, for there was no better one to offer. Loki could not bear to acknowledge that mere humans, through their so-called technology, had unraveled a god's divine power. "All right, old Trevor, stop toying with our dear God King. This is merely our organization's basic gear. Everyone has it." "Look at how terrified he is," Mike remarked. Loki stiffly turned his head, his worldview shattered, his pupils quaking. "What did you say? All of you possess such eyes?" "Indeed." Franklin accepted the horned helmet that Trevor had handed him, responding as he adjusted it. "We who are relatively lowly can subdue you with merely a glance if we ascend a little higher." There is an element of exaggeration in that statement. However, Loki's worldview is crumbling. Even such absurdity finds him earnestly contemplating its veracity. After much reflection, Loki is unable to reconcile the truth that gods may be inferior to mortals. And as madness threatens to consume him, a sudden, excruciating pain seizes him from behind. Act! The piercing scream reverberates throughout all of Asgard. In the Asgardian Plaza, when Lin Luo arrived with Natasha, Catwoman, and others, the situation had already been fully controlled by the MIB, observing the armed and motionless Asgardian soldiers. Catwoman and Natasha immediately received feedback through their chips. "Time lock. Can our technology truly manipulate time?" Natasha remarked, shaking her head in awe, the greatness eliciting fear. This statement was intentionally directed at Hawkeye, who would surely be persuaded by the MIB's might to counsel Fury to abandon their efforts. Hawkeye stood bewildered by the unfolding scene, feeling his own insignificance, utterly at a loss. He comprehended Natasha's implication, yet before anything else, he needed to process this information. Approaching the wall formed by Asgardian soldiers, Lin Luo waved his hand. The soldiers before him were ensnared by an impotent force field, their bodies unmoving as a pathway slid open beneath their feet. He advanced, meeting John Wick, who approached with his assistant and performed a knightly salute. "Boss, as per your instructions, there were no casualties among them. Mike and the others are performing admirably." Lin Luo reached the center, surveying the Asgardian Legion, and introduced, this is John Wick, the captain of the T-10 debt collection squad from MIB. These two are my drivers, my exclusive agents. You may call them by their names, Natasha and Selena. Debt collectors? Catwoman inquired thoughtfully. Are they responsible for collecting debts from alien civilizations? Indeed, John Wick replied. Some extraterrestrials attempting to disrupt Earth often believe they can evade responsibility. Our mission is to extract debts from them. Natasha followed up with a question. What if they resist fiercely? A slight smile graced John Wick's lips. The cosmic insectoid of the K-Star has just been obliterated. Natasha and Catwoman were taken aback. The tone was eerily reminiscent of a grand villain. Before they could ponder further, a portal suddenly opened from an adjacent clearing, revealing the kindly trio escorting Loki. Hey boss, the king of gods you requested has arrived. We encountered some minor trouble during the capture, and regrettably had to retaliate. Please accept your delivery, Trevor chuckled. All eyes turned to Loki. The helmet, which had once perched atop his head, now appeared in an inconceivable position on his back, and it was even worn upside down. A collective gasp filled the air, as it was hard to fathom the agony Loki was enduring in that moment. Chapter 27. The True Purpose, Collecting Debts from the Gods. Loki, at this rate, you truly risked becoming a mere jest. As I beheld such a magnificent spectacle, Lin Luo generously bestowed applause. One can only say it was breathtaking. Thank you. Trevor graciously accepted the praise, as if he had received a grand honor, his fearsome visage revealing a contented smile, gleeful like a child. By the way, boss, there are also the confiscated weapons. Trevor presented the Eternal Gun, a rather splendid trinket, which you may wish to add to your collection. Lin Luo received the Eternal Gun, his eyes glimmering momentarily as he swiftly analyzed it. Indeed, it was remarkable, adorned with intricate runes that encapsulated a pure power, precisely the kind I favor. Upon hearing this, Loki, who had kept his head down, was visibly stirred. He glanced at Lin Luo before lowering his head once more in silence, seething with indignation. Oh dear. Catwoman noticed Loki's subtle movements and approached with a grin, playfully flicking his helmet. Wasn't this the so-called God King who boasted about crushing us mortals just moments ago? How has he transformed so drastically in mere seconds? As the helmet was nudged, Loki jolted, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry of pain. He was a god. Even in such a dire predicament, he must not become a source of amusement for mortals. Do not be so harsh. The Asgardian Legion stands before us. Perhaps show a modicum of respect for the God King. Lin Luo jested. To this, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and the Asgardian army yearned to shout. Do not concern yourselves with us. Better yet, eliminate this scoundrel. Alas, despite Loki's mischief, he remained the offspring of the god King Odin. As citizens and warriors of Asgard, they could neither abandon him nor add to his woes. Sigh, what a predicament. Catwoman shook her head in resignation. This fellow was quite fortunate to encounter our benevolent boss. Lin Luo gestured towards Mike and Franklin, who understood and released Loki, stepping aside to join Trevor. Free from the weight of others, Loki remained on his knees, still unable to rise. Was it that his spirit had been broken, or does the mighty God King lack the courage to stand and converse with me? Lin Luo admonished. Loki was taken aback, lifting his face, his eyes bloodshot, trembling as he struggled to rise and meet Lin Luo's gaze. The excruciating pain caused veins to bulge on his forehead. The others who witnessed this could feel the agony, shivers coursing through them. Observing this scene, Catwoman remarked, I take back what I said. The boss is indeed a true devil. Natasha nodded in agreement. Loki stared intently at Lin Luo, refusing to draw the helmet from his back, declaring, if you intend to kill me, do so. Do not think to use me for your amusement. I shall never grant you that satisfaction. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no intention of killing you. We have come merely to illuminate a singular truth for you. Lin Luo planted the spear of eternity into the ground and remarked with a smile, the era of Earth has transformed. While you flaunt your might across other star realms, here on Earth, it is prudent to regard yourselves as mere mortals. Preposterous. Loki scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. A god is a god. The greatness of divinity cannot be dismissed with a mere sentence. Lin Luo shrugged indifferently, responding calmly, if you utter those words once more, I shall erase Asgard from the cosmos. You may wager your fate on whether I possess such power. In the past, Loki would have ridiculed Lin Luo's naivety. Oblivious to the chasm between gods and men, dismissing such foolishness. Yet now, he hesitated to take that gamble. Just moments ago, he had sent the destroyer, only to find his own home laid to waste. The once proud Asgardian army stood powerless before these humans. He silently mused. Fortunately, they harbor no intent for slaughter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unfathomable. Loki, unwilling to bear such a weighty responsibility, lowered his head, choosing silence but surrendering through his actions. Without Odin, Asgard proved to be so fragile. Oh, perhaps one more addition would suffice, he thought. The dynamic of a superior civilization overpowering an inferior one was indeed that simple. At that moment, Lin Luo could have proclaimed, "I am the true deity." Thus, the notion of gods in this world is but a myth. If they exist, they are merely beings wielding formidable power. Noticing Loki's capitulation, Lin Luo refrained from further ridicule, deeming it unnecessary to waste words. He gazed skyward and declared, "Mr. Odin, should you continue to observe, I cannot guarantee what may transpire in the next moment." A gentle breeze swept through, yet nothing occurred. Everyone, including the subdued Loki, lifted their gaze to the heavens, momentarily forgetting their pain. The sky over Asgard was an immaculate blue, stretching endlessly without a single figure in sight. In the next instant, a golden lightning bolt split the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Odin, clad in golden armor, descended with his wife Frigg, the guardian Heimdall, and the Valkyrie Sif, landing forcefully beside Loki. Odin raised his hand, summoning back the Spear of Eternity, while Frigg hurried to assess Loki's injuries. Heimdall and Sif stationed themselves, weapons at the ready. "Father." Upon seeing Odin, Loki disregarded his wounds and rushed forward, exuberantly exclaiming, "Let us fight together and drive these mortals from Asgard." "Silence, Loki," Odin rebuked without turning. "Is this mess not enough for you? Return to your mother at once. Do not involve yourself in this matter." Just as Loki sought to retort, he caught sight of Odin's trembling hand. His expression froze. As if bereft of his spirit, his eyes dulled, and he retreated in agony. The mightiest god-king of the divine realm, trembling before a mere mortal? The faith in divine supremacy crumbled utterly. The blow was so severe that Frigga removed her helmet, her expression devoid of emotion, not uttering a single word. In truth, Odin was not fearful. He was heartbroken. Having raised 3 children, none of whom proved admirable, he had anticipated that chaos would ensue, yet he never imagined it would manifest in such a manner. Even more astonishing was the remarkable prowess of the humans from Earth. Were the celestial beings correct in their assertions? Would humanity flourish in the absence of deities? Odin sighed wearily and said, "You have dealt with Loki. If there is nothing further, please depart from Asgard." Indeed, what is Loki to warrant such upheaval? Lin Luo snapped his fingers, first lifting the temporal constraints surrounding them, then courteously extended his hand, introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Luo, the leader of Earth SMIB." As Asgard lacked the understanding of a handshake, Odin glanced at Lin Luo's hand, hesitating for a moment before grasping it, uttering in a grave tone, "Odin, king of Asgard. All right, let us now discuss matters of importance." Lin Luo stepped back, gazing upon the magnificent architecture of Asgard, smiling as he remarked, "You once wielded divine authority on Earth, basking in the adoration and offerings of ordinary people, amassing countless resources that rightfully belong to all of humanity. With the end of the age of divine rule, you took all the resources, leaving humanity to slowly forge new paths. My primary purpose in coming here is to collect debts from you so-called gods." Chapter 28. Even gods should work for mortals. The era of divine dominion over Earth has wrought countless calamities, as recounted in mythological tales. They departed with countless rare resources. Was that fair? Let's not speak of the protection the gods supposedly offered humanity. The sacrifices made by ordinary people cannot be compared to the services rendered by the gods. If we accept the notion of survival of the fittest, it is true that the once feeble ordinary people were meant to be ruled by the powerful gods. Now, in this age belonging to humanity, where humans have become the stronger party, is it unreasonable to seek recompense from the erstwhile gods? From the moment Thor's hammer appeared on Earth, Lin Luo had planned to use Loki as a pretext to challenge Asgard. The audacity of Lin Luo's challenge left not only Odin, but even Natasha, Catwoman, and Clinton momentarily stunned. Wasn't he here to reprimand Loki? Suddenly, the true purpose of their visit became evident, echoing the prior discourse regarding the origins of the gods. Ah, the boss is indeed exceptional. Every action she undertakes, in one way or another, intertwines with the future of humanity. Such mundane beings, as they ought not to presume to decipher her motives. Odin's countenance shifted, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The Asgardian soldiers and warriors surrounding him gritted their teeth, as if deeply insulted. Odin had not anticipated that this young man harbored such intentions. At such a tender age, he was already contemplating contributions to his world, exhibiting both keen intellect and formidable resolve. Once more, he gazes upon his two sons and the daughter sealed away for millennia. His mind is consumed solely by the thought of battle. In terms of combat prowess, who possesses the courage of this father? This most valiant of divine kings, in the prime of his strength, suddenly expresses a desire for peace. Surely even a fool could discern the underlying reasons. Alas, those untroubled souls fail to grasp it, each more adept at stirring trouble than the last, wishing fervently for Asgard to hasten towards its twilight. Odin, with a visage aged by time, sighed, "I do not believe that Asgard owes humanity anything. We were once, in essence, part of humankind." Clearly, this elder is aware of the origins of the Aesir. Lin Luo shook his head in denial, asserting, "When you claim divinity, you cease to be human. Being a king is one thing, but to arrogantly adorn oneself with the title of divine king is another. With such pretensions, how can you still claim to have been one of humanity? After all these years, a mere gesture of benevolence towards human civilization would suffice. Setting aside the lack of reciprocity, you send your sons to Earth for training, only to further burden humanity. In Thor, Ragnarok, the displaced citizens of Asgard return to Earth to establish new homes. What kind of absurdity is this? Is this truly the conduct of a rational being? How repugnant. Mr. Odin, Lin Luo remarked with a smile, "I wish to refrain from uttering unseemly words during this discourse. I ask you to temper your approach and speak with substance, rather than indulge in meaningless platitudes. Less than engage in something of significance," Odin declared, raising the eternal spear and striking the ground with a formidable force, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted beneath them. Boom! The shockwave radiated outward, sending all but Lin Luo and the members of the debt collection team staggering backward. If gentleness is ineffective, then a more forceful approach is warranted. Indeed, when reasoning with gods, one must first exhibit a sufficiently powerful fist. Insufficient strength renders one unworthy of consideration. "Boss," John Wick whispered, approaching Lin Luo from behind, his gaze vacant as he fixed his eyes on Odin. "He is provoking you. I recommend deploying a temporal rupture bomb to obliterate everything here. To annihilate Asgard over a mere provocation? Is such severity not excessive? While the situation is rather extreme, for every MIB, the boss represents their sole champion, their unwavering faith surpassing even that of the divine. To dare challenge their faith warrants a demise that is nothing short of brutal." Lin Luo remained silent, gesturing dismissively. John Wick said nothing further, fully committed to executing the boss's orders, retreating to his position. Their actions thoroughly incensed Odin. Destroy Asgard? Do you think I, Odin, am so easily intimidated at this age? Perhaps you could attempt that ruse with Loki, but to employ it against me, a venerable god king? I am the sovereign of the 9 realms, Odin. Odin's roar ignited the hearts of the Asgardian warriors, who rallied behind the name of their king, chanting fervently in his honor. Lin Luo disregarded the furious Odin, raising his hand to roll up his sleeves and continuously tapping the watch screen. Odin, feeling ignored, grew even more incensed and once again brandished the eternal spear. However, this time, before he could strike, Lin Luo's watch emitted a brilliant light. Buzz! The figures of Lin Luo and Odin flickered and vanished, only to reappear an instant later. What seemed like a fleeting moment revealed that Lin Luo remained unscathed in his original position, while Odin appeared to have been drained of vitality, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. He seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary, his old face etched with panic, astonishment, and even fear. The shouts of Asgardian warriors fell silent as they beheld their king's sudden capitulation. They exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words, akin to Loki witnessing the collapse of faith, unable to believe that their invincible king had been so easily vanquished. Lin Luo observed Odin with an impassive expression. The old man had always relished wielding the eternal spear. Lin Luo intended to enlighten him on the profound truths it contained. I have lost my patience for idle talk. Speak, Odin. How does Asgard intend to repay this debt? Coughing, Odin, with the support of Frigga, rose and inquired, what is it that you truly desire? Do you still not comprehend? Natasha interjected with a cold gaze. It is not about what the boss desires, but rather what you can offer to the humans living on Earth. Clearly, Odin understood Lin Luo's intentions. What perplexed him was the presence of such formidable power, an entity that invoked fear even in legends, yet choosing to negotiate from a human perspective. For what purpose? What was at stake? To this man, humans gods, and Asgard seemed utterly insignificant. The twilight of the gods approaches, and my time draws near. Before that, the most I can offer to humanity is some protection. Odin sighed slowly. In addition, the alliance between Earth and Asgard would facilitate information exchange, the provision of rare metals, and some fundamental runic powers. Lin Luo succinctly added, if you perform commendably, I shall assist in averting the so-called twilight of the gods, Mr. Odin. You must know I possess that capability. A slap followed by a sweet date, classic carrot and stick. Chapter 29. It is time for humanity to recognize its place upon hearing the rewards Lin Luo proposed. Odin's eyes brightened, and the weariness of his face was momentarily rejuvenated by this unexpected delight. Having personally experienced the recent moment, he understood well that averting the twilight of the gods was no trivial matter. Without a hint of hesitation, Odin agreed, stating, everything you have mentioned is within Asgard's capability. I can dispatch individuals to Earth immediately to engage with the newly established human civilization. Mr. Lin Luo, I swear by the glory of Odin, the king of the Asgardian gods, that Asgard shall endure, forever remaining humanity's staunchest ally. Is not enduring synonymous with being a perpetual ally? As expected of the god, King Odin. Even at such a juncture, he does not forsake his penchant for rhetoric. Very well. This does not constitute a case of taking advantage while feigning innocence. After all, concerning the future of Asgard and the majority of its denizens, it is only prudent to remain vigilant. Lin Luo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The fates of two civilizations intertwined in mere words. As the self-proclaimed gods of Asgard transformed into equal allies, everything seemed to progress towards a favorable outcome. However, the notion that the debt collection had been flawlessly completed is a farce. After such extensive deliberation, it is implausible for matters to conclude so anticlimactically. The demand for Asgard to repay its debts and the imposition of a framework upon Earth merely serve as a prelude to the next stage. Humanity, in its hubris, is unlikely to awaken to the harsh realities of the world without experiencing a significant setback. It is time for them to grasp their insignificance. Despite the establishment of a covenant, the atmosphere remained far from tranquil. An oppressive silence cloaked the scene in an unutterable weight. Lin Luo's gaze shifted towards Loki, who stood behind Odin. Loki, startled, instinctively raised his head, their eyes inadvertently meeting. That gaze, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, sent shivers down his spine, instilling a sense of dread. Just as he was about to lower his head, he suddenly noticed a flicker in Lin Luo's eyes, as if he harbored some expectation. What could this mean? Odin, acutely aware of the tension between them, felt a tightening in his chest and quickly reassured. Mr. Lin Luo, rest assured. I shall administer the severest punishment to teach this villainous Loki a lesson. Without awaiting Lin Luo's response, he commanded, Hogun, Vandal, Volstagg, take Loki and confine him to a cell, awaiting the judgment of the gods. Understood. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace promptly stepped forward, shackling Loki in heavy chains and guiding him with a sword pressed to his neck towards the dungeon. Yet, Lin Luo's gaze remained fixed upon Loki. Odin clenched his fists, nervously swallowing, his paternal heart nearly leaping from his throat. Alas, should Lin Luo decree Loki's execution as king, he would have no choice but to sacrifice Loki for the sake of Asgard. Such is the price of kingship. Until Loki was out of sight, Lin Luo showed no intention of intervening, and Odin's anxious heart finally eased. Please do not disappoint me, Loki, Lin Luo mused, retracting his gaze and gesturing to the debt collection team. The task is concluded. You may return to enjoy your holiday. Please extend my regards to your families. Yes, boss. John Wick, Trevor, Mike, Franklin, and the other members of the hunting team responded in unison. Upon the captain's pressing of the return button on the MIB watch, a flurry of emerald beams ascended skyward, and in the blink of an eye, the hunting team members were teleported back to Earth. After this, Lin Luo stretched leisurely and remarked to Odin, "Let us conclude here. We shall meander a couple of laps to appreciate the beauty of this place, while you're free to do as you wish." Boss, I have a suggestion," Catwoman interjected, raising her hand. "Isn't it our goal to remain concealed from ordinary humans? Now that we have allied with Asgard, shouldn't we avoid a situation akin to the last encounter with Iron Man?" Before Catwoman could finish her thought, Natasha volunteered. "Allow me to handle this matter." Catwoman was taken aback, shooting an irritated glance at Natasha, as she had intended to showcase her abilities before the boss. Natasha offered an apologetic look and turned to Lin Luo, saying, "Boss, what are your thoughts?" "Proceed," Lin Luo replied. "Very well," Natasha responded, placing a hand on Hawkeye's shoulder, urging him away from the confines of Asgard. Catwoman watched in surprise at Natasha's decisive action, suddenly recalling something and anxiously attempting to call a halt. Just as she parted her lips, a large hand reached out, forcibly covering her mouth. Catwoman froze, casting a puzzled look at her boss. Lin Luo, without offering an explanation, smiled and said, "Mr. Odin, that man just now serves as the intermediary between you and Earth. It is rather inconvenient for us to make an appearance. Do you understand?" "Understood," Odin acknowledged, recognizing the necessity for their transcendent existence to avoid direct interaction with ordinary humans. "Sif, please introduce Mr. Lin Luo to the wonders of Asgard." Called upon, Sif stepped forward, saluting Odin. "As you command, great King Odin." Odin then instructed, "All warriors of Asgard, return to your respective posts, and do not disturb Mr. Lin Luo." "Understood." The Asgardian Legion responded in unison, retreating in an orderly fashion. "If you require anything further, feel free to find me in the Great Hall. Farewell." After ensuring all was in order, Odin summoned the Bifrost with the Eternal Spear, transporting himself, his wife Frigga, and the guardian Heimdall directly back to the palace. Only Lin Luo, Catwoman, and the warrior goddess Sif remained. Lin Luo released the hand that had covered Catwoman's mouth. Catwoman, perplexed, queried, "I cannot believe you failed to see her flaws. Do you trust her so implicitly?" "I trust her as I trust you," Lin Luo replied, glancing at the lipstick mark left on his palm before turning to Catwoman's fiery red lips. "Well," Catwoman stammered, at a loss for words. However, noticing the look in the boss's eyes, she sensed something amiss. "Is it acceptable?" Lin Luo inquired. Catwoman instantly comprehended, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she retorted, "Why not?" With that, she took the initiative, showcasing her allure. Lin Luo reciprocated, embracing her as they lost themselves in a passionate kiss. Sif stood frozen in place upon witnessing the scene. Is this acceptable? Absolutely not. Treating a female warrior like she is invisible. After all these years, she has never endured such indignity. Yet, is there anything inherently special about holding someone in such a manner, lips pressed together? Such expressions of affection exist among mortals and deities alike. Chapter 30, Activation of the Suicide Squad. Target, MIB. Natasha guided Hawkeye to a secluded corner. Hawkeye cast a sidelong glance behind him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Torn between words unspoken, he yearned to dissuade Natasha from her mission, cautioning her against provoking perilous entities beyond their comprehension. Yet, bound by Nick Fury's orders, he found himself unable to voice his concerns first. "Listen to me. If you wish to avoid complications, stand still and do not move," Natasha remarked, patting Hawkeye on the shoulder, turning him to face her. She stepped back, donned her sunglasses, and produced a memory-erasing device. "This device will implant a different memory within you." Natasha pressed the button aimed at Hawkeye. Buzz! A bright light flashed, and Hawkeye trembled, his sharp eyes suddenly dulling. Natasha approached him, whispering near his ear, "Return to Nick Fury and inform him that this is the last message I will convey. I resign from my position. Additionally, heed my warning. Do not provoke the MIB. Under any circumstances, should you do so, humanity will bear the consequences." No need to relay the subsequent words. "Clinton, I am doing what every inhabitant of Earth deems right. We shall always remain friends. I will visit you and Laura when the opportunity arises." As the echoes of her words lingered, Hawkeye regained consciousness, only to find himself alone. The memories of her declarations etched into his mind. Rather than feeling anger towards Natasha for her betrayal of S.H.I.E.L.D., he exhaled a sigh of relief. Rest assured, little Nat, I shall deliver your message to Fury. However, Hawkeye glanced around helplessly, shrugging. I should first contemplate an exit from this place. Natasha, feeling a weight lifted, returned to her path. With matters at S.H.I.E.L.D. concluded. One burden had been alleviated, and now she aimed to resolve the other. Yet, recalling the interactions between her boss and that dead cat, alongside her own presence, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Gradually, a smile crept onto Natasha's face. Upon witnessing the scene in the square, her joyful smile swiftly morphed into a cold smirk. Ah, you wretched feline, while I depart, you sneak into my home. Natasha approached Lin Luo and Catwoman with a stormy expression, cheerfully inquiring, Are you done yet? Do I need to grant you a few more minutes? Upon hearing this, Catwoman lifted the arm, cradling Lin Luo, and gave a thumbs up. Natasha's face flushed with irritation. Furious, cold, shaking, just when she had managed to cultivate a semblance of good cheer, it was all shattered. Approximately 3 minutes have passed. Catwoman clung to Lin Luo's waist, raising her exquisite face and taking a deep breath. How does it feel? Comfortable? Natasha inquired, her tone oddly inquisitive, arms crossed before her. Let me put it this way. Catwoman responded, her form pressed against the boss, her head resting on his shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It feels so good that I can hardly breathe. Oomph. Natasha scoffed, glancing dismissively at Sif, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. I left the intermediary responsible for establishing an alliance between you and the Earthlings back there. Please take him to meet Odin first. What? Sif quickly regained her composure and hurried towards Natasha, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why didn't you say so earlier? With the last irrelevant individual departing, only the boss and his enthusiastic driver remained. Lin Luo wrapped his left arm around Catwoman's shoulder and pulled Natasha in with his right. We've come all this way to another world. Let's relax and enjoy ourselves for a while. I have no objections, Catwoman replied with a smile. Natasha contemplated finding an opportune moment to confide in the boss. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Once our fun concludes and the atmosphere is right, I can reveal everything. I have no objections either. Then let us proceed. Lin Luo embraced the shoulders of both Natasha and Catwoman as they strolled leisurely through the enchanting realm of Asgard. In the dungeons of Asgard, Loki had been pondering the meaning behind Lin Luo's gaze throughout his confinement. What was that man anticipating? Was that anticipation directed at him? Or was it merely a ruse? Loki, the god of mischief, felt an instinctive trepidation. The man capable of instilling fear in Odin was certainly not to be underestimated. The humans of Earth tormented Loki's mind. He needed to unravel the truth. Otherwise, his heart would remain restless. Hith, hith, Loki chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace. Your decision not to kill me outright is a grave mistake. Hogun brandished his meteor hammer towards Loki's face. I advise you to behave. Do not act recklessly. You know that if you dare to escape, we will not hesitate to kill you. Is that so? A glimmer of purple light flickered in Loki's eyes as his figure suddenly vanished. The iron chains that had bound him clattered heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Vandal and Volstagg instinctively loosened their grips. Stop! Hogun shouted, attempting to thwart Vandal and Volstagg's actions. Alas, it was too late. The fallen chains vanished from sight. The shackled Loki reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. 3 of you, please convey a message to my father and mother. Once I have unraveled everything, I shall return to greet them. Ah! Hogun hurled his meteor hammer with all his might. Whoosh! The hammer, accompanied by a sonic boom, pierced through Loki. Indeed, it pierced through. Loki glanced down at the hollow in his abdomen, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Farewell. With those words, Loki transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. In the grand palace of Asgard, Odin sat upon his throne, gazing vacantly at the desolate hall. Frigga clasped Odin's hand, reassuring him. The situation has resolved favorably. Why do you still wear a troubled expression? Ragnarok shall not come to pass. Yet I remain uncertain of what future awaits Asgard tethered to Earth. Odin gazed affectionately at Frigga. I am nearing my end. Perhaps before I depart, I should release her to confront the worst-case scenario. Her? Frigga's expression faltered. Hela? Oda nodded, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. If a dire conclusion is inevitable, I would not mind plunging Asgard into chaos once more. Sometime later, at the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D., Hawkeye Clinton had successfully brokered an alliance between Earth and Asgard. Following meetings between Nick Fury and U.S. officials, it was decided that this information would be broadcast globally, with Hawkeye being honored as the first Super Avenger to emerge from this alliance. After bidding farewell to the Asgardian envoy, Nick Fury and Amanda received a comprehensive account of the events from Hawkeye. A man and a woman, their faces shrouded in shadows, appear before them. Natasha asked me to help her resign, Hawkeye exclaimed excitedly. She warned me not to provoke the MIB under any circumstances. It seems she has betrayed us, Amanda declared, swiftly labeling Natasha a traitor. She is inherently strong-willed. Once she sets her mind to something, she defies all opposition. There is no room for hesitation, Director Fury. I cannot abide such a terrifying organization lurking in the shadows of our nation. The Suicide Squad initiative is ready to launch. Chapter 31. Lin Luo's cat, the Suicide Squad, mobilizes. What? Hawkeye exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Amanda. Had he misheard this madwoman? Did she truly claim Natasha was a traitor? He confronted her directly. Madam, I do not concur with your assessment. If Natasha were truly a traitor, do you believe we could safely converse here? With a cold glance, Amanda retorted, this is precisely the most perilous location. Just because we remain silent now does not mean we will in the future. She is akin to a ticking bomb, perpetually threatening us all. If we do not seize this opportunity to probe them, we will forfeit our sole chance and find ourselves in an increasingly disadvantageous position. While her reasoning held merit, Hawkeye knew Natasha's character well. Even if burdened with the weight of the world, she would never harm her comrades. He turned his gaze towards Nick Fury, placing his hopes in the seasoned director. Yet, when he turned his face, he found the old captain deep in contemplation, causing his heart to sink. Hawkeye has worked for S.H.I.L.D. for many years and possesses an intricate understanding of Nick Fury's habits. The expression on that egg-shaped head strongly suggests that Nick Fury is not concerned about Natasha's potential betrayal. Rather, he is contemplating the feasibility of taking action against the MIB. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Nick Fury raised his gaze and, with a stoic expression, instructed, Clinton, leave this place and attend to your duties. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's heart quivered. He stepped forward in bewilderment, eager to plead his case once more. Nick Fury's tone grew colder as he interjected, do not make me repeat myself a third time. Leave this place. You. Hawkeye glared at Nick Fury's resolute demeanor, unwilling to yield. He clenched his fist in frustration and turned away in anger. As he reached the door, he cast a glance back at the two egg-shaped heads and remarked, humans never seem to learn their lessons. I hope that when the entire world pays the price for your actions in the future, you will still retain your current bravado. With a thud, the office door closed. Amanda, seemingly unfazed by this final warning, picked up the Suicide Squad proposal and presented it to Nick Fury. Director, if you remain indecisive and wish to avoid bearing this responsibility in the future, simply sign here, and I will take care of everything else. Someone must bear the weight for this nation. I am prepared for that burden. No. Nick Fury declined Amanda's offer, swiftly signing the document before rising to assert, you only need to allocate personnel. I will personally oversee the operation. I disagree. The typically assertive Amanda was unwilling to have someone overshadow her during the execution of the mission. Nick Fury retorted firmly, do you possess the technology to locate them? If so, then I entrust it entirely to you. If not, then kindly remain silent and execute. Oh, Amanda's stiff expression reflected her surprise as she inquired, are you implying that you do? With a sardonic chuckle, Nick Fury removed the black eye patch from his left eye and pointed to the glowing blue pupil, stating, hence, this is why I am the director and you're the deputy director. Now, proceed with the execution. Amanda paused momentarily. For reasons unknown, after being chastised, she gazed at Nick Fury and perceived a charm she had never encountered before. She refrained from further argument, gathered the documents, turned, and began her task on her phone, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her lips. Colonel, assemble Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Boomerang, Frostbite, Killer Croc, Bombshell, King Shark, Polka Dot Man, and Poison Ivy. Before we proceed, equip them with the most powerful nanobombs. This mission has no restrictions, regardless of success or failure. Once it concludes, detonate immediately. Asgard. Natasha and Catwoman stood atop the highest peak, exchanging middle fingers while Lin Luo snapped photographs of them with a camera. Click. As he pressed the shutter, the camera instantly produced a photo, and he also received some feedback in response. Lin Luo took out a photograph and smiled gently. The performance was about to commence. Due to an impertinent gesture, Natasha and Catwoman expressed little interest in the photo. Both, unwilling to concede to the other, returned to Lin Luo's side. Boss, perhaps we should discard this photograph? It does not appear very flattering. I find it rather charming, Lin Luo replied, tucking the photo and camera into the dimensional pocket of his attire. He pinched both of their chins and said, "Our playtime is nearly over. Accompany me back to the headquarters to retrieve some documents." All right. Catwoman promptly enveloped Boss in a bear hug. Natasha felt a stir of emotion, but refrained from acting on it, since Boss did not initiate any advances toward her. She felt too bashful to be as forward as Catwoman. They returned to Earth using the teleportation gun, and then leisurely drove back to the New York headquarters in a Rolls-Royce. Why not teleport directly back? Lin Luo mused, eyes closed, with a Hi-C Joe in each hand, while soothing melodies played in the car. Originally, Natasha and Catwoman had intended to inquire about the decision to not teleport. But upon observing Boss's expression, Natasha bit her lip and trembled slightly, as if suppressing something. She glanced at Catwoman, who was in a similar state. They exchanged a look, their eyes brimming with challenge as they raised their chins defiantly, seemingly engaged in a silent contest of endurance. However, this tension did not persist for long. As the saying goes, while the clam and the snipe struggle, the fisherman benefits. Lin Luo's deft handling dissipated the standoff, leaving only the two feline companions nestled together. The car halted in a parking lot at the entrance of the headquarters. Lin Luo kissed Catwoman's forehead, exited from Natasha's side, and instructed, "You two wait for me in the car. I shall return shortly." Catwoman nodded vigorously, casting a triumphant glance at Natasha. Natasha exhaled with irritation, steeling herself, and boldly wrapped her arms around Boss's neck, decisively leaning in. Catwoman was momentarily taken aback before a subtle smile graced her lips. At last, success. That was not easy. A minute later, Lin Luo released Natasha. She offered a bashful smile, averting her gaze shyly, unable to meet Boss's eyes. Lin Luo tousled Natasha's hair and said, "I must take my leave. If I linger any longer, the car may remain idle for quite some time. I shall continue upon my return." Idling for quite some time? In that case, Catwoman leaned against Natasha's shoulder, her eyes soft with affection. "I shall look forward to it." Above New York, 3 Quinjet armors entered stealth mode. Hovering 2,000 meters in the sky, I have activated SHIEL, DS most advanced satellite, and locked onto the MIB base's location. Amanda, your team is up. Suicide Squad deploy. Chapter 32. The headquarters is attacked. Boss has been captured. Whoosh. With the command to engage issued, the Kunchi fighter jet, carrying a squad of 9 suicide team members, raced towards an ancient clock tower that had been locked onto as a target. Coincidentally, just as Lin Luo reached the entrance, the aircraft descended beside him. The lethal marksman, Harley Quinn, along with the others, Boomerang, Frost Killer, Killer Croc, Bombshell, King Shark, Poison Ivy, and Polka Dot Man, swiftly disembarked. The group divided into 2 waves. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy brandished their weapons, flanking Lin Luo, while the remaining members surged into the clock tower's interior. "Leave this charming Eastern lad to us," Harley Quinn declared with a playful gleam in her eye, pressing a white pistol against Lin Luo's temple. "Baby, it seems you work here. Be a good boy and show your sister the way, and perhaps she'll consider letting you go. There's no need for such trouble." Poison Ivy interjected, unleashing green, thorny vines that ensnared Lin Luo, lifting him into the air before releasing a faint lavender-hued hypnotic mist. "Wow," Lin Luo exclaimed, inhaling deeply. After a moment of savoring the aroma, he shook his head in admiration. "It carries a scent reminiscent of nature, which I find quite delightful." Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy. Both women were taken aback, astonished that someone could be even more unconventional than Harley herself. Poison Ivy's hypnotic toxin was not something to be trifled with, yet this young man faced it with such bravery. "This is quite convenient," she mused. "What's your name?" "Young man, are you employed here?" Harley Quinn inquired softly. Feigning a dazed nod, Lin Luo replied, Yes, my name is Lin Luo, and I am the person in charge here. What? Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. They had unexpectedly discovered the head of their target so soon after their arrival. Let us go, Harley Quinn exclaimed, waving her hand as they hurried into the clock tower, eager to complete their mission and attain their freedom. All right. Poison Ivy lifted Lin Luo, briskly following suit. Inside the clock tower, an elderly guard sat calmly against the wall, observing the surrounding assailants with a resigned sigh as he reached for a flashlight nearby. Old man, we don't want to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Just open the entrance to your base. Deathstroke, wielding a sniper rifle, aimed at the old man's head, just as the elderly gentleman grasped the flashlight. Preparing to unleash a beam of light, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy rushed in with Lin Luo. Hey there, everyone, Harley Quinn chirped cheerfully. The handsome lad we've captured is the boss around here, making our task much easier. Her voice echoed throughout the clock tower, drawing the attention of everyone, including the elderly guard. Upon seeing the boss suspended by the vines, the old man raised an eyebrow in bemusement. It was no wonder there had been no warning of an impending attack. He had assumed they were after a significant figure, only to discover it was a situation created by his own boss. Shaking his head, he released what appeared to be a flashlight, revealing it to be the hilt of a lightsaber. Confirming that all is well, the old gentleman pressed the entrance switch and leisurely picked up a newspaper, adopting an attitude of indifference. With a hum and a click, a door in the sturdy wall swung open. The members of the Suicide Squad glanced back, puzzled. Was it truly this simple to open the door? What is this? Such a straightforward task. Yet before their arrival, they had been warned of the most fearsome adversaries. They had been terrified on the plane, only to face this. Before them lay a gateway to freedom. The explosives expert produced a collection of miniature bombs, tossing them onto the ground and eagerly leading the charge. Come on. Ha ha ha, freedom awaits us. The Suicide Squad barreled through the corridor unimpeded, arriving at an interstellar port bustling with numerous extraterrestrial beings. The sight of countless aliens left these ruthless villains utterly astonished. Holy crap, is this a base established by aliens on Earth? Harley Quinn exclaimed with excitement. Her shout roused the dazed squad members and attracted the attention of patrolling MIB agents. Who are you? Two pairs of MIB agents brandished their weapons, charging towards the Suicide Squad. All right, time to get to work. Deathshot brandished a short firearm, pulled the trigger, and swiftly swept his arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bullets propelled from the gun's muzzle accurately obliterated the heads of each MIB agent. The explosives expert brandished a grenade launcher, shouting for indiscriminate assault. Shark King and Killer Croc lunged at the panicked aliens like ravenous beasts. The members of the Suicide Squad sprang into action, wreaking havoc to the best of their abilities. Yes, this was the mission bestowed upon them by Nick Fury and Amanda. Maximum destruction without regard for the consequences. Armed with the most advanced weaponry provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., they swiftly dismantled a significant portion of the port's critical facilities. However, they soon paid the price. MIB reinforcements arrived, gunning down Killer Croc and Polka Dot Man, forcing the remaining members back to the entrance. Outnumbered, Poison Ivy once again held the hypnotized Lin Luo aloft, declaring, "This is your leader. If you do not wish for him to come to harm, then drop your weapons." The MIB members stared in shock. "Release our boss." "Oh, listen to me, darlings." Harley Quinn chimed, raising her gun without glancing. A shot rang out, and the bullet grazed Lin Luo's scalp. With the next shot, "I can't guarantee it will be so precise. Hee. The MIB agents, their eyes filled with humiliation, trembling with reluctance, dropped their weapons onto the ground. "Thank you for your cooperation." The explosives expert decisively tossed out miniature bombs, obliterating the 10 or so MIB agents before them. "That's enough, brothers, retreat." Seeing the opportunity, Harley Quinn seized Poison Ivy and dashed for the exit. The Suicide Squad truly lives up to its reputation as a band of supervillains relentlessly pursued by superheroes, each fleeing with remarkable agility and speed. Once they all escaped the clock tower and returned to the Quinjet, Bombshell detonated the explosives she had previously planted. Boom! A tremendous explosion surged toward the towering 100-meter clock tower. Accompanying the deafening roar, the Quinjet soared into the sky just before the tower collapsed. Hooray! Harley Quinn exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Deadshot activated the communication link to Amanda, reporting, "Mission accomplished, video footage has been uploaded." On the other end of the line, Amanda and Nick Fury were taken aback. Had these rogues truly completed the task? The mere fact of their success exceeded all expectations, and their speed was astonishingly outrageous. The two of them, hearts racing, hastily opened the footage transmitted by Deadshot. Upon seeing Poison Ivy with Lin Luo in her grasp, their exhilaration nearly prompted an impromptu kiss. Chapter 33. Lin Luo is brought home by Harley Quinn. The Joker is in peril. The two were unable to contain their tremors. Their hearts entwined in a tumultuous dance of extreme joy and profound terror. They never anticipated that assigning the Suicide Squad a casual demolition mission would result in the capture of their adversary's leader. Remain calm. One must maintain composure. In such dire circumstances, regardless of unfolding events, thoughts cannot become disordered. Nick Fury and Amanda forcefully quelled their racing hearts. Amanda inquired, "Please elaborate on the process of how you capture the hostage." "Oh, it was a chance encounter," Harley Quinn interjected eagerly. "Initially, I thought he was just an ordinary office worker, someone to take hostage, but then he inhaled Poison Ivy's nerve toxin, and we managed to extract his identity." "Is that nerve toxin reliable?" Nick Fury asked cautiously. The ease of the capture felt unreal. For safety's sake, they needed to verify. Harley Quinn paused, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she replied, "I can't say if it's reliable, but I do know that you two could enjoy a whole day of bliss with just one puff." "All right, let us decide after our discussions." Inside the command jet, Nick Fury severed the communication, gazing fervently at Amanda. "Tell me, what is your perspective?" Amanda suppressed her irritation and responded, "At times, we must concede that this wretched band of villains is uncommonly fortunate. Indeed, they attribute their success to luck. Only sheer luck could explain it. As for the alternative possibility, they dared not entertain it. If everything was a deliberate ploy on their part, it would imply that the entire SHIELD was under their control. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Thus, these two of the proudest individuals on Earth forced themselves to accept the first possibility, while the second remained a thought too horrific to consider, instinctively repelled from their minds. What should we do with him? We cannot allow him into SHIELD's prison, nor can we release him or kill him. Nick Fury solicited opinions. Amanda gazed at the fierce combat footage displayed on the monitor and contemplated entrusting Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy with oversight for a while. "The recent actions we undertook have already pushed the limits of what the nation can bear. Should we strike against their leader again? I fear the MIB organization would unleash a frenzied vengeance without restraint. The nascent alliance between Cybertron and Asgard could very well collapse as a consequence. A burden and cost that neither we nor the nation can afford. Thus, it is decided, let them supervise for the time being, and we shall observe any movements from the opposing side before determining how to address the leader situation. I would like to add," Nick Fury stated, "his escape is inconsequential. The paramount concern is to ensure his safety." "I concur." This time, Amanda did not dispute, for she understood the stakes involved. Once more, she activated the communication device for the Suicide Squad, but this time the recipients were solely Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. "First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your contributions during this mission. As a report, you have earned the opportunity to survive." "What?" Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy exclaimed, bewildered. Before they could process the situation, a series of explosions erupted from Deadshot's weapon, each shot striking the back of their heads, rendering their bodies lifeless upon the ground. "Good gracious!" Harley Quinn gasped, her eyes wide with horror as she screamed, "What have you bastards done to us? If you wish to live, you will listen closely." Amanda replied, unfazed by Harley's inquiries, her tone cold and mechanical as she continued issuing orders. "For the time being, you are responsible for ensuring that individual's safety. Should anything happen to him, your fates will mirror those of the others. Do you comprehend my words, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy?" With gritted teeth, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy seethed, wishing they could devour the woman on the other end of the communication. Their lives were now held in the hands of another, leaving them no choice but to comply. Poison Ivy responded with indignation. "We accept this task, but do not forget your assurances. Otherwise, I will ensure that this man and I meet the same fate." Lin Luo, who had been feigning hypnosis, was momentarily bewildered by this declaration. What does your internal conflict have to do with him? How could you drag him down with you? You lack the standing to negotiate terms. Now, I will have someone take you home. Remember, you remain under our surveillance. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. Harley Quinn could no longer tolerate the condescending tone, her voice rising in a furious tirade. The communication abruptly terminated. In the command armor, Amanda, having dealt with her share of chaos, turned to Nick Fury and inquired, I have resolved my issues. Now it is your turn. Sighing heavily, Nick Fury remained silent, burdened with worry. He retrieved a crystal panel controller, pressed the self-destruct option, and then crushed the device in his hand. The world's most advanced super satellite, destroyed after a single use. Who would not feel a pang of sorrow over such loss? In the parking lot, mere moments ago, a tremendous shockwave emanated from the explosion of the bell tower, startling Natasha and Catwoman within the confines of their Rolls-Royce. Both women were momentarily taken aback before receiving an invasion alert from the base. Instantly, they flung open the car doors and dashed out. As they approached the vicinity, they caught a glimpse of the Quinjet soaring into the sky. Natasha immediately recognized it as a SHIELD aircraft, leaving her feeling as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, standing frozen in place. Her exquisite visage was marked by profound desolation. Arriving near the collapsed bell tower, Catwoman, filled with a mix of anger and urgency, hurriedly connected to Boss's communication channel via a chip. Just as she initiated the call, she received an immediate response from L, lost Boss's signal source, unable to connect temporarily. Damn it, Catwoman exclaimed, furiously stamping her foot. Turning back, she saw Natasha lost in thought. With her lips slightly parted and her gaze turning icy, she stormed over to Natasha, grabbing her collar with both hands. It was your people, wasn't it? You heartless traitor. Tell me, was it your people who did this? Natasha's expression was one of bitter resignation as she endured Catwoman's tirade. Remaining motionless, do you realize what it means that Boss's communication signal has vanished? Catwoman seethed, tearing off Natasha's tie and hurling it to the ground. If anything happens to Boss, I will hunt down those bastards and then return to eliminate you. They have stolen everything I fought so hard to possess, and no one will escape unscathed. I want them to pay for Boss, for the future I long for. Chapter 34. MIB. The United States is entrusted to you. Natasha gazed skyward, her heart heavy with despair. She could not fathom why they had ignored her warnings. Why they recklessly attacked MIB. What could possibly justify such a thoughtless action? Was it for profit? Yet, MIB was an organization that undeniably benefited the Earth. As her sorrow morphed into rage, Natasha bent down to retrieve her tie, brushing it off delicately. Before I resign, I repeatedly cautioned them against taking reckless actions, but they refused to heed my advice. With that, she donned the tie, her gaze turning steely. I shall take you with me. Together we will demand answers from him. Humph. Catwoman scoffed, ignoring her and continuing to connect to Boss's communication. Buzz. Click. A car-transforming spacecraft descended smoothly beside Natasha and Catwoman, reverting to its normal automotive form upon landing. Black Canary and Huntress emerged from the vehicle. Wow, Black Canary exclaimed, astonished. The scale of this exercise is truly extravagant. This bell tower must be over a century old. Just like that, it's gone without a second thought. Indeed, Huntress lamented, shaking her head. I rather liked its architectural style. Listening to their conversation, Natasha and Catwoman found their minds utterly blank. They gazed stiffly like malfunctioning automatons. An exercise? Huh? Black Canary and Huntress turned their attention towards Natasha and Catwoman. Huntress inquired, "You're not aware?" Natasha and Catwoman, appearing adorably clueless, shook their heads. It seems your days with the boss have been rather leisurely. To the extent that you missed the notification from the chip regarding the unified exercise, Black Canary teased with a smile. The two exquisite young women sheepishly scratched their heads. They hurriedly began to sift through the chip records, and indeed, they uncovered a notification from the New York branch regarding the exercise. So everything that just transpired was merely a drill? I distinctly saw oh, you're referring to that Quinjet that took off, right? Black Canary explained with a grin. The veterans say that MIB never engages in simulated enemies. If they play for real. It's uncertain who the poor soul was that cooperated with our exercise this time. Natasha remarked, well, fortunately, it was just a drill. She looked up at the sky with a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her initial intuition had been correct. Boss had always known her true identity and was aware of S.H.I.L.D. and Nick Fury. Nothing had escaped Boss's notice. Upon reflection, considering S.H.I.L.D.'s combat prowess, how could they have caused such a commotion in the New York branch? Not to mention, any member from the previous hunting team could have easily obliterated S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury, despite your countless admonitions, you chose not to heed them. Now, the fate of S.H.I.L.D. hinges entirely on MIB's stance. Who can be blamed for this predicament? Once Catwoman caught on, she anxiously asked, "What about Boss?" Boss said he was going to retrieve some documents, and shortly after he left, there was an explosion. Boss. Huntress shook her head, responding with a smile. "I have no idea about Boss's condition, but one thing is certain. Boss is safe and sound. There is no need to worry about Boss's safety." Black Canary interjected, her expression shifting from playful to reverent, confidently asserting, "Trust me, sisters, no one on Earth can harm Boss." "No one," Huntress added. "I suggest you consult the veterans. They are more familiar with Boss's style. Moreover, Boss must have had his own plans upon leaving, and, as drivers, you should reflect on why Boss did not disclose his true intentions to you." At this, Catwoman abruptly turned her head, giving a fierce glare. Natasha offered an apologetic smile, wiping away a stray tear, and said, "I think I have an inkling as to why, but I can only wait for Boss's return to address it. L. A gentle reminder. The exercise has concluded. L. The Boss declares, MIB's second phase, the truth, guiding humanity to accept the reality of extraterrestrials on Earth, enabling a recognition of their own insignificance, has entered its mid-stage. L. All agents are instructed to comply with subsequent orders to pave the way for the third phase." As time slowly passed, Nick Fury and Amanda returned to the aerial aircraft carrier. Through radar surveillance of the Quinjet, they witnessed Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy escorting Lin Luo into Gotham City. The two hearts that hung in suspense could finally release a sigh of relief. Conclusively ending the surveillance, they decisively detonated the returning jet and executed a comprehensive data purge. After completing these tasks, Nick Fury poured 2 glasses of red wine, offering one to Amanda. They toasted to the rewards reaped from this adventure. Without hesitation, Amanda accepted the glass, clinking it against his before taking a sip. The sound of their glasses resonated, but suddenly, the entire display apparatus of the aircraft carrier went dark. When the light returned, a figure in a suit, their face obscured, appeared. "Since you believe you can safeguard human civilization, this region of America is entrusted to you. Before your battle commences, allow me to remind you, be accountable for each human life sacrificed during the alien invasion. Farewell." With a snap of the fingers, all S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment resumed normal function, as if nothing had transpired. The director's office fell into an oppressive silence. Amanda smirked coldly, downing her glass in one go. "This is precisely what we desire, isn't it?" "Indeed," Nick Fury replied, relaxing his furrowed brow, also finishing his drink. "The Super Avengers initiative must accelerate, Ms. Amanda. I hope for your utmost cooperation." "Of course, Director." In Gotham City, in a dilapidated apartment within the impoverished district, Lin Luo found himself bound to a chair by several vines, observing as Harley Quinn played with 2 female hyenas. Truly, the pets of a Joker were as ferocious as expected. "These ladies, they're the most adorable dogs I have ever seen. Mighty them." Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn's eyes sparkled mischievously as a wicked smile crossed her pale face. Delighted, she turned to Lin Luo. "Of course, but under one condition. You must promise me you won't attempt to escape, for if I perish, I shall take you with me." "I would never," Lin Luo assured earnestly. "I trust you. Sister believes in you." Harley Quinn promptly sliced through the vines with a knife and guided Lin Luo to the 2 hyenas. "This one is Booty, and that one is Lewis. A little secret. They absolutely adore new friends. Is that so?" Lin Luo glanced at the baring teeth of the 2 hyenas, his eyes flickering slightly. The hyenas named Buddy and Lewis seemed to have encountered something terrifying, lowering their heads and emitting a submissive whine. Harley Quinn's perplexed expression resembled that of a question mark. How could Buddy and Lewis, who dared to bite a clown, cower before this diminutive man? Lin Luo glanced at Harley Quinn and inquired, may I ask again, are you truly certain you want me to touch them? Yes, yes. Harley Quinn nodded enthusiastically, her innocence shining through. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. Having asked twice, one could ascertain the other's intentions. Very well. Lin Luo reluctantly extended his hand. It begins. Harley Quinn's eyes widened with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Buddy and Lewis to latch onto Lin Luo's hand. However, the direction in which Lin Luo reached deviated entirely from her expectations, ultimately landing on Harley Quinn's lowered head. Chapter 35. The United States without MIB observing the hand that swirled before her like waves. Harley Quinn initially felt puzzled and confounded. As the hand danced back and forth, realization struck her suddenly, a vein bulging on her forehead as a surge of murderous rage engulfed her. F. Harley Quinn exclaimed, drawing her pistol and lunging with wild abandon. She tackled Lin Luo, pinning him against the ground, gun pressed to his forehead. Lin Luo, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Harley Quinn's slender waist, preempting her outburst with a question. Miss, is there something amiss? What? Harley Quinn nearly pulled the trigger in her ire, exclaiming, you dare ask me if something's wrong? You deceitful little rascal. Deceitful? Lin Luo retorted boldly. I sought your consent, did I not? If you doubt me, please recall what I just asked you. Leaning closer, her face inches from his, Harley Quinn scolded, you said Buddy and Lewis were adorable and asked if you could touch them. I graciously consented, and what about you? You've deceived my feelings. If it weren't for those damn bastards who strapped a bomb on my head, I would surely obliterate yours. No, no, no. Lin Luo shook his head in defense. I meant the dogs are cute and asked if you would allow me to touch them. The cuteness of dogs and your permission to touch are two separate matters. Okay? After this exchange, the pressure of the gun against Lin Luo's forehead eased somewhat. It appeared he had a point. A playful smile flickered across Lin Luo's face. Indeed, Harley Quinn was just as endearing as he had remembered. He continued, moreover, I asked you twice, and you agreed before I proceeded. Is there anything wrong with that? Harley Quinn fell into contemplation, gradually lowering her weapon. Oh, indeed. He had inquired twice. It was she who had hastily agreed without fully comprehending. In truth, she could hardly blame him. Looking at Lin Luo, her expression was one of vexation, unable to voice her irritation. She resolved that this rascal must not be allowed to take advantage of her. May I be released now? Lin Luo asked with a smile. Oh, yes, of course. Harley Quinn stood up, stretched her legs, holstered her pistol, and with a playful smile warned. I'll let it slide this time, but don't pull such tricks again. Fortunately, my boyfriend doesn't live here. Otherwise, no one could save you. Speaking of the Joker, a blissful expression illuminated Harley's petite face. Observing her endearing demeanor, Lin Luo suddenly conceived a bold and intriguing thought. Alas, one could only blame S.H.D. for timing their attack so opportunely, coincidentally falling into the hands of the Joker's girl on his way back. You mean your boyfriend is the Joker, right? Lin Luo inquired, rising to his feet. Uh-huh, Harley Quinn replied, her face aglow with surprise as she asked, you know the Joker as well? Of course, Lin Luo responded, invoking the Joker's notorious title. The Joker, a leading global supervillain, Gotham's nightmare, and Batman's archnemesis. Listening intently, Harley clasped her hands in admiration, nodding vigorously, yes, yes. The Joker is indeed magnificent. After reveling in her joy for a brief moment, Harley suddenly recalled another matter. She blinked expectantly at Lin Luo and asked, what about me? You know the Joker, so you must know me too, right? You? Lin Luo feigned contemplation, pondering for a few seconds before declaring, the Joker's girlfriend. Oh, so you're the Joker's girl? Uh-huh. Harley nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Luo was aware of Harley's sentiments and remarked, there have been whispers that the Joker's girl is merely his sidekick, an incapable ornament who gained fame solely by associating with him. They are mistaken. The Joker's girl is indeed quite beautiful. When she first emerged on the scene, Harley paid little heed to external judgments. However, as derogatory labels such as ornament, burden, and unworthy of the Joker were hurled at her, she could no longer ignore them. I am perfectly capable of being an independent villain. How could I be deemed unworthy? After countless arguments with those critics, she found herself grappling with insecurity. The weight of their words struck her heart, and she let her arms droop helplessly, offering a wry smile. Well, I knew it would be like this. Lin Luo gently patted Harley's shoulder, offering solace. Don't be disheartened. To be honest, your charisma is not lacking. You merely took a wrong turn. Once you find the right path, you will undoubtedly shine. Is that so? Harley lifted her head, a flicker of a smile returning to her face. Hearing your words has made me feel much better. Indeed, Lin Luo replied, holding her gaze. Though his hand had ceased to pat her, it remained in place. They exchanged glances for a brief moment until Harley broke the silence, stating, I understand the lesson. So can you return to your seat now? Okay, Lin Luo replied obediently, returning to his seat. Miss Harley, does your television still work? Could you please turn it on? Sure. In gratitude for his encouraging words, Harley darted over to switch on the old television set in the corner. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. With a press of the button, the television sprang to life, immediately accompanied by an odd dialogue, the screen displaying a mosaic-like image. Lin Luo? Harley Quinn. The two were momentarily taken aback. Ha! Harley Quinn's face flushed crimson as she quickly embraced the screen, laughing awkwardly to mask the sounds emanating from the television, hastily attempting to turn it off. However, the power button malfunctioned. No matter how many times she pressed it, the screen remained stubbornly lit. Damn it! Harley Quinn exclaimed in frustration, seizing a baseball bat leaning against the wall, and with a forceful swing, shattered the screen. The image vanished, but the sound persisted, prompting her to grit her teeth and strike again and again. It was not until the poor old television was reduced to a heap of metal that she turned back with a smile, saying, If I told you that was a film Poison Ivy was watching at my place, would you believe me? I would, Lin Luo replied with utmost seriousness. Harley Quinn exhaled a sigh of relief, forcing a smile as she set down the bat and sank onto the couch. Her emotions were akin to a roller coaster, exhilaratingly tumultuous. She gazed intently at Lin Luo, who was seated on the sofa. There was an inexplicable synergy between them, a sense of effortless ease that was hard to articulate. After a brief pause, she stood up and said, The television is gone. What do you want to watch? You can use my phone. Harley Quinn produced her pink smartphone and handed it to Lin Luo. He accepted it without hesitation, searching for the latest news reports. Horn Herald. On the west coast of the United States, two giant alien monsters have suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc and causing countless casualties, the extent of which is yet to be determined. They have now been slain by Superman. Horn Herald. Interestingly, the colossal beasts that previously vanquished the extraterrestrial creatures have not made an appearance this time. Have they betrayed humanity? Planet Daily. Suspected signals from Mars indicate the existence of interstellar beings. Do they intend to coexist peacefully with humanity on Earth? World Times. A massive spacecraft has reportedly been sighted traversing the skies above the United States. Chapter 36. Lorna's mutant project. Harley Quinn perched on the arm of the sofa, leaning in to observe Lin Luo as he scrolled through the news. What are you looking at these reports for? Wait, your base has a whole host of alien monsters. Are you really helping them invade Earth? Lin Luo shook his head in denial, humorously retorting, After all this, you don't really know what you're attacking, do you? Harley Quinn raised her hands in exasperation, replying, We're merely pawns under their control. Who knows what you all are up to? Besides, if it weren't for the microbombs implanted in our heads, who would willingly associate with those self-righteous, untrustworthy bastards? The term self-righteous was indeed fitting. Lin Luo offered compliment while continuing to peruse the news, explaining, We the MIB are a protective organization dedicated to managing and preventing extraterrestrial invasions of Earth. Since our inception a century ago, we have clandestinely safeguarded human civilization. Behold these headlines. This is the cost of your surprise attack. The MIB has relinquished control over this region of America, and henceforth, such incursion incidents will occur numerous times. Wow, it sounds like a heroic organization. Harley Quinn, without a moment's hesitation, accepted Lin Luo's words. She found herself perplexed by their previous actions. How strange. You are clearly heroes. So what on earth was that old woman thinking? Why go to such lengths, risking the lives of us all, to assault you? Such self-importance, Lin Luo remarked nonchalantly. They perceive the MIB as a threat to this nation, and at a time when extraterrestrials could attack humanity at any moment. They orchestrated this assault to gauge the MIB's capabilities. But actions have consequences. If they believe themselves capable, then they must bear the responsibility for this country. Harley Quinn mused, resting her chin in contemplation. Is it merely an illusion? Why does it sound as though you have dug a pit? waiting for them to leap in. No, wait. Harley Quinn, having nearly discerned the truth, immediately dismissed the thought. We killed so many of you and destroyed half of your base. Unless you've all lost your minds, how could it possibly be just to trap them at such a cost? Lin Luo replied, that is indeed the case. However, there is no need to speak of cost. The entire MIB branch base is constructed from special materials, impervious to any conventional weaponry. What the Suicide Squad obliterated were, in truth, tangible virtual illusions. The MIB members who perished in the attack were subject to the same reality. The only true destruction was that of the ancient clock tower. Let's take 3 seconds to mourn it. Enough of that. Suddenly, this feels rather surreal, Harley Quinn exclaimed, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration, choosing to directly demand answers from the questioner. Listen, regardless of the circumstances, we are now in the same predicament. So could you please reveal the truth? Lin Luo smiled enigmatically, turning to meet Harley Quinn's gaze. What do you think? No, I despise riddles. Since you refuse to divulge, let us change the subject. Harley Quinn said with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Lin Luo and narrowing her eyes. Did you indeed set the trap for them? Lin Luo maintained his smile, responding with the same 2 words, you guess. Not guessing. If you say it's a guess, then I want to guess. Harley Quinn playfully toyed with Lin Luo's tie, adopting a coy tone. I've already forgiven you for being so excessive before. Just tell me the answer. A light cough echoed from the staircase. Poison Ivy regarded Harley Quinn's rather intimate posture with amusement. Little Harley, I beg you, tone it down a bit. If the Joker sees this, that young man won't survive, and we will follow him to our demise. How utterly dull. Harley Quinn jumped away with an air of indifference, stretching languidly. Well, as long as I know you're crucial. It's all that matters. Whether Pamela and I survive depends on you. Rest assured, before those scoundrels contact us about how to handle you, I'll ensure you're well-fed and plump. Harley Quinn playfully nudged Lin Luo's chin, shedding her coat as she sauntered towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Pamela, keep an eye on him, but don't be too strict. Our dear young man is rather cooperative. Thank you, Lin Luo cheekily replied, then reclined leisurely on the sofa, perusing the news on Harley's phone while mentally issuing commands to the employees managing his assets in the ordinary world. For the foreseeable future, Earth was destined to descend into chaos. The previously tranquil daily life would inevitably be disrupted, so it was best to pause for now. Arrange for a leave of absence. And once the impending turmoil subsides, we can reconsider the next steps. With measured steps, Poison Ivy approached in her high heels, her brow furrowing at Lin Luo's demeanor. Well, are you here on vacation? I'm curious. How did you break free from control? Or perhaps you were never poisoned at all? Isn't the answer already in your mind? Lin Luo replied without even glancing in her direction. Fine, Poison Ivy conceded, resting her hand on Lin Luo's shoulder, her voice softening. Harley, and I simply wish to survive. Whatever your plans may be, could you at least grant us a chance to live? Her words were direct enough. Well, good is a relative term. Lin Luo turned to gaze at the woman adorned in shades of green. You possess a remarkable affinity for plants. There exists a planet in the galaxy composed entirely of flora, where you stand a significant chance of achieving new evolution. Poison Ivy's interest was piqued. She leaned closer, her face merely a hand's breadth from Lin Luo's, exuding a floral scent that ignited the senses. What must I offer in return? To an ordinary person, Poison Ivy at this moment could easily be likened to a humanoid, self-propelling pharmaceutical. Lin Luo, unamused, turned back, pulling out a bill, intending to purchase a few bottles of chilled cola when Harley returned. Poison Ivy. As night fell, Lin Luo left a decoy in Harley Quinn's apartment feigning sleep, while his true self returned to Lona's home. In the villa's dining room, Lona and Shimmer were enjoying dinner prepared by Lin Luo. The 2 young women exchanged knowing glances, and after a moment of silent communication, Lona spoke. Darling, having watched the news about the alien invasion all day, I've made a decision. Go on, Lin Luo encouraged, sensing Lona's thoughts but wanting her to articulate them. I wish to form a small team composed of mutants, not necessarily to protect the Earth, but at the very least to safeguard those I wish to protect, Lona declared, nervously setting down her utensils, emphasizing her final words. I assure you that my academic pursuits will not falter, and I shall undoubtedly prioritize safety. Chapter 37. Is this how you compare to a milk cart? The phrase to protect those whom one wishes to protect resonates deeply with me. Lin Luo, without much contemplation, replied agreed. Yes, Lona exclaimed with exuberance. After exchanging a high five with Shan Shu, she dashed away from her seat to Lin Luo, perching herself on his lap and showering him with affectionate kisses. Lin Luo, his face adorned with grease from the kisses, was unbothered, his expression radiating indulgence. In matters such as these, pursue whatever you desire. My possessiveness may be rather intense, yet I am no tyrant, and I will not infringe upon your freedom. Upon hearing this, Lona's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she smiled shyly, acknowledging that her primary motive was still to acquire your resources, and perhaps a touch of funding. So that is the case. Lin Luo decisively pinched Lona's cheeks, gently tugging them from side to side, adding, "Your performance will determine the outcome." "What constitutes a good performance?" Lona inquired, her confidence wavering. Though mutants possess a physique superior to that of ordinary individuals, based on yesterday's ordeal, even the most resilient constitution would struggle to withstand such trials, wouldn't it? Lin Luo smirked, releasing her delicate face and whispering in her ear. With each word, Lona's complexion visibly deepened in hue. Shan Shu, observing the scene, felt a tumult of emotions. With another living being present, could they not be considerate of her feelings? She silently screamed in protest. Yet, instead of restraining themselves, they grew more audacious, as if she were merely invisible. Their conversation continued, and soon, the wandering hand began to misbehave. Shan Shu, holding a spoon, found herself frozen in midair, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. She certainly did not wish for dinner to unfold like this. Frankly speaking, if this continued, Shan Shu was certain her tender heart would suffer irreparable damage. Thankfully, Lin Luo exhibited some restraint, carrying Lona towards the bathroom on the second floor. Shan Shu observed the entwined pair and then looked at her solitary self. The once fragrant meal had lost its allure. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and with a determined resolve, she swiftly followed after them. No matter what, she was intent on causing them some vexation. The following morning, in the living room, Lona, with dark circles under her eyes, stood with arms crossed, her countenance serious as she looked down at Shan Shu, who was curled up on the sofa. Shan Shu felt a pang of guilt and dared not breathe a word. "Well, you certainly are something, Clarice. I worry about you, offering you my address for you to stay, and this is how you repay me? I merely saw you struggling and thought to help lighten your load." Shan Shu replied meekly, not daring to lift her head. Lona could not help but laugh, the amusement causing her body to jolt, inadvertently aggravating her wound, nearly causing her to stumble. Lin Luo took a cup of clear water and handed it to Lona, smiling. "Do not be too angry. After all, you haven't slept all night, and being upset is detrimental to your skin." Lona shot Lin Luo a glare, accepting the water and downing it in one go. She retorted, "Of course you would advise me not to be angry. I isn't it, because you almost benefited from the situation. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. And you, just as the grass started to grow, Hey, now that is not quite right." Lin Luo interrupted playfully. "Let us not discuss whether or not I benefited. This Huaxia rabbit had no intention of indulging, yet I cannot resist when it is offered to me." Upon hearing this, Luana contemplated for a moment. Indeed, yesterday Lin Luo had been busy all day and hardly interacted with Clarice. She redirected her gaze back to Shan Shu, who, startled, quickly ducked her head, adopting a posture of accepting punishment. "Baby, let us pause the scolding for now," Lin Luo said from across the table, placing a hand over Lena. "Based on your performance and the unexpected circumstances, I shall grant you full marks." "You're unbelievable," Luana exclaimed, growing agitated. Lin Luo, not giving her a chance to argue, produced a black mobile phone card. "This is your reward. It contains only 2 numbers. One is mine, and the other is one you might need. If you require money or any resources, just call that number. There are no limits on the amount, and resources are plentiful." In an instant, Luana's anger dissipated as she accepted the phone card and planted a kiss on him, exclaiming, "Love you." Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. What was with that swift change of attitude? It was even faster than Shan Shu. As Lin Luo returned the kiss, he discreetly made an okay gesture towards Shan Shu behind Luana's back. Upon noticing this, Shan Shu perked up immediately, shaking off her earlier melancholy. and cheerfully responded with a heart gesture using her hands against her pristine nightgown. Wow, I didn't expect this little one could do that. Unfortunately, due to malnutrition, her growth was stunted. Aside from a few remarks on her center, there was little to commend. Perhaps I should have teacher Juan to give it a try another day. The results would surely be remarkable. Luana seemed to sense something, releasing Lin Luo and suddenly turning around. True to her name, Shanshua shrank back into her original form. Trembling at the mere moment, Luana glanced back. Luana huffed lightly, saying, I'll let you off this time, but if there is a next time, understand? I understand. Shanshua quickly seized the opportunity to plead for mercy, clasping her hands together in sincerity. Next time, you can handle me however you wish. I promise I won't run away, Luana replied. Does that imply you dare to have a next time? You little brat. I must give you a beating today. She feigned a leap towards Shanshua. However, as soon as she made a move, Lin Luo embraced her, saying, Hold on. I haven't finished my words. You are embarking on the inaugural assembly of a team of mutants, lacking in experience. I have sought the assistance of an individual seasoned in this domain to aid you. With a decisive knock, the door swung open, revealing half of a figure. Upon hearing the sound, Lorna and Blink turned to see a striking woman with deep crimson hair and an exquisite visage. Mr. Lin, are you at home? Queried Jean Grey. Come in, Lin Luo beckoned. As Jean entered the living room, Lin gestured for her to take a seat while introducing her. This is Jean Grey, a former member of the X-Men and a professor at the Mutant Academy, now working under my guidance. Upon hearing this, Lorna and Blink quickly grasped Jean's identity. Both girls gasping in unison, You are the Phoenix of the X-Men. Jean's expression turned awkward. I haven't used that title in quite some time. You may simply call me Jean. Mr. Lin briefed me on everything prior to my arrival. You must be Lorna, correct? I am here to assist you in realizing your aspirations. Chapter 38. The Perilous Wanderer Crafted by Iron Man. While Jean Grey imparted her relevant experience to Lorna, other heroes across the globe were not idle. In a luxurious mansion perched upon the cliffs of Malibu, California, Tony Stark confronted the humbling realization of his own insignificance in light of the myriad extraterrestrial incidents and the looming pressure from the MIB. Upon returning home, he resolutely embarked on a technological revolution. Investing heavily, he acquired several nearby islands, transforming them into super laboratories with the assistance of Cybertron, dedicating himself to the development of new armor. It is worth noting that following the establishment of the alliance between Cybertron and human civilization, technological support was extended to major nations worldwide. Recognizing that the United States could not assimilate this extraterrestrial wealth of knowledge in the short term, the leadership decided to involve all domestic prodigies in collaborative research and advancement. Tony Stark, having entered MIT at the tender age of 14 and graduated with the highest accolades at 17, was undoubtedly among them. With new elements, nanotechnology, and the compatibility of Cybertron's compression and material transformation technologies with his Iron Man suit, Stark's future shone brightly. Moreover, standing atop the pinnacle of genius, he was a favored individual in any realm. The Cybertronian life forms took note of the armor Stark was developing. Some of the surviving Cybertronian sages deemed him a remarkably promising human scientist, believing that given time to mature, he could significantly aid Cybertron in the future. They dispatched several scholars and construction robots. With the consent of the U.S. leadership, brought forth abundant Cybertronian metal resources to engage with him, to expedite the process. Stark graciously accepted this offer. Even he could not help but admire the efficiency of these mechanical beings. As long as they were supplied with energy, their work could continue indefinitely. The originally opulent seaside mansion was transformed into a fully equipped super laboratory in a single day, alleviating considerable concerns. A new direction for the battle armor has also emerged. Just yesterday, California faced a colossal extraterrestrial assault. Had Superman not arrived in time, the entire state could have been obliterated. Thus, the primary focus of the new armor is these monstrous beings. Tony Stark has already devised a preliminary design. Perhaps it is mere coincidence that he has named this series The Perilous Wanderer. However, unlike the cumbersome machines nearly 100 meters tall depicted in Pacific Rim, this series of armor emphasizes that size is not the key to victory when sufficient firepower is available. The initial design measures 45 meters, complemented by a supersized new element arc reactor. The weaponry currently deployed in Earth's military is inadequate to inflict substantial harm on these behemoths. Presently, the arsenal comprises nuclear weapons and energy pulses. Consequently, a reform in weaponry is imperative. The energy cannon provided by Cybertron is promising, and collaboration with Cybertron scholars for further development is feasible. After a night of research, Tony Stark returned to the lounge, savoring warm pizza while sipping on a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Once he finished this meal, he knew he needed to rest swiftly to resume work in the afternoon. Suddenly, a small light illuminated a dark corner. It was then that Tony Stark noticed an intruder in his home, and he slowly set down his pizza, heightening his vigilance. "If I hadn't revealed myself, would you have ever discovered my presence?" Nick Fury, standing in the light, inquired with an impassive expression. "Oh, I sincerely apologize." Tony Stark responded with a smirk, his demeanor laced with provocation. He deliberately scrutinized Nick Fury, implying, "Buddy, this is not my fault. If you were in Gotham, Batman's title of Dark Knight would likely be surrendered to you." Nick Fury, well aware of the Playboy's sharp tongue, had heard of his reputation. In peacetime, he might have devised some test to consider inviting such a rogue into the Avengers Initiative. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to be selective. "My subordinate once approached you, inviting you to join a heroic team initiative. Do you recall?" Nick Fury directly addressed the matter. "Is that so? Let me think." Tony Stark mused, attempting to recall the details. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics?" "Correct," Nick Fury affirmed, "but it has recently been renamed. Thanks to those damned aliens. We have garnered global support. It is now called the Super Shield, primarily responsible for addressing various extraterrestrial invasions or special incidents caused by aliens, possessing authority unbound by conventional order. With the organization's upgrade, the previous Hero Team initiative has also been slightly enhanced." Tony Stark interjected, his tone laced with impatience. "This has nothing to do with me, and I have no interest in understanding those matters. Please, do yourself a favor and leave my territory." "No, this directly concerns you." Nick Fury replied calmly. "Mr. Stark, do you genuinely believe that the upper echelons of the United States would allow you to engage with the Cybertronians so easily, just because you are Iron Man, the head of Stark Industries?" "To be frank, I facilitated that connection." A smirk spread across Tony Stark's face as he dismissed Fury's words with disdain. "Do you think this gives you leverage over me? Please, do you believe I care about that assistance? You can withdraw the Cybertronians at any moment and see whether I am affected. I possess ample resources, and with J.A.R.V.I.S. and nanotechnology backing me, I could develop the Dangerous Wanderer series without a hitch. The absence of Cybertronian assistance merely means I will take a little longer." "Who suffers from the delay? Stark Industries?" "No, it is this world and its inhabitants who will bear the brunt." Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Stark's audacity in speaking so defiantly. Had there been a technological breakthrough he was unaware of? A shadow flickered across Fury's gaze. If persuasion failed, then he would have to resort to other means. "Perhaps that wouldn't impede your research, but do you truly believe you can single-handedly protect this world? Countless alien species relentlessly assaulting Earth. You must understand the consequences of fighting alone." In response, Tony Stark flashed a confident smile and replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall forge an army of Iron Men. If one isn't sufficient, I shall create another, until Stark Industries faces bankruptcy. Oh, forgive me. As long as I draw breath, Stark Industries can never face such a fate." "True. But have you considered the repercussions?" Nick Fury pressed. Unfazed, Stark retorted, "The consequence is that I protect this world, while you do nothing. It's childish." Nick Fury scoffed. "If you possess an army of Iron Men, before you can strike at the aliens, this nation will first perceive you as a threat. You are well aware of their modus operandi. Do you think you can save the world? No. When that day arrives, you will find yourself reviled by it." Tony Stark's smile faltered. As he calmed himself and contemplated the reality, the notion of creating an army of Iron Men indeed seemed impractical, particularly with the authorities consistently seeking to confiscate armored suits. What would happen once the Dangerous Wanderers emerged? Could those vermin in the underbelly still remain complacent? Observing Tony Stark lost in thought, Nick Fury resolved to recruit him into the Super Avengers, for the fact that safeguarding the world and humanity was not Stark's obligation, and his distress indicated a burgeoning heroic spirit willing to sacrifice for this world. The labels of scoundrel and playboy could be cast aside. The Super Avengers require precisely such a hero. Once intimidation proves effective, the next step is to entice. Nick Fury's tone softened as he remarked, "Join my initiative. And I can assure you with my character that unless there is a critical mission threatening Earth, your actions will remain unbound. Your Iron Legion will receive direct authorization from the World Security Council, and the resources of SHIELD will be at your disposal, along with official protection for you personally." Each word resonated with Tony Stark, capturing his interest as he snapped back to attention, gazing intently. Noticing the impact of his words, Nick Fury continued to reassure him, "If I fail to deliver on these promises, you may withdraw at any time, and I guarantee there will be no obstruction." "Well, that sounds rather tempting," Tony Stark replied, filling 2 glasses with his preferred drink. "However, do those of you in the espionage field even possess such a thing as character?" Nick Fury's expression darkened. "All right, just a jest. No need to take it seriously," Tony chuckled, gesturing invitingly. "Why not come over for a drink?" This indicated a serious intent to discuss matters. Nick Fury's demeanor improved significantly as he approached and took a seat without ceremony. "A few drinks are fine, but we need to open a new bottle." Meanwhile, in Gotham, within the underground of Wayne Manor, the Batcave awaited. "Our invitation and the terms of your involvement are as follows, Mr. Wayne. Consider whether to refuse us and continue to guard Gotham alone, awaiting the arrival of extraterrestrial beings to witness their destruction, or to join us, uniting all heroes to confront the impending threat and forge a peaceful world for all humanity, including Gotham." Amanda stood behind Bruce Wayne, mirroring Nick Fury's soft and firm approach in her invitation. "By the way, Iron Man Tony Stark has already enlisted in this plan." "Oh, forgive me," she continued, though she employed a blend of coaxing and deception. She was somewhat different from Nick Fury. "Tony Stark? That playboy? You have an interest in him too?" Bruce Wayne seemed less than fond of Stark, retorting, "You certainly have a taste for anything." "Please, do not say that," Amanda countered. "Mr. Stark, during the previous Cybertron attack, fearlessly struck down a Decepticon. He is currently developing a colossal mech to combat enormous alien creatures. Gotham, being close to the Atlantic, may very well rely on him for protection in the future. Thus, regardless of his past, I am unconcerned. He is presently a hero beneficial to the world's populace. Is it not within your capacity, Mr. Wayne, to reach the heights of Mr. Stark?" Bruce Wayne replied calmly, "You might as well save your breath. Such words hold no sway over me." He reflected on a previous state of mind, recalling that at that time, hearing such words would have sent him into a frenzy, compelling him to join without a second thought. In his tumultuous, obsessive state, he nearly perished, but fortunately, that individual had awakened him in time. "I am but an ordinary individual. It would be more prudent for you to seek out Superman, who may guide you on your journey. I have sought him, yet he turned me away," Amanda replied directly. "Oh." This revelation piques Bruce Wayne's interest. "Pray tell, what was his reason for refusal? Of course, if this is confidential, you may choose to remain silent and depart." "Rejection hardly qualifies as a secret," Amanda retorted. "Superman declined due to one man, the head of LexCorp, Lex Luthor. He is scheming against Superman, and we have even extended an invitation to him, which he similarly declined. Luthor believes that as long as Superman protects humanity, they shall never learn to grow. He demands that Superman kneel before him, to then safeguard humanity, even presenting me with a choice. We promptly removed him from our list." "Fascinating," Bruce Wayne mused, akin to an audience member captivated by the unfolding drama. He had previously entertained similar thoughts, even irrationally believing that vanquishing Superman could demonstrate humanity's courage and capability, allowing him to safeguard the world himself. In retrospect, he chuckled. Nonetheless, there is a fragment of that notion worth preserving. The formidable Superman remains a threat to ordinary humanity. One cannot predict when he might go rogue. Yet, if humanity cannot secure its present, how can it contemplate the future? Let's first focus on living well in the moment. Assist me with the task, and should you succeed, I shall join your ranks." Bruce Wayne produced a folder and tossed it to Amanda. "The anti-crime bill?" Amanda instinctively frowned upon seeing the title. Upon opening it, she found merely 2 lines. First, for those criminals with irrefutable evidence, bypass the trial phase and imprison them directly. Second, reinstate the death penalty. After a moment of contemplation, Amanda responded, "The first can be accomplished, yet the second presents challenges and will require time. Gotham, this city of sin, harbors evils beyond mere criminals. To reinstate the death penalty in times of peace is as arduous as reforming the Joker. Is reformation of the Joker even feasible? Certainly not. Thus, reinstating the death penalty is equally implausible. In light of recent extraterrestrial invasions, fear has gripped the populace, and apocalyptic sentiments are quietly brewing. The authorities lack the capacity to deal with those supervillains. The death penalty remains a formidable weapon against malevolence. Bruce Wayne understood the intricacies involved. His original strategy was to leverage his identity as the ordinary Bruce Wayne, combined with Batman's prowess, to create opportunities for reforming the new legislation. Once Gotham's corruption had been subdued, he would then confront those extraterrestrial threats. Now that assistance was forthcoming, why not embrace it? I recognize the difficulty in achieving this task. Therefore, if you can ensure that the first clause of the bill is published, I shall become one of you. Chapter 39. The Rise of the Avengers. Superman leaves Earth. At the villa, Lorna diligently took notes, as if she were a serious student striving to capture the essential points. In a lively discussion filled with laughter, Jean Grey suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Lorna, before you embark on the journey of team formation, I wish for you to answer me 3 questions. First, what is the ultimate goal of establishing a mutant team? Second, what are your views on the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Xavier Institute? Third, how do you intend to handle dissent against humanity within your ranks?" Lorna set aside her notebook, deep in contemplation, her gaze shifting towards Lin Luo. "As for the ultimate goal, I'm uncertain. At present, my sole desire is to protect those I hold dear. If pressed for a purpose, perhaps it would be to advocate for the human rights of mutants. I firmly believe that a harmonious coexistence between mutants and humans is achievable in the future." She hesitated to respond to the second question, as she was not well acquainted with them, and opted to address the third instead. "If it is merely dissent, I would first seek to guide them. However, should any unlawful actions occur, I would resort to legal repercussions without leniency." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Luo interjected, "Allow me to answer the second question on her behalf. The Brotherhood of Mutants and Magneto's approach to racial issues is excessively extreme. Whatever their endeavors, failure is inevitable. An extinction is merely a matter of time. Although Professor X of the Xavier Institute advocates for peace, his excessive weakness renders him incapable of surviving the struggles against the authorities, in an attempt to diminish the perceived threat of mutants to the officials. He has forsaken imparting knowledge commensurate with their abilities to mutant students. His relentless tolerance will ultimately lead mutants into despair." As Lin Luo spoke, his gaze toward Jean Grey revealed a hint of displeasure. "You requested assistance, yet you pose so many questions. Is this a test or a manifestation of your unease? It is rather foolish to ask these 3 questions with ulterior motives, for it is evident that with such a formidable backing, Lorna could never stray down a wrong path. And even if she did, it could be corrected." Jean Grey offered an apologetic smile and swiftly sent a message via her chip. "I apologize, boss. Professor Charles forcibly contacted me using his abilities, which is why I wish to seize this opportunity for Lorna to instigate change, guiding everyone at the Institute towards a hopeful future. You, a former X-Men member, also believe that Professor X has failed?" Lin Luo inquired. Jean Grey replied, "Indeed. Take this recent alien invasion as an example. It presented a perfect opportunity for Professor Charles to step forward and call upon mutants to unite with humans against the extraterrestrial threat. The X-Men possess sufficient power to handle certain crises, yet Professor Charles did nothing. I understand the professor's character. He once sought peaceful coexistence, and now desires balance. A balance between mutants and humans, which I perceive as a misguided notion. As you have articulated, the outcome of this path is ultimately the abyss. I beseech you, boss, allow me to fulfill this aspiration, or else I truly cannot remain at MIB with peace of mind." The X-Men, under Professor X's guidance, primarily bear the responsibility of addressing crises instigated by mutants, in an effort to prevent conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. Professor X refrained from allowing the X-Men to combat regular crimes. This fostered a perception that mutants should govern their own kind, ultimately leading to a societal belief, dominated by humans, that any troubles caused by mutants should be their sole responsibility. This not only failed to garner any prestige for mutants, but also increased disdain towards them. Lin Luo began to understand Jean Grey's sentiments. Witnessing such a splendid opportunity to enhance the public perception of mutants slip away due to Professor X's inaction was indeed frustrating. He responded with a nonchalant four-word phrase, "No further instances." "Thank you, boss. You're a good person." Jean Grey sighed with relief, a light smile gracing her features. Lin Luo remarked, "Although I know Jean Grey did not mean in that way, being labeled as a good person feels somewhat peculiar." Communicating through the chip was akin to a mental connection, where the user perceives time as flowing normally, while in reality, only a fleeting moment passes. Lin Luo wished to withdraw from the situation, deciding it best to let them handle it themselves. "Lorna, remember this. Being overly compassionate is unwise. In the future, repay kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. Follow your heart in all things." As he spoke, he handed her a set of keys, kissed her forehead, and stood up, stating, "These are the keys to my estate. Your base should be established there. Little Lorna, I trust you know how to make use of them." After ruffling Lorna's hair, Lin Luo navigated his way past the others and ventured outside. He preferred not to discuss work at home, planning to return later to relish the sweetness of their romantic life together. Observing Lin Luo's retreating figure, Lorna found herself at a loss for words, a myriad of emotions swelling within her. If not for the presence of others, she would have rushed forward to embrace Lin Luo and weep openly. "I truly envy your relationship with Mr. Lin. You must feel incredibly happy by his side," Jean Grey remarked. Lorna beamed with joy, her happiness surpassing mere words. She felt a loss as to how to reciprocate his kindness. "Perhaps you should consider having a child with him," suggested Blink playfully. "What?" Lorna shot her a glance. Blink, feeling startled, quickly retreated, saying, "Forget I mentioned it." Gotham, a dilapidated apartment. Lin Luo teleported back to his alter ego's position. Pretending to awaken from slumber, his eyes bleary as he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from two hyenas huddled on the ground, trembling, there was no one else present. Rising, he donned an apron, slipping into the morning routine he shared with Lorna. Though he disliked cooking, he relished the sight of the girl waking from sleep, drawn in by the aroma of breakfast. Just as the meal was ready, he heard footsteps approaching slowly. Harley Quinn, dragging her heavy limbs, drooling, and moving with a zombie-like gait, followed the tempting scent step by step. "Am I dreaming, or am I awake? Why does it smell so delicious?" She pondered aloud. Oh! Upon reaching their destination, Harley Quinn was astonished to find Lin Luo engaged in culinary pursuits. The sheer incredulity of the moment jolted her awake. "Incredible! You can actually cook," she exclaimed, rushing forward with unwashed hands to grab a morsel. Smack! Lin Luo deftly struck her hand with chopsticks. "Ouch!" Harley cried out in pain, quickly retracting her hand and rubbing her wrist in dismay. "Go wash up," Lin Luo instructed. Though uncomfortable, Harley, acknowledging the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds, pouted but complied. Upon her return from a hasty wash, she discovered Lin Luo and Poison Ivy already seated at the table, partaking in their meal. What? A surge of indignation welled up within her as she approached Lin Luo, demanding, "Why must I wash up while she gets to eat? I protest. This is utterly unfair." "My apologies, Harley," Poison Ivy replied gracefully, savoring her breakfast. "I possess a unique constitution that renders washing unnecessary. Besides, you have yet to partake in your meal." Fuming, Harley took her seat, transforming into a dedicated eater, while Lin Luo observed quietly. Having just awakened, both Harley and Poison Ivy donned sleepwear that was a delicate blend of white and red. "Do you have any entertainment plans?" "Surely. You cannot expect me to sit here idly," Lin Luo inquired. "How about playing some games?" "I just purchased a PS5, Harley began, only to be struck by the sudden realization that she had smashed the television into smithereens. "Ah, never mind. I'll buy a new one when I have the chance." "No need to purchase a new one," Lin Luo replied, rising to approach the shattered television. He retrieved a toolkit and swiftly performed a transformation. In the blink of an eye, a mere television morphed into a projector equipped with holographic capabilities. The light cast upon the wall, delineating images as it automatically played the news. Both Harley and Poison Ivy were once again astounded by Lin Luo's remarkable feat. Fixing a TV is one thing, but turning it into a projector? What sorcery is this? They began to grasp why the notorious individuals were so invested in this seemingly ordinary man. After their meal, Lin Luo and Harley dove into gaming while Poison Ivy explored botany, occasionally joining the fray. Thus, time passed, and half a month slipped away. The New York Times proclaimed, Mr. Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, piloted the perilous Wanderer 1 to successfully vanquish an extraterrestrial behemoth that had surfaced from the Gulf of Mexico. He is our hero, the Hornet Daily reported. In the aftermath, Tony Stark granted us an interview, revealing that Iron Man will join a coalition of superheroes to combat for the world. The Planet Daily stated, Superman, disheartened by threats against his adoptive mother and wife from malevolent forces, has decided to leave Earth for a time. Today, he will hold a farewell conference in downtown Metropolis. The Gotham Daily announced, the new anti-crime legislation proposed by Bruce Wayne has commenced enforcement, heralding the impending doom for notorious criminals. The World Daily declared, in response to the extraterrestrial crisis, the Super Avengers Initiative has officially launched. Chapter 40. A farewell to Superman. Lin Luo reclined on his newly acquired genuine leather sofa, a pair of exquisite legs radiating a soft azure glow draped across him, while he idly toyed with a pair of JoJo's, exuding a fragrant botanical aroma. Beside him, Harley Quinn arrived with a glass of juice. Her gaze fixed on the poison ivy nestled close to Lin Luo, her forehead creased with vexation. How infuriating! This was ostensibly her home. Why were these two guests enjoying themselves more lavishly than she was? Outrageous! Was this how people conducted themselves? Harley Quinn fumed, her feet stamping in frustration. She was both anxious and bewildered, unable to comprehend when these two had become so entwined. Sigh, was it not preferable to maintain their original lifestyle? Everyone had been happy, like a family. Now, she felt like an outsider. Pouting, Harley Quinn found herself reminiscing about the Joker. Wait. Harley Quinn froze. To her disbelief, she realized this was the first time in 15 days she had thought of her boyfriend, the Joker. Why? Was there trouble in their relationship? Or... Her gaze gradually shifted back to Lin Luo. No, that was impossible. She shook her head in alarm, dismissing the troubling thought. It must be because the Joker hadn't visited her in quite some time. Surely that was it. The world was growing increasingly chaotic. Yet this Iron Man was rather impressive, having constructed a mech that dwarfed the monsters he had vanquished. The scoundrel who dared to attack them seemed to possess some skill. Both Iron Man and Batman were integral members of the Super Avengers Initiative. If this trajectory continued, they might truly replace them, Poison Ivy remarked languidly. Lin Luo smiled, his hand gliding up from the JoJo's, responding, their determination brings me a measure of comfort. Yet this is merely the beginning. The challenges facing human civilization extend beyond the superficial. The real dangers are those unseen, intangible, and even those that do not exist in reality. By the way, I plan to take a stroll later and have a word with Superman before he departs. What? Poison Ivy straightened herself to afford Lin Luo some ease, her eyes wide with astonishment. You know Superman? Indeed, Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. During the Kryptonian invasion, my subordinates assisted him in dealing with the Kryptonians causing havoc on Earth. Poison Ivy interjected, entwining her arms around Lin Luo's neck, her plant-like body supple as water. Do you know where he is going? Will he return? To the new Krypton that we are helping him rebuild. As for when he'll return, Lin Luo shook his head. I'll ask him, and we can discuss it upon his return. Poison Ivy nestled closer. Though she knew he might not, she still felt compelled to ask. You want to leave and never come back, will you? Should I perhaps offer you a taste of my affections? Lin Luo halted his movements, bracing himself for the new journey ahead. Daytime may not be ideal, right? The Poison Ivy donned a hesitant facade before playfully revealing her cleverness. Oh, my apologies. This plant thrives best during the day. Lin Luo spread his arms wide, preparing to embrace Poison Ivy in a princess hold. Harley Quinn, unable to bear the sight any longer, smiled sweetly and remarked, My dear babies, I am well aware of your affection for each other and the sweetness of your love. However, her tone shifted abruptly, her smile now laced with a chilling menace. If you continue to flaunt your love in my presence, I shall have no choice but to expel you both. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo and Poison Ivy turned their heads in unison to face Harley Quinn. After a fleeting glance, they returned their eyes to one another. Darling, it seems Harley is feeling a bit envious. We should consider her feelings and perhaps tone it down a notch, Lin Luo suggested, to which Poison Ivy readily agreed. They exchanged a knowing look, and in the next moment, They were locked in a passionate embrace. Witnessing this scene, Harley Quinn stood frozen, a flurry of question marks floating above her head. Her fair complexion visibly flushed with embarrassment. "You too," she stammered, unable to contain her frustration. In a fit of indignation, she downed the juice she had been served and stormed off towards her bedroom. Once she left, Poison Ivy and Lin Luo broke apart. "Not bad. Harley has finally realized something is amiss," Poison Ivy remarked with a satisfied smile. Lin Luo feigned ignorance and inquired, "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely," Poison Ivy asserted with conviction. "The Joker is no true love for her. For Harley's future, we must take these steps. After all, I have faced life and death with Harley countless times. Our bond surpasses that of family. I would not hesitate to make sacrifices for her." At this point, Poison Ivy playfully tapped Lin Luo's forehead and said softly, "For me, it is a sacrifice, but do not try to tell me you have no feelings for Harley." "I truly do not," Lin Luo replied, his cheeks flushed yet brazen. "Even if you do not, let me share a secret with you." "You do." In truth, Poison Ivy shot him a knowing glance and leaned in to whisper, "The Joker seems to be experiencing some issues in various aspects, which is why Harley's still." Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Just as Poison Ivy had indicated, his previous doubts dissipated, and his mind opened up to new possibilities. "Amen," Poison Ivy scoffed. "Come home early tonight. I will have everything arranged for you." Whether Harley can see through the Joker's true nature depends entirely on this opportunity. Perhaps influenced by the emotions swirling around him, Lin Luo felt a surge of confidence. "Leave it to me," he assured her. "Trust you, I shall." 2 hours later, Lin Luo emerged from the dilapidated apartment, imbued with the scent of roses and a sense of rejuvenation. A familiar Rolls-Royce glided to a stop before him. He opened the door to reveal 2 timid yet exquisite faces inside. Without lingering, he navigated past Catwoman, taking his place in the boss's seat. The vehicle roared to life, heading towards Metropolis. "Is there anyone who wishes to say something?" Lin Luo inquired, gazing ahead with an impassive expression. Catwoman felt a stir of impulse, yet, wishing to grant Natasha her chance, she suppressed her desires. The atmosphere within the car grew quiet. Natasha exhaled deeply, cast off her shoes, and lunged towards the boss, expressing her feelings through action. Perhaps having suppressed her emotions for too long, Natasha's response was somewhat exaggerated. Catwoman observed the increasingly inappropriate situation with mounting irritation. "Damn it. I offer you an opportunity, and this is how you repay me? Creating offspring with the boss right in front of me." Catwoman was infuriated, feeling as if her head had swelled with frustration. However, recalling Natasha's near-depressed demeanor over the past few days, she restrained her impulse to intervene. "All right, let them calm down," she thought. Nevertheless, the boss's vehicle was truly impressive. Even in such a state, it remained steady on the road, not swaying in the slightest. Chapter 41. Farewell to Superman, the Super Avengers meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the Rolls-Royce smoothly came to a halt in front of a rural farmhouse. Lin Luo, eyes closed, leaned back in his seat, face tilted upwards, exuding an expression of triumph, as if he had just saved the world. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Smoking was not his preference. He only indulged on occasions of joy or sorrow. Given the circumstances within the vehicle, the latter could clearly be dismissed. Beside him, after enduring a prolonged period of trials, Catwoman found her temper waning. She stared, dumbfounded, at the boss, who appeared unperturbed, then glanced at the seemingly unconscious Natasha. Had she fainted? The boss was smoking, and Natasha was hissing. Catwoman felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, suppressing her discomfort. She asked, "Boss, I must inquire seriously, did you harbor any thoughts of personal vengeance just now?" "Not at all. It was entirely filled with love," Lin Luo replied calmly. He turned to assess Catwoman, praising, "Your composure is remarkable, beyond my expectations." "Composure?" Catwoman's lips twitched. What kind of composure can withstand such a scale? "You are overthinking. I had to play music in my mind at full volume just to get through this ordeal." "Is that so?" Lin Luo regarded Catwoman, remaining silent. Though no words were exchanged, his gaze conveyed a deeper meaning. Catwoman met his eyes, instantly grasping his implication, adorably tilting her head as if to say, "Let us discuss this further on our way back." The thought remained unspoken, yet the message was crystal clear. Lin Luo smiled and shifted the topic. I'll go bid farewell to Superman. Will you accompany me or stay in the car? Go, Natasha suddenly exclaimed, bolting upright as if resurrected from the brink of death, leaving Catwoman and Lin Luo astonished. Natasha quickly clarified, I still have things to say to the boss. Boss, we can chat while we walk. No need. Lin Luo meticulously adjusted the suit of the man in black, speaking in a gentle tone, I do not concern myself with your past actions. What transpired moments ago was your baptism into a new chapter. From now on, you hold but one identity, that of the dedicated driver to the MIB leader. Of course, this role holds boundless potential for future advancement. Upon hearing this, Natasha was deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have surely shed a few tears. Yet, in her current state, lacking hydration, even speaking felt laborious, leaving her with nothing to weep. Just as they were about to engage in a heartfelt gaze, Catwoman abruptly leapt forth, interrupting with an endearing query, Boss, do I have room for growth as well? That depends on your performance. Let us proceed, Lin Luo replied. With a snap of his fingers, the car door swung open automatically. The group disembarked with remarkable efficiency. Leading the way, the boss was flanked by his two dedicated drivers as they made their way toward the small courtyard at the heart of the farm. As they traversed a quaint country path, they encountered Clark Kent, accompanied by his wife, Lois. Clark was not adorned in his superhero attire, nor did he don the glasses that concealed his identity. Having set aside the mantle of Superman, he radiated happiness, a smile gracing his face. Lois, this is Lin Luo, my childhood friend and brother. My father worked for him, and it is thanks to him that I have a complete family. Hello, Mr. Lin, Lois greeted warmly, extending her hand. Clark has shared countless tales of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Hello, Lin Luo replied, shaking her hand. He held a profound admiration for Lois, who, as a mere mortal, stood steadfast beside a demigod. May I pose a question? Lois glanced at Clark Kent, teasingly whispering, I heard from Mom that Clark was under your protection during his school years. Is that true? In a sense, Lin Luo mused, reflecting fondly on those times. Clark often found himself bullied, retreating to corners in tears. I could no longer bear to witness it, so, as he recounted the superhero's less-than-glorious past, the audience was entirely captivated, especially Natasha and Catwoman. They were astonished to learn that even the formidable Superman had endured hardship. Cough, cough, cough. Clark Kent interjected, clearing his throat with a heavy cough, desperately seeking to regain control of the narrative. Please, Lin Luo, grant me some dignity. No, you misunderstand, Clark. Lois chided playfully, patting his shoulder. You see, these past tribulations only highlight your greatness. With your abilities, you could have easily dealt with those bullies. Yet you chose to endure and not stoop to their level. Even as a youth, you understood the virtues of restraint and forbearance. It is these noble qualities that have shaped the man you are today. Applause erupted from Lin Luo in appreciation of Lois's words. In a previous life, while watching the Justice League, he pondered why Superman's psychological defenses would shatter upon Louise's demise. After listening to those words, he came to understand. Louise was the cornerstone of Superman's psyche, bolstering his divine essence that was at odds with reality. Natasha and Catwoman also held a deep respect for this ordinary woman who could bring even Superman to his knees. Truly, she was remarkable. How many months along are you? Lin Luo inquired. Superman replied with a smile, just over a month. I'm expecting twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Luo remarked once they arrive. I shall contemplate what gifts to bestow upon them. He then approached Clark Kent, placing an arm around his shoulder. Let us have a moment of private discussion. Of course. Clark nodded, and together they ventured into the wheat fields. With the men departed, it was now the women's turn to take the stage. Natasha and Catwoman curiously glanced at Louise's abdomen. Miss Louise, Natasha ventured, may I ask, what does it feel like to be on the brink of motherhood? Louise pondered, gently cradling her belly, reflecting on her own chances of pregnancy. Lin Luo and Clark Kent strolled side by side. How are preparations on New Krypton coming along? The two fathers have arranged accommodations for Louise and me. My adoptive mother also intends to stay on New Krypton for a while. Will you return to Earth? Yes, but without a specific plan. One thing is certain. Louise will not return before giving birth. Clark gazed skyward, his eyes filled with boundless aspirations for the future. By the way, Lin Luo, during my time away from Earth, I intend to delve into Kryptonian knowledge. Do you have any recommendations? Lin Luo paused before responding. My suggestion would be to immerse yourself in the sun for a couple of years, basking in stellar rays. Clark Kent. I was merely jesting. Do not take it too seriously. I know you find it hard apart from Louise. Lin Luo produced a USB-like device from his pocket and tossed it casually to Clark. Your super intellect has been sealed away for too long. Kryptonian knowledge may be too profound for you at this stage. Focus on mastering the contents of this first, before you tackle Kryptonian lore. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., now the base of the Super Avengers aerial aircraft carrier, a vast conference room housed a large round table encircled by several world-renowned superheroes. Iron Man, Captain America, Batman, the Fantastic Four, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and others. In the center of the table stood several holographic projections, prominently displaying footage pertaining to the MIB. Chapter 42, Martians Take on Earth. Tony Stark glanced at the projected content, offering a resigned smile, losing interest in the meeting. Upon seeing MIB, he understood that this conference was futile. He took out a datapad, activated the screen, and began rapidly typing, modifying the combat-tested Danger Wanderer No. 1. Rather than squander time idly, we should attend to practical matters, addressing the deficiencies of the perilous Nomad 1 and preparing for the subsequent development of Nomad 2. Buzz. Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Amanda strode into the conference room, one following the other, exuding an aura of authority. They made their way to the center, surveying the formidable assembly of superheroes surrounding them. The heroes of the MCU were mostly attired in casual clothing, unconcerned about revealing their true identities, while DC's Batman remained clad in his identity-concealing armor. Mr. Stark, the meeting is about to commence. This is our first gathering, so I urge you to pay attention, Amanda reminded sternly. My apologies, Tony Stark replied without lifting his gaze. I am listening intently. You need not worry about me. His demeanor, perceived by the other heroes as arrogant and contemptuous, drew displeasure from the fiery personalities of heroes like Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm from the Fantastic Four. Let us proceed. Everyone's time is invaluable. I hereby declare the meeting officially open, Nick Fury declared, swiftly steering clear of escalating tensions and getting straight to the point. As you may have observed, there exists an organization that operates beyond the bounds of order, self-identifying as the MIB. They engage in interstellar immigration and extraterrestrial trade. As evident, this organization also takes measures to protect Earth, albeit with the ambiguous intent of facilitating a union between human civilization and alien cultures. We believe MIB's motives extend beyond mere protection of humanity. Our investigations indicate that numerous extraterrestrials have already integrated into our society. Furthermore, the invading creatures known as the Opening Flower have been constructing a wormhole beneath the sea for the past 2 months. Their delay in landing is attributable to MIB's resistance against them. We speculate that the first public appearance of the Opening Flower was a lapse on MIB's part. Batman interjected. I have previously engaged with these individuals. I suspect their aim is to encourage humanity to accept extraterrestrials, fostering a world of coexistence. Coexistence? With those alien monstrosities? Johnny Storm scoffed derisively. Isn't that tantamount to treachery, a betrayal of Earth? I disagree with your assertion, Barbara Gordon countered. Not all aliens are malevolent. For instance, those from Cybertron, who have wholeheartedly offered their core technology to assist us, deserve the opportunity to reside on Earth. Green Arrow remarked. Having dozens or even hundreds of immigrants is certainly manageable, but what if there were thousands? Do you comprehend the sheer number of extraterrestrials in existence? Would Earth be able to accommodate them all? Let us cease this discussion, Nick Fury interjected firmly, correcting the deviation from the meeting's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot even guarantee our present safety, let alone contemplate the future. Indeed, Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four concurred. However, I have a question. In the past 2 weeks, there has been a surge in incidents involving extraterrestrials. Has MIB encountered some form of complication? Indeed, one of the most astute individuals within the Marvel Universe quickly discerned the discrepancies at hand. Nick Fury addressed Amanda. Regarding this issue, to speak frankly would be unwise. These superheroes are not agents. Once they become aware that it is S.H.I.E.L.D. striking against MIB, any hope of solidarity will vanish, and retaining even a few to continue this assembly will prove challenging. Batman, one of the four privy to the truth, interjected to alleviate the tension, stating, As for MIB, they are of no concern to us. The mention of them in this meeting serves primarily to convey our predicament. Apart from our existing allies, we have no assistance from anyone else, and we must rely solely on our own strength to safeguard this world. Indeed, for we are on the brink of our first interstellar war-level challenge. Seizing the moment, Nick Fury initiated the next phase. He clapped his hands, and the doors to the conference room swung open, revealing a soldier clad in military attire, a black man. This individual was General John Jones, whose true identity was that of a shape-shifting Martian. Before the astonished assembly of heroes, he transformed into an extraterrestrial being with green skin resembling that of a grasshopper. "I am a Martian, my true name being John Johns." The heroes gasped in astonishment. They had pondered the possibility of extraterrestrials integrating into human society, yet they had not anticipated such profound infiltration, especially within the military ranks. "Esteemed superheroes of Earth, you have just lost your Superman. It is imperative that you unite to confront the imminent challenge. My homeland, Mars, has signaled an invasion against Earth, and within a week, they will launch an assault on the United States with their interstellar warships." Upon hearing this news, the heroes were left in stunned silence. "Wait," the Green Lantern incredulously queried. "Why is it that Mars targets Earth, specifically the United States?" Nick Fury responded, "Why? Because elsewhere MIB provides protection, and the Martians dare not provoke them. Thus, they have chosen to strike at the United States. Perhaps they believe America to be the epicenter of the world." "That's a rather whimsical notion," quipped Firestorm. Batman, disregarding the banter surrounding him, furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, posed two serious inquiries. "What level of weaponry do they possess? And why have you betrayed your homeland to aid us?" The Martian manhunter gazed at Batman and replied, "Before I was sent to Earth by my friends, they possess technology capable of converting nuclear explosions into absorbable gas. As for your accusation of betrayal, I have not betrayed. Martians, much like the inhabitants of Cybertron, are divided into factions. I belong to the peace-seeking faction. However, our fate differs from theirs, as my kind has been entirely slaughtered. I failed to protect my home, and Earth has become my second homeland. I will not allow them to bring calamity here." The conference room fell into a profound silence. The latter statements of the Martian manhunter went largely unnoticed, yet one crucial point resonated clearly. They disregarded the threat of nuclear retaliation. Sitting beside Tony Stark, the War Machine, James Rhodes chuckled dryly. "Is there still a chance for us to ask Superman to remain on Earth for a while longer?" Chapter 43. The call from General Du of Huaxia. Loki of Sakaar in the arena of Sakaar. Loki, adorned with the crown of the unhorned king and wielding a golden energy scepter, sat upon a throne that mimicked the grandeur of Asgard. At that moment, he resembled a revered monarch, listening to the roars of the populace as he gazed down with an imposing demeanor upon the warriors engaged in combat below. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite having finally acquired a nation and achieved his dream of becoming a god king, Loki felt no trace of joy. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he recalled how, half a month prior, he had leapt from the Rainbow Bridge to escape Asgard, inadvertently arriving on this planet, named Sakaar, through a turbulent rift in space. Through his exceptional social skills, he befriended the former ruler of Sakaar, the Grandmaster. After a week of interaction and familiarization with the Grandmaster's habits, Loki employed the tactics reminiscent of the original narrative of Thor, Ragnarok. He eliminated the Grandmaster and replaced him with an illusion of himself. 3 days ago, he had announced a seclusion under the guise of the Grandmaster and assumed control over Sakaar. With rightful claim to the throne, Loki immediately initiated a series of reforms. First, he renamed Sakaar as the Divine Nation of Sakaar. Secondly, he sought to placate the common folk by providing them with far superior treatment than before. Alongside the establishment of a formidable army, the duel occurring below was intended to select the 3 strongest warriors to be appointed as the triumvirate of the Empire, who would lead the newly formed Divine Legion. Everything unfolded according to Loki's grand design, progressing with an ease that felt almost surreal to him. Just then a guard, breathless and anxious, began to report a breach in their defenses. However, before he could finish, Loki shot him a cold glance. The guard faltered and quickly corrected himself, respectfully stating, "We have detected an incursion into our supreme defense network, and it is predicted that the intruders will arrive at the Divine Nation of Sakaar in 3 minutes." Upon hearing words that resonated with his divine essence, Loki's countenance softened, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. My most loyal guardian, can you ascertain the landing site of the intruders? The guard swiftly activated the monitoring device on his arm, tapping a few keys, and replied with a smile. As you wish, esteemed king. Thank you, Loki replied courteously before rising in indignation, raising his energy scepter to unleash a wave of power that commanded the attention of all present. The warriors in combat ceased their fighting, while the agitated citizens of Sakaar gradually calmed. All eyes turned toward Loki on his throne. O people of Sakaar, our nation is about to face its first enemy. Who among you is willing to follow this god-king into battle? A profound silence enveloped the arena. Loki's triumphant expression faltered, his elation evaporating, as his visage darkened with a palpable intensity. The hand, clutching the scepter, trembled with barely contained agitation. Eliminate the invaders. Destroy the intruders. As Loki was on the verge of transforming into a tyrant, the arena erupted with the resounding calls of the deity. Listening to the echoes reverberating through the sky, Loki's expression regained its former composure, a triumphant smile returning to his face. In the refuse of the Sakaran realm, clad in golden armor, Loki led the charge, flanked by the warriors from the arena and his newly formed pantheon. A thunderous roar filled the air as a colossal spaceship breached Sakaar's atmosphere, descending with a resounding boom. This vessel, named Sanctuary Eye, was none other than the chariot of the mad titan, Thanos. As the godly sentinels reported in, Loki, lost in his reverie of divinity, was jolted awake upon hearing the name Thanos, as if struck by a mighty blow. Stunned, he hastily inquired, Thanos? The mad titan who wreaks havoc everywhere? Indeed, the sentinel affirmed, raising her laser weapon with fervor. Your Majesty, now is the time to declare war on Titan Thanos and lead our people to annihilate them. As the saying goes, the Emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. For Loki, the god far surpassing emperors, it was not merely a matter of urgency. He was utterly terrified. In the vastness of the cosmos, Thanos' strength and renown did not match that of the All-Father Odin. Yet there were two aspects in which even Odin at his peak could not compare. Thanos was maddeningly brutal. Once, during a moment of leisure, Loki inadvertently stumbled upon Thanos' campaign to purify a planet. Out of curiosity, he disguised himself as one of Thanos' soldiers and infiltrated the ranks, questioning seasoned veterans. He discovered that Thanos had targeted a remote planet in an uncharted star system. Any fleet that encountered intelligent life would immediately launch an assault, and upon conquering the planet, half of its inhabitants would be randomly executed. Initially, Loki found this amusing and intriguing. However, as he accompanied Thanos to the destination, dread filled his heart, overshadowing all else. The slaughter, carried out with the same nonchalance as a missionary's zeal, was nothing short of demonic. Gulping heavily, Loki hesitated, contemplating whether to flee. Suddenly, two beams of light descended from the ship. General Blade of the Black Order and Dark Nebula landed gracefully on the ground, their demeanor unruffled as they faced the legion before them, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Do not be alarmed. Our Lord Thanos is not yet interested in purifying a world that shelters lost souls, General Blade scoffed. The wild Sakarans, accustomed to a life of freedom, could hardly endure such indignity, erupting in furious growls. Your Majesty, please give the order to attack. The sentinel raised her weapon, aiming it directly at General Blade's head. Silence. Loki interjected, pressing down on the barrel of the sentinel's gun, a congenial smile gracing his face as he addressed the two visitors. Pray tell, what brings you to my newly established Sakaran realm? Sakaran realm? Dark Nebula chuckled, amused by the notion. A deity exiled from Asgard established a divine realm? That is indeed the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. No offense, but Lord Thanos wishes to extend an invitation. Please follow me, O King of Gods. What? Loki inquired, his face a mask of confusion. How did you know I was here? The Star of the Night replied, Allow me to enlighten you. The moment you were cast out, we received word of it. Thanos, well aware that Odin posed one of the greatest obstacles to his ambitions, had long ago commanded his minions, the Butcher Brigade, to constantly monitor the circumstances in Asgard. The interminable wait did not waver Thanos' resolve. He patiently awaited the moment this celestial paradise would reveal a vulnerability. Loki was the first. General Deathblade added, "It was also fortunate that when this divine realm was established, a signal was sent into the cosmos. Otherwise, even we would have wasted a considerable amount of time trying to locate you." Loki shot a predatory glance at the matron beside him. "What is the meaning of this? I believe your reign has instilled hope in Sakaar. Since you are establishing a magnificent divine kingdom, it is essential to announce your greatness to the universe," the matron replied with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Loki's lips twitched. With such devoted subjects concerned for their king's welfare, what could he possibly say? "Alas," he sighed, "Guardians, 10 of my empire. I shall converse with Thanos for a brief moment and return shortly." A rational decision. General Deathblade gestured, and the spacecraft promptly released 3 beams of tractor light. Loki stepped willingly into the light, ascending towards the vessel, and turned to shout, "My people, await my return." Buzz. Zoom. The Sanctuary Eye spacecraft enveloped Loki, General Deathblade, and the Star of the Night, transforming them into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon, leaving only an echo drifting through the air. However, unbeknownst to Loki, the technological prowess of Sakaar was exceedingly advanced, to the extent that even Thanos would have to weigh his chances of certain victory. The Grandmaster was among the first highly intelligent species to emerge after the cosmic explosion, having existed for untold millennia. Could the devices he left behind be inferior? Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that their profession was that of melee sorcerers, rendering their technological capabilities somewhat lacking. Had Loki been aware of Sakaar's firepower, he would likely have mounted Thanos with fervor. Fear? It is the inadequacy of firepower that breeds fear. Earth. After bidding farewell to Superman, Lin Luo returned to the vehicle with Natasha and Catwoman, leisurely making their way back to Gotham. On the way, Catwoman fidgeted for what felt like an eternity, awaiting the boss's move, yet no such action materialized. She hesitated, contemplating whether to emulate Natasha, and with a resolute bite of her lip, she lunged forward, only for the boss to suddenly answer a phone call. "Hello, old Do. What an unexpected pleasure to hear from you. Aren't you too busy to be calling me?" Old Do replied, "Sir, please do not mock me. I'm beset by angels and demons alike, and both the river Styx and the blazing sun are eager to carve a share of the earth for themselves. The pressure is immense. Old Do, the potential of these young ones is immense. Just a few days of training have awakened their power. I wish I could give them more time to adapt, but time is not on our side. Old Do, my esteemed sir, please provide me with a definitive answer. Will that group be allowed in Huaxia? I find myself in constant worry over this matter, and these youngsters indeed require a baptism of blood. It pains me to think of our new home, Huaxia, suffering harm." General Du Cao of the Huaxia Super God Academy, a towering figure bearing the weight of stars, lamented his plight. This situation is undeniably complex. In the original narrative, the invasion of Earth by the underworld civilization was an unavoidable event. Presently, with Huaxia housing the MIB headquarters, as long as the MIB is unwilling, not even the underworld can breach Earth's defenses. Even if Carl, Kasha, Morgana, and the Time Elder were to unite, they could not break through Earth's protective barrier. Although the MIB intends for the people of this era to utilize the Super God Project to confront the extraterrestrial crisis, the MIB's leader has yet to make a clear statement, leaving Du Cao in a state of unease. He even resorted to using personal contacts for a definitive response. Lin Luo fell into deep contemplation. For him, this represented the most challenging aspect of the second stage. Knowing that this Huaxia is not the Huaxia he belongs to weighs heavily on his heart. Other nations may remain indifferent, but when it concerns his own, it becomes intolerable. Chapter 44. A Favor? The Arrival of Joker. The MIB is a global organization. Granting Huaxia special privileges would indeed seem unjust. This is indisputable. Nevertheless, if the boss grants such privileges, what concern is it of the entire MIB? Having contributed to the world for so many years, what's wrong with wanting a favor? If anyone is displeased, they must endure it. If they truly cannot tolerate it, let them settle it with their fists. On the other end of the line, Du Cao sensed Lin Luo's hesitation. Cunning as he is, he sees the opportunity to voice his thoughts. It has come to our attention that the United States has received invasion signals from Mars. As allies, despite our usual strained relations, we must lend a hand in critical moments, sending those young ones to assist and simultaneously hone their combat skills. What do you think? In truth, Du Cao yearned to suggest that the underworld's voracious legion wage war directly in the United States, rather than lurking near Earth on an asteroid, secretly observing Huaxia. However, such a proposition lacked honor. He found it difficult to articulate, primarily due to his accustomed emotional ties to Earth, not wishing to bear the psychological burden. It was better to let this formidable gentleman draw his own conclusions. But who is Lin Luo? Not only could he deduce connections, but he could also see through Du Cao's intentions. Old Du, you are being mischievous again. Speak plainly instead of dancing around the issue. Du Cao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, saying, I do not grasp your meaning. Oh, by the way, my daughter Rose has been clamoring to meet you. What do you think? When faced with uncertainty, he decisively played the card of his daughter. Would Lin Luo fall for this tactic? Ah, indeed, the feast is on. Reflecting on more than 2 decades past, in her childhood, Du Qiangwei, a petite figure, trailed closely behind, incessantly calling out brother with endearing fervor, inexplicably lowering her own generation. Yet, that little girl was undeniably charming, often contemplating matters like a miniature adult. One wonders if Qiangwei has blossomed into a young lady by now. I still recall her declaration of wanting to marry, ahem. Lin Luo cleared his throat, interrupting old Du's somewhat irrational musings, and resignedly stated, before formally engaging in battle, we must deliver a sufficiently harsh lesson to those children. Clap. Excellent. 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 Du Cao exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands thrice. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Mr. Lin, it is settled. Lin Luo shook his head helplessly, warning him to be cautious of Qiangwei's potential retribution. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Du Cao, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further discussing Qiangwei. Should their jest become reality, it would indeed be a monumental affair. Du Cao continued, we have monitored the arrival of an angel in Huaxia, alighting at the Angel International Office building. Subsequent investigations revealed that this individual claims to be the thunder god of war, a left-wing guardian of the divine Kaisha, the sovereign of angelic civilization. Additionally, the demon Queen Morgana has stealthily infiltrated Earth. Her counter-surveillance and wormhole technology are exceedingly advanced, rendering the existing capabilities of the armor division incapable of locating her. Of course, I mention this not to solicit assistance from MIB, but merely to keep you informed. Understood, Lin Luo responded, particularly intrigued by the angels and demons. Once that being known as Divine Kaisha arrives on Earth, do call me. Thus it was decided. Du Cao, fearing Lin Luo might reconsider, hastily ended the call. The old man beamed with delight. With just a few words from Mr. Lin, he felt assured in all endeavors. With a smile, he picked up a cup to brew some hot tea, but upon turning around, he froze in place. Old Bean, Qiangwei stood in the shadowy corner, her exquisite visage half illuminated, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of menace. What did you just say? I did not quite catch that. Could you please repeat it? In the car, Lin Luo pocketed his phone, pondering the current capabilities of the United States alongside the super soldiers of the Armor Division, contemplating the price they would need to pay for victory. If necessary, he could send Xiao Shan to lend a hand. Is this approach fair to the nation? Lin Luo inquired. Fairness is subjective, Catwoman replied. Given the events of last time, your restraint in retaliating has already been magnanimous. She glanced out the window, her voice softening. Yet, those innocent civilians, not an embodiment of saintliness, but rather a heart full of compassion. Lin Luo's hesitation was not without justification. Every human possesses emotions. It is impossible to emulate the artificial intelligence MOS from Little Ball 2, which calculated numerous disasters to unite humanity through blood and sacrifice. No, Lin Luo too could achieve this. However, it is necessary to alleviate emotional constraints through the liberation of the mind, albeit with a potential cost. For he remains uncertain of what actions such a version of himself might undertake. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted by the restless little cat beside him, which could no longer contain its inner turmoil and unexpectedly launched an attack. Perhaps Lin Luo had become too engrossed in his thoughts, leaving him defenseless, and he unwittingly fell victim to the feline's antics. Gotham, in a dilapidated apartment. As Lin Luo exited the vehicle, the moon had already ascended into the night sky. He adjusted his attire and stepped inside as the car continued to advance, gradually vanishing beneath Gotham's shadow. Upon entering, his formal wear transformed back into casual attire. Lin Luo settled onto the sofa, thoroughly content with the events of the day. The sole shortcoming lay in the fact that Luana was preoccupied with her mutant team, neglecting to even place a call to him. "Ah, back from your escapades, are we?" Harley Quinn lamented as she passed by Lin Luo, filling the bowls of Buddy and Lois with dog food, accompanied by an air of discontent. "Did I offend you in some way?" Lin Luo inquired. No, I could never hold such a position of significance," Harley Quinn replied, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Intrigued, Lin Luo intended to engage her further, but alas, Harley Quinn did not grant him that opportunity. Humming a tune, she made her way to the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. Do not peek." "Rest assured, I would never dare," Lin Luo retorted. "I have no desire to let you gain the upper hand." Harley Quinn cast a glance back, so flustered that she forgot her clothes, bursting into the bathroom with a resounding slam. The collision of the door and its frame reverberated throughout the apartment, a clear indication of her current state of mind. Lin Luo chuckled, unfazed, as he activated the projection television to watch Superman's farewell press conference. Superman shared his life story with the world, and as he delved deeper, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. It was in that moment that the public realized Superman was not a deity, but a man of flesh and blood. A reporter attempted to persuade him to stay, but Superman graciously declined, subsequently revealing the news of Lois's pregnancy to the world. Upon learning that Superman chose to depart to protect his wife and child, no one dared to voice further complaints. They had wronged Superman. In an instant, all animosity turned toward LexCorp. A few minutes later, Buddy and Lois, obediently consuming their dog food, suddenly lifted their heads, baring their teeth at the entrance as if confronting an enemy. Following their fierce gaze, Lin Luo turned to see. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a heavy knocking echoed through the air. Lin Luo had an inkling of what was occurring and rose with a smile to open the door. With a click, he swung the door open to reveal a man clad in a purple suit, his hair styled in a striking green pompadour, leaning against the doorframe with a devilish grin. The Joker was greeted at the door by a man, his sinister charm fading into a playful smile. "I am Lin Luo, a friend of Harley's. You must be Mr. Joker. Please come in." Lin Luo, appearing as the host, stepped aside and gestured courteously for him to enter. The expression on his face caused the corners of the Joker's eyes to twitch, yet he entered with a cheerful demeanor, uttering a polite thank you. On the surface, he maintained a courteous facade while discreetly reaching behind him to unholster his gun, disengaging the safety. Lin Luo and the Joker took their seats, positioned in a tense standoff. The hostility between Buddy and Lois grew increasingly palpable, as if they might break free from their chains at any moment and lash out. "Behave," Lin Luo admonished softly. As soon as the words left his lips, Buddy and Lois immediately wilted, appearing astonishingly obedient. Witnessing this scene, the Joker erupted into a manic laughter, realizing that even these two beasts had been trained to submit, revealing how long this scoundrel had been in control. "Mr. Joker, I have heard of you, the nightmare of Gotham, the lifelong adversary of Batman, an eternal nemesis that cannot be shaken off," Lin Luo stated. The Joker, who had been reaching for his gun, paused at this declaration, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "What did you just say? Please repeat that. I did not hear clearly." Lin Luo obliged, repeating, "The lifelong adversary of Batman, an eternal nemesis that cannot be shaken off." "Indeed, you are correct. Nemesis." The term resonated deeply within the Joker, significantly diminishing his murderous intent. With interest, he inquired, "You seem to know quite a bit about me." "Indeed, I have studied your encounters with Batman," Lin Luo replied truthfully, having researched the narratives surrounding both characters in his previous life. "I believe that in numerous confrontations, it was you who held the upper hand. You had many chances to deliver a fatal blow, yet you deliberately spared him. It is not an exaggeration to say that you have validated Batman's worth." "Yes, that's absolutely right," the Joker exclaimed with exhilaration, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Please forgive my earlier inclination to kill you, Lin Luo. Is it? You are truly fascinating." As he rubbed his hands together, he eagerly asked, "Do you possess any deeper insights?" Just as Lin Luo was about to elaborate further, a call echoed from the bathroom. "Lin Luo, I left my clothes in the room. Could you bring them to me? You could also choose to refuse, and I can fetch them myself." The Joker's eyes widened in surprise. Hearing the shout, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Was this part of Poison Ivy's scheme? Absolutely brilliant. Please hold on a moment. Lin Luo gestured to the Joker, then smoothly made his way toward Harley Quinn's room, retrieving some intimate garments and delivering them to the bathroom. Chapter 45. Hyena confronts Joker. Lin Luo's decisive move. Knock, knock. Lin Luo tapped on the bathroom door, then took a step back. Your clothes, come out and take them. With a click, the bathroom door opened a crack, revealing a charming little head peeking out. Harley Quinn gazed intently at her damp golden locks, cautiously observing Lin Luo, and playfully commanded, "Close your eyes." "Close my eyes? What? Are you planning to surprise me?" Lin Luo replied with a teasing tone. "All right, a surprise it shall be." Harley Quinn tilted her head, a comical smile gracing her lips. Her smile appeared sweet and endearing. Yet her thoughts were filled with schemes to deal with this fellow once she was free. She resolved not to be swayed by a sumptuous dinner as she had been last time. That was out of the question. "Hey!" Lin Luo feigned distraction, glancing aside. At the very moment he turned, Harley Quinn swiftly opened the door, half of her body leaning out, reaching for his shirt. However, just as she made her move, Lin Luo turned back. Their eyes met. Oh wait, not quite. Lin Luo's gaze was directed downward, inadvertently avoiding the shocked expression on Harley Quinn's face. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, until the next moment arrived. Harley Quinn snatched the shirt and quickly retreated, her speed so swift that it left a blur in her wake. Thud! The bathroom door slammed shut once more. A smile played at the corners of Lin Luo's mouth as he turned to return to the living room. Behind the door, Harley Quinn clutched the shirt, leaning weakly against the wall, gasping for breath. Her heart raced wildly, uncertain if it was from the exertion or something else entirely. She gritted her teeth, a fierce expression akin to one ready to kill, but faltered midway. Anger surged within her, yet it was not accompanied by disdain. It seemed that this incident was not as grave as she initially thought. Harley Quinn found herself perplexed by her own thoughts, or perhaps too afraid to ponder them deeply. She stood there, dazed and unsure of her next move. In the living room, Lin Luo sat comfortably before the Joker, his demeanor utterly composed. "Where was I? Oh yes. You and Batman are cut from the same cloth. One embodies extreme chaos, while the other is an unwavering adherent to order, regardless of right or wrong. Mr. Joker, everything you do is not only to seek Batman's approval, but also to influence him, to make him like you. Right? Ha! Ha ha!" The Joker erupted into a frenzied laughter, only to abruptly quiet himself, declaring, "You are quite clever, just as clever as us, and, I must admit, it pains me slightly to consider killing you. I see in your eyes a yearning for chaos. Do you wish to become like me? If so, I can offer you a valuable opportunity." "Me? Perhaps your vision is somewhat flawed." Lin Luo chuckled, shaking his head. Leaning forward slightly, he continued with a smirk, "Take a closer look. Discern what truly lies within my eyes. To speak of chaos to one who stands firmly in order is indeed no mere jest." The Joker, upon hearing this, scrutinized Lin Luo intently. What he perceived sent chills down his spine, leaving him in a state of stunned contemplation. As consciousness returned to reality, the clown's eyes were bloodshot. "Sir, I must apologize once more. I underestimated you." "So, do you look down on me?" No, do not misunderstand." Lin Luo straightened his posture, a smile gracing his lips. "I look down on all of you. Come now, you are not so extraordinary. At least our tastes align, do they not?" The clown gestured towards the bathroom, chuckling as he revealed a handgun hidden behind him, inquiring, "Do you know who she is?" "She is Harley Quinn," Lin Luo replied calmly. "No, she is the Joker's girl." The clown could no longer contain his rage, the gun now aimed directly at Lin Luo's head. Sighing, Lin Luo gazed at the dark muzzle, his demeanor remaining as composed as ever. This scene suddenly reminded him of a subordinate from the Second World War in China. What did that fellow say in such a situation? "I detest it when someone points a gun at my head. Do not point a gun at my head, or you will see your own brains." Lin Luo recalled bestowing that man with the title of Captain of China. I digress. In the living room, through the corner of the bathroom, Harley Quinn stood bewildered, observing the unfolding events. Her heart was tumultuous. Reuniting with her beloved Joker brought her no joy this time. Instead, she felt concern for the man who had just taken advantage of him. Should she intervene, or... Lin Luo, noticing Harley peeking, immediately proposed, "How about a business deal? I'll reveal 2 secrets about Batman, and you will sell Harley to me." "Sell? Do you think I would sell my beloved?" The clown coldly retorted. Upon hearing the word beloved from the clown, Harley Quinn's head jerked up in astonishment. Her heart suddenly filled with guilt. Beloved? Stop, stop. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. I know you all too well. Your beloved is none other than Batman, to whom you would sacrifice everything. Two secrets. One is Batman's true identity. The other is the location of his lair. Will you sell or not? Upon hearing this, the clown's earlier indifference vanished, and he fervently asked, You know who Batman is? You must think carefully, Mr. Joker. Lin Luo crosses legs once Gotham's legal system undergoes reform. Your relationship will undergo a qualitative change. There will be no more Joker in Gotham. Perhaps this is your last chance to play games with him. I will sell. The clown's response was immediate, his voice frenzied. Harley Quinn is yours. Now tell me who Batman is. Lin Luo? Harley? Due to the clown's overly decisive answer, both Lin Luo and Harley Quinn were momentarily taken aback. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Luo regained his composure and applauded the clown's fervent devotion to Batman. Such love, one could hardly respond. Batman is Bruce Wayne, and his lair is beneath Wayne Manor. Lin Luo stated. Bruce Wayne? You claim that Batman is Bruce Wayne. The Joker seems to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, exclaiming, Ha ha, If Batman is indeed Bruce Wayne, then Superman must be merely a reporter on the street, perhaps by coincidence. The television just happens to broadcast Superman's explosive revelation regarding his identity crisis. Compared to Superman, I find greater delight in the life of an ordinary person, a humble reporter, Clark Kent, the Joker. At this moment, the Joker truly becomes a fool. He glances at the television, confirming once again, and asks, Is Bruce Wayne really Batman? You are not deceiving me? Lin Luo remains silent, sitting quietly. All right, I believe you. The deal is sealed. Harley Quinn is yours from now on. With this, the Joker eyes his handgun and, with a sinister grin, pulls the trigger towards Lin Luo, bidding farewell with a laugh. No. Harley Quinn screams, rushing out to intervene, but alas, it is too late. Several bullets strike Lin Luo, and just as Harley Quinn shields him, the Joker pauses for a moment, saying nothing, and prepares to shoot Harley as well. Oh no! The ever-watchful hyenas, Buddy and Louise, sensing their master's peril, unleash their ambition. They leap forth, employing their signature move against the Joker. The Joker swiftly dispatches the advancing Louise with a single shot, but as he readies to fire again, Buddy has already lunged at him. Crack! You damn mad dog! The Joker bellows in agony, enduring Buddy's relentless grip, and fires, shattering Buddy's skull. Yet even in death, Buddy refuses to relent. The exposed Joker fires several rounds, turning Buddy's head into a sieve before prying open that bloodied maw. He shakes the gun, attempting to re-aim at Harley Quinn's position. Joker, this ends now. Harley Quinn, unable to accept Lin Luo's death and witnessing her beloved dog being slain, loses all control of her emotions. The love she once held for the Joker now transforms into profound hatred. She yearns to kill this scoundrel. Clenching her fists, she prepares to charge, but Lin Luo swiftly restrains her. What a tiring performance this has been, but the outcome is worthwhile. Lin Luo pulls Harley Quinn closer, embracing her. Harley Quinn gazes up at Lin Luo's profile in astonishment. You're not dead? I'm not that fragile, Lin Luo replies, planting a kiss on Harley Quinn's lips before turning his gaze towards the Joker, glaring at him. Boom! An invisible force surges towards the Joker, pinning him against the wall. Thank you, Mr. Joker, for participating in this little act. I successfully captured Harley's heart. Now, let me consider how to repay you. How about curing your affliction and transforming you into an ordinary person who contributes to Gotham's development by working at Wayne Enterprises? The Joker fears two things above all. First, that Batman dies at the hands of another. Second, becoming an ordinary individual who aids in the construction of Gotham. These two outcomes, to the Joker, are far worse than death itself. Upon hearing those words, the Joker's pupils trembled in fear. After struggling futilely, he shouted frantically, Kill me. Harley, I beg you in my life. Do not turn me into an ordinary person. As Lin Luo's gaze flickered, the Joker's voice dwindled until, with a slight tilt of his head, he fainted. It was settled. When he awoke, he would forget all memories of being the Joker and live as the very image he despised, an upstanding citizen. Lin Luo lifted Harley Quinn's chin and remarked, You must understand how excruciating this is for him, right? Yet, Harley, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, "But Buddy and Louise are gone. They are dead." "Gone? Surely not." Lin Luo gently patted Harley's back and replied, "Look, they are right there, sitting." Harley, through her sobs, glanced over to see Buddy and Louise obediently sitting beside the Joker, her sorrow transforming into tears of joy. "Buddy, Louise," Harley exclaimed, eager to rush towards the two canine companions, but once again, Lin Luo intercepted her. "Before you embrace them, do you not wish to show me some affection first?" Chapter 46. The Sanctuary of New York, Master Gu E. In the dead of night, Lin Luo emerged wearing only a pair of oversized shorts, swaggering as he poured himself a glass of water and drained it in one gulp. Today, he had feasted on 4 exquisite dishes, each with its own unique flavor. This should be deemed the most fulfilling day he had experienced in a century, or rather, since awakening. Alas, the constraints of the world's rules imposed limitations. Otherwise, to indulge in all 4 dishes simultaneously would surely offer an unimaginable experience. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill through him. However, he thought it best to refrain from challenging the rules and instead maintain a steady state of contentment. Given the rarity of such joy, he resolved to attend to some business at dawn as a means of giving back to this world. Nearby, Poison Ivy sat on the couch, the dimly lit room casting shadows around her. She gazed at Lin Luo with a hint of melancholy, remaining silent as if testing whether he would notice her presence. Of course, Lin Luo could not overlook this enchanting green figure. He approached and wrapped his arms around her. "Your plan is quite commendable, perfectly timed, and my performance was not lacking either." "Plan?" Poison Ivy's face was etched with confusion and displeasure. "What plan? I had just prepared my scheme, and before I could even commence, After much contemplation and effort to devise her plan, she discovered that upon her return, everything had already been resolved. The living room lay in disarray, the former Joker unconscious on the floor, while raucous sounds emanated from the direction of the bedroom. Although this was the outcome she desired, an inexplicable sense of betrayal lingered within her. Most infuriating of all, she was left to clean up the mess, unable to storm in and reprimand the 2 heartless individuals. She could only give the Joker a beating and toss him into the garbage outside. Ultimately, she found herself sitting alone, stewing in her frustration. "I initially thought it was your arrangement," Lin Luo inquired curiously. The Poison Ivy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of anger, she averted her gaze. "Regardless, you've accomplished what you needed to do. Is there any point in asking so many questions? It's primarily too shameful, and it may not even be effective. What if I were to speak and become the subject of ridicule? That would make me a fool. All right, if you don't want to talk, then don't." Lin Luo gently grasped Poison Ivy's chin, turning her exquisite face towards him. "Darling, I've had quite enough meat today. I crave something vegetarian. Do you understand what I mean?" As dusk faded into the horizon, the afternoon found Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, under Lin Luo's insistence, forcing themselves to have lunch. Although their faces were flushed, their spirits and bodies were utterly exhausted. After a strenuous meal, the 2 leaned on each other for support, making their way to the nearest bedroom to rest. In a bid to prevent any unwanted interruptions, they locked the door with a soft click upon entering. Lin Luo could not help but chuckle. "It's just one night. Is it really necessary?" With a smile, he tidied up the tableware, discarded his apron, waved his hand, and suddenly donned his MIB uniform. He then sent private messages to his 2 dedicated drivers and the AI Agent L. "As I mentioned yesterday, let's handle some official business." A minute later, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the apartment, and Lin Luo exited to get in the vehicle. Instinctively, he intended to give L the command for autopilot, only to look up and discover Catwoman seated at the driver's seat. That Catwoman chuckled nervously, leaning weakly against the steering wheel. "Please, boss, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Can we take a break after driving for a while? If you have any issues, consult Natasha. She can handle it. She can go all day." "Shut up," Natasha admonished. Her cheeks flushed. They had just been bantering, and how could they take such reckless words seriously? "Enough of this nonsense. Come along with me to handle some serious business today," Lin Luo declared, wrapping an arm around Natasha. Although he spoke earnestly, his actions seemed all too genuine. Natasha pondered her physical condition and felt relieved that she had previously injected performance enhancers. It should not be too much of a problem. No way. She would tough it out, and if it came to it, she would drag that dead cat down with her. Catwoman smirked, quickly straightening up. ready to perform her duties as a driver. Boss, where are we headed? To the sanctum in New York, Lin Luo replied. All right. Catwoman skillfully utilized the chip for navigation, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, sending the car racing forward. She occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, eagerly anticipating an entertaining spectacle. However, to her disappointment, after Lin Luo embraced Natasha, he did not engage in any further inappropriate actions. He merely took Natasha's small hand, gently caressing the calluses formed from frequent use of force. This sudden tenderness caught Natasha off guard, prompting her to cover her hand with her other one. Other areas could be maintained or disguised, but not the hand that wielded a weapon. Don't look at me, boss. This makes me feel inadequate. There is no reason for self-doubt. Lin Luo continued to gently massage, tenderly saying, she will soon revert to her most beautiful self. Natasha's lovely face broke into a blissful smile. Then I shall eagerly anticipate that. Catwoman inquired, her expression a mix of confusion. What is happening? What is this sudden wave of sweet romance? Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she had ample reason to suspect that the individual seated behind her was an imposter posing as the true boss. After 2 minutes of tender massage, Lin Luo withdrew his hand, lifting Natasha's flawless, fair hand. What do you think? Natasha gazed incredulously at her own hand. The calluses vanished, appearing as soft as that of an infant. She quickly presented her other hand. Might I trouble you with this one as well? No need for formality, Lin Luo replied, accepting her hand effortlessly. Catwoman, observing the exchange in the rearview mirror, felt a prickling discomfort. Witnessing their display of affection was more distressing to her than any form of harm. Tentatively, she asked, Boss, if I return to the back now, do I still have a chance? Lin Luo responded with a smile. What do you think? At the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, a structure resembling a cathedral, a Rolls-Royce came to a gradual halt. Catwoman stepped out of the vehicle, fulfilling her duties as the driver by opening the door for the boss. Natasha exited first, playfully lifting Catwoman's chin. Thank you. Oh, no need, Catwoman replied with a cold snort. Lin Luo glanced outside briefly, then exited the car, disregarding the playful banter between the two, and headed straight for the entrance of the sanctum. Observing this, Natasha and Catwoman ceased their teasing, closed the car door, and hurried to catch up. As the trio approached the door, just as they were about to knock, the ancient door seemed to possess a will of its own, swinging open to welcome them. It appears the master of this place is already aware of our arrival, Lin Luo remarked, proceeding without hesitation. Inside the sanctum, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, sat at the center of the hall, flanked by the guardian and her foremost disciple, Mordo, with a tea table set before them, adorned with 3 cups of steaming tea. Upon the arrival of Lin Luo and his companions, Ancient One greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Lin Luo. Chapter 47. Dormammu, I have come to torment you. Given the circumstances, Lin Luo did not engage in pleasantries with Ancient One. As he took his seat, he gestured for Natasha and Catwoman to join him. No wonder you are the supreme sorcerer. You know my name even without prior acquaintance? Lin Luo jested. Ancient One chuckled and shook his head, saying, in comparison to your contributions to this world, I, as the supreme sorcerer, am indeed insignificant. Was this flattery or mere mutual admiration? Lin Luo did not perceive it as such. He lifted his teacup and inquired with a smile, Did you know I was coming? I only just foresaw your arrival, Ancient One replied, gesturing for Lin Luo to partake in the tea, sighing, to be honest, I have waited a full century for this day. Lin Luo savored a sip of the tea, appreciating its fine quality. This is delightful, a superior dong ding oolong. To my liking. After finishing, he added, surely, you could have used magic to traverse to my realm. 100 years of waiting seems excessive. I did attempt to find a way, but to no avail, Ancient One confessed. Ancient One did not conceal the truth, candidly revealing the awkward past. He had attempted to summon a portal in your presence, yet each time it opened to a different location. He had also sought the assistance of your subordinates, but they seemed to doubt his identity, even going so far as to deceive him into undergoing a vision test, using that device capable of erasing memories to illuminate him briefly. Fortunately, he had timely employed magic to shield his mind, and the eye of Agamotto also provided him protection. Is that so? Lin Luo feigned a look of confusion, shaking his head. I was unaware of such matters. In reality, he was well aware. for it was he who had commanded the agents of MIB to undertake this action. At that time, MIB was undergoing rapid development, no longer confined to this realm, and was at risk of infringing upon the authority of the Supreme Sorcerer. To prevent any hindrance to MIB's progress, it was deemed best to avoid contact altogether. Naturally, as the boss, Lin Luo understood all too well that refusing communication often exacerbates simple issues. His awareness did not deter him. In fact, he contemplated that if matters escalated, and the Supreme Sorcerer could no longer restrain themselves, MIB would then possess a legitimate rationale to engage in even more detrimental actions. Let the past remain in the past. There is no need to revisit it. What matters is always the present. Ancient One proactively shifted the topic, wishing to preserve the cordiality of their first meeting. So, you seek me out for a reason. Are you not aware? Lin Luo replied incredulously. If you know I have come, you should also comprehend my purpose. No. Ancient One shook his head with a chuckle, recognizing that merely anticipating the former was already a feat. The eye of Agamotto informed him that the subsequent events could only be discerned once they transpired. Yet he understood clearly that with your capabilities and those of that organization, it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. Therefore, if you have a need, do not hesitate to express it. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo felt a sense of reassurance. Ancient One knew that his visit to the sanctum at this juncture was likely a result of 2 previous unsuccessful attempts from long ago, prompting him to reluctantly utilize the time stone to glimpse the future. As for why he was unaware of subsequent events, Lin Luo had previously constructed a time reset shield to prevent the time variance authority from consuming the timeline. This shield served both the timeline and MIB, effectively providing a layer of super protection. There is over a 90% chance that this shield had obscured the power of the time stone, preventing Ancient One from witnessing the complete future. Without further ado, Lin Luo addressed the matter at hand regarding the dark dimension. I seek a spell capable of drawing significant energy from it. Alas, Lin Luo possessed the ability to effortlessly acquire or even replicate the energy of the dark dimension. However, during the 2 decades of slumber, the super machine he had constructed, which could influence the entire world, was bound by limitations that transcended the rules of the world. It could only be supplied with energy in specific ways, and the methods he had developed could only yield a truncated version, failing to activate all its functionalities. What constitutes a specific way? A singular condition belonging to the MUC system. Lin Luo had grown weary of the arduous study of magic. Why not simply utilize the available resources at hand? No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Before the Ancient One could voice her thoughts, her foremost disciple, Mordo, vehemently rebuked him. The dark energy contravenes the natural laws of Earth. Even a slight indulgence could summon calamity, unlike the morally ambiguous Mordo depicted in the comics. The cinematic universe portrays him as an ardent advocate of natural law. He believes that these laws are the very foundation of existence, asserting that humanity must adhere to them to survive, and that no power outside these laws should be harnessed. Dark energy, black magic, and the Infinity Stones are, in Mordo's eyes, entities that lie beyond the realm of natural law. How extreme can Mordo be? In the original text of Doctor Strange, upon learning that his once revered teacher had delved into black magic and drawn upon dark energy, he outright dismissed his teacher's accomplishments and considered it a betrayal. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, utilized the Time Stone to confront the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, to save the Earth. Mordo criticized the use of the stone's power as a violation of the laws, claiming that such actions would ultimately lead to retribution. After parting ways with Stephen Strange and Wong, he embarked on a dark journey, believing that the excessive number of sorcerers was the root cause of the disruption of natural law, and thus commenced a hunt for them. What was the result? His actions not only failed to protect the natural order, but also led to a severe shortage of sorcerers in Avengers Endgame. Lin Luo regarded Mordo as yet another self-righteous individual akin to Lex Luthor, a loser who believed the Earth could not function without him. He had no interest in such a figure and remained focused on the Ancient One. The Ancient One appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression reminiscent of Bruce Banner's when he sought the stone from her in Avengers Endgame. Her eyes, filled with uncertainty, betrayed her tension. Ignoring Mordo's furious admonitions, she inquired, "Is dark energy truly necessary?" "Master," Mordo interjected, alarmed by the Ancient One's inclination to assist Lin Luo. Dark energy violates the natural laws. Utilizing such power can lead to unimaginable consequences. This is what you taught us. Could you please be quiet? Catwoman interjected, unable to contain her irritation. You incessantly preach about natural law, but can your precious natural law contend with those extraterrestrials? Their arrival on Earth is also a breach of natural law. Why don't you confront them? What do you know? Mordo retorted sharply. The repercussions of wielding dark power far exceed those posed by extraterrestrials. It's quite simple, Natasha calmly countered. If you cannot conceive of a method to confront them without resorting to dark energy, then you should remain silent. Those who do not engage in practical solutions have no right to criticize others. Confined within your narrow worldview, extreme and dogmatic individuals possess no future. Do not waste your breath on him. Lin Luo interjected to halt the squabble among the three, making one final inquiry of the Ancient One. Master, will you provide an answer? You may choose to refuse. I can seek counsel from others just as easily. Ancient One was aware of whom Lin Luo was referring to, and at this juncture, she could only endeavor to maintain control over the situation within her grasp. I can provide you with the incantation, but to harness the energies of the dark dimension in significant quantities, you must obtain the consent of its master. It was straightforward. Lin Luo decisively produced a teleportation gun, opening a portal to the dark dimension. I shall converse with Dormammu. You are welcome to accompany me if you wish. Chapter 48. Lin Luo versus Dormammu. Unlike the previous green portals, the gateway to the dark dimension was a sinister black, surrounded by ominous sparks. Ancient One extended her hand, carefully sensing the world beyond the portal, and could not help but shake her head in astonishment. I could distinctly feel the dark energy within. I did not anticipate that your technological prowess has reached such a level that you can traverse to the dark dimension at will. Forgive me, Master Ancient One, but to clarify, in terms of technological advancement, we have long surpassed the dark dimension. Lin Luo retracted the teleportation gun, patting Natasha and Catwoman on the shoulder as he led the way inside. Observing this, Ancient One turned to the Guardian King and her foremost disciple, Mordo, and remarked, "You have been confined to the magical realm for too long, and the convictions in your hearts have become limited by your narrow worldview. Would you like to witness the past, or shall you remain here, forever immersed in your own world? As a guardian, it is my duty to face danger alongside you," the king declared. Mordo's expression was one of inner turmoil. He could not abide by others challenging the natural order, yet the display before him exceeded his expectations. Could it be that this individual has transcended the natural laws? Please allow me to accompany you. Mordo humbly bowed to Ancient One. He had come to realize that to better uphold the natural laws, he must make sacrifices and comprehend the existence beyond those laws. A wise choice. Ancient One observed Mordo with affectionate eyes, gently advising, "Child, embrace new experiences, and you shall be granted a brighter future, even if that future contradicts your current beliefs." "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Mordo replied, his voice steady, devoid of any tremor. They traversed the portal into the dark dimension, where the rules diverged drastically from those of the outside world. The scientific theories of the ordinary realm were utterly distorted here. Celestial bodies spun like planets all around them. And while the dark dimension was not solely composed of darkness, the vibrant light emitted by those spheres rendered the atmosphere even more oppressive. As Lin Luo, Natasha, and Catwoman stepped in, Ancient One, the king, and Mordo followed closely behind. They steadied themselves, having yet to appreciate the beauty of the dark dimension when a colossal eye opened above them, a phantasmal figure parting the darkness to reveal its true form. Before this entity, Lin Luo and the others appeared exceedingly diminutive. Natasha and Catwoman, having experienced much during the 15 days since the boss's departure and having witnessed numerous extraordinary phenomena within the MIB, were not daunted by Dormammu's terrifying visage. Instead, Wong and Modu, the two mages, anxiously cast their defensive spells, treading with utmost caution. Upon noticing Gu Yi's presence, Dormammu, without exchanging pleasantries, concentrated dark energy into a magical sword and launched an immediate assault. Anticipating this, Gu Yi, with his hands clasped behind his back, forcefully stomped down upon the dark sphere beneath him. A resonant hum echoed as a golden magic circle ascended, effortlessly blocking attacks from all directions. After a brief probing, Dormammu lowered his head, declaring, You have violated our previous oath. Our agreement is null and void. Do not misunderstand, Gu Yi replied with a smile, gesturing towards Lin Luo. It is not I who wishes to see you, but rather I am here to broaden my horizons. Dormammu's gaze shifted to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, disinterested in idle chatter and opting to forego introductions, stated, I have constructed a machine that requires a considerable amount of dark energy. Shall we discuss a potential collaboration? Dormammu was momentarily taken aback. Having ruled over the dark dimension for countless years, he had always been the one devouring others' worlds. And this was the first time of being dared to request energy from him. Naturally, Gu Yi's energy acquisition through spells did not count, as he had never been so audacious as to ask directly. Huh? Dormammu erupted into laughter before suddenly fixing his gaze on Lin Luo, challenging, human. Do you dare step out from the protection of your spell and repeat those words to me? Very well, Lin Luo complied, stepping forward. Natasha and Catwoman attempted to follow, but were halted by a gesture. Once outside the protective spell, donning an innocent demeanor, he reiterated, I have constructed a machine that requires a considerable amount of dark energy. Perish! Dormammu bellowed, raising a fist composed of dark energy, preparing to strike. Why must it come to this? Lin Luo sighed, lifting his arm and extending a single finger. Boom! Dormammu's formidable punch collided with the tip of Lin Luo's finger, halting its descent entirely. Witnessing a mere finger thwart the attack of the Dark Dimension's master startled not only Gu Yi, but also Wong and Modu, as well as Dormammu himself. Initially perceiving Lin Luo as insignificant, he realized he had misjudged, yet this would not alter your fate. With a hum, Dormammu retracted his fist, conjuring a dark spear before him. This strike could obliterate your world. You shall be the first human to endure it since Gu Yi. Lin Luo, unfazed, did not even glance at the impending attack, instead lowering his hand and nonchalantly pressing the button on his wristwatch. Seeing this, Dormammu felt an overwhelming sense of contempt. Unable to withstand the humiliation, he unleashed the long-accumulated dark spear. Faced with such a cataclysmic blow, Gu Yi was compelled to take the situation seriously, casting a more potent protective spell with both hands. Rumble. The dark spear, crackling with dark lightning, shot towards Lin Luo with an unfathomable velocity. Just as it was about to strike, a blue wormhole materialized before Lin Luo, effortlessly devouring the entirety of the dark spear in the blink of an eye. Lin Luo lifted his gaze to Dormammu while pressing the button on his watch. Hum! The blue wormhole transformed into a crimson hue, unleashing a silver lance radiating with a celestial white light towards Dormammu. What? The brilliance struck Dormammu's eyes, prompting an instinctive gesture to shield them. The silver lance illuminated the surrounding darkness, darting forth in an instant, piercing through Dormammu's chest before gradually dissipating within the shadowy dimension. That was the power of light. Ancient One explained, rendered momentarily speechless. Impossible. This cannot be. Dormammu regained composure, gazing incredulously at the hollow in his chest. A lingering white glow remained in the vicinity. To wield the power of light in the realm of darkness. What have you done? It was merely a simple energy conversion, Lin Luo replied with a smile. Darkness transformed into light. A trivial technological feat, quite reasonable, don't you think? Reasonable? How absurd. Discussing technology with a high-dimensional being who has ascended from a sorcerer? What a farcical notion. Dormammu remained momentarily stunned, his eyes darting as he endeavored to grasp these words. As the radiance from his chest completely faded, the void was promptly filled by encroaching darkness. Observing Dormammu's daze, Lin Luo spoke amicably. I typically prefer to resolve matters through dialogue rather than force. Shall we engage in a serious discussion? You may be immortal in the dark dimension, yet according to my research, this is solely due to the authority you possess there. So what would happen if that authority were to shift? Chapter 49. The Boss Armory, Dimensional Weapons. In this peculiar world, an abundance of beings possess the attribute of immortality. However, as long as one of the 5 creation deities, death, exists, the principle of mortality remains an integral part of existence. Thus, nothing is truly immortal. The inability to be defeated stems from one singular reason: insufficient firepower. Transforming darkness? Let's see how this fares. As the Lord of Dimensions, Dormammu had already lost face in negotiating with Ancient One. He would never concede to a mere human now. Buzzing sounds echoed as several dark magical matrices formed a cage around Lin Luo. With a thunderous roar, Dormammu unleashed a torrent of dark energy, crashing toward Lin Luo like a tempest. Should this attack prove insurmountable, Ancient One and her companions would inevitably suffer the consequences. Sigh. Lin Luo, feeling rather helpless, retrieved 3 orbs from his pocket and casually tossed them to the ground. The orbs opened, releasing a multitude of nanorobots that swiftly assembled into a device reminiscent of a vacuum cleaner. Lin Luo grasped the nozzle of the device, aiming it at the oncoming dark energy, and activated the switch. Whoosh! The nozzle emitted a beam of attraction, drawing in all the advancing dark energy into the device as receptacle. This receptacle was equipped with a wormhole connected to the MIB headquarters energy repository. And once the energy capacity reached its limit, any surplus would be directly funneled into the headquarters. As for whether the headquarters energy repository could ever reach full capacity, only an infinite multiverse explosion would suffice. Lin Luo stifled a yawn, his gaze listless as it fell upon Dormammu. Couldn't he muster something more formidable? Dormammu's twisted ebony visage blazed with anger, ignited to a fiery hue. Not even the Ancient One had ever humiliated him to such an extent. He must compel this arrogant human to grasp the terror of the Dark Lord. Boom! The entire dark dimension erupted into chaos. Dormammu summoned the full might of the dark dimension, unleashing it upon Lin Luo with an air of relentless determination. Lin Luo, however, remained unperturbed, choosing to engage leisurely. He might as well gather some dark energy reserves for the headquarters, preparing for the day when that super machine would be completed, ensuring the modified version would be available for MIB agents' utilization. The energy collected now would serve as its power source. Ding! As Dormammu gritted his teeth and exerted his full strength, Lin Luo's phone rang unexpectedly. Balancing the siphon in one hand, he fished out his phone with the other and answered. The only individuals capable of contacting him through this device were either his beloved, close allies, or matters of pressing urgency. This call came from the MIB Division of Temporal Defense, a bureau dedicated to addressing time-related criminals. After creating the Time Shield, Lin Luo had dedicated efforts to establish this division to better confront those who sought to alter the timeline. They had previously clashed with the MUC's Temporal Management Office and had thwarted several conquerors, including the infamous Kong, repelling the threat from Brainiac 5 of the DC Parallel Universe. Lin Luo placed great importance on time. Hence, he had provided this department with his personal number for any critical matters that required direct communication. Boss, we have encountered an issue. 2-time criminals have entered our world from the future, and we are unable to ascertain which future they hail from, reported the director of the Temporal Defense Bureau, his voice tinged with anxiety. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. Since the establishment of the Temporal Defense Bureau, there had yet to be a case where they could not identify the world of origin for time criminals. Time travel inevitably produced 2 temporal nodes, one marking the origin point before the journey, and the other the destination post-travel. Have they entered our world, or are they lingering within the timeline? Lin Luo inquired. Boss, they are hovering above New York, heading in the same direction as an aircraft. Calculations indicate a 99% probability that their destination is the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Sorcerer Supreme. The director replied, The Sanctum Sanctorum? Was this not a direct summons to confront him? Lin Luo pondered, his expression growing increasingly grave. It was not fear for his own safety that troubled him, but rather the most daunting question he wished to avoid. He had become an indispensable figure in this world, with an intimate connection to its fabric. Thus, if this world were to generate parallel dimensions, would there not also emerge counterparts of himself from those alternate timelines? Much like the MUC's infinite multiverse, populated by countless conquerors, or the myriad variations of Rick from Rick and Morty. The protagonist, Rick, is the epitome of all Ricks. Yet he harbors no desire to become the most Lin Luo of Lin Luos. Imagine the chaotic scenes of countless versions of himself engaged in battle. How many worlds are there to fight in? Ultimately, there is a significant likelihood that they all lead to self-destruction. The machine developed by Lin Luo is somewhat connected to this matter. Living within this circle, one can never perceive the truth clearly. Breaking free from this cycle is imperative. As the silence from Lin Luo lingers, the director of the Defense Bureau takes the initiative to propose, Boss, how about I send people to capture them and bring them to the Defense Bureau for surveillance. No need. Once I finish dealing with the current situation, I will personally go and engage with them. That will suffice, Lin Luo replied before hanging up the phone. In urgent matters, one cannot afford to waste time with Dormammu any longer. He tucked away his phone, sighed softly, and gazed vacantly at Dormammu, saying, I will ask you one last time. Is there a possibility for a proper discussion? Perhaps we can talk after you are dead. Dormammu roared. He believed Lin Luo was eager for negotiations due to his weakening position, and instead of halting, he intensified his efforts. Very well. Having received his answer, Lin Luo removed his watch, cradling it in his hand as his eyes glimmered with a white light. Boss Armory activated. Dimensional weapon injection. The watch in Lin Luo's palm quickly disassembled at his command, reassembling into an unremarkable black glove. Lin Luo raised his hand and swiped it towards Dormammu. Buzz. The dark energy released by Dormammu abruptly ceased, and after a moment of bewilderment, his body, which had merged with the dark dimension, uncontrollably began to dissipate until he reverted to his human wizard form. From a technological standpoint, Dormammu's formidable strength stemmed from achieving a self-upgrade in the dark dimension, evolving from an ordinary human to a higher dimensional being. The dimensional glove reverted him back to his previous state. Boss Armory deactivated. After completing this step, the glove transformed back into the watch. Lin Luo reattached it to his wrist, concurrently stowing away the energy collector. With a flick of his hand, he used telekinesis to bring the now human Dormammu before him. Dormammu, can we discuss terms now? You. The human form, Dormammu knelt on the ground. His psyche shattered like Loki's, grappling with a fragmented worldview. He lifted his head, gazing at Lin Luo with bloodshot eyes before lowering it once more. Behind Lin Luo, King Mordo collapsed in fear. Their mentor, the ancient supreme sorcerer, who had lived for nearly a millennium and witnessed countless wonders, was now sweating profusely, his expression mirroring that of Dormammu. Chapter 50. Ancient One. May I join you? Lin Luo looked at Dormammu, crouched down, and comfortingly patted his shoulder. Little Dormammu, can we now relax and have a chat? Dormammu stiffly raised his head and, filled with extreme rage and confusion, asked, How did you accomplish that? As for the scientific aspects, it's better not to inquire further. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained, Lin Luo teased in reply. Dormammu gazed intently into Lin Luo's eyes, observing his cheerful demeanor, devoid of any intention to chastise this defeated foe. The surge of anger within him swiftly transformed into confusion. A victor who refrains from boasting is a figure worthy of respect. But why? Dormammu pondered existentially, possessing the means to dominate the dark dimension. Why would he seek me out? I fail to comprehend. It is because you are of great significance, Lin Luo replied as he rose, extending an invitation. Gulme, allow me to show you something intriguing. After witnessing it, your perspective may very well shift. What shall we see? Dormammu stumbled to his feet, attempting to reconnect with the dark dimension, only to be astonished to discover that the connection had not been severed. The Lord's authority still resided within him, yet his power could no longer be summoned as freely as before. This implied that should anyone attempt to slay him now, they could seize the authority of the dark dimension, becoming its new sovereign. Human technology? He mused. After departing from the ordinary world for so long, humanity had evolved to such remarkable heights. Wait a moment. Lin Luo turned to Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer. Would you care to join us? An opportunity one cannot refuse. Ancient One replied with a smile, wiping away the cold sweat. He casually dispelled his incantation and floated to Lin Luo's side, near Dormammu. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Luo summoned a brilliant column of white light, enveloping the three of them and soaring upward, illuminating the entire dark dimension with its radiant glow. In the boundless expanse at the edge of the world, amidst infinite multiverses, Lin Luo, Ancient One, and Dormammu materialized in the void. They gazed upon the vastness before them. A chaotic realm lay ahead, while behind them were countless colossal crystal orbs interconnected. Though these orbs appeared modest in size, each contained a universe of infinite space. Both Ancient One and Dormammu recognized that their world lay behind them. They focused intently on the spectacle before them, striving to discern the outer world. Yet a barrier within the chaos impeded the connection between the inner and outer realms. Ancient One furrowed his brow, gravely inquiring, What lies beyond the chaos? Lin Luo replied matter-of-factly, beyond the circle is an unfathomable realm. Upon returning to the dark dimension, Ancient One and Dormammu, erstwhile adversaries, now stood side by side. Their gazes vacant, lost in contemplation. Initially overwhelmed by shock, they now engaged in earnest reflection, processing the extraordinary sights they had just witnessed. Lin Luo granted them a moment to acclimate, leisurely making his way back to Catwoman, Natasha, draping an arm over each of her shoulders in a tender embrace. Nearby, the Guardian King observed Lin Luo with trepidation, instinctively retreating. In contrast, Mordo appeared to have gained clarity, no longer obstinate, and ventured to inquire. What can one who tramples upon the laws of nature bring to this world? Lin Luo turned his gaze, questioning, "Are you addressing me?" "Indeed," Mordo affirmed with a nod. Lin Luo pondered briefly before responding, "I am uncertain about what can be achieved, yet I am convinced that yielding to nature ultimately leads to destruction. Is not the essence of biological evolution a struggle against the natural order? One day, the ordinary world will possess means that transcend nature. Thus, I offer you this counsel. Do not impose your beliefs upon others. If you choose to remain stagnant, allow others to advance without hindrance." With that, Lin Luo ceased his engagement, having provided his advice. Should darkness further descend, it would be left for Gu Yi to rectify matters on his own. Mo Du etched Lin Luo's words into his memory, covering his face with his hands as tears streamed down. A youth of merely a decade's experience, he had not weathered great trials, yet he acknowledged that his abilities paled in comparison to Gu Yi's. Nevertheless, this outpouring of grief signified a nascent evolution. Once he dried his tears, the ideals he established would be more resolute than those of the past. A minute passed before Lin Luo noticed Gu Yi and Dormammu, still in a state of bewilderment. He interrupted, "Enough. If you do not regain your senses, we shall take our leave, and you may remain here to form your own coupling and procreate." At his words, Gu Yi and Dormammu snapped back to reality, exchanging glances filled with an indescribable disdain. Dormammu's form began to shimmer, becoming ethereal, indicating a return to his status as the Lord of the Dark Dimension through dark magic. Turning to Lin Luo, he declared, "I can assist you in extracting energy from the Dark Dimension, but I have a minor condition. Once you breach that barrier, allow me a glimpse of that elusive realm." "Certainly," Lin Luo replied without hesitation. Gu Yi swiftly returned to Lin Luo's side, gesturing with his hands to cast a spell, conjuring a talisman that was half dark and half golden. "This is what you seek, a fusion of dark and white magic. My request mirrors Dormammu's, though I have one additional minor request." Lin Luo accepted the talisman without hesitation, stowing it in his spatial pocket. "Speak your mind." With a smile, Gu Yi inquired, "Does your organization still accept new members?" "What do you think of me?" The Guardian King exclaimed in shock. Mo Du added, "Professor, you and I wish to dissuade you." Gu Yi raised his hand to silence them, patiently awaiting Lin Luo's response. The Dark Dimension no longer posed a threat to Earth, and the Supreme Sorcerer ought to engage in pursuits of personal interest. "That is acceptable," Lin Luo assessed Gu Yi before responding. "Once you find a suitable successor, return to report to my people." "How does that sound?" "Agreed," Gu Yi affirmed, fearing Lin Luo might retract his agreement. He swiftly opened a magical portal leading to the ordinary world. "Please, return to the ordinary world. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." After bidding farewell to Gu Yi, Lin Luo, accompanied by Natasha and Catwoman, prepared to depart. However, just a few steps away, he noticed a frail old man in a yellow vest and white shirt, diligently sweeping the floor. He paused and stepped back. "Wait, are you old Lao Chung?" Upon hearing the address, the old man visibly froze, his shoulders drooping in defeat. "Ah, you've caught me," he chuckled awkwardly as he turned around, adjusting the small glasses perched on his nose. "It's been over 20 years since we last met, and you still look so youthful, boss. No, I should now call you Mr. Lin." Indeed, this gentleman is none other than the venerable father figure from Jackie Chan Adventures, a former elite agent of MIB. He had voluntarily chosen to retire before Lin Luo fell into slumber. In his youth, the old man achieved remarkable feats within MIB, thanks to his unparalleled martial arts skills and mastery of chi magic. A staunch advocate for the natural order of life, He believed that aging and death are inevitable experiences for all. Thus, unlike many of his contemporaries, he refrained from injecting enhancement serums, perhaps having endured too much. He grew weary of the MIB lifestyle and, following the narrative of his original tale, opened an antique shop upon retirement, relishing the joys of family life. He had mentioned before departing that he could return to MIB whenever needed. Encountering an old friend after so many years, Lin Luo could not resist engaging him in conversation. "Old chum, didn't you retire to sell antiques? What brings you here?" Lin Luo inquired. The old man, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at Gu Yi and replied, "I discovered references to camouflage in ancient texts, and suddenly became intrigued by forms of magic beyond qi. I thought I'd decom and see if this old body could still manage some exertion." "You're so stubborn. Instead of seeking a simple way to regain your youth, you insist on dragging that old body around for a bit of adventure. Do you think you're still the same man who once wielded a lightsaber, chasing down hundreds of orcs?" Lin Luo expressed his frustration. He detested seeing his subordinates struggle unnecessarily. MIB's stringent regulations stripped all members of their freedom. Thus Lin Luo, as the leader, endeavored to provide leniency where he could, accommodating their needs. The old man was the quintessential obstinate elder. The notions of aging and mortality were mere trifles to him. He believed that living comfortably was far preferable to a good death. In his previous temperament, Lin Luo would have surely kicked the old man a couple of times to vent his anger. Yet now, even if he had the fire to do so, he refrained. The old man's frail frame would likely compel him to seek out one of the 5 primordial deities of death. "Haha, I find my current life quite agreeable. It's a good way to temper my disposition," the old man said with a smile. "Really?" Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the old man nodded earnestly. "Really agreeable, you say? What a load of nonsense. You've been relegated here to perform menial tasks for a week. That bald woman claimed it was to temper your fiery nature. At nearly 80 years of age, you still need to refine your temperament? If it weren't for the pursuit of magic, I would have stormed over there and given that bald head a few solid knocks." "Never mind. I can't be bothered with you," Lin Luo said, turning to Gu Yi. "Have you taught him any magic?" Gu Yi shook his head, unaware that his father had once been a member of the MIB. Yet this fact bore no relevance to him. He possessed a solid foundation and a genius-like intuition, but his temperament still required refinement. Once he could learn to calmly confront various challenges, I would bypass most teachings and impart the essence of the Book of Ashanti directly to him. Even though his father had one foot in the grave, Gu Yi's assessment remained notably high. The Book of Ashanti represented the pinnacle of white magic, a natural counter to the dark arts of the Book of Darkness. Should his father fully grasp its profound principles, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could certainly contend with Dormammu or the deranged Scarlet Witch in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, Lin Luo, the miserly former boss, decided to obstruct his former subordinate's progress. I endorsed the idea of refining his skills, yet the proposed method was clearly insufficient. I suggested he spend 2 years sweeping the streets before considering the teaching of magic. 2 years. Upon hearing this, the father's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he hurled the broom aside, exclaiming, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if you are the boss, I shall deal with you." Lin Luo, invigorated by the exchange, reflected on his many years of experience and the numerous agents under his command. Realizing that this audacious individual was the only one who dared to retort, he scolded, "Who are you calling, father? Remember, I am your elder. I extend you the courtesy of calling you old one. Without such courtesy, you are but an old fool." "What? You dare call me an old fool?" The father rolled up his sleeves, advancing with an imposing demeanor. "Do you wish to test my strength? Do not forget, it was I who taught you the art of combat. Though my appearance may suggest age, my fists remain as potent as ever. Care to match them against mine? Look at you, so easily ignited with anger. Such a temperament is hardly conducive to learning magic. Perhaps it would be best to expel you from my tutelage." Lin Luo retorted defiantly. The 2 elderly men exchanged barbs like children in a quarrel. Wang and Modu observed this spectacle, greatly alarmed. Initially believing the old man to be just a cantankerous figure, they were astonished to witness him engaging in a verbal spar with the formidable Lin Luo. Although their insults flew, they refrained from physical confrontation, showcasing the depth of their camaraderie. Natasha and Catwoman found this display of their boss's temper utterly delightful, laughing heartily. It was their first glimpse of the boss in a flustered state, and the sight of the elderly man in a heated argument was endearingly amusing. However, this harmonious atmosphere was short-lived. Boom! The grand door of the sanctuary was forcefully blasted open. A muscular man, resembling a governor, strode into the hall, wielding an electromagnetic cannon, his expression devoid of emotion. In that instant, the father, who had just been embroiled in a quarrel, positioned himself protectively in front of the boss with a speed surpassing that of Natasha and Catwoman. By the time they regained their composure, the father had already assumed a defensive stance. Quarreling may have been fun, but the gravity of the situation was not lost on them. When a crisis struck, the old man remained as reliable as ever. Report on the mission of the Terminator TX-4090. Target Lin Luo locked. Upon catching sight of Lin Luo, the Terminator swiftly reconfigured itself into a colossal energy cannon, its hands transforming into liquid metal around its electromagnetic core. Natasha promptly utilized a chip to extract information about this muscular behemoth. Boss, that weapon of his possesses enough destructive power to annihilate the entire United States. As she spoke, Natasha and Catwoman drew their atomic energy pistols, aiming simultaneously at the brute's head. Ancient One, clutching a spell, stood ready to open a mirror dimension to absorb the initial wave of attack. Yet, Lin Luo remained silent and motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the governor, who was poised to transform into an electromagnetic cannon. A future warrior? Does this world intertwine with the ideology of the Terminators? Then what a Skynet! Suddenly, a lightsaber burst forth from the chest of the energy-gathering Terminator TX-4090, slicing it in half before detonating it into fragments. Following a ground-shaking explosion, a seductive girl clad in leather, adorned with a mystical aura and sporting 2 strands of bangs, emerged from the residual flames. She exhaled a sigh of relief, removed her sunglasses, revealing a radiant and carefree smile. Ah, I finally made it. Oh, how fortuitous. Dad is here too. Chung Xiaoyu. Lin Luo. Chapter 52. Lin Luo versus Chung Xiaoyu. Imposter. Xiaoyu, one of the protagonists from Jackie Chan Adventures, is Jackie Chan's niece. In this world, she appears merely 11 years old, while the current Chung Xiaoyu is likely over 24. It must be said that this adult version of Xiaoyu is quite attractive, her figure accentuated by her tight attire. Well, is this really the time to dwell on such trivial matters? The crux lies in how the TX-4090 Terminator and the future Chung Xiaoyu managed to bypass the defenses of the Time Security Bureau and force their way into this world. Before engaging in idle chatter, allow me to tidy up the surroundings. Chung Xiaoyu sheathed her lightsaber and activated her arm-mounted armor, her fingers swiftly tapping into the internal device. Once set, she aimed her hands at the remnants of the TX-4090 on either side, projecting beams of light that meticulously collected every fragment into her 4-dimensional pocket. All done. Hooray! Chung Xiaoyu cheered, bouncing gleefully before striding over to Lin Luo. Sir, my name is Chung Xiaoyu, a super avenger from the future. Considering the potential impact on the timeline, I must keep certain future matters confidential. However, I can reveal that the Super Terminator TX-4090 is a creation of Ultron and Skynet. In the future, they're suppressed by MIB and unable to realize their respective plans, hence their attempt to traverse time and assassinate you. Should you perish, MIB will inevitably collapse. Their original technological level was insufficient for time travel. We suspect they received assistance from a time management bureau from an even more distant timeline. My duty is to ensure your safety. Although you may not require my protection, it is my responsibility. So I kindly request permission to remain by your side for 24 hours. After hearing this explanation, Lin Luo remained silent, scrutinizing Chung Xiaoyu while contemplating the implications of her words. To be frank, he did not believe a single word apart from her name. The future? It sounded rather peculiar and lacked credibility. Natasha did not lower her weapon, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, with the barrel aimed at Chung Xiaoyu's head. Catwoman also wore a skeptical expression. You claim to hail from the future, correct? Allow me to pose a personal question that does not pertain to significant matters. In the future, who is the wife of the boss? Boss. You mean Mr. Lin, right? Chung Xiaoyu placed her hands on her hips, responding with a composed smile. Mr. Lin's personal information is classified, and we external personnel lack the authority to access it. However, according to rumors, At this point, Chang Xiaoyu lowered her voice, speaking cautiously. Mr. Lin has many female companions, each a formidable woman, utterly devoted to him. They have even formed a supergroup called the League of Sorrows to prevent other women from vying for his affection. As a girl who has heard Mr. Lin's stories countless times, I too wish to. She almost revealed her innermost thoughts, her cheeks flushing slightly as she scratched the back of her head, then glanced around at Natasha and Catwoman. A smile crept on her lips, truly enviable. It seems you too have succeeded. Ha ha ha. Catwoman and Natasha exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual surprise, unable to suppress awkward laughter. At this moment, the situation took a sharp turn. The color drained from their faces, turning crimson. The League of Sorrows sounds somewhat absurd, yet it is entirely plausible that such a scenario could occur. Oh, an old man. Chang Xiaoyu cheerfully greeted the elder, remarking that at 70, he appeared more youthful than when he was in his 80s, which felt rather strange. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, she seemed noticeably more joyous while conversing with him. Was it due to a reunion with an old acquaintance? Or was it simply the fact that 70 is indeed younger than 80? Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He playfully slapped the elder's shoulder, causing him to shudder, and teased. What does your youthful appearance in the future signify? It means you've stubbornly resorted to taking enhancement agents in the end. So why resist? Wouldn't it be better to comply and return to your prime state? Seeing the immediate danger averted, the elder relaxed, clasping his hands behind his back, letting out a defiant hum, tilting his head. He was not someone to lack principles. Yet, in his heart, he thought once back, he would address all the unfinished business and wouldn't tolerate this humiliation anymore. Chang Xiaoyu observed Lin Luo and the elder, now quite familiar with one another, and a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. He laughed immediately, exclaiming, "So it turns out that you, dear father, are also in Mr. Lin's camp. How despicable. After all these years, you never uttered a word to me." With a swift motion, the old man, wielding a finger like a sword, delivered a playful tap to Xiaoyu's head, saying, "That was for your safety. To ensure you understand that even amidst chaos, you must join the MIB." Ouch, ouch. Xiaoyu cried, squatting on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. Observing this scene, the old man glanced at his hand in confusion. He hadn't exerted much force at all. "Regardless, I'll seek you out once I complete my mission." Xiaoyu defiantly lifted her head, her tone turning petulant. "What Super Avenger? How dull. I refuse to do that. I want to join the MIB, no matter what." "Wait a moment." Lin Luo interrupted Xiaoyu's commotion, engaging her for the first time. "You just mentioned that you've heard countless tales of my exploits. Who else, aside from Old Cheng, could share my stories with you?" "Old Cheng? I quite like that title. You and dear father share a wonderful bond," Xiaoyu replied, ceasing her playful antics and standing upright. "In principle, I should say this is a secret. However, from a personal standpoint, I must confess that I am, in a sense, a girl you've watched grow up." "Is that so?" Lin Luo smiled, asking, "Then if I were to never see you in this timeline again, would it alter the course of history?" Facing such a blatant test, Xiaoyu remained composed, responding, "Do as you wish. Time and fate are not necessarily intertwined. If there's a connection, no matter how one tries to evade it, they will surely meet again." "Aren't you afraid of altering history?" Lin Luo inquired. Xiaoyu shook her head, unafraid. "I am, but a single Xiaoyu, unable to sway the grand design you've orchestrated. If change occurs, so be it." Lin Luo paused, his expression softening, shedding his earlier stoicism. "I admire your spirit. You are to provide me with round-the-clock protection, correct? I still cannot place my full trust in you. Would you mind if I conducted a thorough examination?" "That is acceptable, but there is a serious matter at hand." Xiaoyu stepped forward, pushing aside the old man to lean closer to Lin Luo's chest. "It depends on what kind of examination you intend to perform. Are you referring to equipment or—" "Well, it must encompass everything." Lin Luo looked down at Xiaoyu, inquiring, "What do you wish for me to examine?" "Not the equipment. As it pertains to your technology, which might alter your fate. Everything else is fair game," Xiaoyu replied, playfully tapping Lin Luo's chest. "Ah, splendid. Just as solid as I imagined," Lin Luo remarked, glancing decisively at the old man. "Old man, aren't you going to keep an eye on your granddaughter? She is already of age, and there is little I can do about that. I am quite exhausted and shall retreat to rest." With hands behind his back, the old man ambled away. His instincts warned him that this situation was far from simple, and it would be prudent for him to withdraw. "Goodbye, dear father." Xiaoyu smiled, and wave her farewell. Lin Luo's gaze returned to Chang Xiaoyu. It was certain that this girl was indeed the Xiaoyu from Jackie Chan Adventures. However, the timeline from which she had traversed might not necessarily be the future of this world. Moreover, was her arrival merely for protection? Lin Luo was far from convinced. What could possibly threaten him in the present? Even with the entire MIB organization involved and given an entire era for development, they could never catch up to him. Each member of the Temporal Defense Bureau understood this all too well. Hence, it was implausible to agree to send an individual for protective purposes. The cost of sending someone far outweighed the value of TX-4090. If I must inspect the equipment, Lin Luo pondered, then I have no choice but to. At that moment, Chang Xiaoyu quickly stepped back, clasped her hands above her head, and knelt down, pleading pitifully. I implore you, Mr. Lin. If you insist on inspecting the equipment, I will be forcibly teleported back, and my evaluation by MIB will be over. Please give me a chance. I truly wish to become a part of MIB. Hearing Chang Xiaoyu's earnest pleas, an echo of I beg you, Uncle Long inexplicably resonated in Lin Luo's mind. It was simple. Whether in the future or the present, he was the boss of MIB. In the name of the boss, he declared, you have passed the evaluation. You're being unreasonable, Chang Xiaoyu exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, looking innocently at him. The ones who sent me here anticipated this, so this is part of the evaluation. Besides, you've retired in the future, and the boss position has been handed over to someone else. How can you pass me? I transferred the boss position to someone else? This statement piqued Lin Luo's interest, and he chuckled, then I 1T pressure you. If you tell me to whom I transfer the position, I shall consider you passed. How about that? With a loud clap, Chang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, her face contorting into a look of despair. Oh no, I accidentally revealed such crucial information. I will definitely be dismissed upon my return. No, I shouldn't think like that. The impact I have on the temporal order is what truly matters. If I had known, I would never have accepted this wretched task. Lin Luo squatted down, pinching Chang Xiaoyu's nose, interrupting her thoughts. Say something useful. Or else I 1T need them to force you. I will send you back myself. All right, Chang Xiaoyu, seeing no way to escape, pouted reluctantly and said, I'm not sure of the details. In name, you are still the boss of MIB. But it seems you wish to accomplish certain matters and temporarily entrusted MIB to others. Don't ask me what those matters are. I truly don't know. Lin Luo mused, this is quite intriguing. The previous statements were indeed dubious, but what you just said seems to hold some weight. After all, he had indeed contemplated entrusting MIB to others for the sake of focusing on breaking through boundaries. Could it be that her lies are so fortuitously aligned? Lin Luo chuckled. It seems I must take my time with this girl. Very well. I shall consider you approved, Lin Luo said as he rose. Hooray! Chang Xiaoyu leaped up, raising her arms in exultation, brimming with the joy of a child. Don't celebrate too soon. Lin Luo promptly doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, stating, yes, you have been approved, but there remains a small test. Chang Xiaoyu let her arms droop. Are you going to play these games too? He chuckled softly, glancing at Gu Yi. Her talent is unparalleled, a genius among geniuses. She learns anything with remarkable ease. Let's set aside the old ways for now. You should take her as your apprentice. Xiaoyu's aptitude is indisputable. She can casually flip through her father's spell book and learn spells that defy the heavens. There is also a significant possibility that she is the reincarnation of the goddess Maya from the Saint Seiya. Such talent should not go to waste by neglecting the Book of Ishani. Magic. Chang Xiaoyu perked up once more. She had long aspired to learn magic systematically, but her father forbade it, claiming it was for her own good. Now, the opportunity lay before her, yet she sighed. Gu Yi did not give a direct answer. Instead, she scrutinized Chang Xiaoyu intently. Her eyes, having witnessed millennia and countless experiences, seemed capable of penetrating all facades. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. She stepped forward, circling Chang Xiaoyu twice before reaching out to test her physique. Nodding in approval, she remarked, you are indeed correct. She is a natural-born sorceress, radiating righteousness and perfectly aligned with the Book of Ishani. I have never encountered a child with such extraordinary talent. Taking her as an apprentice is acceptable. I am eager to experiment with her potential as well. Learning spells and honing martial arts are not fundamentally different. Given equal talent, the younger one practices better, solidifying their foundation and leading to limitless prospects. Very well, I will inform the old man. You shall begin teaching this one for a week, Lin Luo decided. Understood. Gu Yi nodded at Lin Luo and, turning to Chang Xiaoyu, smiled kindly. Come with me. I will personally teach you from the very basics. Chang Xiaoyu hesitated. Glancing at Lin Luo, he returned her smile, assuring, I believe you possess devices to monitor temporal fluctuations and teleportation. Learning magic while ensuring my safety should not pose significant issues. All right then. At this point, Chang Xiaoyu understood she could not refuse and reluctantly followed Gu Yi, glancing back every few steps with lingering reluctance. Farewell. Lin Luo waved goodbye and turned, wrapping his arms around Natasha and Catwoman, swaggering away. The alliance of the troubled women sounds rather intriguing. Catwoman asked Natasha, do you think we could be involved in this? Natasha shook her head. We don't know. But it's certainly ISNT me. I'm content being a dedicated driver without meddling in anything else. Okay, it's definitely you. Catwoman asserted with utmost certainty. What? Natasha replied, utterly perplexed. Why? The Catwoman flashed a playful smile and replied, girls often speak in contradictions. The more indifferent you sound, the more it reveals your concern. Chapter 54. The Resurrection of the King Ghidorah of Atlantis. The conversation between the two beauties was quite intriguing. Under normal circumstances, Lin Luo would have certainly teased them a bit, but at present, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the future, and not a single word registered with him. Leaving little Yu in Gu Yi's care was ostensibly to allow her to learn magic, but in reality, it served as a means to buy time. He needed to make a trip to the MIB Time Defense Bureau, utilizing this interval to unravel the complexities surrounding the matter at hand. If clarity could not be achieved, he would set it aside temporarily, using the remaining time to initiate a new round of upgrades on all facilities and equipment of the Time Defense Bureau. To what extent? Lin Luo gritted his teeth and resolved that even if his future self were to traverse back to this present moment, it would require considerable effort to breach the timeline. This assertion might be somewhat exaggerated, yet the determination was firm. Regardless of past or future, control must always reside in the present. Upon exiting the sanctuary, he returned to the vehicle. Natasha, linking her arm with Lin Luo's, inquired, Boss, what are your thoughts on the girl from the future? I have no particular opinion. I can only say that both she and the forces behind her are formidable, at least enough to warrant my serious consideration, Lin Luo replied. Are you implying that Catwoman is our adversary? Natasha asked, her eyes widening. Lin Luo shook his head and remarked, there are indeed foes, but I cannot ascertain that she is one. Gu Yi mentioned she possesses righteousness, and typically, a person of such virtue finds it challenging to commit malevolent acts. He decided not to dwell on it further. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a challenge, so he thought it best to apply some pressure. Agent L. To the Time Defense Bureau. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean, in the lost dueling arena of Atlantis, the kings of four nations, Atlantis, Zeeble, the Fisherman Kingdom, and the Brackish Kingdom, gathered. Prince Om of Atlantis, having triumphed in a 1-against-3 duel, vanquished the other three kings. In seizing the throne, he also earned the fealty of the defeated monarchs. The citizens of Atlantis, witnessing the event, shouted Om's name with utmost reverence. Om raised the trident passed down from his father, responding to the aspirations of his people. Observing the loyal subjects before him and the subdued kings, he recognized the time had come. Om nodded to his subordinates. In an instant, images of humanity's pollution of the oceans and the rampant slaughter of marine life materialized above the dueling arena. The fervent atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The people of the ocean see the land dwellers occupying the finest resources while continuously ravaging our home. If this continues, our oceans will become their hunting grounds and garbage dumps. Can we allow such a fate to befall us? Om proclaimed with royal authority. No, no, no. The citizens echoed in unison. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Om continued to stir the emotions of his people. For years, they had remained oblivious to the value of their environment and the sanctity of life, even as the so-called masters of the earth sent their warships to suppress them. Did they permit such indignities to occur? Absolutely not. It was time for the denizens of the surface to pay the price. Seizing the moment, Om raised his trident once more and declared, I, Om, King of Atlantis, hereby swear to deliver a profound lesson to the surface dwellers, to make them recognize who truly reigns over this planet. Om, Om, Om. The fervor of the crowd surged. Next, introduced their new ally, once a beloved kin. He gestured toward the corner of the arena where Namor, the king of the underwater kingdom of Talokan, emerged, clad in garb reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Arriving at supersonic speed, Namor opened his arms to the Atlantean citizens, proclaiming, "I shall provide the kingdom's army with the sturdiest metal found on Earth. Let's fight. My people, the surface dwellers cannot halt our advance. To battle, to battle, to battle. Valiant Atlanteans, I command the expansion of our naval forces. Prepare the entire clan for action." And Namor raised their tridents, crossing them above their heads to signify the formation of their alliance. This ignited a wave of exhilaration among the Atlanteans, each one roaring with fervor as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Half an hour later, as the crowd dispersed, and Namor descended to meet the remaining 3 kings. King Nereus of the Zebellion, father of Queen Mera, inquired, "Are you truly planning to assault the surface dwellers at this juncture? Have you not considered addressing the extraterrestrial wormholes and their monstrous inhabitants first? Address them? Why should we?" A self-satisfied smile adorned Ohm's face as he replied, "Those alien wormholes are, after all, a boon from the heavens. Were it not for their relentless draining of the surface dweller strength, how could we seize such a splendid opportunity?" The king of the salty sea interjected, "They have vanquished those creatures more than once in direct confrontation. Their strength is formidable. What do we have to fear? We shall prevail. Moreover, I have conceived a grand opportunity that, if successful, will deplete the surface dwellers of most of their fighting force." Ohm exclaimed with fervor, "What plan do you speak of?" The 4 kings, including Namor, queried in unison. Taking a deep breath, Ohm's gaze turned towards the direction of Antarctica. Upon perusing countless tomes, I discovered that ancient Atlantis once revered a colossal dinosaur, regarded as a deity and a totem. In a bid to defend against a 3-headed dragon, it succumbed into slumber, while its adversary remained unscathed, merely sealed within layers of ice. That very dinosaur is now embodied in the monstrous king, Godzilla, fighting for the surface dwellers. Having betrayed us as our faith, I shall resurrect its foe, the 3-headed beast, along with the alien monstrosities. The surface dwellers shall undoubtedly face catastrophic devastation. As OM becomes increasingly deranged, I shall lead the aquatic forces into a powerful strike, vanquishing all adversaries and unifying the entire planet. Namor, the 3 great kings, the extraterrestrial Hydra and Godzilla, are akin to fairy tales in Atlantis, tales that have resonated since childhood. The 3-headed dragon will command storms, sweeping away all in its path, annihilating everything. Only the king of beasts can overcome it. The assemblage of kings was left utterly astounded by OM's scheme, rendered speechless for a considerable time. In the days before Atlantis' demise, the apex king of Atlantis sought to seize the power of the sea god from the trident of Poseidon, driven by a desire for greater strength. This audacious act incensed Poseidon, leading to the instantaneous destruction of all technological devices, the land fracturing, and a tsunami engulfing Atlantis entirely. The previous sinking of Atlantis was a consequence of the king's insatiable desires, and now this chapter unfolds. Chapter 55. The new ace in Lin Luo's hand a week later. A figure emerged from the Temporal Defense Bureau. The individual sported disheveled hair and a scruffy visage, clad in tattered garments, presenting a most unkempt appearance. Lin Luo exhaled deeply, having tirelessly labored to upgrade all temporal machinery within the Bureau. From the limiters to the time devices, down to each member's weaponry, everything was finally complete. While only a week passed in the real world, he had experienced the passage of over 6 months. In the past, when unrestricted by cerebral limitations, such tasks would have been accomplished within a week. Alas, the constraints of his mind posed a significant challenge. It was imperative to rectify this issue at an opportune moment. Natasha and Catwoman, having received an early notification, parked their vehicle before the entrance, leaning against it as they awaited quietly. Upon first sight of Lin Luo, they could scarcely believe that this vagabond-like man was their boss. "Boss?" Catwoman inquired timidly. Lin Luo cast a glance their way, then entered the vehicle without a word, instructing them to take him to Gotham, as he wished to freshen up. Understood. Natasha and Catwoman hastily climbed in. They bore no disdain for Lin Luo's disheveled state, willingly seating themselves on either side of him. Lin Luo closed his eyes, seemingly resting. Initially, he intended to seek out Rona, but the girl had become engrossed in her superhero endeavors. A brief phone call had ended with minimal exchange. She is becoming quite spoiled. Though he had felt a twinge of guilt regarding the two major figures in Gotham, that sentiment dissipated now. Have you uncovered anything? Natasha asked with a hint of concern. It was evident that whatever could leave their omnipotent boss in such disarray was no trivial matter. There are no definitive answers yet, but I have a faint lead. Lin Luo replied, eyes still closed. Though it was but a sliver of information, it bore the weight of profound implications. If the adversary truly had orchestrated such a grand scheme to send someone in, even he would have to tip his hat in admiration. If this is indeed true, the anguish that Chang Xiaoyu is enduring at this moment is beyond imagination. As customary, I shall patiently await Xiaoyu's inevitable explosion. Truly benevolent individuals, akin to Natasha, manage to retain a semblance of kindness within, regardless of the circumstances. Xiaoyu embodies such a spirit. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle arrives at Gotham City. Halting before a dilapidated apartment, Lin Luo disembarks and lethargically approaches the door, knocking gently. Moments later, the door swings open with a click. The adorable Harley Quinn, her hair styled in twin pigtails, playfully inquires, "Who is there?" Upon recognizing Lin Luo, she pauses momentarily in surprise. Harley Quinn quickly gestures towards the living room. "Darling, come here. There's a homeless man who looks just like our husband trying to break in." Where? Poison Ivy arrives at the sound, only to come to an abrupt halt upon seeing Lin Luo. She scrutinizes him from head to toe and asks, "Have you perhaps mistaken this for another room?" "Not joking with you," Lin Luo replies as he strides inside, heading directly towards the bathroom. "I need someone to scrub my back and provide a massage. First come, first served." At this, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy exchange a startled glance, reminiscent of martial arts masters awaiting a slip from their opponent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Harley Quinn can no longer contain herself and leaps towards Lin Luo. Poison Ivy swiftly extends her vines, ensnaring Harley Quinn's leg, causing the poor jester to crash to the ground mid-leap. This is the advantage of possessing superpowers. Poison Ivy glides past Harley Quinn, giggling as she follows Lin Luo into the bathroom. FK. Seeing Poison Ivy usher Lin Luo into the bathroom, Harley Quinn pouts in indignation, angrily striking the ground. Before Lin Luo's arrival, it was all darling and best friends for life. Yet now, just a few words in, and their true natures are revealed. This simply will not do. She must intervene. They cannot enjoy such ease. Harley Quinn activates her stealth skills, slipping to the bathroom door and quietly cracking it open. Inside the bathroom, Poison Ivy presents herself as a gentle and devoted partner, filling the tub with water and then assisting Lin Luo in washing away the grime with cleanser. She gently rubs his back with just the right amount of pressure. One must admit, her technique is indeed exceptional. Lin Luo's tension dissipates, and his weariness gradually fades. Outside the door, Harley Quinn grits her teeth in frustration. How dare she provide such a back rub? However, it appears Lin Luo is genuinely fatigued. Has he truly encountered some distress? As a competent partner, one should not merely help shoulder the burdens, but at least offer a warm embrace. With this thought, Harley Quinn sheds her excess clothing, flings the door open, and swiftly pounces inside. Ultimately, apart from an excessively warm hug and a standard massage, nothing else transpires. The three of them sit together in the bathtub, soaking in the warmth. Lin Luo feels rejuvenated, glancing at the two little heads resting against him on either side. Inquire, do you have any specific plans for your future? What do you aspire to achieve? Or are there dreams you wish to fulfill? I once yearned for the verdant planet you spoke of, but upon reflection, I reconsidered. The Poison Ivy, with a mere flick of her wrist, conjured a rose, contentedly stating, "The distance is too vast. You cannot frequently be with me. It will be better to find an island on Earth, where you can cultivate flowers and plants. Distance is not an obstacle for us." Lin Luo added, "I possess a spatial teleportation device, enabling instantaneous return to Earth from any corner of the universe. Is that so?" The Poison Ivy exclaimed in delight, causing ripples across the tranquil surface of the water. "Then I shall still venture to that planet." Lin Luo embraced her, covering her with water to avert potential calamities. "And you, Harley? Will you continue as before, raising children and leading a mundane life at home?" Harley Quinn shook her head, softly responding, "The world is far too perilous. I cannot guarantee their safety." Let us wait until peace is restored. For now, I wish to lead a joyful life with you, just as we did before. If I must speak of aspirations, Harley Quinn sat up abruptly, creating ripples of her own, albeit less pronounced than those of the poison ivy. I wish to teach those scoundrels a lesson. Let them know that Harley Quinn is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, regardless of whether my endeavors are virtuous or wicked, I aim to carve out my own path and shed the moniker of Harlequin. Such ambition, I wholeheartedly support you, the poison ivy declared. Shed the Harlequin title? Lin Luo, while cradling Harley Quinn, inhaled deeply and said, "My dear, I shall personally assemble a team for you to confront extraterrestrials. The joker among the playing cards is the trump card. Thus, you shall henceforth be my trump card." Harley Quinn blinked, her eyes shimmering as she replied, "My love. This is the most beautiful sentiment in the world." With that, she raised her chin, her gaze dreamy. Lin Luo instantly grasped her meaning and leaned down to kiss her. Yet, just as their lips were about to connect, the chip received a message from the Temporal Defense Bureau. After a brief pause, he continued with deep affection. "I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." Chapter 56. The Truth Behind Xiaoyu's Transmigration, TX10086. Due to the gravity of the situation, previous telephone communications reverted to chip messaging. Upon receiving the notification from the Temporal Defense Bureau, Lin Luo continued to kiss Harley Quinn while mentally observing the fluctuations of numerous timelines through the temporal monitor. Given the overwhelming number, it required considerable effort. Yet it did not hinder his multitasking. After a brief kiss, Lin Luo scooped Harley Quinn up in a princess carry, departing the bathtub and heading towards the specially soundproofed bedroom next door. It had been over 6 months. He longed for those golden pigtails. Wait, hold on. The poison ivy, witnessing the departure of the couple without so much as a farewell, became immediately incensed. Harley Quinn nestled in Lin Luo's embrace, tilting her neck back to gaze at poison ivy, and playfully remarked, "You went first, and now it's my turn. Isn't that fair?" Fair? Fairness indeed. Poison ivy cast a resentful glance at the two. Well, she could use this interlude to absorb more moisture, lest she find herself in a state where even photosynthesis eludes her. In the bedroom, Lin Luo maximized his multitasking prowess. To his delight, he discovered that achieving a state prior to the sage time significantly enhanced his problem-solving capabilities. In the past, his mind had instinctively resisted work, but now, it was deceived into a state of heightened activity. His speed of thought and responsiveness accelerated considerably. Yes, it's decided. In future research endeavors, I shall include all my wives. The moment the other party successfully traversed dimensions, Lin Luo captured the inception of the temporal node, but almost simultaneously, it vanished. The swiftness was so astonishing, it almost felt like an illusion. Though the node was lost, Lin Luo managed to grasp a lead to investigate the specifics. After several minutes of mental exploration between reality and thought, he finally uncovered the reason. Although he had anticipated this, the moment he learned the truth, he paused slightly. It was not due to the incompetence of the Temporal Defense Bureau, nor the inadequacy of the time machines, but rather the cunning and ruthless nature of the enemy, whom one could deem epic in their villainy. They indeed transported individuals from the future, but not from the future of this merged world. Chung Xiaoyu, from the parallel universe of Jackie Chan Adventures, was the source. The reason for the inability to locate the origin was that those rascals destroyed the universe and the timeline while sending people over. With every individual they dispatched, a world was obliterated. Such grandiosity! What a convoluted situation! What could possibly be their motive? Chung Xiaoyu likely remained oblivious to the destruction of her world. Otherwise, with her fiery temperament, she would not be so composed. Should he continue to play along, waiting for her to unwittingly ensnare herself? Or should he confront her now and reveal everything? Lin Luo held his ground firmly, yet internally, he grappled with uncertainty. What should he do? On the streets of New York, a streak of light flashed, and a woman clad in a red bodysuit appeared, half kneeling on the ground. TX10086, feedback received, destination reached. The woman stood expressionless, swiftly scanning her surroundings, her mind as supercomputer infiltrating the entire surveillance system of the United States. She rapidly searched for any monitoring footage of Lin Luo. Upon pinpointing his location, she activated spatial teleportation, vanishing before the astonished onlookers. Outside a dilapidated apartment, TX-10086 turned her gaze towards Harley Quinn's residence, raising her arm as it transformed into an atomic energy cannon. No, no, no. Chung Xiaoyu materialized before TX-10086, blocking the cannon's mouth with her lightsaber, declaring that such sneak attacks were rather unsporting. TX-10086 tilted its head in confusion, and Chung Xiaoyu recognized the high level of danger, deciding to eliminate it immediately. The atomic energy cannon transformed into an energy sword, and without hesitation, she rushed forward to engage in battle. Chung Xiaoyu smiled faintly, her figure retreating like a wraith, as her hand, adorned with magical tools, swiftly traced circles in the air, opening two portals beneath and above TX-10086. What a perfect opportunity to test the magic I've learned these past few days. TX-10086 was momentarily stunned, glancing downwards, before its body uncontrollably plummeted. Passing through the portal below and then descending from the one above, it entered a relentless cycle, gaining speed with each iteration. Chung Xiaoyu waved her hand, continuously accelerating TX-10086 until it became a mere blur. How delightful. This is far more entertaining than the Lordess incantations. Boom! A thruster extended from TX-10086 back, spewing flames to forcibly halt its free fall. It turned to Chung Xiaoyu, its eyes emitting yellow lasers. Chung Xiaoyu deflected the lasers with her sword, conjuring a fireball of magical flames and sending it forth. Boom! The fireball struck TX-10086, producing a minor spark. TX-10086 paused, looking at its body as the liquid metal disguise was mostly swept away, revealing a black ensemble underneath. Wow! Chung Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Just as I imagined. The magical flames are particularly effective against your type of Terminator. Enough games, it's time to eliminate you and report back to Mr. Lin. Chung Xiaoyu's pupils manifested 12 magical symbols as she ceased her playful antics and launched a full-scale assault. Outside the apartment, Chung Xiaoyu battled fiercely with TX-10086, while Lin Luo remained actively engaged, observing and fighting simultaneously. The dual ponytails were wielded with exceptional skill. It must be said that if a choice had to be made for leadership of the MIB in the future, Chung Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be the top contender. With her innate leadership capabilities, exceptional talent in every field, strategic foresight, and a calm demeanor, she occasionally displayed a clever wit. So, should one utilize the ready-made talent before them, or nurture a new one for childhood? For now, it was best to take things step by step and address it later. The outcome of the battle was inevitable, and Lin Luo chose not to dwell on it, focusing intently on the task at hand. Minutes later, Chung Xiaoyu, having collected the remnants of TX-10086 as before, joyfully dashed toward Harley's apartment. Perhaps caught up in her excitement, she neglected to observe proper etiquette, barging in without knocking. The living room was empty, and her gaze shifted toward the bedroom as she received a signal from Lin Luo. Without a second thought, she rushed to the bedroom door. Mr. Lin, Chung Xiaoyu stood frozen, taking in the scene before her, as Lin Luo and Harley Quinn turned to face her at the doorway. A silent standoff ensued, with pairs of wide eyes locked in surprise. Whoosh! Chung Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. I'm sorry. After apologizing, she closed the door with a speed that surpassed even the rabbit talisman. Click! Lin Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering that she could not let her off the hook this time. Chapter 57. The Test for Xiaoyu. The Arrival of Kid Aura. Xiaoyu sat upright on the sofa in the living room, occasionally glancing at the room from which she had made a hasty retreat. She attempted to divert her attention, yet her mind persistently replayed that tumultuous scene. Her cheeks flushed, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Though not young, she had never witnessed such a spectacle, and the impact of the earlier incident was overwhelmingly intense for her innocence, causing her mental CPU to overload. More importantly, how would she face Mr. Lin and his girlfriend later? Rather than dwelling on that, she should contemplate how Mr. Lin might punish her instead. It was unbearable for anyone to be caught in such a situation. Sighing, Xiaoyu lamented that she never anticipated the information she received to be true. That made one, in addition to the two she had encountered a week ago at the holy sanctuary. If a few more were to join, perhaps that absurd jest could indeed come to fruition, forming a league of troubled women. A league of troubled women? How amusing to consider. Of course, this was only if this world had a future. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiaoyu gradually regained her composure. She then wondered if there was a possibility that Lin Luo might focus his attention on her. If so, how should she respond? Previously, Annie Little Snake had taught her a few techniques, all of which she had exhausted a week prior. Rubbing her head, she struggled to recall how Little Snake dealt with Uncle Long. It simply wouldn't work. Little Snake's methods were entirely unsuitable for her. Just as Xiaoyu was on the verge of losing her composure, she heard the bathroom door creak open. Quickly, she sat up straight again. She then watched as a woman with greenish skin, clad in a bathrobe, emerged and entered Lin Luo's room. The fourth one? My goodness. They had already gathered a full table for mahjong. However, this older sister seemed rather oblivious, not even noticing the living person sitting in the living room. Time continued to slip away, and an hour passed. Unable to wait any longer, Xiaoyu's eyes darted around. Why not sneak back to Master Gu Yi for a while, avoiding the storm, and return to see him when the next Terminator crossed over? Yes, that's it. With that decision made, Xiaoyu rose to activate the magic circle. Just as she moved, the door creaked open again, prompting her to sit straight once more. Lin Luo emerged, holding poison ivy and kissing her, as they walked toward the upstairs bedroom in plain sight of Xiaoyu. As she watched the two ascend the stairs, she and T even had the chance to sigh in relief over the crisis averted when she suddenly noticed Lin Luo glance her way. Well then, it seemed she could not escape this time. Pouting, Xiaoyu crossed her arms and sulkily returned to her seat on the sofa. Waiting it out. For the next few hours, Xiaoyu observed Lin Luo making 2 trips up and down the stairs, like an indefatigable god of war. Lin Luo remained vibrant and full of spirit even until the last ascent of the night. He sat down in the living room, causing Chun Xiaoyu to momentarily freeze, her gaze dropping down in astonishment before she hastily turned her head aside. Could you please, Xiaoyu stammered, struggling to articulate her words. Yet, Lin Luo appeared unfazed, calmly sipping a glass of water, and remarked, No need to mind me. I am quite open-minded. After all, you've already seen me, so it's rather nice this way. Internally, Xiaoyu screamed, Of course I mind. I can't just let it go. She longed to deliver a swift kick to him, but could only think about it. After all, she had barged in without knocking. Now, let us get down to business, Lin Luo inquired with utmost seriousness. Did you just eliminate a Terminator that came to kill me? What do you mean just? That was several hours ago. Xiaoyu squinted, forcing a dry laugh as she turned back to him. Indeed, this one is the ultimate upgrade of the TX-4090 series, the TX-10086. TX-10086? Lin Luo paused in surprise. Please tell me there aren't models TX-10010 and TX-10000 as well. Not at all, Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. Why do you ask? Just a curious question, nothing particular. Lin Luo waved dismissively. That's good to hear. Otherwise, instead of calling it the Skynet Terminator, it might as well be renamed the Huaxia Network Future Warrior. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Yes. With Lin Luo focusing on serious matters, Xiaoyu felt her tense nerves ease considerably. As you instructed, I've been studying the Vishani magic with my teacher for a while, and I've grasped the basics quite well. I've even tackled some of the more challenging aspects. Can I stay by your side now? Lin Luo did not respond to her question. Instead, he asked, How have the days of learning magic been treating you? Very joyfully. I've always wanted to learn magic. Master Gu Yi is an excellent teacher, and she said it 1 TB long before I comprehend the true essence of magic. Xiaoyu replied, her enthusiasm evident. Lin Luo nodded, acknowledging her happiness. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped them. In this situation, the lack of a definitive answer made Xiaoyu anxious. As long as you're happy, you needn't waste time by my side. Instead, pursue what you truly enjoy. If a Terminator comes through again, you can return to protect me, Lin Luo stated. This statement quelled Xiaoyu's impatience. Pursuing what I love. Does that sound like concern for me? Gradually, her restless emotions settled. Protecting you, completing the review tasks assigned to me, and ultimately joining MIB. These are what I cherish. Then do as you wish, Lin Luo replied, rising and stretching comfortably. Xiaoyu quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. However, Lin Luo directly approached her, unceremoniously seated himself, and solemnly instructed, Since this is a matter of close protection, you must become accustomed to such trivialities. It is you who must adapt to my pace of life, not the other way around. Understood? I understand. Xiao Yu shifted slightly to the side, making every effort to create some distance. Lin Luo, having the inclination to tease and teach a lesson to this impudent girl who had intruded without knocking, found himself disinterested upon observing her timidity. He closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and leaned back on the sofa in a slumped position, ceasing to speak. Minutes passed, and as silence enveloped the room, Xiao Yu stole a glance. Seeing Lin Luo motionless, appearing to have fallen asleep, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. She watched him intently for a while, her small hands instinctively tightening into fists on her lap, her gaze flickering with complexity. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered her thoughts, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Luo opened his eyes, displeased, furrowing his brow. Just when the test was reaching a critical juncture, was it that foolish creature causing chaos again? He utilized the chip to assess the situation outside. A golden, three-headed dragon, towering at approximately 158 meters with a wingspan of 518 meters, was circling above Gotham City. King Ghidorah? Chapter 58. The Iron Wanderer versus King Ghidorah. Why has this creature awakened now? Lin Luo inquired through the chip to MIB. What is the situation with Ghidorah? Was it released by humans or aliens? The Antarctic MIB official responded, Boss, it was the Atlanteans who helped Ghidorah break free from its seal. According to investigations by Agents M and S, the Atlanteans intend for Ghidorah and the kaiju to deplete the living forces of those on the surface. Once both sides are weakened, they plan to emerge and reap the rewards, leading their army to invade the surface entirely. I am currently in a meeting with the heads of the Americas, the Pacific, and the Atlantic regions, discussing how to classify the situation. The conflict between the ocean dwellers and those on the surface is essentially a civil strife among civilizations, leveraging extraterrestrial powers to ultimately secure a victory for Atlantis. We are deliberating whether to classify this behavior as a betrayal of humanity. If deemed a betrayal, MIB will strip Atlantis of its label as a human civilization and regard it as a disunited force. Following this invasion, should they dare to launch another attack on the surface, it will be treated as an extraterrestrial incursion. Since Atlantis is a civilization, unlike mutants who are merely a race, traitors will not be dealt with by the surface dwellers of equal standing. MIB will take direct action to eliminate these earthly remnants. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and inquired with a smile, What is the source of your dispute? The Antarctic official continued. The heads of the Americas and the oceanic regions believe this is merely a dispute among human civilizations, regardless of who ultimately prevails. The extraterrestrial forces must be eradicated, thus it cannot be classified as betrayal. The head of the Pacific region perceives it as treachery. Conflicts among brothers should remain untouched by outsiders. Furthermore, neither Ghidorah nor the kaiju have formed an alliance with Atlantis, and under no circumstances can we tolerate extraterrestrial beings wreaking havoc on Earth. All right, I've gathered that the head of the Pacific region is of Chinese descent. Ultimately, the head of Antarctica seeks Lin Luo's counsel. Boss, what is your perspective? I am particularly soft-hearted and cannot bear to witness aliens rampaging on Earth. Do you understand my sentiment? Lin Luo replied leisurely, I comprehend. We know what to do. The head of Antarctica responded with excitement. With a boss's words, he finally felt reassured. No, you do not understand, Lin Luo reiterated. Regarding Ghidorah, you should consult Godzilla's opinion. Do not forget he is also a member of MIB. Understood. We shall inquire immediately. Inquire about what? Lin Luo interrupted. I am eager to join the fray. As for you, investigate Atlantis further. There is no rush to take action. I will decide after meeting an old friend. All right. Upon hearing that the boss would personally intervene, the head of Antarctica said nothing more. We will proceed as you instructed. After disconnecting the communication, Lin Luo stretched lazily, and as he stood, his suit adhered to his form. Shall we go out for some fun? Absolutely. Xiao Yu's mood quickly shifted back, and she nodded eagerly. Let us go. Lin Luo unceremoniously took hold of Xiao Yu's hand, pulling her along before she could react. Observing the large hand grasping hers, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, no need for wild speculations. This fellow indeed harbors special intentions towards her. Outside the apartment, a Rolls-Royce was parked. Natasha and Catwoman leaned against the vehicle, gazing up at the three-headed dragon swirling in the sky. Upon seeing Lin Luo emerge, Catwoman hurriedly inquired, "Boss, the database indicates that this dragon is an extraterrestrial being named Ghidorah. Should we lure it to a more open area and take it down first?" "Let us observe for now," Lin Luo replied dismissively. "After all, MIB has relinquished its duty to protect this nation." Roar, roar, roar. The mighty Ghidorah let out thunderous roars overhead. The peculiar sounds emitted a special sonic wave, awakening all dormant titans across the earth. After a few roars, it suddenly surged forward, propelled by golden lightning towards New York. Now, it was the Avengers' turn to perform. "Come, let us follow and see the spectacle," Lin Luo said, ushering Xiao Yu into the back seat. However, a pressing dilemma arose. The back seat comfortably accommodates 3, yet there were now 4 individuals. Natasha and Catwoman were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected change. Lin Luo did not afford them the opportunity to question or vie for seats. He embraced Xiao Yu's slender waist and placed her on his lap. "Xiao Yu, this will suffice." Lin Luo, feeling quite satisfied, glanced around before waving his hand. "Stop standing there. Don't worry, I don't mind all of us crowded together. Come on, Xiao Yu." Catwoman. "Natasha, you may not mind, but we certainly do." The soul-destroying boss, Mr. Lin. From their concealed habitats, titanic beasts across the globe emerged, preparing to advance towards New York, where Ghidorah resided. Not only the native monsters of Earth, but also dozens of kaiju emerged from the oceanic wormholes, dispersing to launch their assault along various coastlines of America. Under normal circumstances, when Earth's titans encountered extraterrestrial kaiju, they instinctively attacked to maintain ecological balance. However, at this moment, Ghidorah roared defiantly, challenging the king of monsters. Among monsters, there are rules. Until a new king is established, they were disinclined to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the Super Shield Agency was in utter chaos. The kaiju had never launched such a large-scale offensive, catching them off guard. Coupled with the imminent threat posed by the three-headed dragon, which could strike the city at any moment, they were at a loss on how to respond. Tony Stark deployed all the dangerous rogue armors to confront the threat. The entire team of Avengers united to intercept the kaiju across the United States. The Fantastic Four, Iron Fist, Spider-Man, and many other heroes stood guard over New York. Batman upgraded his armor, initially designed to counter Superman, and teamed up with Green Lantern and War Machine to head to Gotham. The entire world, nay, the entirety of the United States, felt as if the apocalypse had descended. Compared to previous encounters, the Super Shield Agency had indeed managed to produce some decent weapons this time around, crafting energy pulse guns and cannons based on the Cosmic Cube. The aerial carrier was also outfitted with large-caliber weaponry, ready to engage at any moment. Perhaps they would find themselves in a dire predicament. But with a team comprising some of the brightest minds in the world, they would unite after overcoming setbacks, proving worthy of their title of super. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, the familiar vantage point remained unchanged. Lin Luo, along with Catwoman and Natasha, observed the unfolding battle below. However, this time, they were joined by Cheng Xiaoyu. Witnessing the frantic escape of the people below, Cheng Xiaoyu displayed a look of compassion and curiously asked, "Mr. Lin, won't TMIB intervene?" Upon hearing this, Natasha and Catwoman turned to look at her in unison. "You're unaware of the reason?" Catwoman inquired. Cheng Xiaoyu, with a naive expression, shook her head. Noticing this, Natasha's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she explained, "Not long ago, the SHIELD initiated an attack on MIB's branch in New York as a test. The boss didn't hold it against them and entrusted the safety of America to their management. In other words, we currently have neither responsibility nor obligation to act. Intervening might even lead to their disdain. Must we merely watch as these innocent people suffer?" Cheng Xiaoyu lamented. "This is not about being a saint. Xiao Yu holds the position of a district chief, and such a role can only be assumed out of a genuine passion for protection rather than mere interest. You're truly foolish." Catwoman rolled her eyes disdainfully and remarked, "If the boss were merely observing, wouldn't it be more comfortable to sip hot tea at home while watching live broadcasts on television? Why come to this dreadful place?" Xiao Yu, feeling a bit awkward, scratched her head in contemplation. Indeed, with MIB surveillance capabilities, one could experience the situation from the comfort of home, rendering the journey unnecessary. However, Xiao Yu's thoughts were on point. Lin Luo was indeed reveling in the spectacle. Naturally, there existed another significant factor unrelated to the United States. MIB Agent G, the formidable Godzilla. King Ghidorah and Godzilla are arch-nemesis. Millennia ago, Godzilla, alongside Mothra and ancient beasts, battled the invading King Ghidorah and successfully sealed him in Antarctica. In the original work, Godzilla, after defeating two Muto creatures, Godzilla circled the globe, pausing in Antarctica to check for any signs of Ghidorah's awakening. Now that Ghidorah has resurfaced, Godzilla would never stand idly by. The impending clash of titanic monsters in reality was an event not to be missed. If not for Catwoman's remarks, he would have already set up a small stool, popcorn, and his favorite fizzy drink, ready to enjoy the show. Aerial aircraft carrier. Super Avengers Command Center. Nick Fury and Amanda monitored the battlefields through several screens. For the extraordinary entity that is King Ghidorah, they employed a holographic projection placed at the center of the conference table. It was confirmed that all monster uprisings stem from this demonic three-headed dragon. Nick Fury pointed at Ghidorah. Amanda voiced her assessment. Currently, the greatest threat to the monsters was only Tony Stark's dangerous wanderer. It was rumored he had recently upgraded to a so-called fusion mode, aligning with my thoughts. Nick Fury nodded in agreement and decisively activated the communicator, issuing orders to Tony Stark, who was engaged in battle with a level 5 monster. Stark, we have identified the root of the disaster. Use all your Wanderer armors and eliminate that three-headed dragon over New York as swiftly as possible. I'm unable to comply, Tony Stark replied. Currently engaged in combat with a level 5 monster, the toxic femme fatale. The second-generation dangerous Wanderer had increased in height to 90 meters. Yet compared to the 182-meter femme fatale, it still appeared diminutive. Stark, Nick Fury emphasized his tone. If you don't address the root cause, killing more of those monsters will yield no real impact. Follow my orders quickly. Fine, I'll heed your command, but before I proceed, could you kindly answer 2 questions? Tony Stark replied in an exceedingly nonchalant tone, taking his time. Do you regret confronting MIB? Given the current situation, what are your thoughts? Are you particularly remorseful? Oh, my apologies. That seems to be 3 questions. Nick Fury, regret is far from my mind. It is somewhat difficult to accept. Why not grant S, H, I, L, D, and the Avengers a bit more time to develop? Nick Fury is confident. Given some time, S, H, O, D could undoubtedly match the capabilities of MIB. Alas, I did not anticipate such a significant reaction from MIB following a force probe, leading to their withdrawal from the United States. His initial plan assumed that MIB would never resort to extreme measures. He intended to engage them while gradually undermining their influence. The weaker extraterrestrial forces would be dealt with by S, H, I, E, L, D, while the formidable ones would still be managed by MIB, with patience required for his own rise. Instead, MIB responded decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Reflecting on that moment, Nick Fury surprisingly felt a sense of relief. At least S, H, I, E, L, D had secured sovereignty. He felt an urge to slap himself. Why couldn't he have been more composed? His former self would not have acted this way. Is this the price to pay? Very well. To protect this world through his own strength, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. This is beyond his control. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Nick Fury's mind, ultimately leading to an irrefutable conclusion. I will answer but one question, no regrets. All right, splendid. Upon receiving this response, Tony Stark, who had previously been nonchalant, suddenly transformed into a figure of unwavering resolve. Frankly, your confrontation with MIB was the most foolish act I have ever witnessed, bar none. With that, Tony Stark maneuvered the Danger Wanderer 2, unleashing the full power of its reactor beam. A blinding ray instantly pierced through the chest of the femme fatale, creating a gaping hole. And the 182-meter-tall figure plummeted into the sea, lifeless. After dispatching the femme fatale, Tony Stark promptly summoned auxiliary machinery to replace it with a larger arc reactor. Once re-energized, the colossal machinery soared into the sky, heading toward New York. Thankfully, after your foolish act, you did not express regret over the current predicament. In light of your earnest desire to protect this world using humanity's strength, I shall grant you another opportunity to strive together. Do not let me down. As he spoke, the Danger Wanderer 2's body unfolded, retracting its arms and legs while countless nanomechanical components flew in from all directions, reinforcing its armor. The two units, controlled by the artificial intelligence Jarvis, transformed like transformers into arms and legs, seamlessly integrating with the main body in midair. The combined form became the Danger Wanderer 3 prototype. Height, 185 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Energy source, ultra-large new element reactor 3. Weaponry, Cybertronian-grade armaments. To be honest, when I learned of your entanglement with MIB, I wanted to flee immediately, rush home, wrap myself in blankets, and hide under my bed, trembling in fear. Chapter 59, The Iron Wanderer vs. King Ghidorah 2. Tony Stark piloted the colossal and perilous Iron Wanderer No. 3, soaring at supersonic speeds toward the location of Ghidorah. The massive machine ejected blue propellant flames, leaving a dazzling trail in the high sky. Jarvis cautioned, "Sir, this is the first time No. 3 has been combined. Its stability is uncertain. It is inadvisable to conduct a real combat test. I'd rather not either. I can't just stand by and watch New York be ravaged by that damn monster." Tony Stark replied with a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, he held immense confidence in the capabilities of No. 3. Well, rather than faith in No. 3, it was more a belief in his own prowess. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, Lin Luo, Natasha, Catwoman, and Xiao were the first to perceive the brilliant blue light piercing the night from afar. "That enormous robot is Iron Man, Tony Stark," Natasha and Catwoman exclaimed in unison. At that moment, as King Ghidorah unleashed golden lightning and roared at the heavens, it seemed to sense something. As the three colossal heads paused momentarily, instinctively turning to look back, boom! The Iron Wanderer No. 3 crashed into King Ghidorah's chest with tremendous force. The violent impact unleashed a terrifying wave between the two entities. In that instant, two mechanical hands seized King Ghidorah by the necks, with the head pressed firmly against its chest. The fingers of the mechanical hands reconfigured into locking mechanisms, securely fastening around the captured necks. Subsequently, a more powerful propulsion system assembled from its back. Boom! Flames erupted as Iron Wanderer No. 3 subdued King Ghidorah, accelerating toward the uninhabited mountainous regions near New York. It was evident to even the simplest observer that this monster was of a different caliber than the previous creature. This battle would not conclude easily. New York City and its citizens could scarcely endure the turmoil wrought by these two colossal beings. Roar! King Ghidorah thrashed violently, its central head biting down on the arm of Iron Wanderer No. 3. Its sharp teeth tore through metal components, yet the nanotech attachments rapidly mended the damage. Nonetheless, Tony Stark was still taken aback by the sheer force of Ghidorah's bite. Within the core of the mech, Tony furrowed his brow and shouted, "Jarvis, scan the data on this vile dragon. Scan complete. Height, 158 meters. Weight, 140,000 tons. It appears to possess the ability to manipulate climate and can emit rays that disrupt electromagnetic forces," Jarvis reported. What? Tony Stark was left bewildered. What did that even mean? The previous creature, the 182-meter-tall toxic flower monster, weighed merely 750 tons. Iron Wanderer No. 3 stood at 185 meters tall, with a weight of only 60,000 tons. This opponent, at 158 meters and 140,000 tons, the density of its body was beyond comprehension. It seemed he would need to reassess the nature of this battle. As he contemplated, they had already flown far from New York. Atop the Empire State Building, Lin Luo observed as the robot, accompanied by a three-headed dragon, distanced itself from the bustling heart of New York City. With a swift calculation, he determined their trajectory and nonchalantly activated a teleportation portal. "Let us change locations and continue our observation." Natasha, Catwoman, and Xiao hurriedly followed suit. With events unfolding to this extent, they too were eager for the final outcome. As they traversed the portal, they seamlessly reconnected with the previous scene. The dangerous wanderer bore down on King Ghidorah, colliding with a mountain peak. The tremendous mass, propelled by an ominous force, shattered the rocky summit, creating a deep ravine before it finally came to a halt. King Ghidorah felt a slight ache in its back, its fury transforming its eyes into a blood-red hue. After all, its arch-nemesis was Godzilla. What was this hulking machine in comparison? How dare it lay a hand upon it? Golden electromagnetic waves surged through its body as the central head unleashed gravitational beams, shattering the neck braces on either side. With its control restored, King Ghidorah propelled itself with its powerful legs, sending the dangerous wanderer flying. Sparks erupted from the wanderer's chest as it swiftly regained balance in midair using its rear thrusters, landing smoothly on the ground. Sir, the mech has sustained 2 damage and is deploying nanotech attachments for repairs. Is that so? Tony Stark quipped while simultaneously calibrating the Cybertronian weaponry. It appears we can endure another 50 or 60 strikes. The dangerous wanderer reconfigured one arm into a cutting blade while the other transformed into a heavy energy cannon. 2 rows of light cannons rose from its shoulders, and it dove down once more, launching another assault against King Ghidorah. The cannon ports locked onto the eyes of the 3-headed beast, initiating a relentless barrage to pave the way for a closer approach. Even if it couldn't inflict damage, it could obscure the monster's vision, creating an opportunity to engage. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of detonations, King Ghidorah's head was knocked back and forth. Attempting to shield itself with its wings, it found the dangerous wanderer had already closed the distance. Gathering energy, the heavy cannon fired a shot, followed by a swift strike with the cutting blade. However, this seemingly effortless attack, capable of decimating even the most formidable foes, merely sparked against King Ghidorah's hide without inflicting any substantial harm. The dangerous wanderer paused, taken aback, though it was Tony Stark, the mech's operator, who truly found himself in disbelief. This creature, capable of withstanding a combined assault, had skin tougher than superalloy? Damn it! What do these monsters consume to grow so formidable? Cursing under his breath, Tony quickly redirected his focus back to the battle. Jarvis, do we have a viable strategy for effective engagement? Sir, the material strength of the dangerous wanderer is insufficient, and the weapon output is severely lacking. The only solution, I see. Back to the drawing board, is it? Using the full power of the reactor's rays to eliminate it, Tony Stark expressed his helplessness. The first suit was like this, the second suit had undergone arduous enhancements, and the third suit was even more epic in its upgrades. Yet, they still found themselves stagnating. No, sir, you misunderstand. That method may injure it, but it will not kill it, came the response. Tony paused, a foolish smile escaping him. Well, it seems I'd be better off standing still. I must devise a plan, he thought. In times of crisis, one must remain calm. Controlling the mech, Tony withstood King Ghidorah's onslaught, his mind racing. Ultimately, he sent a desperate message to Nick Fury. I can't handle this. I need assistance. Unfortunately, his message failed to transmit as King Ghidorah disrupted the surrounding magnetic field, preventing communication. Tony furrowed his brow. It seemed that he could only fight with all his might now. Chapter 60. Tony was astonished. Ghidorah was actually a BT. Under the sea, the armies of the 5 great nations, led by King ORM of Atlantis, monitored the battlefields through surveillance devices, focusing primarily on the perilous combat between the dangerous Wanderer 3 and King Ghidorah. The 5 monarchs watched in cold sweat, their nerves frayed. They were taken aback by the advancements of surface dwellers, astonished that even a legendary creature like Ghidorah could be contended with. If given more time, their oceans would soon be in jeopardy. Humph! ORM scoffed. Though he too was shaken, he still had to maintain the king's dignity. He turned to the other 3 kings, observing their anxious expressions, and proclaimed, "Thus, one must never doubt the foresight of the king of Atlantis. It is precisely because I discern this while you remain blind, that I shall be the victor of this duel. I fight for Atlantis, for the entire underwater realm." Upon hearing this, the 3 kings bowed their heads, no longer daring to meet the spirited gaze of King ORM. A smirk crept across ORM's lips as he raised his trident, turning back to shout, "Armies of the sea, stand ready and await my command. I shall lead you to conquer the surface world and restore Atlantis to its former glory." King ORM, King ORM, King ORM, Atlantis, Atlantis, Atlantis. The armies of the 5 nations raised their weapons in unison, responding in fervor. Witnessing this, King ORM beckoned his subordinates closer and commanded, "Prepare the tsunami. I intend to let the ocean engulf this nation and show these insignificant surface dwellers the wrath of the sea." Yes, his subordinates swiftly retreated to execute ORM's orders. "When shall we launch our attack, ORM?" Namor inquired impatiently. "Patience, my friend, we must exercise restraint. The best way to destroy the enemy is to first grant them a glimmer of hope, only to plunge them into despair. Once they finish their battle with the disaster beast, regardless of victory or defeat, we shall unleash the tsunami and obliterate everything. The battlefield lay ahead. As the battle raged on, the Danger Wanderer 3's attachments were severely depleted, and its height had diminished to 180 meters due to the consumption of nanocomponents. The mountainous terrain bore the scars of conflict, pockmarked and devoid of a single intact peak. Tony Stark maneuvered his mech, striving to evade assaults, breathlessly exclaiming, "Jarvis, I have a bold idea." "Sir, please proceed," Jarvis responded. "If we continue this way, is there a possibility we could exhaust it to death?" Tony Stark inquired earnestly. "Indeed, it is a daring notion, even for artificial intelligence," Jarvis replied. Suddenly, King Ghidorah, the apex predator in the fray, seemed to sense something amiss, displaying a puzzled expression with its 3 heads directed towards the Danger Wanderer 3. 2 of its heads braced against the incoming attacks, while the 3rd leaned in to sniff at the chest of the Danger Wanderer 3. Upon confirmation, confusion transformed into euphoric delight, but in the next moment, it was struck down by a heavy punch, followed by 2 earth-shaking stomps. Does this creature possess some peculiar fascination? Tony Stark growled, delivering several more kicks to vent his frustration. "Sir, I suspect it has taken an interest in your energy supply apparatus," Jarvis suggested. "What?" Tony Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, King Ghidorah surged forward, lifting the head that had been trampled and flipping the Danger Wanderer 3 onto the ground. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared ahead, pinning the lower half of the Danger Wanderer 3 with its massive claws. King Ghidorah's 3 heads leaned in. The left and right heads restrained the mech's arms, while the central head viciously gnawed at its chest armor. "Damn it!" Tony Stark shouted in frustration, hastily summoning shoulder-mounted weapons for suppressive fire. Yet, King Ghidorah seemed resolute in its intent, shielding its heads with its wings as it continued to voraciously bite down. Armor plates were torn away piece by piece, heightening Stark's panic. Yet this chaos also offered him a glimmer of opportunity to turn the tide. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Jarvis, at this distance, if I unleash all available energy on its head, what are the odds of landing a lethal blow? Considering the remaining capacity of the 3 large new element arc reactors, there is a 70% likelihood of success. But sir, you must contemplate carefully, as this may cause you to miss the optimal moment for escape. Forget the trivialities, gather the energy, and follow my command," Tony Stark shouted, seizing this flicker of hope with fervor. "Understood, sir," Jarvis replied as it began to channel energy. The entirety of the Danger Wanderer 3's energy was concentrated in its chest, rendering the entire mech immobile. Tony Stark fixated on the monitor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The fate of the world hinged upon this singular shot. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, a volcano connecting to the core of the earth stirred. Godzilla opened its eyes. It appears to convey a sense of helplessness, followed by a sigh. In the next moment, a figure materializes on the Atlantic coast, swiftly crushing a grade 5 kaiju beneath its feet before vanishing once more. Utilizing teleportation, Godzilla relentlessly annihilates kaijus around the globe within a minute, effortlessly thwarting this urgent global threat. After dispatching the last kaiju that had landed, Godzilla turns its head toward the direction of King Ghidorah. It is time. King Ghidorah tears through the final layer of armor, the brilliance of the arc reactor illuminating its head. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Tony Stark commands, "Now fire." Boom! The long-accumulated beams from the 3 reactors surge forth. The sheer intensity of the energy causes the ground to tremble violently. Before King Ghidorah can react, its head is engulfed by this ray, slowly vanishing. Buzzing, the most powerful burst of light concludes, and the danger-ridden Wanderer 3 is left powerless, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. Observing the remaining neck of Ghidorah, Tony Stark smirks. Even if victory is not attainable, surely it can be temporarily repelled, right? Alas, reality often diverges from ideals. A fragment of Ghidorah's head emerges from the wound in its neck, and with the aid of its other 2 heads, it swiftly regenerates to its original form. Tony Stark, caught off guard by this terrifying, self-healing ability, feels a chill wash over him. It is over. King Ghidorah, undeterred by the depleted reactor, voraciously devours the remnants of the arc reactor's materials like a carrion eater. With each gulp, its form radiates with vibrant golden lightning. A deafening roar suddenly reverberates across the battlefield. King Ghidorah pauses, ceasing its feast, and eagerly raises its 3 heads. Godzilla. Chapter 61. Godzilla refuses to fight. The king of monsters is indeed human. The emergence of the guardian of Earth, the king of monsters, astonishes all factions observing this battle. The Super Shield, the Atlantean Coalition, and Tony Stark, who is donning the MK series armor in the cockpit of the Wanderer 3, preparing for escape. At the ocean's edge, the Atlantean Legion gasps upon witnessing Godzilla appear to aid the surface dwellers. Godzilla is one of the revered symbols and totems of peak Atlantis. They, the oceanic people, grew up hearing legends of Godzilla. Seeing their former guardian come forth to protect their enemies stirs a wavering spirit of valor within them. As they observe Godzilla effortlessly eliminating kaijus from various locales and confronting King Ghidorah, King Ohm's expression darkens. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen before the war has even commenced. The guardian deity, Godzilla, stands alongside the surface dwellers. With a hint of concern, King Namor inquires, "What should we do?" "Enough." King interrupts, his gaze unwavering. "No one shall thwart our conquest of the surface world, even if it is a guardian deity. Any attempt to obstruct our path shall be crushed beneath our feet." Aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, the Super Avengers Command Center, upon witnessing the emergence of Godzilla, Nick Fury and Amanda exchanged a fleeting glance, their hearts quivering with trepidation. Could it be that they have returned? Nick Fury pondered aloud. "No, it is unlikely to be the MIB, Amanda replied with a shake of her head. "I have conducted an investigation into this monstrous creature. It is the king of monsters on Earth, tasked with preserving the planet's ecological balance. Its emergence to confront these extraterrestrial behemoths may simply be an instinctual response." "Very well," Nick Fury exhaled slowly. This crisis presents the Super Avengers with an unparalleled opportunity. He certainly did not wish for the MIB to return at this moment to disrupt proceedings and become a source of ridicule. With unwavering focus on the surveillance footage depicting the 2 towering creatures locked in confrontation, he clenched his fists. Once this crisis is averted, regardless of the cost, we must attain superior technological advancements. Inside the Danger Voyager 3, Tony Stark donned his MK series armor and was just about to make his escape when he suddenly noticed Godzilla. His initial concerns dissipated, and he opted to remain in the control room of Danger Voyager 3 to watch the unfolding spectacle. Removing his helmet, he leisurely reclined in his seat and requested, "J.A.R.V.S., could you bring me a couple of glasses of whiskey?" "Of course, sir," J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. When designing the Danger Voyager series, Tony had contemplated scenarios of energy shortages trapping him inside the armor. Hence, he had thoughtfully equipped the control room with a life support system, complete with independent power generation and ample storage. Being a man who relishes comfort, he believed in ensuring that every detail was executed to perfection. With a soft click, the wall of the control room opened to reveal an extending table, neatly displaying an array of exquisite spirits. Subsequently, 2 nanomechanical arms emerged from the chair. One gracefully delivered a glass, while the other selected a whiskey bottle, uncorked it, and filled the glass to the brim. Tony took the glass, swirling it elegantly before savoring a sip. He possessed unwavering confidence in Godzilla's might. For the Danger Voyager 3 he had crafted was not designed to contend with mere fragile creatures, but rather with this formidable, teleporting lizard. Moreover, there was one crucial factor. Godzilla was a member of the MIB. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Lin Luo was indulging in popcorn and sipping on a sugary soda, exuding an air of leisure that left Natasha, Catwoman, and Chung Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. They were tempted to inquire, in such a tense battle, "Is it truly acceptable for you to be so relaxed?" Yet, if they did ask, Lin Luo would simply pull them onto his lap and feed them. Having witnessed the mecha clash with the monster, it was now time for the monsters to face off against one another. On the battlefield, after a moment of tense standoff, the mighty King Ghidorah reared its head and let out a thunderous roar, proclaiming to the world its challenge to the king of monsters on Earth. Godzilla, however, remained unresponsive, standing silently. After its roar, King Ghidorah spread its wings, preparing to charge. Yet, just as it was ready, Godzilla raised a claw and humanely gestured with it. Observing this, King Ghidorah abruptly halted its attack, its three heads colliding with the ground due to inertia. It quickly lifted its head, casting a gaze of extreme bewilderment towards Godzilla. What was happening? Godzilla exhaled 2 jets of hot air from its nostrils, the still claw pointing towards the opposite end of the battlefield. King Ghidorah followed its gaze. Puffed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Luo, who had just taken a sip of a fizzy drink, sprayed it all out. You can fight, but why are you looking this way? Lin Luo promptly expressed his dissatisfaction to Godzilla using his chip. However, Godzilla's response left him momentarily stunned. You are the true king of monsters. Lin Luo's expression turned into one of confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why are they all looking at us? Catwoman exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, Natasha jested, teasingly remarking. Perhaps the boss has drawn their ire. Now there is something to behold. Indeed, there was much to behold. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Luo let out a helpless smile, putting away his popcorn and soda, rising to stretch his neck and loosen his muscles. He explained, Ghidorah wishes to enter the Earth's core, to alter the surface world, and thereby control the entire planet. To achieve this, it must conquer the king of monsters and gain dominion over all titans on Earth. Ghidorah believes Godzilla is the king of monsters, thus challenging it to a duel of kings. However, Godzilla declined, asserting that it does not consider itself the king of this world. Boss, Catwoman remarked curiously after listening. The MIB files clearly state that Godzilla is the king of monsters. If it isn't, wait. Considering the actions of both Godzilla and Ghidorah, isn't the true king of monsters you, boss? So, I say there is something to behold, Lin Luo stated as he stepped forward, gazing at Ghidorah. Why? Natasha inquired. Can a human also be the king of monsters? Lin Luo replied, humans, like monsters, are creatures of this earth, and the qualifications for becoming the king of monsters do not depend on the species, but rather on strength. To his surprise, this giant was still brooding over that matter. This story dates back to a long time ago. Initially, Lin Luo visited the underwater ruins to invite Godzilla to join MIB. Who is Godzilla? The king of monsters. How could it possibly heed the words of a mere human? Lin Luo had no choice but to resort to natural laws, delivering a thorough beating to Godzilla. However, who is Godzilla? The king of monsters. Could a single thrashing make it yield? Clearly not. Hence Lin Luo had to persist until Godzilla was subdued. Chapter 62. The King of Monsters, Lin Luo. A swift victory over Ghidorah. Godzilla, the indomitable king, could be subdued by sheer force alone. One can only imagine the severity of Lin Luo's relentless blows and the brutality of the process. Very well, since he has been regarded as the king of monsters, it is time to fulfill the responsibility of a monster king in preserving the ecological environment. Lin Luo viewed this matter with a sense of clarity. The pinnacle of spectator enjoyment lies in participating, becoming the protagonist, and ultimately concluding the spectacle. Coincidentally, while witnessing Iron Man's battle against Ghidorah, Lin Luo was reminded of the colossal robot he had previously constructed. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to dust it off. Stepping a certain distance away, he stomped on the ground. A humming sound resonated as a large circular matrix materialized on the surface. From within the matrix, a golden mechanical behemoth slowly ascended. Standing atop this mechanical giant, Lin Luo awaited the emergence of the subsequent body, snapping his fingers. Humming intensified as matrices of varying colors appeared in the cardinal directions. From the east soared an azure dragon. From the west emerged a white tiger. From the south flew a vermilion bird, and from the north glided a black tortoise. Beneath Lin Luo's feet lay a Qilin. The mechanical beasts roared in a cacophony, spiraling through the sky. Lin Luo transmitted himself into the cockpit of the mechanical Qilin, orchestrating the fusion of all mechanical giants. The Qilin formed the central core, the azure dragon transformed into the left arm, the white tiger morphed into the right arm. The black tortoise became the lower body, while the vermilion bird attached itself to the back, morphing into a pair of wings engulfed in flames. Once all limbs were assembled, the Qilin unveiled a mechanical head, completing the fusion. Height, 155 meters. Weight, unknown. This marked the 20th year since Lin Luo traversed into this realm, crafting this combined mech for a mission in Neon, inspired by one of the 3 major special effects series, Super Sentai. The materials utilized were a blend of the universe's finest metals, along with a corpse from the celestial race. The sudden appearance of a colossal robot astonished all factions observing the battle. The Atlantean forces remained poised for attack, just as King Om had proclaimed. Nothing could shake their resolve. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Amanda were drenched in cold sweat. This was because, at the moment Lin Luo decided to act, he had sent a message to the two cunning old guards. This action is to preserve Earth's environment. It has nothing to do with MIB. Do not misunderstand. Do not overthink. Farewell. Gazing at the two lines of text on the screen, Nick Fury and Amanda swallowed hard. This implied that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been under complete surveillance by the MIB, and the upgraded defensive network had proven ineffective. The two black-headed figures exchanged anxious glances, too tense to draw breath. In the cockpit of the Danger Wanderer 3, Tony Stark witnessed the entire process of Lin Luo summoning the mech and transforming. With an overwhelming surge of exhilaration, he cast aside his wine glass and took several swigs directly from the bottle. He was acutely aware that the MIB would not remain passive. They had arrived, finally. This battle was electrifying. How thrilling. Xiaoyu gazed at the imposing silhouette, her excitement palpable. The five sacred beasts of Huaxia. Truly a testament to Mr. Lin's exquisite taste. I'm enamored. Go, boss. Vanquish that monstrous dragon. Catwoman instantly transformed into a cheerleader. Natasha, meanwhile, scrutinized the scene with admiration, exclaiming, "Perfect. If only we could partake in this in some small way, it would be even better." Lin Luo's neurons interfaced with the control system of the sacred beast mech. Upon hearing her words, he turned his head slightly. This request was easily met. Each mechanical sacred beast possessed a control room, and under normal circumstances, 5 individuals would need to summon and merge to create a soul. However, that was rather juvenile. A century ago, it might have allowed others to join the control. But now, forget it. After this battle, he would gift them the mech as a toy. All right. It was this very mech he had used to tame Godzilla. Lin Luo directed the sacred beast mech to pivot, facing the mighty King Ghidorah once more, dramatically stretching as he provocatively beckoned. "Come on, roar." King Ghidorah snapped to attention, recognizing Lin Luo as the new king of monsters. With a clear target in sight, it unleashed a furious challenge, charging forth with all its might. The colossal form stirred a tempest, scattering debris from the battle. The sacred beast mech remained utterly still, whether out of disdain for its opponent or by design was unclear. Boom! King Ghidorah extended its massive claws, striking the mech's abdomen with tremendous force, while the heads on either side bit at its arms. And the central head released gravitational beams. Golden lightning enveloped the sacred beast mech in an instant. Yet even this assault, which would have made Godzilla think twice, merely struck the mech without igniting a spark. King Ghidorah paused, taken aback by this unforeseen circumstance, momentarily at a loss. Have you had your fun? The sacred beast mech tilted its head back, arms outstretched, encircling Ghidorah's form. Its unparalleled strength compressed Ghidorah, the beast's flesh visibly yielding under the pressure. Roar! King Ghidorah's battle cry transformed into a cry of pain as it spread its wings, attempting to escape. Lin Luo denied it that opportunity. The sacred beast mech leaped, carrying Ghidorah to soaring heights of 10,000 meters, then executed a rapid 180-degree somersault. The onlookers marveled at the elegant arc they traced through the sky before plummeting swiftly. Truly breathtaking. Puff! Witnessing this through the surveillance feed, Tony Stark expelled the wine he had just consumed. Damn it! He cursed, hastily abandoning the row of fine wines. Donning his helmet and activating the emergency escape route to vacate the area at the swiftest pace. He had just soared out of the perilous Wanderer 3 when a mighty mecha King Ghidorah, akin to an intercontinental missile, struck the hull of the Wanderer 3 with pinpoint precision. The terrifying impact sent Tony Stark careening away, tumbling for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the Wanderer 3, serving as a cushion for the ground, had plummeted into a massive pit, reduced to a mere iron disc. King Ghidorah lay ensconced in the crater, its 3 heads rolling back with white eyes. Having succumbed to a single round of assault and entering a state of apparent death due to the overwhelming blow, the mecha seized one of its central heads, named Ichiro and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Awaken, rise, and continue. With those 2 slaps, Ichiro's teeth shattered, his jaws crumbling like soft clay. Not only was he unable to awaken, he clung to life with fierce tenacity, barely holding on. Godzilla, witnessing this scene, seemed to stir some unpleasant memories, tightening up and shivering slightly. Yet, he found himself somewhat envious of Ghidorah, who had collapsed so easily, unlike himself, who had endured for half a day, suffering without respite. Ultimately yielding, he had lost his title as the King of Monsters. Although it was somewhat disgraceful, the gains outweighed the losses, particularly in terms of strength. Whereas he previously required the combined prowess of other titanic beasts to confront King Ghidorah, now, a mere bite would suffice. Chapter 63. Nature Manipulation. The Manifestation of Angels and Demons. Lin Luo glanced at Ghidorah's heads, perhaps feeling their asymmetry, and lifted his mechanical foot to stomp on each one, seeing them all flattened, rolling their eyes and sticking out their tongues, appearing as if devoid of bones. He found it much more satisfying to behold. The damage inflicted by the mecha was of a true nature, the most authentic form of damage in this world. Beings of insufficient life level and lower tiers, no matter how potent their self-healing abilities, could not mend themselves. King Ghidorah, while not high in biological rank, possessed formidable vitality, with defenses only slightly inferior to Godzilla's. Initially, having only injured one head would allow it to maintain a state of apparent death for thousands of years without issue. However, with all 3 heads crushed, it would likely struggle to last a century. Lin Luo abandoned the defeated Ghidorah and, controlling the mecha, swaggered toward Godzilla. As the King of Monsters, he had not only claimed his throne, but had also fulfilled his royal duties. The rest, he entrusted to those who fancied themselves capable of safeguarding the nation. Given their tendencies, there was a 99% probability that they would promptly retrieve Ghidorah's remains, and subsequently, well, they would understand. After their intervention, Ghidorah would likely emerge anew, revitalized and ready to wreak havoc once more. However, that was of no concern to him. If it were to rise again, he would simply gain another subordinate. Having already pushed his limits, there was no way he would assume the mantle of MIB leader and King of Monsters to clean up this mess. Such a thought was utterly absurd. Godzilla felt an immense sense of satisfaction as he witnessed Ghidorah being stomped down yet again. In the initial confrontation, it was this scoundrel who caused his Mothra to be reduced to an egg. Had it not been for the boss's assistance in hatching, who knows how many years it would have taken to reunite. Unlike the present, where he shamelessly lingers around. Alas, the encounter was not as smooth as anticipated. Lin Luo piloted the sacred beast mecha, steadily approaching, eliciting a flicker of tension within Godzilla. Despite his current formidable state, he had no desire to engage with this creature again. When the sacred beast mecha drew near, Godzilla, though anxious, did not retreat an inch. Who was he? The once mighty King of Monsters. How could he cower in fear from past torment? Mischievously, Lin Luo's voice echoed as he swung the sacred beast's azure dragon arm, delivering a sharp blow to Godzilla's head. You wish for me to intervene, do you? As my subordinate, is it so difficult to handle this minor inconvenience? With a resounding thud, Godzilla's head spun, his upper body swaying as he staggered like a drunken sailor. Fortunately, his tail maintained balance. Otherwise, he would have lost all dignity. Shaking his head to regain composure, Godzilla glared angrily at the head of the sacred beast mecha, staring intently at Lin Luo within. Who was he? The former King of Monsters. Such indignities were intolerable. Buzzing ominously, Godzilla tightened his nostrils, and the dorsal fins on his back glimmered with a blue light as terrifying atomic energy rapidly coalesced, transforming his entire form into a brilliant azure. In an instant, the energy reached its zenith. Godzilla raised his arms, pointing a claw with a glowing blue tip at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, Natasha, Catwoman, and Xiaoyu. Tony Stark. The Super Shield Agency in Atlantis? Good heavens! Even monsters have learned the international gesture of goodwill. In a flash, Godzilla did not grant Lin Luo the opportunity to unleash his wrath, instantly teleporting back to the underwater ruins, retracting his energy and comfortably settling beside Mothra, accompanying her in slumber. Sighing, Lin Luo felt a profound sense of melancholy. The high intelligence of monsters could be a burden. It was far preferable to the obedient creature that would submit after a few blows. Time to call it a day. The sacred beast mecha turned, a phantom returning to the side of the three women. Lowering his machine, just as he intended to take the girls to explore other locales, an unexpected disturbance arose. In the ocean, King, the colossal machine of the surface dwellers, is overwhelmingly powerful. Even Ghidorah and Godzilla are no match for it. We must retreat for now and seek another opportunity, advised King Nyrus of Zebair. No, I'm shouted back, declaring, I have said it before. No one can thwart the Atlantean army. No one. As long as we allow the ocean to engulf this land and make it our domain, we shall be invincible. Obey my command. Unleash the tsunami. King Am brandished his trident. The subordinate immediately sprang into action. Before long, a tempest raged upon the sea, conjuring colossal waves that blotted out the sky, surging towards the entirety of the United States with astonishing speed. The sudden upheaval left the super shield and the Avengers momentarily stunned. They could only watch in horror as the monstrous waves approached, instinctively murmuring their dismay. These Atlanteans had truly orchestrated a monumental event. Lin Luo sighed in resignation. The towering wave rendered everything on land insignificant. Once it crashed down, the entire nation would be engulfed, along with the opposite coast, which would also bear the brunt of the tsunami. After painstakingly setting the stage, how could he allow this band of fools to wreak havoc? Lin Luo commanded the sacred beast mecha to raise its azure dragon arm, the twin dragon eyes on its shoulder radiating a brilliant blue light. The crashing wave seemed to hit a pause button, suspended midair, motionless. With a mere flick of his arm, the waves receded, as if nothing had transpired, restoring the serene calm. Was that the end? No. The white tiger head on his shoulder opened its mouth, releasing a cannon, which gathered energy momentarily before unleashing a beam of light directed at the position of the Atlantean coalition. Whoosh! Boom! The submerged sea kings and their forces, hidden beneath the waves, barely registered a flash of light before losing half their strength. At that moment, the expressions of all the sea kings, including King Om, were filled with profound terror. It was unimaginable, unfathomable that this was reality. The raised trident trembled as it was lowered. Retreat. All was settled. Lin Luo, bored, withdrew his hand and, descending half a ton, turned to the still-dazed Catwoman, Natasha, and Chung Xiaoyu, and inquired, "Who wishes to play?" Catwoman, Natasha, and Chung Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances before responding. "I do." The forehead of the sacred beast mecha projected a beam of light, drawing the three women into the core cockpit, where it unfurled a pair of flaming wings and soared into the sky. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, the sacred beast mecha suddenly paused, raising its hand as if to fire at the dim clouds above, and then vanished into a blur. Within the clouds, far beyond the map of the United States, a woman clad in armor on her upper body, a short skirt below, wielding a flaming sword and adorned with a pair of white wings, bore an angelic visage that astonished her. She raised her fair hand to her ear and exclaimed, "Queen Kaisa, I have discovered something intriguing on Earth." Simultaneously, in a corner of the battlefield, a woman, equally stunning but with black wings, materialized with a more seductive allure. "By the heavens, what a spectacle! You nearly scare me to death." She glanced at Ghidorah's corpse and, recalling the recent events, lost interest. "Otto, it appears Earth is far more complex than I had anticipated. Investigate the origins of that robot. We demons do not engage in battles unprepared." Chapter 64, United States. Reminiscing the first day of Superman clad in the Mark series armor, Tony Stark pushed aside the boulders that pressed upon him, watching as Lin Luo piloted the colossal mech away. Lying on the ground, his emotions were tumultuous. He had intended to inquire about the technology behind that mech and seek guidance regarding the dangerous wanderer. Yet, he was not even granted the opportunity to meet. Very well. It was hardly surprising, given that those two foolish directors had provoked the individual. It was fortunate that they did not exacerbate the situation and even lent significant assistance. Apart from expressing gratitude, there was little else to convey. Rising to his feet, Tony gazed upon the corpse of Ghidorah, momentarily lost in thought, before shifting his gaze toward the ocean. The satellite connected to Jarvis had detected anomalies in the sea. That cataclysmic tsunami was certainly no natural disaster. It appeared the foes lurking within the ocean were more formidable than mere cosmic beasts. The weight of responsibility was becoming increasingly burdensome. With a slight sigh, Tony activated the communication channel to the SHIELD command center. Director Fury, have you discerned the state of the battle? What are your thoughts? Similar to yours, Nick Fury replied, devoid of any emotional inflection. All right, no more jesting, Tony remarked as he ascended into the air, observing Ghidorah, which lay atop the dangerously wounded wanderer. What do you intend to do with this creature? Nick Fury had pondered this very question since Godzilla's emergence. He responded promptly, it possesses numerous elements worthy of our study. Therefore, I wish to enlist the assistance of Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, Batman, and you, three of the most brilliant minds on Earth, to conduct a comprehensive analysis. Apologies, but I must decline, Tony Stark rejected without a moment's hesitation. Venturing into the unknown and uncontrollable was certain to invite calamity. Rather than squander time on this matter, he preferred to consider improvements for the Wanderer and the development of future mechs. Why not? Nick Fury inquired, perplexed. Are you not curious about its power? What if the findings could benefit your mech? Not interested. I haven't even mastered the technology one currently possess. Pursuing other avenues would only lead to regression. Let be. Tony Stark replied dismissively, unwilling to engage in further debate with Nick Fury. If there's nothing else, I shall return to recuperate. Recuperate? Nick Fury exclaimed. You were injured? Indeed. The wounds are severe, and my spirit has suffered a profound blow. I have decided to retreat and engage in intensive training, Tony Stark lamented with a sigh. Until we meet again, Nick Fury concluded. Without further ado, Tony bid farewell and decisively severed the communication. Jarvis dispatched the little ones to thoroughly clean the battlefield. The upcoming workload is substantial, and we require many resources. Not a single fragment must remain. Additionally, procure some samples from this three-headed dragon. Understood, sir. I have dispatched a recovery swarm of miniature machines. Thank you. Tony Stark piloted his armored suit, soaring through the skies with great haste towards the sanctuary of home. In light of the impending peril, the urgent necessity to develop a new generation of armor became paramount. Time was of the essence, and not a moment could be squandered. Cognizant of this urgency, Stark contemplated the future developments throughout his journey home. Traditional ballistic weaponry could be cast aside in favor of a focus on energy-based innovations. If all else failed, perhaps he could adapt the arc reactor's beam into a revolver-style mechanism, enabling him to carry multiple reactors, discharging one, reloading, and continuing the barrage. Alternatively, he pondered the possibility of affixing an energy cannon powered by a reactor to his back. Regardless of the means, elevating his firepower was imperative. On the materials front, he recalled his father's previous research into a substance known as adamantium. Regrettably, synthesizing such an alloy required an abundance of rare metals, necessitating a different approach. These were indeed daunting challenges. The following day, as midday approached, the estate came alive. Lin Luo, clad in a luxurious robe, lounged on the plush sofa of the opulent living room, crossing his legs as he absorbed various news reports through the projection screen. The New York Daily proclaimed, the recent invasion by cosmic monsters has inflicted immeasurable economic losses, with approximately 100,000 lives lost and over 1 million families rendered homeless. The authorities are currently engaged in restoration efforts. According to local residents, should the government fail to address the threat posed by the sea monsters in a timely manner, they will abandon their homes and retreat inland. The Horn Daily chimed in, good afternoon to all, though I suspect few are truly well after enduring such an unforgettable night. I am your old friend, James. No need to inquire. You have all witnessed the horrors unleashed by those monstrous invaders. However, our focus today shall not dwell on them. The so-called Shield of Earth, the Super Shield Bureau, along with the Avengers, have not fulfilled their promises to safeguard this nation. Beyond merely hindering the monsters' advance, they have accomplished little else. Are our exorbitant taxes truly serving a purpose in sustaining these individuals? Is it worth it? The Shield Bureau and those Avengers owe us an explanation. Furthermore, I harbor reasons to suspect that the alien monsters invasion is somehow linked to Spider-Man, whom I consider a pestilence, a global nuisance. The World Daily queried, why, then, has the United States borne the brunt of this calamity? Why did the monsters bypass other nations to specifically target America? The creatures emerging from the depths have not even left a single building in other countries unscathed. What could possibly account for this? Why? The Homeland News Conference stated, "We sincerely apologize for missing the opportunity to combat the monsters due to our extraterrestrial assignments. When they return, we shall ensure they receive a lesson they will not soon forget." The Planet Daily reminisced, a reflection on the first day of Superman. One cannot deny that these reports are more captivating than last night's battle. Each story unfolds like a dramatic performance. It can only be said that this level of disaster is still insufficient. When will the news call upon everyone to unite, to assist one another, and to strive through adversity? That would be the moment when there would be no issues. "My dear," Lorna excitedly approached, holding a tablet, and leaped into Lin Luo's embrace. She resembled a child, showcasing a perfect score to their parents, eagerly presenting the tablet before Lin Luo. Look! I had Shanshu upload the video of the mutant squad thwarting those alien beasts, and now the views have surpassed 1 million, with followers exceeding 500,000. Lin Luo cast a fleeting glance, remaining silent, his gaze drifting aimlessly to the side. After spending a considerable time waiting for his girlfriend, he found himself dissatisfied, quite unhappy. Noticing Lin Luo's sullen demeanor, Lorna paused for a moment, set the tablet aside, and flashed a mischievous smile. She had recently acquired a new skill particularly suited for dealing with sulking boys, learned from a sister who had just given birth. When a man broods, it is akin to a baby crying. The remedy is as simple as providing comfort. Chapter 65. Chaotic Magic and the Power of the Phoenix Delicious, Sweet, was Lin Luo's sole evaluation. The old fellow, over 140 years old, could hardly withstand such trials, and his little temper dissipated. Lorna's lips curled into a sweet smile as she jested. The advice from that sister was indeed accurate. The effects are evident so swiftly, splendid. Lin Luo remained silent. Or rather, he was too preoccupied to speak. To convey his thoughts, he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Indeed, it was splendid. This technique, learned from a mother soothing her child, was nothing short of perfect. The only pity was, well, best not to dwell on it. Once peace is restored to the world, he would strive to amend that unfortunate aspect. "My dear, are you feeling any better?" Lorna, unable to maintain her stance, leaned against Lin Luo's shoulder. At an opportune moment, Lin Luo lifted his head and embraced Lorna, yet still, he said nothing. Nestled against Lin Luo's chest like a small kitten, Lorna softly spoke. "I know you worry for my safety and fear I might face hardships. Rest assured, I am mindful. Everything I do is under the premise of ensuring my safety." Lin Luo nodded, gently caressing Lorna's back with one hand while reaching for the tablet with the other. "Could you explain your battle deployment to me?" "Of course," Lorna replied, clicking on the video and beginning her detailed explanation. In truth, Lin Luo harbored no concerns for Lorna's safety, not from a lack of care, but because with the protection he provided, nothing on earth could jeopardize her well-being. If it ever did, he would be the first to arrive on the scene. Lin Luo intended to express that while he cherished this endeavor and was willing to strive for it, he hoped she would not forget the old man back home. Yet, given Lorna's fondness for the old man of over 140 years, perhaps it was best to take a step back. Perhaps this was the price of infatuation. Lorna exhibited commendable command in battle, as each member of the squad contributed their strengths. Together with the Super Avengers tasked with safeguarding New York, they not only thwarted the onslaught of the Chimeras, but also inflicted substantial damage upon them. However, it was evident that these mutants did not fully unleash their potential. Lorna, without further elaboration, could easily dispatch several Chimeras if she were to fully exert her abilities. The others, armed with sufficient knowledge and a modicum of equipment, would find eliminating the Chimeras to be a manageable task. Furthermore, engaging in combat within an urban environment escalated the difficulty by 2 levels. Overall, their performance was commendable. Lin Luo spotted Wanda among them. Before he could inquire, the sound of high heels echoed, announcing the approach of Wanda and Jean, both attired in professional attire. Upon reaching Lin Luo and Lorna, Wanda shared a knowing glance with Jean and remarked, "Jean, it seems we have arrived in an opportune moment." "Not at all," Lin Luo interjected, returning the tablet to Lorna and extending his arms with earnestness. "Your timing is impeccable." "Lorna? Jean?" Jean, momentarily taken aback, glanced between Lin Luo and Wanda, her gaze ultimately settling on Lorna. What was the meaning of this? A love triangle? No, the boss was clearly embracing both sides. Yet Lorna and Wanda's lack of reaction left her perplexed. This seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? Wanda, noticing Lorna's unwilling expression, gradually seated herself on Lin Luo's lap. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Having both of you by my side perfectly complements my... Ahem. Lin Luo coughed lightly to regain composure and clarified. I simply enjoy it. A teacher-student dynamic coupled with a sisterly bond. The buffs are maximized. Lorna's petite face displayed clear reluctance. Had she foreseen this, she would have pulled Lin Luo into a room to create some delightful noise. Let us see if they dared to intrude upon that. Wanda responded with a smile, her demeanor exuding the confidence of an elder sister, as if to say, compete with me? Don't forget, I was the first to savor the fruit. Regarding the subtle rivalry between the two sisters, Lin Luo found it endearing. Watching them with satisfaction, his spirits lifted, and then he glanced at Jean, who stood awkwardly to the side. Jokingly, he asked, there's still a spot available in the middle. Why not consider it? In an instant, Lorna and Wanda cast threatening glares at Jean. A bead of sweat trickled down Jean's temple as she awkwardly waved her hands and quickly settled down beside them. I lack the fortune for that. Sitting here is sufficient. Observing Jean, Lin Luo suddenly recalled another matter. He had 2 Omega-level mutants seated upon his lap, and one before him. One was the bearer of the Phoenix Force, while the other wielded chaotic magic. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting his mind to engage in complex calculations. In reality, a mere moment passed, yet within the realm of thought, an indeterminate length of time unfolded. Well, let's get down to business. Lin Luo patted Lorna and Wanda on their backs, signaling them to take their seats. He then continued, Lorna, you sit beside me, and Wanda, you go and sit with Jean. Although a bit puzzled, both Lorna and Wanda complied with Lin Luo's instructions. Once the two were settled, Lin Luo turned to Wanda and Jean, inquiring, have you both delved into the specifics of your abilities? Are you aware of what powers you possess? My powers are telekinesis and mind control, Jean replied, but Professor X, fearing I might lose control, restricted my abilities when I was quite young. Wanda shook her head in confusion, stating, I also do not know what my abilities are. I can only use them as I feel. Even Magneto is uncertain about the extent of my powers. Magneto. Lorna could hardly contain her excitement upon hearing that name, eagerly asking, do you have a connection with Magneto? Baby, we will discuss your matters later. Lin Luo reassured her, gently patting Lorna's shoulder to calm her down. Aware of Wanda's connection to Magneto, Jean took the initiative to steer the conversation back, saying, Boss, is there something amiss with our abilities? Firstly, you, Wanda, and Lorna belong to a class of Omega-level mutants with cosmic capabilities, Lin Luo explained, turning his gaze towards Wanda. Wanda, your powers are quite intricate. On one hand, you possess the ability to alter probabilities, while on the other, you delve into the realm of chaos magic. Additionally, Jean, the restrictions imposed by Professor X have not safeguarded you. Rather, they have stunted your growth. The prolonged suppression has given rise to a second persona in your mind. For your strength derives not solely from your mutant abilities, but also from the Phoenix Force, a primordial energy born at the dawn of existence, chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet transient. The Phoenix Force embodies the life and psychic energies of the primordial universe, symbolizing existence and emotion. It serves as the nexus for all spirits and minds across the infinite multiverse, the creator and source of psychic power, as well as the reservoir and dominator of life and emotional energy for future generations throughout the vast multiverse. Chapter 66. Loki and Morgana, the twin dark gods. Chaos magic, the progenitor of all magic. The Phoenix Force, chaotic, immortal, eternally fluctuating the multiverse. This elaborate description certainly conveys grandiosity. However, after the initial shock, a flurry of question marks floated above the heads of the women as they struggled to fully comprehend the implications. What about me? What about my abilities? Lorna grasped Lin Luo's arm, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, do I have a remarkable background story regarding my powers? Lin Luo glanced at Lorna's pleading expression, his lips twitching slightly. Who could bear to hurt such a charming soul? Yet, deception was not in his nature. You see, electromagnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Theoretically, it knows no bounds. The extent of what you can achieve relies entirely on your own capabilities. Your limitations dictate its thresholds, and I cannot foresee its true strength. What is certain is that once you master the prevailing knowledge of Earth, approximately 80%, you shall effortlessly manipulate a few planets and remain unscathed by nuclear explosions. Of course, you possess your own advantages. Although your abilities may not rival theirs in power, they are entirely self-governed, ensuring that you will never pose a threat to yourself. Lin Luo seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation towards Wanda and Jean, shifting his gaze accordingly, and continued. The Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic are merely powers that reside within them. If they cannot fully harness these abilities, they risk being consumed by them. Occasional outbursts could lead to the demise of their closest loved ones, ultimately resulting in a loss of self, becoming mere puppets of power. Upon hearing this, Lorna experienced a moment of distraction, yet her spirits soared. Linking her arm with Lin Luo's, she cast a challenging glance at Wanda and remarked, "In this light, it appears my abilities are superior." At that moment, Wanda paid no heed to Lorna's sentiments. The notion of potentially harming her loved ones struck her with a hellish blow, as she yearned not to lose a single family member. She, too, wore a complex expression akin to Jean's. "You speak the truth," Jean replied, her countenance filled with turmoil. "My powers spiraled out of control for the first time when Professor X took me away from my parents, and I have not seen them since. The second time, I caused no harm to my peers at the Institute, but instilled fear in some. Subsequently, Professor X intensified the restrictions placed upon me. Is there any way to prevent such occurrences?" Wanda, on the verge of tears, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. "You know that you and Pietro are all I have left. If I cannot be with those I love, I would rather perish. Do not speak of death so lightly. It is not so dire." Lin Luo reassured Wanda with a smile. Given the potency of chaos magic in the Phoenix Force, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be harmed. He had already begun exploring ways to breach the barriers of this world and comprehend the realms beyond. How could he possibly be threatened by the powers within? "I have devised a training regimen for both of you. Upon your return, not only will you have master control over your powers, but you will also become true masters." Wanda and Jean exclaimed in unison. "Listen to me." Lin Luo began to articulate his proposed solutions. Jean, endowed with dual Omega-level powers, required a more formidable body and spirit to command the Phoenix Force. What kind of training would expedite the enhancement of these two aspects? In Huaxia, on Kunlun Mountain, lies the dragon's power. As for Wanda, chaos necessitates a blend of light and dark. Merely possessing dark powers does not constitute chaos. The true mastery lies in the dual cultivation of both white and black magic. Thus, I shall send you to the Ancient One to study the Book of Vishanti, the antithesis of the Darkhold. Once you have completed your studies, you may then delve into the Darkhold. When the two forms of magic converge, and you can wield them at will, that will signify your true command over the Chaos Force. In the solar system, Mars was encircled by the countless warships of the Chitauri and the Kree Empire, besieging the central city of the Martian kingdom. Within the Martian palace, clad in resplendent golden armor, Loki wielded the scepter of the Mind Stone, flanked by the accuser Ronan and the two leaders of the Chitauri. The entire scene projected an air of arrogance, as if Loki were not merely a subordinate of Thanos, but rather his progenitor. Even in the presence of the Martian supreme ruler, he maintained a haughty demeanor, gazing down upon others with disdain. His current mission was to negotiate an alliance with the Martians, to form a cosmic coalition under his unified command to launch an assault on Earth. As Loki reflected upon his past experiences, an involuntary sneer crept upon his lips. Thanos had gone to such lengths to summon him, only to seek his assistance in breaching Earth's defenses. How amusing it was that the mad Titan, despite his formidable reputation, exhibited signs of trepidation. What was he afraid of? Was it Odin, whose foot was barely in the grave, or the Earth's supreme guardian? Unlikely, Loki mused, when Thanos proposed their alliance. Loki was suddenly overcome by a swirl of complex emotions. He harbored a strong suspicion that the individual Thanos feared was the same person who instilled dread within him. Why? Then, if he feared that man so profoundly, was he still intent on attacking Earth? Loki dismissed the matter. Thanos' commands were of no concern to him. Moreover, with that man on Earth, any feeble forces they sent would be easily dispatched. If it was merely a matter of sacrifice, why not go for something grander? Loki had long decided that he would not sully his hands with the blood of mortals. He would allow his legions to act freely. Should circumstances permit, he would pilfer 2 infinity stones for his domain in Sakaar. Notably, had it not been for Loki's abrupt arrival, the Martian fleet would have already descended upon Earth amidst the chaos wrought by King Ghidorah and the kaiju. Cooperate with me, and you shall heed my commands, or we shall engage in battle at once. Choose swiftly. I am pressed for time, Loki stated impatiently. Upon hearing this, several Martians conversed rapidly in their native tongue. Reaching consensus, they bowed their heads in submission to Loki. Yet, while their heads were lowered, their faces bore sinister grins directed at the ground. As the god of mischief, Loki was all too aware of the treachery lurking in their hearts, but he chose to disregard it, whether they went to Earth or not. Death was inevitable. Fretting over such trivialities was futile. While his heart languished in resignation, he maintained a facade of professionalism. A wise decision. Thanos will remember your contributions. And once Earth is conquered, you shall receive everything you desire. Your alliance appears intriguing. May we join your ranks? A voice seductively interjected. Everyone paused, turning towards the source of the voice. A woman with dark, feathered wings and striking makeup sauntered forward with a sultry gait, accompanied by a towering, beastly figure. It was Morgana, the demon queen and the gluttonous king of the underworld. As a fellow deity of mischief, Loki recognized Morgana, his gaze dismissing the lesser minion who trailed behind her. Who would have thought that even the legendary demon queen sought to stake her claim on Earth? Is that not permissible? Morgana inquired with a playful smile. Behold the exquisite beauty that conceals a dagger behind a smile. Within Loki's heart, joy flourished, and a faint smile graced his lips. Of course, I can think of no reason to refuse you. Another harbinger of doom had joined the ranks. How delightful. Chapter 67, The Super Avengers vs. the Super Godly Legion. 3 days later, under Lin Luo's guidance, Wanda became a disciple of the Ancient One. Upon learning that Wanda had awakened the chaos magic and possessed the ability to alter reality, the Ancient One generously granted her a respite from her usual duties. She devoted herself entirely to Wanda's instruction, employing the Book of Ashanti to strengthen Wanda's mind, ensuring she would not succumb to the fate of the legendary Scarlet Witch. Qin was assigned to Kunlu Mountain. Lin Luo, an old friend of the elders there, explained the situation, and the 300-year-old master took Qin as his pupil, imparting to her the power of the dragon cultivation. Everything was progressing smoothly as envisioned. With such developments, the future of the Phoenix Force and chaos magic promised to be one of great anticipation. Gotham, the slums, the former Joker's bar. Lin Luo purchased the entire street, including the bar, and personally undertook renovations, creating a fully functional secret base for Harley Quinn's elite team. As for the team members, oh my goodness. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy gazed incredulously at their old friends, Deadshot, King Shark, Frost, and others. Those who had once perished in front of their eyes were now resurrected. There were even former teammates from the Suicide Squad. Not all of them, however, a few notorious names were conspicuously absent. After MIB rescued them, they conveyed a message from Lin Luo. Use the remaining time to do something for this world, to atone for past sins. There is still a chance to return to humanity and reunite with your families. Lin Luo had initially intended to utilize these individuals to settle scores with Nick Fury and his cohorts. However, having decided to form a team for Harley, he temporarily gathered them for her use. Lin Luo held Harley Quinn in one arm and Poison Ivy in the other, with Natasha, Catwoman, and the Ancient One standing behind him, surveying the members of the elite team. I hope you can live up to the title of elite, bearing this identity and cleansing the stains upon you. Can you guarantee that if we become human again, we will reunite with our families? Asked Deadshot, whose appearance closely resembled Agent J's, with a hint of caution. Snap! Lin Luo snapped his fingers. Above them, a holographic projection appeared, revealing an image of Deadshot's daughter. Your daughter is in the safest place, attending the finest school. She awaits a clean father to escort her to and from school. Upon witnessing the joyful and lively visage of his daughter in hologram, Deadshot hesitated briefly before casting aside his doubts. He did not perceive this image as a threat. After all, someone with the terrifying ability to resurrect the dead would hardly concern themselves with such a minor character as he. I shall dedicate myself to my work and assure you that anyone who dares to undermine my chance for redemption shall receive a bullet upon their forehead. This fierce declaration is not directed towards Lin Luo, but rather at the group of former ruffians surrounding him. I have faith in your abilities. Harley Quinn, adorned with a radiant smile, offers encouragement to the Deathstroke. She once owed her life to him and shared experiences of mutual assistance, fostering a bond of camaraderie. Behind them, Catwoman and Natasha exchanged glances. Three of them stood firm, convinced that the boss would not spare Xiaoyu, along with the two they had sent away, Wanda and Sheen. Not to mention Lorna and the mysterious purple-haired girl. The League of Sorrows had yet to be formed, yet the two were already burdened with worry. Once established, it would be too late. They needed to ascend swiftly and secure a favorable position. They could not afford to be beneath those young girls. At the Super Avengers base, the aerial aircraft carrier descended upon Ghidorah's feigned lifeless form. Numerous researchers and staff, spearheaded by Mr. Fantastic and Batman, established a temporary base to swiftly commence their investigations into Ghidorah. At this moment, several guests from China arrived at the Avengers conference room. "Hello, Mr. Fury." Du Cao greeted Nick Fury with a smile, extending his hand. "I am Du Cao, the chief overseer of the Super God Academy project. Following orders from above, I have come with my army to assist you in countering the Martian invasion." Observing the cheerful demeanor of his counterpart, Nick Fury felt a twinge of displeasure, but held back his frustration. "Assistance? Huh, I am Nick Fury." Nick Fury's expression remained stoic, as frigid as a glacial peak. He glanced over the young soldiers behind Du Cao and inquired, "Are these your heroes?" Though his tone may have seemed slightly offensive, Du Cao remained unperturbed, recognizing that this land had borne the brunt of suffering, and what could be said in response? "My apologies. They are merely recruits, still in training, and hardly qualify as heroes," Du Cao replied. "Recruits, you say?" Nick Fury chuckled. "Are you certain they can provide us with support?" "Report, sir." Lu Chuang boisterously interjected. "Let us skip the pleasantries. If you doubt our capabilities, let's prove ourselves." This is where I must interject, Chuang. Zhao Xian nudged Lu Chuang's arm. "We address him as sir here." "Addressing you as sir is perfectly acceptable." Du Cao interjected, "Mr. Fury is the director of the World Security Council's appointed Global Protective Organization, SHIELD. Calling him sir is entirely appropriate." The emphasis on the word world carried a subtly sardonic undertone. "Very well. Then let us proceed with the trial." Nick Fury was eager to ascertain the true nature of China's Super God initiative. Previously, he had dispatched individuals to investigate discreetly, but alas, the Chinese side maintained an impeccable level of secrecy, resulting in the agents being thoroughly stripped of their disguises and returned to America in disgrace. Determinately pressing the communicator, he summoned the available Avengers to the open space outside the aerial carrier for a small event. "Since you believe it is worth a try, it would be wise to proceed." Du Cao gestured courteously, inviting the others to lead the way. In the open space outside the aerial carrier, Nick Fury stood with a group of Super Avengers, facing Du Cao and the formidable troops. "A contest, is it? Allow me to take the lead." The flamboyant and fiery Blitz soared into the sky, exuding flames. "Who among you can keep pace with me? Step aside, let me take him on." Zhao Xian donned his dark alloy armor, driving the dark alloy spear into the ground, adopting a stance akin to a martial artist gathering strength. "Here I come." With a powerful thrust of his legs, he unleashed a series of sonic booms. In a blink, he dashed in front of Blitz, initially intending to strike with his fist, but reconsidering that it was merely a test and unnecessary to harm the camaraderie. He retracted his fist and ensnared Blitz by the neck. "Hey there, friend. Will you descend on your own, or shall I exhaust you until you fall?" Blitz, bewildered, incredulously questioned, "Aren't you hot?" Chuckling, Zhao Xian replied, "Your heat pales in comparison to that of our sister Reina." Chapter 68. The Battle of New York commences. Blitz, with Zhao Xian in tow, soared through the air, attempting to shake him off with high-speed maneuvers. However, as Zhao Xian exerted his strength, Blitz soon found himself lacking the stamina to continue. Ultimately, Zhao Xian maintained his grip on Blitz, and together they arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The flames enveloping Blitz extinguished, his face drained of color. With his final reserves of strength, he weakly lifted his hand to pat Zhao Xian's elbow, a gesture of concession in a martial contest. "See if you dare to underestimate us again." Zhao Xian released his hold, grasped the back of Blitz's neck, and leaped back to the open space where the others stood. Upon returning, observing Blitz unsteadily, trying to regain his balance. It was evident to all who the victor was. Incredible, Master Xin. You are our idol. Tonight, you may choose any 200G resources you desire. Your prowess is unmatched. With a dismissive toss of his flowing hair, Zhao Xin struck a dashing pose for the troops. Do not become too enamored with me. I am but a legend. Seeing this, Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. The leap of the long-haired youth had revealed a semblance of superhuman potential. He had to concede that he had indeed underestimated these new recruits. Was it possible that the so-called Super God Academy program aimed to create a legion of super warriors using the genes of superhumans? As expected of the director of SHIELD, his guesses were astute. The essence of the Super God Project indeed revolved around genetics and super soldiers, albeit unrelated to the Kryptonian. I shall join in as well. Lu Chuang stepped forward with an air of indifference, casting a glance at the Avengers before finally fixing his gaze on the hulking figure of the thing. You, the one resembling a rock, let's engage in a spar. Upon hearing those words, the stone man paused momentarily, puzzled by the mention of Murphy. However, observing Lu Chuang's fierce demeanor, he furiously clenched his fists and charged forth like an enraged rhinoceros, exclaiming, "This is of your own making." The ground trembled under the weight of his heavy steps, a testament to the tremendous force he wielded. Quite intriguing, Lu Chuang mused, cracking his knuckles and rolling his neck, preparing to face the onslaught head-on. With a thunderous impact, Lu Chuang braced himself against the stone man's charge, merely shifting back half a step. Let there be no misunderstanding. This retreat was not due to the stone man's might, but rather the slippery terrain beneath them. Blessed with the superlative genetics of the Nova Star war god, Lu Chuang was destined to cleave planets in the future. Even though he had recently awakened his super genes, he was not to be trifled with by the likes of the stone man. Is that all you've got? You're far too weak, Lu Chuang chuckled, effortlessly lifting the stone man above his head. Just as he was about to hurl him away, Nick Fury interjected, "Enough, let us end it here." Oh, Lu Chuang complied, gently lowering the stone man, then cheekily added, "So, Chief, this is our prowess. What say you? Are you impressed?" In response to this brazen provocation, Nick Fury merely smiled, unfazed. Not bad. He then turned to Duke Ao, extending his hand. On behalf of SHIELD, I accept your support. Basic etiquette dictated that one should not be overly concerned with pride. The ability to assist was what truly mattered. Duke Ao, with a hearty laugh, as if the earlier events had never transpired, clasped his hand and replied, "A pleasure to collaborate. Additionally, if it is not too much trouble, could you arrange accommodations for us?" As night fell, in gratitude for the support of the elite troopers, Nick Fury ensured they received the finest treatment, designating a specific area within the aerial battleship for their lodging. Bang! Rose stormed out, leaving Duke Ao with a resigned expression as she furiously retreated to the girls' dormitory. Diving into her bed, observing her demeanor, Captain Elena and Qilin exchanged puzzled glances. Elena approached Rose's bedside and inquired, "Didn't you go to request the contact information of your heartthrob from General Duke Ao? Why didn't you get it?" Rose pulled down the covers, revealing a cold expression. "If you've already guessed, then keep quiet. Don't ask further." Hey, don't be like that. We're just very curious about your heartthrob," Elena exclaimed, like an eager bystander. "Please, tell us more about him. What kind of divine figure could possibly thaw your icy heart?" "Oh, poor little Lun. If she discovers that her goddess is pursuing other men, her heart might just shatter. Do not mention other men if you wish to hear." Rose seemed particularly sensitive to this topic, her mood flaring up. All right. Elena quickly raised her hands in surrender. "You speak, we'll listen. He is the strongest man I have ever encountered. With him around, danger is a mere illusion. The myriad gods and civilizations of the universe are insignificant in his presence." As Rose recounted Lin Luo's past, a palpable admiration and affection surfaced on her typically icy visage. Meanwhile, on a beach in America, Lin Luo lounged in a sun chair, legs crossed, facing the sea, leisurely basking in the moonlight. Nearby, three enchanting figures clad in bikinis occasionally cast flirtatious glances in his direction. One wonders how Rose would react upon witnessing this scene. Time swiftly slipped by. Days later, perhaps the timeline possessed an innate capacity for restoration. Under Nick Fury's directive SHIELD, accelerated its research on the cosmic cube, even utilizing the energy fragments obtained to repair King Ghidorah. In the research facility, Nick Fury observed as scientists conducted an experiment involving spatial teleportation through the cosmic cube. First test commence. With the command issued, the researchers pressed the activation button. A deafening hum erupted, followed by a blinding flash of blue light. Everyone shielded their eyes, and once the brilliance faded, they gazed at the experiment table. An astonishing sight unfolded. The humanoid mold remained intact, yet an additional figure clad in golden armor appeared. Loki scanned his surroundings, and upon confirming his arrival on Earth, a wicked grin spread across his face. Before SHIELD personnel could react, Loki deftly unleashed an assault with his scepter, swiftly dispatching nearby henchmen, conjuring numerous duplicates, and charging in all directions. Meanwhile, his true self locked onto a specific direction, stealthily making his way through the chaos. Unlike the original narrative, Loki's primary objective this time was not the cosmic cube. Instead, he was headed for King Ghidorah. The fleet of the Cosmic Alliance lay just beyond Earth's atmosphere. If he so desired, he could seize the cosmic cube and depart without incurring any risk. Why not seize such a foolproof opportunity? Loki had no intention of engaging with the Space Stone too soon. What if Thanos were to appear unexpectedly? It was far more entertaining to complicate matters a bit. Moments later, a mechanical roar resonated through the skies. The Chitauri, Kree, Martian, and Devourer legions, lurking just outside Earth, simultaneously advanced toward America. The battle for New York was imminent. Chapter 69. Keeping the turmoil at bay beyond Huaxia. On the familiar rooftop of the Empire State Building, a luxurious viewing platform had been meticulously crafted for a more comfortable cinematic experience. In addition to fine wines and exquisite cuisine, beautiful companions adorned the setting. Due to the installation of a cloaking device, the exterior appeared no different from an ordinary rooftop. Gazing down at the 4 extraterrestrial legions descending from the heavens and the panicked masses fleeing below, one could sense the impending storm. One cannot help but marvel at the calamities that befall this nation. The thunderous roar of the defeated King Ghidorah reverberates through the skies. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow sweeps over the Empire State Building. The 3 heads, once crushed, are now affixed with mechanical skeletons and external armor that extend down to the chest. A faint blue light emanates from the chest, while alloy wing shields adorn the edges of its wings, and its eyes blaze a blood-red hue. Is this a half-mechanical Ghidorah? Alas, Lin Luo embraces Natasha and Catwoman, allowing their legs to rest upon him, calmly observing the new Ghidorah's condition. As he anticipated, SHIELD must be exploiting the supposedly deceased King Ghidorah for its own ends. A classic American tale, exploring uncontrollable forces only to stumble upon one's own demise. Yet, there is an element of surprise. Atop the central head of the mechanical Ghidorah stands a golden figure, Loki. Quite impressive. This fellow has exceeded his expectations, creating a scene far beyond what he had envisioned. Perhaps this will allow humanity to grasp its own insignificance. Meanwhile, Chung Xiaoyu furrows her brow, filled with concern. She has witnessed such a scene before. The Holy Master, through the annals of time, altered history to successfully allow the 7 great demons to dominate the world. The legion of demons in the sky mirrors the spectacle before her. Clenching her fists, she inquires, Mr. Lin, if MIB disregards this matter, may I intervene? Lin Luo chuckles, turning to her with a counter-question. Are you not afraid of altering history? Indeed, Chung Xiaoyu retorts, her voice tinged with reluctance. This invasion has been recorded. I could not bear to watch their malevolence as a child, and I am even less inclined to tolerate it now that I am grown. An admirable response. Weaving emotion with a well-placed fib, Lin Luo ponders Xiaoyu's character and promptly accesses the chip to ascertain what young Xiaoyu is currently up to in this world. To his surprise, she is pilfering charms in District 13, muttering that she will save this world. Usually, I would allow you to indulge in your whims. But today you must not interfere with this matter. If you do, you shall be dismissed, Lin Luo retorts without hesitation. Alas, Chung Xiaoyu is vexed but finds herself at a loss for words. The situation is evidently orchestrated, and she can only sigh deeply, her heart in turmoil as she awaits subsequent developments. At the Avengers base, upon receiving information regarding an alien invasion, the Super SHIELD ramped up its monitoring of outer space. Thus, when the fleet breached Earth's atmosphere, they were already prepared with a response plan. All agents were mobilized for battle. Some of the Super Avengers worked to evacuate civilians, while others concealed themselves amidst the buildings, keenly observing the alien forces. Not only they, but Lorna, accompanied by a newly formed mutant team, also arrived in the Manhattan area, soon to become a battlefield. Their mission was not to confront the alien legion head-on, but to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens. It is worth mentioning that the company has launched the Super 7 Squad, which has ventured into outer space on a mission and has regrettably been unable to partake in the current defense of Earth. The Chitauri, Kree, Martian, and Devourer legions have not rushed into battle. Loki, wielding the scepter of mind control, suspended the cybernetic Ghidorah in midair and conveyed his words through magic. Humans, I am a subordinate of the Titan King, Thanos. Do not entertain thoughts of defying his will. Surrender all you possess and kneel before Thanos as your king. In uttering these words, he mentioned Thanos thrice. The implication was clear. I am merely a lowly worker. The issue lies with Thanos. Do not seek me out for resolution. The Chitauri, loyal to Thanos, were quite pleased with Loki's proclamation, while the Kree, led by Ronan, and other legions regarded it with disdain. Let us fight. No need for idle chatter. A thunderous roar erupted as Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his hammer, soared to confront Loki, filled with both anger and concern. What is the matter with you, Loki? As the Prince of Asgard, why do you serve as another's pawn? Loki feigned surprise at Thor's arrival, then donned his signature, mischievous grin. My dear brother, I am the god of mischief. Is there anything beyond my capabilities? Without allowing Thor a chance for further discourse, Loki brandished the scepter, unleashing a beam of energy that sent Thor hurtling thousands of meters away. All forces advance. With this command, the Chitauri dispatched airships, unleashing Leviathan beasts carrying soldiers into the city. Martians teleported across various neighborhoods, attacking humanity with toy-like weapons in a frenzy. The Kree and Devourer armies also commenced their assault. Half of New York was transformed into a battlefield. Iron Man donned the new Danger Wanderer 2, wielding a lightsaber embedded with an arc reactor, soaring into the sky and cleaving a Leviathan beast in twain. He aimed to decapitate the alien forces, but alas, the heavy artillery of the alien ships downed him before he could approach. Danger Wanderer 2 plummeted to the ground. After this initial probe, Tony Stark dared not hesitate further. JARVIS. Deploy all Mark Series armors to protect the citizens. Friday. Commence assembly of Mark III. Meanwhile, the Invincible Army, under the leadership of Delana, engaged in combat with the Kree and Devourer legions. As the battle commenced, everyone felt a sense of discomfort. Their resolve wavered until the arrival of the Monkey King, Wukong. This is war, merciless and unforgiving. If you wish to shield your homeland from such devastation, stand against them before the lands of Huaxia and drive them from Earth. Let the chaos remain beyond our borders. With their convictions fortified, they now possess the determination for a desperate fight. Gu Xiaoluan remained somewhat perplexed, while Lu Chuang, Zhao Exin, and others, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, charged recklessly into the fray. The young patriarch donned an MIB uniform, bestowing magical protection upon True and Jackie Chan, and joined the fray of this war. As they witnessed the diminutive you engaged in a fierce pursuit of extraterrestrials mid-air, three robust men found themselves in disarray against the winds. The military of the United States, having realized the futility of nuclear weapons, compelled even the most hawkish generals to regain their composure, subsequently dispatching aircraft and ground forces to the fray. The entire world was captivated by this monumental conflict. They scarcely had time to ponder why these alien legions focused solely on the United States. Should not the most effective strategy involve dispersing forces across all significant nations globally? Perhaps this is the price of being the beacon of hope in the world. In addition to the four formidable alien factions, a colossal warship with dual wings materialized beyond Earth. To their astonishment, the resistance capabilities of other Earthlings, apart from the Super God Academy's Xiongbing Corps, were not to be underestimated. They had indeed underestimated them. The demon Queen Morgana remarked with a hint of scorn, turning her gaze towards Addo. As was customary, she ordered an execution, intending to eliminate all major forces aside from the Xiongbing Corps. Chapter 70. The Attention of Angel Yin. The Troubled Bride? The frontline combat strength of the Demon Legion was patently inferior to their archenemies, the Angels. Their expertise lay in employing advanced wormhole technology for surgical strikes. In the world of the original Super God Academy, there existed superheroes akin to the Avengers, playing a role in the battle against the Devourer. What was the outcome? The demons simply opened wormholes, picking off these heroes one by one. The wormhole technology against the Avengers of this era was akin to a dimensional assault. Once the demons engaged, the battlefield would undoubtedly tilt overwhelmingly in their favor. Fortunately, Lin Luo had anticipated this eventuality and had already arranged for MIB personnel to counteract. At the moment the demons activated the wormhole, an atomic energy pistol emerged through the portal, aimed directly at the forehead of a demon. A squad of 10 demons stood transfixed before the weapon, utterly unresponsive. A message was conveyed to Morgana. For this battle, any who dared to act recklessly would meet their demise. As the words echoed, 9 MIB members pulled the triggers, the atomic energy guns obliterating the demons' heads, followed by the erasure of the genetic data of those slain. Addo received the alarming feedback and quickly reported, "Queen, we are in grave trouble. Our demon squad just opened a wormhole and was instantaneously shot down by an unidentified entity. They left a message stating that the situation was best witnessed personally. Damn it. The genetic data of the demon squad has been forcibly deleted. We can no longer resurrect them." "What?" Liang Bing exclaimed, rising from her throne, her eyes turning white as she connected to the dark dimension to grasp the unfolding events. Upon reviewing the process, her heavily made-up face instantly flushed a deep purple. But she had no time for anger. An overwhelming fear surged within her. "Damn you all." With a fierce anger, Liang Bing stamped her foot, issuing a command. "Demon Legion, heed my orders. Immediately initiate a spatial jump. Retreat to a distance of 1 light-year from Earth. Additionally, sever all connections with Tao Tai and conduct a comprehensive inspection of the warships for any signs of invasion or tracking devices." Yes, the demons swiftly sprang into action. In accordance with the Queen's directive, the demon-winged battleships promptly executed the spatial jump, escaping 1 light-year beyond Earth. However, Liang Bing remained vigilant, connecting to the auxiliary computation of the demon wings to investigate whether the dark dimension had been infiltrated. Once the examination concluded and confirmed that no intrusion had occurred, she finally exhaled in relief. The adversary's technological prowess was astonishing, capable of reverse location, tracking the moment the demons opened a wormhole, and silently infiltrating the demon gene bank to erase all traces. Who possessed such formidable capabilities that even Kesha and the headmaster of space could not achieve. Liang Bing's mind was in turmoil. She pondered whether to abandon Earth, lest she attract the attention of an unknown powerhouse, leaving her unaware of her own demise. But then she reconsidered. Was the adversary connected to the void? If not, with such extraordinary technological advancements, what were their views on the void and ultimate terror? More than these concerns, she was eager to uncover the true intentions of this deity, who seemed to place such importance on the war among this primitive civilization. After a prolonged internal struggle, Liang Bing resolved to make a bold move. She would assume a new identity and re-enter Earth. If they sought to eliminate those so-called heroes, then she would blend in among them. On the battlefield in New York, 4 alien legions launched a united assault, causing Earth's heroes to retreat steadily. "Friends, hold on. We are coming." Optimus Prime and Megatron, accompanied by warriors from both the Autobots and Decepticons, emerged through a portal, plunging directly into battle. The resounding horn of the Vikings echoed through the skies. The army of Asgard, led by the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, descended upon Earth. For Asgard, for Earth, charge! The involvement of these 2 alien allies gradually shifted the tide to a stalemate. However, given the current situation, for Earth to achieve victory, 3 conditions must be met. The aggressor must refrain from using weapons of mass destruction. Odin must personally arrive on Earth, or Cybertron must continuously supply troops to Earth. Of course, it would not be so easy for Earth to face total defeat. On the surface, Earth had the Supreme Sorcerer and the Mage Order to fall back on. The Ancient One could unleash her wrath, rendering these extraterrestrial foes insignificant. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Lin Luo was quite satisfied with the spectacle of a united front of humans, Cybertronians, and Asgardians standing against the enemy. The universe was vast, and terrifying entities were numerous. The enemy understood the importance of unity. If Earth could not learn to embrace the extraterrestrial, it would surely lead to ruin. Oh, as Lin Luo observed, he suddenly turned to gaze at the horizon on the opposite side. A pair of beautiful eyes was watching intently from afar. Lin Luo waved his hand, severing the dark communication with Angel Yin, and then left a gap within the shielding circle. Angel Yin stared blankly for a moment before ultimately descending, entering the protective barrier. Upon witnessing the scene of Lin Luo embracing his companions, Angel Yin was reminded of a detestable ancient angelic deity, the malevolent god Hua Yi. Angel Yan's arrival caught the attention of Natasha, Catwoman, and Xiaoyu. They gazed at the stunning blonde beauty clad in armor and a short skirt, her wings unfurled behind her, their heads adorned with a flurry of question marks. Am I intoxicated? It seems there is an angelic sister here. Too beautiful for words, Natasha remarked, seemingly dazed. No, you've misunderstood. It's us who are inebriated, Catwoman corrected. Xiaoyu, her expression one of astonishment, cast a quick glance at Angel Yin, suppressing certain impulses, and hurriedly resumed, observing Lin Luo's condition. It appeared she was a guest, and, in her mind, she swiftly wove a lie to prepare for any inquiries Lin Luo might pose. Ignoring Natasha and Catwoman, Angel Yin fixed her gaze on Lin Luo, inquiring, "Who exactly are you, my lord?" Without turning, Lin Luo replied, "A mere, unremarkable human from Earth." "Impossible," Angel Yin retorted, soaring to Lin Luo's front. "If Earthlings possessed even half your level of technology, they wouldn't be bullied by such rabble." "I see." Lin Luo recalled the expression of Lord Hua Yi, then opened his arms towards Angel Yin. "Come here for a moment. I might consider sharing some information." "Ugh." Catwoman emitted a disdainful sound. "Boss, I implore you. Please don't act like this. It's not your style, and it makes me want to punch someone." "Why?" Lin Luo asked, bewildered. "Is it not twisted enough? Not lewd enough?" Natasha patted Lin Luo's chest, chuckling, "Just be a little more normal. Forced lewdness will only make you appear endearing." "Fine." Lin Luo shrugged, feeling helpless. "What a failure. I can't even learn from Lord Hua Yi. How will I ever contend with these little skirted angels and wits?" Chapter 71. Space-based weapons? The Ace Team, onward. Angel Yin, observing his playful demeanor, felt belittled, and a surge of anger welled up within her. The words he had just spoken mirrored the ancient scoundrels chronicled in the records. With a slight frown, she expressed her displeasure, given your status. Isn't it rather disgraceful to utter such words? I'm just an ordinary person. I have no dignity to lose. Lin Luo scrutinized Angel Yan's figure, noting her exquisite legs, a testament to the superior genetics of the angelic lineage. "Though you are quite pleasing to the eye, if you cannot meet my request, then please refrain from disturbing my enjoyment." "You." Angel Yin was infuriated, her long silent face flushed with anger. Under normal circumstances, she would have retaliated with a witty comeback, and then struck back. Yet before this man, she dared not employ her usual tactics. Why? Once engaged in the game, the other party takes it seriously, and she finds herself devoid of any means to resist, left to the mercy of her opponent. Even after the act, they can assert that her compliance was voluntary, rendering her speechless even in the presence of the queen herself. Angel Yin ought to be grateful that she did not allow her anger to cloud her judgment, given Lin Luo's nature. If Angel Yin had attempted to tease Gu Xiaoluan in return, the outcome would have been predictable. Never mind. Lin Luo had no desire to further provoke the young lady and stated, "Xiaoyu, please assist me in disposing of her. Is that agreeable? Your wish is my command." Xiaoyu replied obediently, her figure flickering as she instantaneously appeared behind Angel Yin, seizing her as one would a chick and striding purposefully out of the shielded area. "You initiated the confrontation, so do not blame me." Angel Yin retaliated by grasping Xiaoyu's arm, attempting to break free with a throw. However, her initial effort failed to budge Xiaoyu in the slightest, and after a moment's surprise, she summoned all her strength. Yet the results remained unchanged. Xiaoyu continued on her path, her upper body utterly still, truly resembling someone carrying a small chick, dragging Angel Yin outside with ease. Angel Yin unfurled her wings. Hovering in midair, gazing at the vanishing pinnacle of the Empire State Building, and attempted to soar back. Suddenly, a wave of invisible energy thwarted her, as if she had collided with glass, distorting her visage upon impact. Gritting her teeth, Angel Yin raised her arm and struck out in frustration, her entire being trembling with rage. As she regained her composure, a more terrifying realization dawned upon her. Despite having just met moments ago, she could no longer recall the faces of those individuals. It was as if her memories had been edited. She remembered the events, but had completely forgotten their appearances. Had the dark dimension been invaded? Angel Yin dared not ponder further and hastily departed Earth to report the occurrences to the divine Kesha. On the battlefield in New York, Loki rode atop a half-mechanical Ghidorah, observing the fierce combat below. To distance himself from the fray, he intermittently shouted to the combatants, urging humanity to surrender to the great Thanos, using Thanos' name to rally his troops. Yet, true to his intentions, he refrained from participating in the battle, even while mounted on a fearsome dragon. The progress of the conflict unfolded more slowly than Loki had anticipated. The Kree and Chitauri legions were fiercely engaged by the Super Avengers and the American military. The Devourer Legion found itself in a stalemate, contested by the valiant Wukong and Reyna. Meanwhile, the Martian Legion continued to act as a disruptive force. Let them fight, let them fight. Once this city and nation crumble, and the shadowy figures reveal themselves, the true spectacle shall commence. However, in the chaos of battle, unforeseen events inevitably arise. It appeared that the Devourer had become desperate and suddenly activated orbital weapons stationed beyond Earth. Before the onset of war, several legions had forged alliances, vowing to refrain from employing weapons of mass destruction unless absolutely necessary, in order to prevent harm to their allies. The current situation, however, clearly did not warrant such drastic measures. Should this strike be unleashed, the injuries would not be confined solely to the inhabitants of the city. Observing from the shadows, Thanos, upon witnessing the deployment of orbital weaponry by the Devourer, decisively commanded Ronan, the Accuser, to withdraw the Kree forces. He was acutely aware of Earth's enigmatic powers. Utilizing such weaponry could irrefutably provoke them. The Kree must be preserved for the pursuit of the Power Stone. They could not be sacrificed due to the foolish actions of those incompetent fools. Loki, noticing the retreat of the Kree, surmised it was Thanos' directive. Could this mad titan, known for his merciless slaughter, truly harbor fear? Consequently, he intensified his efforts. The name of Thanos reverberated once more across the battlefield. Boom! A beam of dark crimson laser shot down from the heavens, striking at the heart of the conflict. Panic surged. Goku reacted instantaneously, seizing his dark alloy staff and commanding his dark alloy doppelganger to rush toward the point of impact. He positioned the staff to shield against the oncoming rays, while Rina soon followed, drawing energy from the sun to envelop Goku in a protective energy shield. Together, they valiantly managed to slow the descent of the laser. Sir, a high-energy fluctuation has been detected, equivalent to a significant nuclear strike on Earth. What? Tony Stark, piloting the perilous Wanderer 3, glanced towards the origin of the laser upon hearing Jarvis's alert. Jarvis, do you have any recommendations? Apologies, sir. Your current armor's durability is insufficient to withstand such a nuclear assault. Understood. Crushing a Leviathan beast beneath his feet, Tony Stark decisively accelerated towards the source of the laser. While his armor could not endure such a strike, should he detonate it at the source, New York could potentially evade disaster. With a stroke of luck, he might even succeed in downing an enemy mothership. In the command center, Nick Fury watched the unfolding battle, hesitating as he retrieved an old-fashioned detonator from his pocket. After some contemplation, he returned it to his pocket. Now is not the time. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, Lin Luo felt a flicker of excitement as he observed the Wanderer 3 soaring into the sky. History often bears a striking resemblance to itself. In the original tale, Tony Stark had dived into a wormhole with a nuclear bomb to protect humanity. Now, in a similar vein, he was recklessly heading toward a nuclear strike to safeguard humankind. One could only say he truly embodied Iron Man regrettably. Lin Luo had no intention of granting him this opportunity for self-redemption. Connecting with Harley Quinn through the chip, he declared, "Baby, it's your time to shine. All right, darling, watch me perform." As the communication ended, a blue beam of light erupted from the other side of the laser. Harley Quinn emerged, accompanied by her fully armed ace squad. Stepping forth from the luminous pillar. "Boss, do you have a battle plan?" inquired the Death Shooter, wielding an atomic energy sniper rifle. "A plan? There is no plan. Our sole objective is to eradicate these monstrous foes and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those so-called superheroes. That is our only strategy," exclaimed Harley Quinn, unfastening the dragon-headed RPG from her back. She aimed at the source of the laser and pulled the trigger, launching an ultra-ultimate death missile. Chapter 72, Complete Domination. Liang Bing was terrified. It is well known that Super God Academy has undergone numerous revisions, rendering its original character designs nearly unrecognizable. Yet, despite the changes, the essence remains. The various super soldiers of Xiangbing Lian are still based on the heroes from League of Legends. Among them is an ADC hero named Jinx, whose prototype is none other than Harley Quinn. Thus, when Lin Luo equipped Harley Quinn, he deliberately drew inspiration from Jinx's diverse skills. Of course, the borrowing only pertained to their presentation and names, as the power levels of the two are not even comparable. Whoosh! The half-meter-long dragon-headed RPG roared as it launched a 2-meter-long missile. The missile's warhead bore the visage of a shark, seemingly alive, baring its teeth and roaring as it ascended into the skies. "Sir, high-energy reactions detected. Please take evasive action immediately." "What?" Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, swiftly pulling up the surveillance footage. Upon witnessing the incoming missile, he hurriedly commanded the Danger Wanderer 3 to respond. In an instant, its massive legs split apart. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ultra-ultimate death missile zipped past the undercarriage of the Danger Wanderer 3, propelled by the descending laser, accelerating until it exited the Earth's atmosphere, striking the Taeho warship. Boom! The sky was illuminated by a golden radiance. On the battlefield, all warriors from both sides abruptly ceased their assaults, looking skyward in unison. Hovering beyond Earth, the entire combat unit of the Taeho Legion was decimated by half. Not merely destroyed, but utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Hee. Harley Quinn gazed at the sky, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she stowed away the dragon-headed RPG and switched to a blue mini Gatling gun. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Ha-ha! The Gatling's barrel began to spin, incessantly spewing bullets like a torrent of fire serpents. She swept across the extraterrestrial monsters, the bullets equipped with automatic targeting, flawlessly detonating the foes' heads. Seeing their boss reveling in such exhilarating combat, the other members of the Ace team were not to be outdone. The thrill was palpable. The Death Shooter raised his atomic energy sniper rifle and took aim at the Leviathan beast, firing a shot. The energy beam struck the colossal creature, displaying no remarkable destructive force, but instead disassembling the immense beast into particles, scattering them with the wind. Wow! The Death Shooter gazed incredulously at his sniper rifle. Confirming its capabilities before, like Harley Quinn, he commenced his own rampage. As forces exceeding the threshold of power entered the battlefield, a momentous shift in the situation ensued. None of the factions present, save for the formidable Luo, anticipated such a transformation. The most pronounced reaction did not come from the three battling legions, but rather from a super shield agency and the demons. Aboard the Demon Queen, one exclaimed, "What in the world is this weapon?" With a mere shot, it obliterated half of the gluttonous legion. It terrified me. Frozen in shock, Liang Bing, who was poised to join the fray and assist humanity in reversing the tide of battle, was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Her astonishment stemmed not only from the weapon's devastating lethality, but also from the absence of any detectable nuclear reaction. She hastily activated the Dark Dimension to analyze the nature of the recent explosion. Unfortunately, after extensive scrutiny, the only discernible detail was the overwhelming intensity of energy, nothing more. Liang Bing's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer bewilderment. The explosion of that missile, though limited in range, contained an astonishing amount of energy. It was inconceivable. Not even her vehicle, nor that of Kaisa, could withstand such a strike. How splendid! The stronger the adversary, the more exhilarated I become. I shall stir the waters further and plunge both Rocker and Kaisa into the fray. In a command room of the Super Shield Agency, Nick Fury exchanged a complex glance with Amanda. "Deputy Director, can you guess who has come to their rescue? Haven't you already deduced the answer?" "Why ask again, Mr. Director?" Amanda replied coolly. It appeared that the massacre previously orchestrated by the Suicide Squad was merely a grand performance. It was perplexing. What purpose did such a spectacle serve? We must ponder how to explain all of this to the public. If they discover that the heroes who vanquish the enemy do not belong to the Super Shield Agency, the repercussions will be dire, Amanda remarked. While the restoration of global peace was a cause for celebration, in her eyes, such tranquility relied upon the instability of nations. It would be better to prolong the harrowing conflict. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. The Super Shield Agency depended on special funding, sourced from the taxes paid by citizens. The public cared little for the struggles faced by superheroes. They were solely concerned with the outcome. The truth was that heroes funded by taxes were of little use. Individual heroes saved the world. The credibility of both the Super Shield Agency and the Avengers would be trampled underfoot. Were the criminals turning into heroes merely to exact revenge on those who once confronted them? Or was this the doing of MIB? After the tide of battle shifted, the Martians contemplated retreat, but the Ace team denied them the opportunity to escape. Shark King Nanace relentlessly pursued the Martians, devouring them whole with a reformed feeding system, functioning like an emotionless consuming machine, leaving no weapon or spacecraft unscathed. The rest of the Ace team also engaged in a ruthless spree of slaughter. Such indiscriminate carnage was perfectly suited for these former thugs. What on earth is happening? These individuals are truly extraordinary, observing the long-ensnared enemies being ruthlessly vanquished by others. The warriors of the Xiong Bing Lian experience a mixture of emotions. Yet, they are grateful that someone is able to eliminate these detestable extraterrestrials, sparing Huaxia from further suffering. As the warriors gaze back upon the battlefield, their resolve intensifies with each passing moment. They are determined to keep disaster at bay from Huaxia. The Tathagata Legion has relinquished its deployed forces on Earth and retreated with less than half of its fleet remaining. The mothership of the Zataris also made a timely withdrawal. The Martians, too, sought to escape. However, their comically grotesque appearance drew ire, subjecting them to concentrated assault. And what of the leader of this war? Where has the leader gone? The instant the Ace team made their entrance, Loki decisively commanded Mecha King Ghidorah, hastily fleeing Earth without a backward glance, returning to his home planet. Sakaar, having acquired a mind control scepter and a world-annihilating dragon, he effectively depleted the forces of Thanos. This journey proved bountiful, but prolonging it could cost him his life. It was best to know when to withdraw. By the time the battle in New York concluded, Loki and Mecha King Ghidorah had already traversed a significant portion of the solar system. Loki even contemplated his next course of action. Surely that purple-headed titan, Thanos, would not let him off so easily. Suddenly, a thought illuminated Loki's mind. Perhaps he could seek the favor of the new gods in the cosmos. Should he ally himself with the Dark Lord, Darkseid? Chapter 73. Iron Man joins forces with Batman, having eliminated all remnants of foes left in New York. This apocalyptic war for humanity has finally reached its conclusion. Under the guidance of Harley Quinn, the Ace team stands atop the ruins, striking heroic poses for the surviving ordinary citizens and superheroes to admire. This scene is captured by hidden cameras and broadcasted live to the world. The heroes, pausing in their tracks post-battle, gaze up at the Ace team's striking figures. Some recognize these villainous heroes, their complex expressions hidden beneath masks, revealing a tumult of shock and displeasure. Indeed, they are referring to Batman, for half of the rogues in the Ace team were personally incarcerated by him. Oh, Harley Quinn has also taken note of Batman, abandoning her pose, holstering her Gatling gun, and jogging over with her long legs in a playful manner. Hey, it seems I just saved you all. In moments like this, how does it feel to see us? Batman's gaze is dismissive as he replies in a disguised, somber tone, you should be in prison right now. Ah, now that is a delightful joke. Harley Quinn giggles uncontrollably. Once her laughter subsides, she blinks, adopting a sincere demeanor. I must thank you for incapacitating the Joker. Without you, my future might not have been as bright. Batman is taken aback, a flurry of question marks swirling above his head. Before he could inquire, Harley Quinn had already dashed back, retreating with the Ace's squad. Why express gratitude for incapacitating the Joker? Wasn't she supposed to be his partner? The perplexity left Batman utterly baffled. Even the most astute minds of humanity struggled to grasp the intricacies of such a connection. The Ace's squad swiftly traversed the battlefield, meticulously inspecting for any feigned casualties among the enemy. The soldiers of the vanguard, upon spotting the Aces squad, greeted them with palpable excitement. Impressive brothers. Which organization do you heroes belong to? We nearly faltered after fighting for so long, yet you arrived and resolved the situation. A jovial figure, known as Exan, approached with a friendly demeanor. Deadshot responded, "We do not belong to any organization, nor do we consider ourselves heroes. We are merely villains seeking redemption, nothing more." What? Exan was momentarily taken aback. Redemption? The remark was confounding. It was clear there was a story behind it. Exan, being somewhat oblivious, chuckled, setting aside everything else. "At least for now, you and your friends are heroes." At this, Deadshot paused, his thoughts drifting to his daughter. Surely, she must think similarly? A slight smile crept upon his lips as he replied, "Thank you. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." After ensuring no enemies were pretending to be dead, the members of the Aces squad were teleported back to their base. "Hey, don't rush off." Exine hadn't finished speaking, but they had already vanished without a trace. Frustrated, he scratched his head, lamenting the lost opportunity to forge a friendship. Rose stood by a collapsed wall, her gaze fixated on the spot where the Aces squad had just disappeared. She recognized their distinctive equipment style. These individuals were undoubtedly Lin Luo's subordinates. Had he been monitoring the battle from the shadows? If so, why not show himself? After all these years, did he not yearn to see her? Was it her appearance that deterred him? Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having extricated himself from the perilous Wanderer 3, landed beside Batman and inquired curiously, "You seem to know that group. Some former villains I apprehended, now equipped with advanced weaponry, have taken to heroism." Batman replied with his characteristic stoicism. "All right, so you truly do know them." Tony shrugged. "Let us discuss something else. It seems that mechanical dragon baby you created has been taken home by the enemy as a pet. It's inconsequential." Batman's breath grew heavy as he removed a damaged piece of armor from his abdomen. "I anticipated this situation, so when I modified it, I installed 2 miniature neutron bombs powered by cosmic cube energy at its core." What could Tony Stark possibly say to that? Speechless, he raised his hand to give Batman a thumbs up. Ugh. Batman removed the armor, inhaling sharply as he tossed it aside and slowly sat down, retrieving powder from his utility belt to sprinkle on his wound. "You're injured?" Upon witnessing this, Tony Stark promptly crouched down and employed JARIS to assess Batman's injuries at the waist. After confirming there were no significant damages, he chuckled. "Well, fortunately, your kidneys remain unscathed. Otherwise, you would only have half the support for your happiness." Batman cast a sidelong glance at Stark. Although his mask obscured his features, it was evident what expression lay beneath. He held a profound admiration for Stark's temperament, marveling at his ability to jest even in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, this light-hearted exchange did indeed alleviate the weight of the moment. He remarked, "This conflict has illuminated the gap between us and those extraterrestrial beings, Mr. Stark. Would you assist me in developing a suit of armor? In return, I shall facilitate a collaboration between Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries, enabling both to support the operations of the Super Avengers moving forward." Oh, Stark's interest was piqued. "Creating an armor for you is certainly within my capabilities, and I could use a few allies. However, why should I believe you possess the influence to forge a partnership between Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries?" He challenged. "Come now. Do you think I'm unaware that you've investigated my identity? Must I utter it aloud?" Batman retorted. Sighing, Stark shook his head in disappointment. "You truly lack any sense of humor. Cooperation is feasible. As for the subsequent operational matters concerning the Super Avengers, we shall take it one step at a time. For none can predict the ultimate outcome." This battle against the overwhelming alien forces had prompted Stark to contemplate encasing Earth in a layer of armor. However, the foremost obstacle in his path was undoubtedly the authorities. Those avaricious individuals would undoubtedly covet control over Earth's armor, and with their nefarious intentions. Who could fathom the horrors that might ensue from such extraterrestrial dealings? First and foremost, he must seek an opportunity to extricate the Super Avengers from governmental oversight. Truth be told, upon discovering that Batman was that man, Stark's feelings mirrored those he experienced when he learned that Superman was merely an unremarkable reporter. With a smile, Stark extended a hand toward Batman. Batman grasped his hand and rose, stating, "I suppose so. I initially believed Iron Man to be merely a playboy's pastime. Yet I never anticipated you would genuinely bear the mantle of protecting humanity." After a round of mutual admiration, both Iron Man and Batman, concealed behind their masks, simultaneously broke into smiles. Chapter 74. The sorrowful one, Rose, gazed longingly into the distance, reminiscent of the legendary stone that awaits a beloved. The backdrop imparting an overwhelming sense of solitude. The other warriors of the heroic legion exchanged glances, recognizing that Rose, no longer a child, was clearly yearning for her beloved. The male soldiers had heard whispers regarding Rose's affections. Hey, XN called softly, nudging Gu Xiaoluan's shoulder. I heard that the man Rose fancies is currently in the United States. Gu Xiaoluan, who harbored secret feelings for Rose, felt a pang of frustration at this news. What concern is it of mine that he is in the United States? He replied, visibly irritated. With a raised eyebrow, Master Xian offered a kind reminder. Yet it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he restrained himself, muttering under his breath, with that limited intellect of yours. How do you expect to pursue a girl? Look at Rose. She has taken such strides, and you remain idle? Were it not for our brotherhood, I would gladly send you flying with a kick. Come on, Xiaoluan, is there a better opportunity than this to demonstrate your worth? Cheng Yaowen chimed in, cheering for Xiaoluan. Lu Chuang patted Gu Xiaoluan on the shoulder, saying, Brother, I may not have any romantic experience, but I understand that there is no better moment than this. You must cherish it. Do you comprehend? Summon some courage, act decisively, like a ravenous beast, and refrain from being overly hesitant. Fellow comrades, having recently faced life and death, spoke up one after another, inspired by their fervor. Gu Xiaoluan finally mustered the courage to approach. However, just as he took a step forward, he turned back, sheepishly smiling at his friends. Could you all perhaps grant me a little space? I feel somewhat embarrassed with you all here. The crowd responded with disdainful murmurs, waving him off in boredom. Thank you. Thank you, Gu Xiaoluan chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at Reina and Qilin beside him. What are you staring at? Is it a crime for girls to enjoy the spectacle? Reina retorted sharply. Gu Xiaoluan's lips twitched in awkwardness, too timid to engage further. Shifting his gaze toward Rose, he inhaled deeply, steeling his resolve to approach her. Yet, before he could close the distance of 2 meters, Rose's icy voice pierced the air. Do not come closer, do not speak. Yi Xiaolun Fruosa. The hard-won courage evaporating into thin air. Witnessing this, Reina sighed and stepped forward, muttering, in critical moments, it seems one must rely on me, the goddess. She moved to stand beside Rose, gazing into the distance together. You have become a shadow of your former self. This is not the Rose I know. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Relentlessly chasing the past will yield nothing in the end. Moreover, those are merely memories from your childhood. Can you truly discern whether that was love or mere idolization? Reflect deeply, sister. I shan't linger on this, but at the very least, return to your true self. You may not realize it, but the unadorned you is your most beautiful self. A soft chuckle escaped Rose, perhaps struck by the humor within Reina's words. As she turned to her and inquired, where did you learn such things? Oh, I picked it up online, Reina replied playfully. ISNT, their song that says, you once claimed that holding hands was a promise, but my dear, that does not equate to love. Promises. Rose gazed skyward, a wistful expression crossing her face. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I once made a pinky promise to marry him when we grew up. Reina nearly stumbled. Caught off guard. Fine. Forget I said anything. Retract that nostalgia. You are right. I have indeed not been myself lately. Rose's smile transformed into one of acceptance. Having endured the baptism of war, his mindset underwent a transformation. After a moment of emotional respite, he bellowed, I know you are watching me. Think carefully. There will be no second chance after this. Either come out to meet me, or you shall truly become a thing of the past. His voice reverberated through the ruins left in the wake of conflict, echoing among the remnants of destruction. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, having reached such a pivotal point, Lin Luo could no longer feign ignorance of Rose's presence. Sighing, he reflected on his earlier demeanor. What folly it was to put on an act in front of a child, for she had taken it to heart. Yet, upon closer examination, the circumstances were not entirely theatrical. Was it not merely the annihilation of a civilization incapable of faster-than-light travel or traversing wormholes? In itself, it was hardly a monumental event. Yet who could have anticipated that it would appear so grandiose in the eyes of the young Rose? With a determination to address a pressing matter, Lin Luo beckoned her to follow. In an instant, he transported them to a location merely 100 meters from Rose's side. He did not shout. Instead, he subtly relaxed the barrier concealing his presence. Rose, momentarily taken aback, was soon overcome with exuberance. She turned and leapt toward the source of the familiar energy. Before Lin Luo could extend his arms, she had already flung herself into his embrace, clinging tightly. "Oh, my dear girl, is it wise for us to be seen like this by your father?" Lin Luo jested. "Humph, my old man would be far too delighted to think anything of it." Rose retorted. "Very well," Lin Luo mused, already picturing old Du's reaction. Ah, perhaps this was the price of being a sea king. To be mindful of another's daughter, one must stoop to a lower generation. Having chosen not to release her, Lin Luo resolutely encircled Rose's slender waist and gently pressed a finger against her forehead, nudging her slightly backward. "Look at you, on the verge of tears, yet stubbornly holding back for fear of losing face. This is all your fault," Rose declared, her voice laced with indignation. "My fault?" Lin Luo assessed her delicate features with a smile. "Blame me if you must, but I must ask, what is it that you see in me?" "Humph." Rose fell silent, her cheeks flushing under his gaze. Defiantly, she turned her face away, refusing to be scrutinized. Why did she like him? At such a young age, she had witnessed a magnificent display of fireworks unleashed by a high-level civilization intent on invading Earth. Who wouldn't be captivated? As they conversed, other soldiers from the heroic brigade began to draw near. Upon witnessing Rose obediently nestled against an oriental boy, Gu Xiaoluan felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was as if lightning had struck on a clear day. He stood frozen, bewildered, lost in a haze of confusion. Lin Luo glanced at them and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Pardon my curiosity, but I must ask, are you certain that what you feel for me is love?" "I did not know before, but now I am certain," Rose replied with unwavering conviction, delivering a playful punch to Lin Luo's chest. "Now, whether you accept it or not, I deserve a straightforward answer, regardless of my old man's opinion. You need not call out to him. Ah, you truly are a devoted daughter." Lin Luo cradled the face of Rose and said, "Having embraced you, I cannot bear to let go of such a young lady. You are quite perceptive." Rose gently peeled Lin Luo's hand away and offered her crimson lips voluntarily. In the midst of the aftermath of the war, Natasha and Catwoman stood in stunned silence behind Lin Luo, bewildered by the sudden addition of a new member to the alliance of the Sorrowful, just as the battlefield remained in disarray. What on earth was happening? Like them, the soldiers of the heroic brigade were equally taken aback. Was this truly the same Rose, as frigid as an ice mountain, who had now initiated a kiss? Alas! Exine patted Xiaolun on the shoulder, remarking, "At times, love strikes with an unexpected swiftness. Take heart." Gu Xiaolun was ensnared in a state of shock, utterly oblivious to Exine's words. Regarding matters of the heart, they, as older gentlemen, had little to say. Yet, the women within their ranks naturally sided with their own. Reina squinted at Lin Luo for a moment before deciding to test this seemingly overly youthful man. Approaching him with a teasing tone, she inquired, "Rose, is this the man you have longed for? He appears rather young, almost more like a boy than a man." Rose turned her head to respond, "You do not understand. This is a return to authenticity. Age and appearance are of no consequence." Lin Luo chimed in, "It seems your friend prefers a more mature look." No. Reina retorted playfully, "Do not misconstrue. I merely meant that Rose has praised you so highly that encountering you in person presents a significant contrast." "Indeed?" Lin Luo replied. Curiosity piqued as he glanced at Rose. "Does she often speak of me? What has she said?" Instantly, Rose's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she feigned sternness, interrupting, "Reina, some things are best left unsaid. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Oh, I shall refrain from mentioning how she claims you can effortlessly resolve the troubles caused by extraterrestrial civilizations, or how the establishment of the Super God Academy was contingent upon your approval." Reina feigned nonchalance, pretending to have misspoken. "Reina, you," Rose began to retort, but Lin Luo covered her lips, realizing that this was not flattery, but merely a statement of fact. "Is that true?" Reina asked, perplexed. "If so, I find it hard to understand why. If you possess such prowess, you have not intervened to resolve this crisis." Her question ignited the curiosity of other soldiers in the heroic brigade. "I have protected for over a century. Now I wish to pause and pursue other endeavors. To engage in pursuits that I desire." Can you comprehend what it means to retire? Lin Luo replied, then shifted his gaze to Qilin, greeting her with a warm smile. So many years have passed, and you have grown. I am heartened that you can take up arms to protect this new home. Is it truly you? Upon hearing these words, Qilin's contemplative gaze immediately transformed into clarity as she deeply bowed to Lin Luo. Thank you for your assistance back then. Without you, my family, and I might still be adrift in the cosmos. Huh? Wait, what? Reina stared blankly, glancing between Lin Luo and Qilin, perplexed by the situation. Qilin explained, years ago, when the dinner star system was destroyed, my family and I entered a state of hibernation aboard an escape vessel. Approximately 20 years ago, we unexpectedly arrived on Earth, where Mr. Lin graciously welcomed us. Really? Reina gasped in astonishment. How come I didn't know about this? There are many things you are unaware of, Lin Luo said, releasing the rose and walking directly towards Reina with a smile, though his eyes bore an ominous glint. Do you know what I enjoy doing now? You. Reina felt overwhelmed by Lin Luo's imposing presence. A sense of uncontrollable fear overtaking her as she instinctively took 2 steps back. What you like is none of my concern. I now take pleasure in collecting debts. Lin Luo stated matter-of-factly. Collecting debts? Reina was taken aback, waving her hand dismissively. That is even less my concern. I owe you nothing. Ah, but you're mistaken. It is not just you. The entire Liang star owes a debt to Earth and Huaxia, Lin Luo asserted. Reina's demeanor shifted as she adopted a serious tone regarding Liang. You best clarify this matter. Liang has always unconditionally aided Earth. How could it be said that they owe anything? The people of Liang have indeed protected you well, Lin Luo remarked with a smile, clapping his hands towards the sky. Monkey, please enlighten this current emperor of Liang about the situation. With a thunderous crash, Monkey descended from above, landing heavily before Reina. Little girl, over 1,000 years ago, Liang declared itself the way of heaven and launched an invasion against Earth and Huaxia. Led by Pan Zheng, over 100,000 Liang warriors attacked Huaxia. Alongside dozens of Kunlun guards, I fought valiantly, battling until the skies darkened, ultimately driving them off Earth. However, the citizens of Huaxia suffered significant harm during that war. Compared to those blood debts, your so-called assistance is trivial. No, that is impossible. Reina's expression turned incredulous, shaking her head vigorously in disbelief. Patience. There is an even more intriguing aspect, Lin Luo said, grasping Reina's chin to steady her shaking head. Considering future interactions between Reina and others, he shifted to a more profound communication. Your Liang will not endure for long. The assistance you provided in building the Black Wall for Huaxia was not a repayment, but rather a gesture of goodwill, laying the groundwork for the eventual collapse of Liang and the migration of its citizens to Earth. Oh, immigration is the least favorable option. There is a far more ideal solution, but let Pan Zheng reveal it to you. Reina stood frozen in place, the pure-hearted empress experiencing a new layer of darkness for the first time. Observing her reaction, Lin Luo concluded the mental communication, stating, thus, others may criticize me for my actions, as they are young and lack understanding of the truth. However, you alone cannot. Since you, the empress, have presented yourself, convey a message to Pan Zheng. The debt from millennium ago shall be personally settled by me. Await my arrival. With that, I release my grip. Lin Luo turned to the Monkey King and inquired, Monkey, how do you propose we collect this debt? Should I take you along for some fun? I shall abstain from joining. I trust you with this task, replied the Monkey King, casting a glance at Reina, recalling their past camaraderie. This girl harbors no ill intentions. And given her initiative to assist on Earth, I shall afford her some leniency. Rest assured, after slumbering for over 20 years, I have tempered my once savage tendencies. At the very least, I will not casually obliterate anyone's planet, Lin Luo chuckled. Upon witnessing Lin Luo's smile, Sun Wukong shivered involuntarily as unwelcome memories resurfaced. Let's hope so. After their conversation, Lin Luo returned to Rose, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while cradling her face with the other. I have grown weary of this place. I wish to return to Huaxia for a few days. Is there an available room on the Giant Gorge? I cannot speak for the Giant Gorge, but I do have a room, Rose replied, encircling Lin Luo's neck with her arms, her lovely face radiating allure. Lin Luo's heart fluttered at her teasing, and he sighed. The innocent girl from back then seems to have vanished. With a smirk, Rose responded, "What? Do you not fancy this change? I adore it." This time, it was Lin Luo who leaned in for a kiss. The soldiers of the heroic force observed in astonishment. One moment, the atmosphere was charged with gravity as they spoke of dire matters, and the next, they were engaged in earnest flirtation. Who exactly is this youth who appears barely in his teens? Applause erupted. Du Cao, clad in military attire, had approached unnoticed, clapping as he made his way toward them. Upon seeing his daughter embracing a man, he was not angered, but rather appeared to bask in the warmth of spring. "Commander!" The soldiers of the heroic force quickly stood at attention, saluting Du Cao. At ease, Du Cao nodded. Listening to the exchange, Lin Luo had to momentarily halt, casting a disinterested glance in their direction. "Are you enjoying the spectacle? Has it far surpassed your expectations? Oh, and should I now address you as father-in-law?" "Please no," Du Cao chuckled, unable to suppress his mirth. "I shall not require you to call me father-in-law. Let's keep it informal. You may still call me Old Du, and I shall call you Old Lin." "That seems rather inappropriate," Lin Luo remarked, glancing at Rose in his embrace. Rose promptly countered, "I find it rather delightful. It reflects our amiable relationship," referring to one's father-in-law as a brother, and the daughter is the first to express her support. Alas! Du Cao shook his head with a sigh. It is a pity that daughters grow up so quickly. She is not even wed, and already she is turning her elbows outward. "Father!" Rose blushed, unable to withstand such teasing, voicing her protest. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. Now, let us discuss matters of substance." Du Cao adjusted his expression and turned to the Xiongbing battalion, introducing, "This is Mr. Lin Luo, a figure of utmost confidentiality, an overseer of the Super Divine Academy program. He possesses authority surpassing all others in the Super Divine Academy and the Blackwall Project. You may wonder why Mr. Lin Luo holds such vast power. Allow me to enlighten you. He made significant contributions during the war in Huaxia. Furthermore, Lin Luo safeguarded the previous era, protecting Huaxia and the world from malevolent extraterrestrial invasions. 2 decades ago, he retired, passing the mantle of protection to you, to us. Now, does anyone have anything to say?" "A chief. Are you referring to the war?" "I believe you are." "Zhao Xin venta bon li. What do you think?" Du Cao retorted, his tone clearly conveying his meaning. In an instant, Zhao Exan, Lu Chuang, and Cheng Yaowen stood in solemn respect, while Gu Xiaoluan hesitated, ready to salute. Lin Luo waved his hand to interrupt them, saying, "There's no need for that. Strictly speaking, I am not a soldier. You may call me Old Lin or Mr. Lin." Chapter 76. The Demon Fleet descends upon Huaxia. After the war, the Super Avengers returned to base for recuperation, while agents of the Super Shield Bureau, under the direct command of Director Nick Fury and led by Amanda, collaborated with armored drones and various secret organizations, including the FBI, to clear the battlefield. In merely half a day, the New York battlefield was cleared, swiftly transitioning into post-disaster reconstruction. Meanwhile, Lin Luo had already exchanged pleasantries with Lorna, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy, planning to stay in Huaxia for a few days. On board the Grand Canyon, in the VIP lounge, a terrifying scene was brewing. Rose discerned that Natasha and Catwoman shared an unusual bond with Lin Luo. Having recently received the warmth of love, she, as a newcomer, found it challenging to express her feelings, thus harboring animosity. In a one-on-two situation, she was already at a disadvantage, so she deliberately donned a pure and innocent guise to bolster her combat capability. Catwoman and Natasha were indifferent to this hostility, showing no signs of weakness against the younger Rose. They had both internally and externally transformed into Lin Luo's likeness. How could they possibly fear this little girl? Was it merely a matter of being younger or more beautiful and innocent? Everyone possesses their own unique traits. Seated between the two, Lin Luo felt no anxiety. Rather, he was quite at ease. He relished in mediating conflicts, waiting for the night to deepen before visiting each room for intimate guidance. If one day proved insufficient, then he could extend it to 2 or 3 days. Ultimately, acceptance would come. Oh, I almost forgot something even more significant. Post-war revelry. Lin Luo pressed a button on his watch, projecting a holographic news report from various important regions across America. The New York Times. Today marks another sorrowful day for America. Having once again faced an extraterrestrial assault with casualties and property damage yet to be accurately assessed. Born Daily James. I find myself perplexed by the roles of the Super Avengers and the Super Shield. They consume the taxes paid by free citizens, yet fail to provide any substantial protection, ultimately leaving it to civilian organizations to secure victory. According to our investigative reporters, the organization dedicated to saving the world is known as the Ace Squad, whose valiant exploits in battle have been duly recorded and will be featured in a special report shortly. Furthermore, I harbor renewed suspicions that the extraterrestrial beings target Spider-Man. No matter how valiantly he combats the aliens on the streets, it cannot alter the fact that they were drawn here by him. I suggest that in the event of another alien invasion, Spider-Man should be surrendered first. Planet Daily. In the wake of the tragedy that befell New York, numerous citizens of the metropolis gathered, candles in hand, before Superman's memorial statue, imploring his return. Thus, we commemorate yet another day of yearning for Superman. World Daily. The United States has once again fallen victim to an extraterrestrial assault, while other nations remain unscathed. This undoubtedly smacks of conspiracy. Other countries are conspiring with alien forces against the United States. The World Security Council is investigating the underlying causes. We call upon nations worldwide to assist the United States in its time of crisis. America has borne the brunt of this disaster for the world, and other nations ought to extend their hands in support. Super Shield Press Conference. We have exerted our utmost efforts to safeguard this world. Had it not been for our heroes' relentless battles, this city would not have withstood until the arrival of the Ace Squad. Additionally, we are urgently analyzing the technology of these invading extraterrestrials. Grant us a little more time, and they will no longer pose a threat to Earth. Moreover, we have extended an invitation to the Ace Squad, eagerly anticipating their integration as the elite of the Super Avengers. What corporation? Nationalist Press Conference. We regret our inability to protect New York this time, but we successfully kept a portion of the invading aliens at bay. The injuries I sustained pale in comparison to the sacrifices made by the heroes defending New York. They're the true paragons of greatness. Oh, the hypocrisy of the nationalist. Witnessing their self-righteous posturing, Natasha could no longer contain herself. Can this nationalist not possess an ounce of dignity? They always emerge in the immediate aftermath of battle, seeking recognition. What have they truly accomplished? What have they accomplished? That is indeed a pertinent question. The What Corporation has acquired a small island, erecting various entertainment facilities specifically designed to provide refuge or leisure for their heroes, executives, shareholders, and high-ranking officials. During the Battle of New York, they reveled on this island, hosting parties where various groups indulged in unbridled debauchery, the chaos beyond description. Truly, it is irksome. Lin Luo contemplated revealing the island's contents online. Such inconsequential gestures should be ushered off the stage to avoid unnecessary complications. After observing the post-battle revelry, Lin Luo rose, stretched lazily, and said, "Rose, let us step outside for some fresh air." "Certainly." Rose promptly linked her arm with Lin Luo's and, before departing, cast a provocative glance at Natasha and the other woman. "Alas," Natasha sighed, and once the two had exited, she remarked, "That little girl is delightfully innocent. Does she not realize who will ultimately benefit from this?" Catwoman concurred. "Indeed, the child may be naive now, but once her impulsiveness subsides and she reflects, she will find herself unable to escape." "You two certainly possess a rather morbid sense of humor," chimed in Chung Xiaoyu, who stood behind them with a look of disdain. Natasha and Catwoman paid her no mind, engrossed in their conversation. "How about a wager? When do you think the boss will make a move on that little girl? That seems rather uninteresting. Why not wager on when he will strike at this one behind us instead? Why not both?" "I concur." Upon hearing this, Chung Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. Though she refrained from retorting verbally, she scoffed inwardly. "Humph. I shall not grant you the opportunity to win any bets. I will certainly not give that fickle man any chances." Outside, Lin Luo and Rose had just stepped out when they encountered Reina, who appeared ready to flee. Reina stammered, "One foot already out the door, I was just passing by. Goodbye." With that, she attempted to make her escape. Lin Luo seized her collar with his free hand. "If you have something to discuss, speak." Hey, let go. Quickly let go. This garment is designer and quite expensive." Reina, fearing her clothing would be damaged, hesitated to struggle. "I merely wished to inquire when you plan to return to the Sunfire Star, as I need to go back as well." Lin Luo released her, stating, "I intend to enjoy a few days before heading over." You might return first and relay a message to Panjun. Then I shall wait for you to go together. Reina seemed genuinely intimidated by Lin Luo, refusing to linger and quickly sought to depart. Urgent notification. Urgent notification. An unidentified battleship has appeared in the skies above Huaxia. All personnel are to return to the cabin immediately. The giant gorge will expedite its return to Huaxia. Chapter 77. The detriments of super genes. All warriors of the Xiong Lian, please proceed to the assembly room promptly. Upon hearing the aircraft carrier's announcement, both Rose and Reina's expression stiffened. I apologize. Reina offered a quick apology to Lin Luo before turning and sprinting away. Her movements were swift and purposeful, revealing her genuine urgency, devoid of any playful intent. Lin Luo paused for a moment in contemplation. The people on the Sunfire Star should consider themselves fortunate that Reina is their emperor. Otherwise, do you wish to go as well? Rose inquired anxiously. She was eager to leave, but did not want to abandon Lin Luo. Call me uncle as you did when you were younger, and I will accompany you to take a look. Lin Luo teased. With a swift motion, the former uncle had transformed into her current boyfriend, causing Rose's cheeks to flush once more. Not one to yield easily. She huffed softly, tossed her silky hair back, and chased after the direction Reina had gone. I shall not call. Never again utter that title. Observing the silhouette of Rose, Lin Luo's lips curled into a smile as he leisurely followed her. Not calling him uncle? So be it. It matters not. For there will be ample opportunities to call him father in the future. Who needs an uncle anyway? In the conference room, the elite troopers donned their black armor. Standing in a precise line, fixated on the colossal demon warship with dual wings hovering over the city of Juxia. Tension gripped everyone, yet General Decao remained unfazed, seated in his chair with an air of indifference, as if to say, how could I possibly lose? Buzz! The automatic doors of the conference room slid open, and Lin Luo entered. Upon seeing him, Decao sprang to his feet, eagerly vacating the captain's chair, gesturing with a smile. Mr. Lin has arrived. Please take a seat. Lin Luo, unfazed by the formality, walked over and settled into the chair with a calm demeanor. The elite troopers, aside from Rose, exchanged bewildered glances. Who, one might wonder, was truly the father-in-law and who the son-in-law? The dynamics suggested that it was General Decao who was the groom. What are your thoughts on the sudden arrival of the demon? Decao inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Luo glanced around nonchalantly and replied, I have no particular opinion. This is a matter for your consideration. I'm merely here to accompany my girlfriend. Caught off guard, Decao could only cast a pleading glance at his daughter. However, before Rose could respond, Lin Luo shifted the conversation, stating, I can inform you that the demons participated in the recent battle in New York. I had the MIB give them a little warning. Excellent. That resolves our concerns. Decao exclaimed, clapping his hands. He addressed the elite troopers in the short term. These demons will not dare to wreak havoc in our homeland, but we must remain prepared for any emergencies. Intensify training during this period to achieve greater breakthroughs before the demons strike our cities. Understood. The elite troopers responded in unison. Chief, I have a question. Lu Chuang raised his hand. Decao nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Chuang scratched his head. What is this MIB that Mr. Lin mentioned? You may understand it as the previous generation of the elite troopers. However, each member is an unparalleled entity, and the rest is classified, Decao responded. Chief, since they are from the previous generation, could we invite Mr. Lin to train us? Zhao Xin asked eagerly. Nonsense. Decao's brow furrowed, his expression turning stern. Is Mr. Lin such a leisurely person to train you? Just having him here is a privilege. As he spoke, he cast frantic glances at his daughter, his eyes practically twitching with urgency. Rose paused, her expression caught in a delicate dilemma. Would it be appropriate to establish their relationship in such a manner so soon? Enough, Lin Luo said, patting Decao on the shoulder, startling him. Can we maintain some dignity here? Aren't your eyelids tired? Ha! With a dry chuckle, Decao expressed. What I mean is, allow me to articulate my perspective on the genetic technology of the Shina system. I may not be eloquent, and I shall endure any displeasure. No matter how much you train your genes, their potency remains limited. Without the support of supercomputers and energy sources, they amount to nothing. Your genetic models increasingly resemble software programs, vulnerable to powerful hackers who can easily infiltrate and modify your genetic data, potentially leading to theft and the creation of inferior copies akin to burnt CDs. Some of you require not training, but rather several supercomputers and a stable, robust energy supply. Just like Reina, without stellar energy, she can accomplish little more than exhibit enhanced physical attributes. Calculations. What use is training in such circumstances? It would be far more beneficial to upgrade your operating systems to super genes and enhance your hardware and weaponry. That would yield the greatest improvement for you. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the Xiangbing Lian, including Ge Xiaolin, Zhao Xan, and Lu Chuang, wore expressions of disbelief. Even Rose appeared unconvinced. The truth is often harsh. Lin Luo sighed, issuing commands to the chip to infiltrate the dark dimensions of several warriors in the Xiangbing Lian, excluding Rose. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, and everyone seemed to be drained of strength, half kneeling in submission. Just like this, with a mere flick of my hand, you're all rendered powerless. If I were to revert your data to that of ordinary individuals, or even format you, what do you think would happen to your bodies? Lin Luo retracted his command, restoring the strength of the warriors, who gazed at their hands in disbelief as they stood up. In that moment, their previous discontent vanished, replaced by an acute awareness of the man's formidable power. Oh my! Reina struggled to rise, drawing stellar radiation from the air anew. It's one thing to seal my super genes, but to drain my stored energy as well? Must it be so overbearing? Mr. Lin, you are so capable. Surely you can assist us in upgrading. Zhao Xin inquit easily. Upgrading is certainly possible for Rose, but as for you all, Lin Luo cast a glance, smiling slightly. Do not even think about it. Huh? The members of the Xiangbing Lian instantly felt disheartened. Enough, Ducal interjected. Upgrading is not as simple as you imagine. It requires unimaginable energy support. You're already among the finest in the God-making project and need not aspire for any upgrades. In truth, it is not as arduous as old Du suggests. Primarily, I am simply too lazy to make the effort. Chapter 78. Rose's fourth-generation upgrade. Liangbing is shocked. Alas, with their hopes dashed, the warriors of the Xiangbing Lian, except for Rose, drooped their shoulders in disappointment. However, Lin Luo shifted the conversation, stating, though I am reluctant to engage in upgrades, I can provide you with data that will enable you to harness your powers more adeptly. Once you fully comprehend the data, dealing with a legion of the Taotai class will not prove too strenuous. According to the rules established by the MIB, this assistance is the utmost I can provide. Allow me to share a secret. The original target of the gluttonous legion was Huaxia, but due to certain circumstances, the United States is no longer under MIB protection. Thus, the focus shifted to America. Warriors, I urge you to place your unwavering faith in Mr. Lin Luo's words. Takeo added, the MIB has consistently safeguarded this world. However, the adversaries they confront are beyond our imagination. I believe, responded Xiangwei and Qilin in unison, accompanied by a male voice from Prince Cheng Yaowen of the Deshing. Upon hearing this, everyone cast puzzled glances. Two young women share a story with Mr. Lin. What role does a man have here? In truth, I'm also a Deshing immigrant, fortunate enough to have met Mr. Lin once. Cheng Yaowen chuckled sheepishly. Whether you believe or not is of no concern to me. Lin Luo utilized the chip to upload data to the soldiers of the Xiangbing Lian, excluding Reina and Xiangwei. The data has been transmitted to you. The moment Zhao Xan, Lu Chuang, Ge Xiaolin, and others received the data, their eyes widened as previously perplexing aspects of their bodies suddenly felt clarified, as if they had unlocked their inner meridians. Enlightenment dawned. Reina glanced at the expressions of those around her, staying true to her original character. She felt compelled to request her own share, regardless of its utility. However, faced with Lin Luo, she dared not utter a word, merely watching in silence. Xiangwei, come before me, Lin Luo called. As this was a serious matter, Xiangwei refrained from acting like a love-struck girl, responding earnestly and approaching Lin Luo. Lin Luo mused. Surveying, Xiangwei, let me contemplate how to enhance your genes. In a corner, a woman clad in a military uniform, with long, glossy black hair and a hint of malevolence in her demeanor, stealthily peered at the scene. How amusing. Xiangwei possesses temporal genes. Her research, spanning nearly 20,000 years from the time of the Tiansheng Super God Academy, is invaluable. What audacity for a mere human to speak of upgrades. Who is truly becoming inflated with self-importance. Pretending to be impressive is one thing, but engaging in reality? How laughable. The more ignorant, the more overconfident. concealed aboard the Juxia. Liang Bing did not perceive the prior mysterious individuals as linked to the Xiong Lin or Huaxia, thus dismissing Lin Luo as inconsequential. Her reasoning was not unfounded. The Xiong Lin is backed by Huaxia. If such terrifying entities were concealed within Huaxia, what need would there be for the Xiong Lin? As previously warned, should two of them appear again, she and the true Carl would have to set aside their pride and engage in earnest discourse. She pondered how Carl, that troublesome fool, intended to confront Huaxia, home to the Xiong Lin, yet suddenly shifted focus to the beautiful nation. And then there was Loki, that fool, true to his title as the god of mischief from Asgard, fleeing atop a dragon at the first sign of trouble. Sighing inwardly, Liang Bing reflected on her thoughts. She originally intended to engage with the organization that claimed to be an elite squad. Unfortunately, they vanished without a trace after their mission, and even the Queen's formidable demonic wings could not locate them. Ultimately, with no other options available, she decided to abandon the pursuit and re-enter the Giga Canyon instead. At least there would be some amusement to behold. Although it was somewhat displeasing that Rose had a boyfriend, a mere human who seemed unworthy of her life's essence and affection. A plan to eliminate this man must be devised to ensure Rose would not be tainted. After considerable contemplation, Lin Luo formulated two strategies that would not disrupt the existing equilibrium. I present you with two choices. First, we can proceed according to the principles of the divine river civilization. I shall upgrade you to the 4th generation divine body, where sacred atoms can locate each other. Even if shattered by supernova, they can reassemble into their designated form. Furthermore, every atom within your body will serve as a miniature supercomputer. As long as a single atom remains and energy is sufficient, resurrection is achievable. Additionally, I will provide you with a blank cosmic computer to complement your temporal and spatial genes, though this approach is somewhat intricate. Second, I can extract the temporal and spatial genes from within you, transforming them into your personal apparatus, paired with a formidable physique. This method is straightforward, direct, and forceful, devoid of convoluted intricacies. Liang Bing, you actually know the definition of the 4th generation divine body? How intriguing. I had underestimated this human man. However, upgrading to the 4th generation divine body requires substantial resources, and given Huaxia's current capabilities, that seems overly ambitious. As the Demon King, I have only recently completed my own upgrade. While I can understand the desire to impress a young girl, making such grandiose claims is rather absurd. And what of this cosmic computer? It is simply laughable. After reflecting on the two options, Rose quickly made her decision. I prefer the current method of wielding power, so I choose option 1. Very well. Lin Luo reached into his pocket and retrieved a blue orb. After a few touches, the orb emitted a scanning laser that enveloped Rose, and upon completion, it transformed to a crimson hue. Having conducted some preliminary research into the divine river system, albeit lacking comprehensiveness, he opted to utilize the existing data. Let me see the research findings regarding the 4th generation divine body. Moments later, the red orb reverted to its blue state. All set, Lin Luo rose, compressing the orb into the size of a pill, and presented it to Rose, instructing, "Open your mouth." Rose obediently complied, but upon seeing his playful smile, she blushed and quickly shut her lips. She could not retort, so she shot him an indignant glare. Lin Luo, unperturbed, transformed the blue pill into a ring shape, gently taking Rose's hand and placing it on her ring finger. Upon witnessing this scene, the soldiers of the Xiong Lin erupted in cheers. The rosy hue of the young maiden's face began to mirror the color of her hair, her delicate head unable to rise in confidence. She relished this moment. How splendid it would be to add a few more romantic proposals. Oomph. Meanwhile, Liang Bing silently scoffed, her stunning visage adorned with a look of disdain. Quite the charmer. Indeed, I shall observe what tricks you intend to unveil. Chapter 79. Liang Bing. Kesha, you wretched creature. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle before her, Liang Bing's mind went blank, her thoughts consumed by a singular exclamation. The azure ring swiftly transformed into energy, merging seamlessly with the body of the maiden. Once fully absorbed, a soft blue luminescence radiated from her form as torrents of data surged into the shadowy dimension. In the blink of an eye, she transcended the 3rd generation divine body, ascending to the 4th generation sanctified form. When a maiden regained her senses, Lin Luo inquired with a smile. Do you feel any extraordinary changes after your upgrade? Powerful. Incomprehensibly powerful. The maiden gazed in astonishment at her hands. Questions that once eluded her understanding were now crystal clear. She experimented with a wormhole, executing a spatial leap, vanishing in an instant only to return just as swiftly, inexplicably holding 2 stones in her hands. These were Martian and lunar stones, enabling her to traverse between 3 celestial bodies in the blink of an eye, and even faster. Lin Luo explained with a grin. This is due to the complete appropriation of the technique. Not my style, so I made some modifications to simplify the calculations required for wormhole traversal. As for energy supply, that remains confidential, belonging to another realm entirely. You merely need to know that you can wield this power at will. As he spoke, Lin Luo produced a chip, performed a simple data modification in his mind, and implanted it into the maiden's forehead. This is a cosmic computer. The computational prowess is something you will need to develop and explore yourself. Once you have mastered it, I shall provide you with a multiverse level upgrade. Cosmic? Multiverse level? Is this not an exaggeration? For one on the brink of shattering the barriers of worlds and venturing into the unknown, what is exaggeration but a trivial concern? Indeed, Lin Luo continued, once we resolve the antics of the angels and demons, I must take you to the Time Defense Bureau to broaden your horizons. Oftentimes, one's growth is stunted not by a lack of strength, but by the limitations of one's perspective. Take some time to adapt. Once you are ready, I have further matters to discuss. Understood. The maiden nodded, storing the 2 extraterrestrial stones into her dark space as keepsakes. She closed her eyes, embarking on an exploration of new realms. Wretched creature, confirming the maiden's upgrade to the 4th generation divine body, radiating an aura reminiscent of angels. Liang Bing swiftly turned her head aside, the expression on her exquisite face contorting in disbelief. Where did this remarkable deity come from? Casually infiltrating the database of Kaisha and effortlessly upgrading the sacred body? The immense technological prowess and heritage accumulated over millennia seem to be treated like a mere game. Wait, if this deity can easily breach the angel's database, could it be that those who previously invaded the demon's memory repository are connected? Liang Bing was stunned. In such a small world as Earth, it is implausible for numerous deities to engage in a battle of wills. It is highly likely that they are the same group. However, this raises further confusion. Why would a prominent figure who disregards the 4th generation divine body and the divine river system refrain from eliminating those gluttonous beings? As if they're plotting something? What do they possibly scheme? Do angels and demons hold any significance for them? The ambiguity was perplexing. The more Liang Bing pondered, the more restless she became. She even felt an urge to approach this deity and inquire about their perspective on ultimate fear and the void. Yet, without understanding the other's stance, recklessly revealing herself could lead to dire consequences if hostility were present. She would be oblivious to her demise. It would be prudent to conceal her identity and observe this deity's true attitude. Liang Bing suppressed her excitement and reflected on Lin Luo's earlier words, conducting a simple analysis based on some keywords. Unrestricted use of wormholes for transportation, the universe, multiverse. If there is no embellishment in these statements, this being must have transcended the void, becoming an incomprehensible existence. Regardless, the current plan must not falter. Luring Carl and Kaisha here, the more chaotic the waters, the better. 10 minutes later, Rose slowly opened her eyes and remarked, suddenly transcending to this level is somewhat disorienting. I shall require some time to adapt. I have a question. Is time travel truly attainable? Lin Luo replied calmly. Yes, it is not a challenging issue. The Time Defense Bureau I mentioned is specifically tasked with managing intrusions from different timelines or parallel universes. The girl beside me, named Chang Xiaoyu, is a visitor from another parallel realm. If one insists on traveling through our timeline, it is feasible, but one can only traverse to a temporal node where I do not exist. Do not inquire why. When you reach a certain level of growth, you will comprehend it yourself. Very well, Rose said, completely trusting Lin Luo's words. She deactivated the cosmic computer and beamed with a sweet smile. I will heed your guidance. Lin Luo grasped Rose's hands and jested. Demons and angels are useful to me. It would be disastrous if they were frightened into submission. Meanwhile, Du Cao, understanding the implications of the 4th generation divine body, added, Rose, you surely recognize your importance now. In the future, Aside from assisting with wormhole transportation, you will be a crucial asset to the Xiangbing Lian territory. Understood. Rose stood at attention, withdrew her hand, and saluted. Indeed, upon overhearing this, Liang Bing felt an urge to slap herself. She had intended to stir the waters, but inadvertently fell right into another's trap. What should she do next? With only one path leading to darkness, she could conjure no useful solutions. Enough of these futile thoughts. It would be more prudent to contemplate the dialogue. This formidable individual seemed to have long mastered the art of time travel. Yet their understanding of temporal theory was entirely distinct from hers. Was it true that one's perspective limited the potential for greatness? Wasn't this an apt description of individuals like herself? She needed to broaden her horizons, to expand her understanding as swiftly as possible. Thus, the most pressing matter was not concerning Kaisa, nor delving into the void, but rather how to establish a connection with this influential figure. Perhaps, by discerning the grand plan of this individual and collaborating with them, she might secure favor. Regardless, she had to make an attempt. Resolute in her decision, Liang Bing gracefully departed from the conference room of the Xiangbing Lian, making her way to an unoccupied ladies' restroom. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a silvery light as she connected to the Demon Queen's ship, projecting a holographic image while broadcasting a message into the universe. Kaisa, you little water chestnut, an ancient virgin of over 30,000 years. I am here on Earth. If you have the courage, bring your angelic legion and face me in battle. I shall await your arrival on Earth. If you dare come, I shall not shy away from combat. This time, we shall determine our standings and fate. Chapter 80. The confrontation between Liang Bing and Lin Luo. In the Angel Nebula within the Celestial City, Kaisa and she sat on the grass, elegantly sipping tea and discussing the feedback from Angel Yin. It has been confirmed that Morgana is indeed on Earth. I wish to take some people to Earth to see for ourselves and to meet the mysterious figure Yin spoke of. She, during my absence, I entrust the management of the Melrose Celestial Court to you, Kaisa remarked with a light laugh. She smiled contentedly, saying, I knew you sought me. It is not merely to discuss that mysterious figure. Fear not, Queen Kaisa. I shall ensure everything is managed impeccably. Thank you. Upon my triumphant return, we shall indulge in tea and enjoy the scenery together. With that, Kaisa rose, her white dress transforming into the silver armor of the Angel Queen. The upper part posed no issue, while the short skirt, thigh-high boots, and over-the-knee stockings exuded a striking allure. Just as she prepared to take flight, the dark dimension received new information. Morgana's taunts and provocations from Earth flooded into her mind. The information was public, and she also caught wind of it. Upon hearing it, Kaisa smiled rather than fumed. Liang Bing, the water chestnut, had once been timid but now displayed unexpected boldness. Could this not be a trap? She suggested cautiously. Kaisa waved her hand, interrupting Hishi's words as she unfurled her white wings, transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky. Whether it is a trap or not is of no consequence. Justice and order shall ultimately obliterate all darkness. Outside the Melrose Celestial Court, the celestial-grade Angel battleship, the Blade 7, lingered before the wormhole Stargate. The elite Guardians Radiant Heart, the noble Angel Cold, Angel Mo-E, Angel Starry, Angel Cloud Mist, Angel Eileen, Angel Tian-E, Angel Ling Shi, and others, each adorned with exquisite beauty, radiated admiration and longing as they gazed upon the divine Kaisa ascending to the pinnacle of Blade 7, taking her throne. Queen Kaisa, the angelic guardians collectively knelt in reverence. Kaisa waved her hand, bidding them to rise, and proclaimed, Warriors of justice and order, follow me to Earth and vanquish evil. Aboard the Great Canyon, Eugene broadcasted Morgana's chaotic influence over the city. Her outbursts, reminiscent of a Scullion's tirade, left the young warriors of the heroic legion in stunned disbelief. Is this the enemy we must confront? Questioned Xinyi, grappling with existential doubt. Indeed, replied Du Cao, furrowing his brow, do not underestimate her because of her demeanor. She is a notorious supervillain in the cosmos, and one can only speculate her true intentions. What does Morgana seek? Others remained oblivious, but Lin Luo understood all too well. Her aim was to entice the divine Kaisa, transforming Earth into a battleground between demons and angels. Of course, this was merely the superficial objective. The deeper motives elicited a smirk from Lin Luo. With a sidelong glance towards the restroom where Liang Bing was situated, he mused, "Excellent. Liang Bing's comprehension and fervor exceed my expectations. Observe this efficiency. She has successfully lured an angel over." Previously, Lin Luo contemplated punishing the Demon Queen for the impending invasion of Earth, but given Liang Bing's perceptiveness, he decided to forego the punishment in favor of future rewards. Stretching contentedly, he remarked, "There's nothing left for me here. I shall return to rest. When I feel invigorated, I must make another trip to the Sunlit Star." Lin Luo playfully flicked Rose's nose and leisurely turned to depart. Rose, eager to follow, was restrained by her responsibilities and could only suppress her restless heart, saying, "Once we resolve this crisis, I will seek you out. Wait for me." "Very well." Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively as he passed through the automatic door, languidly remarking, "See you later." With a soft hum, the automatic door closed. After a prolonged silence, Lien Feng stepped forward to inquire, "General, what shall we do next?" "What shall we do?" Du Cao exhaled with relief, smiling as he settled back into the captain's chair. "Train diligently, eat well, sleep soundly, and patiently await the demon's next move." Moreover, Du Cao's gaze shifted to Reina, stating, "Reina, you have witnessed Rose's advancement. Mr. Lin operates on a level beyond our comprehension. As a friendly warning, when Mr. Lin goes to Sunlit to collect debts, encourage Pan Zhun to adopt a more conciliatory attitude. From my understanding of Mr. Lin, he is not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter." Reina's face turned pale, her heart racing with anxiety. She had been troubled by this matter. Yet, the worries of the past and those of the present were of a different nature entirely. Previously, her heart was filled with guilt. She reveled in joy on Earth while her homeland had already cast its gaze upon the planet, even launching invasions in the past. At that time, she was unafraid of Lin Luo's claims. No matter how formidable he was, could he truly obliterate the blazing sun? Now, however, the only sentiment that remained was sheer terror. Upon exiting the conference room of the Xiangbing Lian, Lin Luo followed the path that Liang Bing had taken, passing by the restroom. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged, swaying as she stumbled into Lin Luo's embrace. The woman struggled to lift her head, her expression tinged with bitterness as she gazed at Lin Luo. Her voice weak. "I apologize, I've been utterly exhausted these past few days and my body is starting to falter. Mr. Lin, could you assist me to my room?" Lin Luo remained silent, seemingly caught off guard, standing still while holding the woman in his arms. It was no wonder she was named Liang Bing. Her icy touch, coupled with an alluring chill, was quite captivating. Holding her was undeniably pleasant, yet one couldn't help but marvel at the investment of 200. Despite Liang Bing's seemingly carefree demeanor, her tongue often laced with profanity and occasionally exhibiting the charm of a seductress, her emotions and essence were remarkably pure. The sight of Liang Bing lowering her guard and using her undeniable beauty to entice him was unfathomable, considering that she had not inflicted any substantial harm on Earth. Lin Luo decided to indulge her in this charade, supporting her delicate waist with one hand while gently grasping her small hand with the other. He spoke softly, "Thank you for your efforts. It is my duty to assist you." "Thank you," Liang Bing replied, slowly taking steps forward, her voice weary. "Rosa is a wonderful girl, and you are a good man. You two are a match made in heaven. You know me?" Lin Luo feigned surprise. "Yes," Liang Bing nodded, a light chuckle escaping her lips. "I saw you in the conference room discussing matters. I stepped out to freshen up because I was feeling unwell, and then it escalated to this point. As you know, Earth has faced numerous calamities lately, and I have been working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days without rest. Indeed, we owe much to you. Let us save the conversation for later," Lin Luo interjected, guiding her back to her room and helping her onto the bed. His gaze instinctively fell upon Liang Bing's swollen ankle. This is Chapter 81, The Agreement with Rosa, as we set forth to collect debts on the blazing sun. "I accidentally twisted my ankle, Mr. Lin. Please attend to your matters. You need not worry about me." Liang Bing hastily tucked her ankle away, seemingly reluctant for Lin Luo to be overly concerned. Yet, the tears glistening in her eyes and her pitiable demeanor were enough to soften anyone's heart. "Don't say that. How can I neglect someone who has given so much for Huaxia?" Lin Luo assertively lifted Liang Bing's delicate leg, removing her high-heeled shoes. The sight of her flawless feet, akin to exquisite works of art, was a sight to behold. As a connoisseur of beauty, Lin Luo couldn't help but commend her in his heart. As expected from an angel who has triumphed in a battle of forms, possessing a flawless physique, I find myself irresistibly drawn to those exquisite legs. Coincidentally, I possess a talent for massage. A gentle touch from me would alleviate much discomfort. Without regard for whether Liang Bing consented, Lin Luo commenced his ministrations. Wait, Mr. Lin, it has been 3 days, and I am quite unkempt. At the very least, allow me to freshen up first. Liang Bing grasped Lin Luo's arm, a rosy hue blooming upon her pale cheeks. On the surface, she appeared to be a delicate maiden, yet within her heart, she mused, such a trivial matter. No matter how formidable he may be, he is still a man. I, Queen Liang Bing, can easily bring him to his knees. Though she entertained such thoughts, the current circumstances compelled her to remain discreetly proud in her mind. Ultimately, she could not even ascertain whether her true identity had been uncovered. This was merely a fleeting amusement amidst her trials. If not for the exploration of her ideals and the future of the universe, who would willingly submit to a stranger? Nevertheless, as she observed Lin Luo's earnest demeanor while he massaged her, she had to admit there was a certain tenderness in his actions. With someone of his unknown stature, should he truly desire her in any way, she would likely have no chance to escape. Wait. Liang Bing glanced incredulously at her ankle. The injuries she had concealed through the manipulation of demonic atoms had mysteriously vanished. This likely indicated that he had already discerned her true identity and was now seizing the opportunity to take advantage of her, perhaps intending to discard her once he had his amusement. Suddenly, Liang Bing felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping her entire being, a surge of impulse rising from within. Her breath began to quicken, akin to the intoxication of inebriation, her cheeks flushing deeper with each passing moment. This sensation was unparalleled, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Just from a mere touch, how could this be possible? As a connoisseur of the art of touch, Lin Luo had studied various techniques, previously employing only a fraction of his skills on Catwoman and Natasha. Encountering such a perfect specimen, he was determined to employ his full capabilities. Mr. Lin, Liang Bing gasped, attempting to halt his advances. Yet Lin Luo paid her no mind, seamlessly transitioning to a dual-handed technique, his fingers dancing languidly between her curves. This is the essence of my massage technique, he declared. Liang Bing, feeling the overwhelming relaxation wash over her, found herself surrendering to the sensation. Her body and mind never having felt such ease. She lay back, her form perfectly accentuating her silhouette, evoking the image of a sumptuous delicacy awaiting a discerning patron. With a sigh, Lin Luo gazed at her and shook his head, then leaned down to kiss her directly. Liang Bing's eyes widened. It had come to pass. This man had ultimately succumbed to his desires. As Liang Bing's heart began to wrestle with conflicting thoughts, she pondered whether to flee or to resist. Lost in contemplation, her actions halted. Instinct took over, compelling her to acquiesce. He kissed me. It was I who took advantage of him, not the other way around, she reassured herself internally. Lin Luo savored the taste he had long desired, one as terrifying as the aura emanating from Liang Bing. Why was it terrifying? His senses were far superior to those of an ordinary individual, and Liang Bing's essence was akin to a humanoid automaton for the untrained. Letting go was somewhat difficult. Yet it was a necessity. Lin Luo suppressed his primal urges, releasing Liang Bing while gently pinching her cheek until her lips formed a pouting shape. You have disappointed me somewhat. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Refrain from such actions in the future. This is not your style, and I do not appreciate it. I trust you understand my meaning. With that, Lin Luo rose and departed. As the door clicked shut, Liang Bing gazed at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought, before a subtle smile graced her lips. Though she often appeared adorably naive, she was undeniably one of the most astute women in the universe, fully comprehending the implications of Lin Luo's words. To her surprise, this powerful figure indeed held interest in her, and it was not merely a matter of possession but affection. Thus, was the grand scheme of this influential individual aimed at acquiring her, the Demon Queen? And what of the Divine Kaiser? Setting aside these troubling thoughts, she could at least ascertain that he had acknowledged her favor. The future would reveal how she would navigate her circumstances. She hoped that when the truth was finally unveiled, she would discover the answers she sought. With her eyes closed, she exhaled a fragrant breath, reminiscing about Lin Luo's words before his departure. Ah, she mused. Although he claimed disinterest, his actions spoke volumes. Should she exploit this nuance to engage in something intriguing? Time marched on. A day later, the giant gorge hovered over the coastline of Giant Gorge City, perpetually monitoring the skies above. Several hours earlier, in an effort to shield the citizens from impending conflict, Huaxiao initiated an emergency evacuation plan. Unfortunately, the demon warship did not bear down on the city itself, but rather ensnared the people of Huaxia. As the populace gradually evacuated, the demon warship swiftly transported itself to Tianhe City, only to return once the citizens of Giant Gorge City were able to come back. The demonic faction refrained from attacking, merely lingering while occasionally projecting slanderous images of Divine Kaiser. The citizens of Giant Gorge City could only withstand the pressure, returning to their daily routines. Fortunately, the black-armored Monkey King appeared before the anxious crowd, confronting the demon warship directly, allowing the people's hearts to finally relax. Lin Luo and Rose strolled through the streets, admiring the traditional Huaxia archways and various street foods, lost in nostalgia for the past. Those three women cannot merely be bodyguards and drivers, can they? Rose suddenly inquired. Lin Luo, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied, "Indeed, they are far from ordinary." Continuing with a classic line, "They are my wings, and they have become my shape." Ah, but little Yu is an exception. Her situation is rather peculiar, and I shall attend to in due time. Rose pursed her lips, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. She was well aware that Natasha and Catwoman would undoubtedly fall prey to Lin Luo's charms. Having witnessed Lin Luo's flirtations in his youth, she recalled his roguish demeanor. Possessing the formidable fourth-generation divine physique, once he ascended to divinity, his lifespan would stretch into eternity. Who could predict the unfolding of events? Presently, Rose was fixated on a singular matter. She halted, gazing intently into Lin Luo's eyes, and inquired, "When do you intend to transform me into your shape as well?" That, Lin Luo chuckled, tilting his head to glance at a shadowy corner behind Rose where a small Reina was stealthily concealed. Let us wait until we return from the blazing sun. Chapter 82. The Fierce Warriors Versus. The Radiant Heavenly Path. Really? Can you accept it so swiftly? Rose asked, astonished. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, "As a competent Sea King, adaptability is a fundamental skill." He then inhaled deeply, savoring her scent. This action sent shivers down Rose's spine. Despite possessing the mightiest fourth-generation divine physique, her body succumbed to an uncontrollable softness, melting into Lin Luo's embrace like water. This elicited a wave of disdainful glances from the trio observing from the shadows. Natasha, Catwoman, and Cheng Xiaoyu on one side, and Liang Bing on another, with Reina stealthily trailing behind. These individuals could have formed a lively game of mahjong with one serving tea. Natasha and Catwoman had anticipated such a scenario and, aside from rolling their eyes, paid it little heed. Cheng Xiaoyu seemed preoccupied, her thoughts elsewhere, oblivious to the boss. As for the demon queen Liang Bing, the earlier pang of jealousy had dissipated. Upon further reflection, she found the pair rather well matched. If only Mr. Lin were less fickle. He would be the epitome of an ideal companion. Ah, no. Perhaps a touch of fickleness is preferable. At least it affords me an opportunity. My curiosity about this Mr. Lin surpasses even my dread of the void and ultimate fear. Shall we go now? Let's make haste and return swiftly, Rose suggested timidly. Lin Luo pondered, relishing the warmth of the girl in his arms, and nodded. Now that you've mentioned it, how could I possibly refuse? Who could resist such a delectable feast? He decisively leaned in for a kiss, sampling her sweetness. After the kiss, Lin Luo fixed his gaze upon the girl in his embrace and inquired with a smile. Did old Du entrust you with some matter? TCH. Rose's previously bashful demeanor shifted at the mention of old Du, her displeasure evident. He felt awkward broaching it with you. So he asked me to mention it, suggesting we take the fierce warriors along for training in the blazing sun. You needn't concern yourself with him. Do as you see fit. How very astute, Lin Luo mused. Observing his indifferent father and the girlfriend standing beside him, what more could he say? It mattered not. He decided to take them out for some entertainment. Lin Luo wrapped his arm around Rose's slender waist and said, "Rose, gather the heroic brigade and the other warriors. We shall depart for the radiant sun." Understood. On the deck of the Great Canyon, The heroic brigade stood in a neat formation, awaiting further orders. Considering the uniqueness of their mission, Reyna, as the current high goddess of the radiant sun, temporarily assigned the captaincy to the monkey. Are you truly not going? You might even have to engage in battle with the radiant sun people. Without your presence, they may not manage, Lin Luo jested. No, not going, the monkey dismissed, waving his hand dismissively. With you around, their success or failure is of little consequence. Do not think too highly of me. Lin Luo placed a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. I am not responsible for them. My rose possesses a 4th-generation divine body, so she is in no danger regardless of her involvement. The warriors of the heroic brigade looked at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. Oomph. Sun Wukong impatiently turned his head, glancing at the expectant faces of the heroic brigade, and waved his hand. All right, you shall go. But you'll need to learn to face challenges on your own. With that, the members of the heroic brigade finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces exhibiting expressions of reassurance. Thus, as Lin Luo stated, Sun Wukong was indeed the backbone of the heroic brigade, the soul and cornerstone of the team, the stabilizing force in everyone's hearts. According to the new narrative, this incarnation of Sun Wukong was no longer merely a doppelganger from another world, but a super warrior meticulously crafted from the memory bank of an ancient civilization from the God River civilization. Given his monumental achievements in safeguarding China for millennia, one could assert that if one day the monkey were to abandon humanity, it would undoubtedly be humanity that betrayed him first. A true guardian spirit of the Chinese people. May I inquire how you plan to travel to our radiant sun? Reyna asked. Faced with the situation at hand, she had come to terms with it. After discussing matters with Pan Zhen and clarifying the implications, she had urged everyone to sit down and converse amicably, avoiding the escalation of issues that could be resolved through dialogue into the realm of force. However, given Pan Zhen's temperament, alas, perhaps the radiant sun was destined for calamity. If war ultimately could not be avoided, then let her bear the responsibility as the high goddess. Lin Luo looked at Reyna, produced a teleportation gun, and shot forth a portal. Beyond this gateway lay the radiant sun. For the MIB, who possessed the capability of cosmic space jumps, the concept of interstellar spacecraft had long been abandoned. To them, a spacecraft was merely a vessel for enjoying drinks and tea while journeying through the cosmos. As she sensed the aura emanating from the portal, Reyna stood frozen in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the essence of the radiant sun. Monkey, Lin Luo suddenly called out. What is it? The monkey felt an unsettling premonition, turning his face toward Lin Luo. As he turned his head, Lin Luo delivered a powerful kick, sending the Monkey King crashing through the door. The Monkey King vanished, leaving only his screams and curses echoing in the air. With a smile, Lin Luo wrapped his arm around Rose's waist and stepped into the portal. His acquaintance with the Monkey King was akin to the experience of capturing Godzilla for MIB. The outcome of their previous confrontation was all too predictable. The members of the heroic battalion, having witnessed the technology of wormhole traversal, were not overly sensitive to the portal. But the thought of engaging in a battle on an extraterrestrial battlefield compelled them to take a deep breath and muster their courage. Let us go, Sister Reyna. I trust that Mr. Lin and all of you are reasonable individuals. We will surely have a fruitful discussion, Qi Lin reassured. Reyna nodded bitterly, resigned to follow along. You believe? Even she, the solar god, was skeptical. As everyone passed through the portal, the entrance promptly sealed shut. In the shadows, Liang Bing's eyes glowed pale as she activated her inside eye, employing the Demon Wing Corps' computational clock to forcibly analyze the structure of Lin Luo's portal. However, aside from the destination, the analysis yielded nothing but garbled information. Yet, that singular piece of data was enough to leave her astounded. The celestial system of the solar star, located in the Divine River system, was astronomically distant from the Chiwu system in the Milky Way where Earth resided. Even with the technology of the Demon Queen, utilizing space jumping for faster-than-light travel would take many days to reach the destination. Yet for this man, named Lin Luo, it appeared to be a mere flick of the wrist. Liang Bing's eyes sparkled with fervor. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. No, I must establish some substantial rapport with this formidable figure before Kaisha arrives. At the very least, I should make a friend. On the outskirts of the solar star, in a heavenly paradise, The group emerged from the portal directly into the first layer of defense of the solar star. Just as they steadied themselves, the celestial soldiers of the solar path swiftly surrounded them. Who dares intrude upon the heavenly star? Hey, it's me. Everyone, remain calm. Reyna quickly stepped forward to mediate. Upon recognizing their deity, the celestial soldiers promptly lowered their weapons and knelt in reverence. My lord deity, having returned to her homeland, Reyna resumed her divine demeanor and commanded, "These are my friends. Quickly notify Panjin to come out and welcome them." The celestial soldiers exchanged glances, none daring to execute the order immediately. This clearly indicated how constrained Reyna's authority had been. "I command you to go. Please cease calling me that, my lord deity." A male warrior clad in armor, wielding a trident, emerged from the heavenly paradise. Xvantianyi? Reyna furrowed her brow. Placing her hand to her ear to connect to Panjun via the dark communication channel, calling out, "Panjun! Come out, Panjun! Stop shouting, my lord deity!" Xian Tianji chuckled, shaking his head dismissively as his gaze swept over the heroic battalion, ultimately landing on Sun Wukong. "The regent has commanded me to welcome guests. Yet you all have arrived with remarkable speed. Merely half a day has passed. Nevertheless, I find little to discuss with you, children of Earth. As a messenger of the regent, I shall convey that the proud son of the fiery sky need not attend. If you have matters to express, do so here. Should your words be pleasing, we may contemplate bestowing a gift. However, should you come seeking trouble, my newly acquired god-slaying halberd awaits its debut." In bygone days, such impudence would have prompted Sun Wukong to retaliate swiftly, wielding his golden staff to strike the insolent across the face. Yet now, the more audacious the opponent, the more delight Wukong finds, hardly inclined to respond, even wishing for further insults. "Huh!" Sun Wukong could not restrain his laughter. "Continue your arrogance, for soon the haughty son of the fiery sky shall learn that pride demands a price." Lin Luo surveyed the children of the heroic brigade and inquired, "Do you not wish to speak or act in response to his demeanor?" "I want to thrash him," Lu Chuang replied vehemently. "Indeed." The others nodded in agreement. "Then go ahead and strike." Lin Luo gestured grandly. Everyone's gaze shifted to Reyna. As the former captain, she commanded respect from her comrades. Noticing their attention, she offered a complex smile, tinged with self-deprecation. Here she stood, a deity in her own realm, disregarded by her subordinates, while her earthly comrades held her opinion in high regard. "Should any damage occur, I shall take responsibility," Lin Luo reassured. "Then it is settled." Lu Chuang boldly stepped out of formation, brandishing the god-slaying axe. "You have prattled on incessantly, and I see through your contempt for us. Who are you? State your name. Let's engage." "God of the stars?" Xuantianji scoffed, a smile on his lips. "In your prime, even our regent would have shown you respect. Now, you are but a mere child of humanity, hardly worth consideration. Curse you." Lu Chuang's temper flared, and he raised his axe, leaping into action with a strike reminiscent of the Noxian guillotine. "You initiated this assault. Do not blame me," Xuantianji laughed, seizing the god-slaying halberd to block the attack. Boom! The god-slaying axe struck heavily against the halberd, sending ripples of force throughout the air. Xuantianji staggered back a few steps, his smile fading, as the humiliation of retreat ignited his fury. He swiftly thrust the god-slaying halberd, targeting Lu Chuang's vital points with fierce intent. Both Lu Chuang and Xuantianji were warrior-class third-generation deities, relying solely on their innate strength and speed without external energy assistance. The distinction lay in Xuantianji having reached his limits, while Lu Chuang had merely scratched the surface of his awakened potential. After enduring several fierce battles, Lu Chuang matured significantly. Confronting a deity of such caliber is akin to facing the pinnacle of the third-generation beast body, and it will not exceed 4 rounds. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated intensely as Lu Chuang, feeling the pressure, abandoned his defense and swung his axe with all his might. The blade emanated an energy aura reminiscent of blood, swiftly spinning in place. With a resounding crash, Xuantianji's halberd was deflected, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed at his trembling hand. This is a technique I've just mastered. It should suffice to deal with a brat like you." Adhering to the philosophy of being ruthless and succinct, Lu Chuang hurled his axe, locking onto Xuantianji as he retreated, pulling him closer before leaping into the air to unleash a more forceful Noxian guillotine. This was the experience package that Lin Luo provided to the Xiong Bing Lian, igniting the power of genes and integrating the techniques of prototype heroes. Due to data infusion, extensive practice was unnecessary. All skills were instantly accessible. Noticing Lu Chuang reveling in the battle, Lin Luo turned to the others of Xiong Bing Lian and remarked, "Is this the extent of your involvement? Are you merely going to stand by and watch? Wouldn't it be rather inconsiderate to gang up?" Ye Xia Lun hesitated. "Then I shall also unleash my full strength." Zhao Exin, embodying the spirit of a brawler, brandished his over 2-meter-long spear, unleashing a streak of spear shadows that locked onto the back of Xuanyangji. A glimmer of cold light preceded the strike. Then the spear shot forth like a dragon. Whoosh! His figure darted through the air like lightning, the speed of his attack far surpassing that of the battle against Tao Tai. With a sickening squelch, flesh exploded. Xuanyangji, having taken the blow of the Noxian guillotine head-on, barely had time to react before the rear of his body was violently torn apart along with his flesh. "You shameless rodents!" Xuanyangji gritted his teeth in pain, cursing as he used his war halberd to deflect Zhao Exion's spear, soaring into the sky while chanting an incantation. The celestial court radiated a soft, stellar energy that surged into Xuanyangji's body, rapidly healing his wounds. Witnessing this, Lin Luo's patience began to wane. A mere brawl supplemented by a healer implies that one must be killed to be considered defeated, does it not? Monkey, they once forced you to surrender and obliterated the 7 cities of the EC, did they not? Sun Wukong nodded, his initially indifferent expression visibly shifting. "Panjun sought to use the wails of the people to compel me to yield, but I would rather die unyielding." "Wait, you wouldn't mean?" Lin Luo's lips curled into a smile. "Monkey, you understand me. I advocate for repaying kindness with kindness, and for retribution in kind when necessary. There are always avenues for negotiation. Yet, as you can see, they offer no respect. Having escalated to this point, it seems we must adopt another method of debt collection, blood for blood. Monkey, eliminate these lackeys and storm the heavenly court. Summon Mr. Panjun to meet me." Chapter 83. Lin Luo versus Liang Panjun. This is unacceptable. This cannot be. Reina urgently stepped in front of Sun Wukong, flustered as she addressed Lin Luo. "There is no need for Panjun to appear. As the chief deity of Liang, conversing with me is far more meaningful than with Panjun." Lin Luo firmly grasped Reina's shoulder and said, "Reina, you are a kind and pure-hearted girl. Your goodwill has given the sun a chance, but unfortunately, the sun did not appreciate it. If you, as the true deity, truly held power, we would not be obstructed here by a mere monkey. Wait for me. Just give me a little more time. I will surely rescue Panjun." "Absolutely." Reina spun around and soared into the air, unable to connect to the dark communication network. She discarded her divine demeanor and unleashed a barrage of curses from a distance. "Monkey, what are you waiting for? Go," Lin Luo urged. "No way." Sun Wukong turned his face away. He, being deeply loyal, could never bring himself to harm the kin of his comrade, Reina. "I, Sun Wukong, am here to help look after the child, not to kill. Moreover, I am a victorious fighting Buddha. How can a Buddha be asked to take a life? What nonsense is this?" "Mr. Lin, perhaps we should wait a bit longer," Qilin also advised. "After all, the sun has aided us in activating the Black Great Wall plan." Lin Luo waved his hand, interrupting the council, a peculiar smile gracing his delicate features as he said, "What if I told you that the sun has long been preparing for an invasion of Earth? Would you still argue with me?" "What?" At these words, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted, his brows furrowing as he regained the fierce spirit of the great sage equal to heaven. "Old Lin, clarify this for me. What exactly is going on?" Lin Luo explained, "The sun star currently relies on the star core to maintain its celestial operations, but the core will inevitably deplete. Under normal circumstances, it is expected to last for 10,000 years. Thus, for the sake of the future, the sun has developed a device called the Yuan Ding, which enables the sun star to absorb energy from compatible celestial bodies to sustain its operation. Can you guess which celestial body is the most compatible with the sun star?" Upon hearing this explanation, the members of the heroic brigade stood frozen, utterly at a loss. "Hiss, hiss, hiss." Sun Wukong, in a flurry of anxiety, scratched his ears and furrowed his brows, his fiery eyes revealing a murderous intent. "Hey, I, Sun Wukong," realizing the truth. Old grievances combined with new anger transformed the victorious fighting Buddha back into the great sage equal to heaven. He retrieved a dark alloy staff from his ear and swept away the surrounding sun, celestial soldiers. Though Reyna was hurling insults from above, she remained vigilant to the unfolding events below. When she heard Lin Luo reveal a secret even the deities of the sun were unaware of, her delicate face was suddenly filled with complexity. The original goal of the sun was Earth. She had always projected the image of the sun's deity, claiming that the sun came to help Earth and save humanity. Upon discovering the truth, she felt like a fool. Pan Zhen, no matter how much Reyna detested Pan Zhen, he remained the deity of the sun. She could not allow others to run rampant in her home. Drawing a sun blade, she transformed into a streak of light, descending rapidly to block Sun Wukong's dark alloy staff aimed at the celestial soldiers. Boom! Reyna temporarily withstood the attack and said, Wukong, give me a moment. I can vow to you, in the name of the sun's deity, that I will provide an explanation. An explanation? Are you saying that you are unaware of this matter? Sun Wukong questioned angrily. I truly do not know that the heavenly path plan had such internal matters. Reyna replied, feeling wronged. Sun Wukong intensified his grip, forcing Reyna to retreat repeatedly. Do you think I would still trust you, Sunfire people? Monkey! Reyna genuinely does not know about this. Lin Luo stepped between them, pressing his finger against both of their weapons, gently pushing outward. Sun Wukong and Reyna were taken aback, incredulously gazing at Lin Luo. They had not diminished their strength at all. How could he easily separate them with just 2 fingers? Lin Luo smiled at the two and said, Let's not fight here. It is rather pointless. I will take you inside to battle. With that, he lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous crash and a surge of power, the entire celestial court trembled. The anti-gravity system and power system collapsed, plunging uncontrollably toward the fragmented Sunfire star. Given the mass of the celestial court's celestial-class battleship, it would be difficult for the fragmented Sunfire star to withstand such a fall from this height. Fan Zhen, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer remain indifferent. He acted decisively, using the power of the Sunfire to counter the rapidly descending celestial court, then placed it in a desolate area outside the capital where the Sunfire citizens could not reside. After accomplishing this, Pan Zhen, accompanied by the 4 great guardians of the Sunfire, Tiger Sha guarding the Abyss, Xian Yi guarding Xian Kuan, Holy Dragon guarding Lei Yan, and Qi Feng guarding Yu Su, approached Lin Luo and the elite troops. The 4 guardians landed before the elite troops, while Pan Zhen hovered above, coldly fixating his gaze on Lin Luo. It seems I misjudged Reyna. Indeed, there exists a deity from Earth. This deity from Earth. Do you dare to come forth and battle me? That is certainly possible. Lin Luo maintained a cheerful demeanor, waving his hand with a smile. An invisible force ensnared Pan Zhen above, forcibly pulling him down to meet Lin Luo's gaze. Are you Sunfire ready to pay the price of defeat? Pan Zhen landed on the ground, glancing around in confusion. He had not even realized what had transpired. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance. Sigh. He blamed himself for assuming Reyna was merely a pawn meant to obey him, uttering absurd claims about an Earth deity upgrading to a 4th-generation divine body, and coming to the Sunfire to collect debts. Little did he expect that a true deity existed on Earth, leading to this farce. However, he believed it would end here. Pan Zhen did not think that a deity incapable of protecting Earth from its own monstrous invasions could pose a threat to the Sunfire. Given the current situation of the Sunfire, it was better to avoid conflict if possible. Pan Zhen granted the strong some respect, stating, You are indeed powerful. But this is Sunfire. It is our territory. I advise you to reflect carefully before making a decision. Did you not say you wish to fight? Lin Luo had no intention of sparing any courtesy. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Golden light erupted around Pan Zhen as he activated the dark dimension, pressing toward Lin Luo. This is a probing clash of technological prowess. However, when Pan Zhen pressed forward, he discovered that Lin Luo possessed no hidden dimensions, leaving him utterly astonished. This is precisely why I harbor disdain for your divine river civilization. Lin Luo stretched lazily, rolling his neck as if preparing for a warm-up. In an instant, he appeared before Pan Zhen, a cryptic smile gracing his face, while a colossal, indistinct shadow of a dimension loomed behind him. He lifted his hand and leisurely pressed it upon Pan Zhen's shoulder. Pray tell, General Pan Zhen, What do you perceive? Chapter 84. The Supreme Goddess, Reina, Online. Pan Zheng was drenched in cold sweat. It was only when Lin Luo's hand rested on his shoulder that he finally regained his senses. It was not that Lin Luo lacked hidden dimensions. Rather, the hidden dimension was overwhelmingly vast and powerful, rendering his own a mere flickering firefly enveloped within the cosmos. He struggled to fathom the existence that could manifest such a terrifying hidden dimension. Just as he was about to speak, a tremendous force surged through his shoulder, bending his knees involuntarily. Should the regent of the solar star kneel at this moment, the soul of the solar star would dissipate. Pan Zheng fought desperately against it, veins bulging from his forehead as the super genes of the solar system surged wildly within him. Yet it proved futile. With a heavy thud, Pan Zheng half-knelt before Lin Luo, the hidden dimension forcibly sealed. The illustrious regent of the solar star, the Grand Marshal, knelt there, as if bereft of his very soul. Lost and disoriented, the atmosphere in the arena fell into complete silence. Sun Wukong and Reina were equally astonished, never anticipating that Pan Zheng would succumb so swiftly. Kneeling before the battle had even begun. "May I pose a question, Your Excellency?" Pan Zheng managed to utter with great difficulty. Lin Luo withdrew his hand and replied, "Ask away." Pan Zheng did not rise. Instead, he lifted his head, gazing at this unfathomable man with a mixture of complexity. "Your Excellency, while your hidden dimension is indeed formidable, should a confrontation ensue, I could unleash the mightiest forces of the solar star, detonating the celestial star to perish together with you, or obliterating the crimson crow star to annihilate Earth. I must inquire how you would respond to such a scenario. Since you have posed the question, I shall grant you the opportunity to test this plan yourself," Lin Luo said with a smile, making a gesture of invitation. This left Pan Zheng utterly confounded. However, being the pillar of the solar star and having lived many years, he was not easily intimidated. His eyes shimmered with golden light as he unlocked his genetic restraints. Harnessing the energy of the celestial star and preparing to unleash a star-destroying flare bombardment, the super genes activated and the hidden dimension began its calculations. It could not absorb any energy from the celestial star. Pan Zheng was engulfed in bewilderment and turned once more to Lin Luo for answers. "Your Excellency, please enlighten me. What have you done?" Lin Luo generously replied, "According to the scientific logic of your system, I have imposed a cosmic code and a self-defense mechanism upon your star. Without the code, it cannot actively absorb stellar energy. Any forced absorption will provoke the star's counterattack." Upon listening, Pan Zheng lowered his gaze, absorbing the information presented to him. He nodded thoughtfully, understanding the implications. Without a star to supply energy, you are nothing. Observing Pan Zheng's withdrawn demeanor, Lin Luo could not help but interject, producing a long gun adorned with a blue energy core from within his garment and presenting it before Pan Zheng. "Do you know what this is?" he inquired. Pan Zheng's eyes were drawn to the long gun, the energy core emitting a scent he found strikingly familiar. "A blue giant star?" he mused. "Indeed. You have a discerning eye," Lin Luo replied, hoisting the stellar energy gun. "This weapon compresses a blue giant star capable of delivering a galaxy-level destructive strike at full power. After a complete energy discharge, it merely requires a change of neutron star magazine to continue functioning. Do you grasp the significance of this?" As Lin Luo's question hung in the air, Pan Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. He understood all too well what it entailed. It signified that the Liang system was inferior to a mere weapon. Naturally, if the Liang star could master supercompression technology and carry a few blue giants, the results would surpass those of this energy gun, but alas, they did not possess such capability. "What exactly do you intend to do to Liang?" Pan Zheng asked, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "What am I going to do?" Lin Luo abruptly pivoted, aiming the stellar energy gun at Xuanyangji and pulling the trigger. Boom! A blue energy beam erupted, instantly engulfing Xuanyangji, leaving not a trace behind. Before the Liang Supreme God and the highest commander, he had vanquished the Liang divine being, allowing himself a sigh of relief. "Let me reiterate, I am here to collect a debt. Over 1,000 years ago, the Yunjiao Heavenly Court invaded Earth, annihilating 7 cities in eastern China. Now, your proposed celestial Tao plan has once again set Earth as its primary target. I offered you a chance for reparation, yet your pride and arrogance led you to disregard even your own god's warning. We shall settle both old and new debts together. Lin Luo sheathed the stellar energy gun and exchanged it for a teleportation gun, opening a portal. Rose's monkey, take everyone back to Earth. What transpires next exceeds the scope of the Xiong Lian trials. Return and await the outcome. Understood. Roses responded decisively. Everyone, heed Mr. Lin's words and follow me back to Earth. The young members of the Xiong Lian recognized that this was a conflict between civilizations, one that could not be resolved through mere friendship. Strictly speaking, Liang was now an adversary to Earth. With heavy hearts, they departed. Old Lin, how about letting me stay and assist? Sun Wukong growled, his eyes fixed intently on the Liang warriors. I've harbored grievances for years that I've yet to unleash. Lin Luo turned his head away, replying, if you seek to vent, I can help you cultivate 2 super mother monkeys. Damn you. Sun Wukong retorted, frustrated, as he sheathed his staff and swaggered off. When you're done, send me an 8K video. Let me indulge my cravings at least visually. Sure, I'll send you a personalized version that guarantees your satisfaction. Lin Luo chuckled. TCH. As Sun Wukong turned to leave and approached the portal, he cast a fleeting glance at Reina, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately suppressed. With a resigned sigh, he stepped through the doorway. The girl was indeed a good soul, a commendable deity in her own right, yet tragically born amidst the complexities of the Blazing Sun civilization. Once the Monkey King departed, the War Legion was left with only Rose. She swiftly appeared beside Lin Luo, planting a gentle kiss, whispering, hurry back, I await you, like a fragrant breeze. Her words trailed off as she instantaneously vanished. Before Lin Luo could fully savor the moment, Rose had already traversed the portal. With the departure of the War Legion, true negotiations commenced. Empress Reina observed Pan Zheng, kneeling before her, recognizing this as her opportunity. Striving to embody the authority of a supreme deity, she performed a courtly bow to Lin Luo and stated, Mr. Lin, now that matters have escalated to this point, how do you intend to deal with the Blazing Sun? Retribution in blood is something we of the Blazing Sun cannot accept. We can offer technological advancements, resources, or even military compensation. I am aware of your immense power, capable of obliterating us with ease, yet Pan Zheng is merely a regent. His stance does not represent the will of the Blazing Sun. I, Empress Reina, am the sole supreme deity of the Blazing Sun's celestial order. My will embodies that of our celestial order. Please do not let him impede our negotiations. Chapter 85. Reina, if all else fails, I shall marry you. As Empress Reina once more adopted the demeanor of a supreme deity for their discourse, Lin Luo decided to indulge her pretense, responding, do not jest. Your subordinates have already demonstrated the absurdity of your divine authority. By what right do you claim to be a supreme deity? Simply because I bear the imperial surname, flowing with royal blood, and possess the super gene of solar light. Empress Reina proclaimed, her chest puffed with indignation. The vigor was commendable, yet Lin Luo shook his head, mocking, it is insufficient. Beyond this attire and the title of supreme deity, what else remains? A few disobedient subordinates? His gaze shifted to the celestial soldiers of the Blazing Sun, and then to the 4 great guardians, several generals who lacked respect for the deity. Finally, he focused on Pan Zheng, a regent who undermined her authority and harbored distrust in her, a general commanding the armies. As he spoke, Lin Luo grasped Empress Reina's face, squeezing her lips into a pout akin to that of a chick, leaning in closer, locking eyes with her, and once more demanded, what grounds do you have to declare yourself the deity of the Blazing Sun? Through one's gaze, the essence of the soul can be unveiled. Empress Reina, caught in the invasive intensity of Lin Luo's stare, was flooded with memories of her ascension to the divine throne. Freedom curtailed, orders disregarded, hosting celebrations, and intoxicated generals toppling her maidens, disregarding the decorum of sovereign and subject, forcing toasts upon her. Most disheartening was the absence of other generals to intervene. Could one truly call themselves a supreme deity under such circumstances? Tears began to well in Reina's softening eyes. As a deity, she could not afford to weep, nor exhibit frailty. Suppressing the injustices within her heart, she steeled her gaze once more. I am the supreme deity, a fact that requires no validation, declared the indomitable Emperor Reina. Meanwhile, observing the determined efforts of Reina to protect the radiant sun, Pan Zhun let out a faint sigh. The girl has matured, shouldering her responsibilities. It seems I am growing old. In this era, how can one still gauge maturity by age alone, when intellect and willpower transcend such measures? It is time to relinquish authority. With this thought, Pan Zhun bellowed in his rugged voice, "Your Majesty, the Supreme Deity." This proclamation garnered the attention of all present. Lin Luo and Emperor Reina turned their gazes in his direction. Thud! Pan Zhun pivoted towards Emperor Reina, kneeling on one knee, then transitioning to both knees, bowing his upright form as his forehead struck the ground with reverence. I, Pan Zhun, pay my respects to your Majesty, the Supreme Deity. This act of homage signified the transfer of power. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Reina, along with the 4 guardians of the radiant sun and the celestial soldiers, were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, everyone present knelt before Emperor Reina, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty, the Supreme Deity." The heartfelt display moved Emperor Reina profoundly. She turned her face, yet due to the grip on her cheek, her words emerged as mere babbling. Startled, she quickly pried Lin Luo's hand away and inquired, "What should I say now?" "Well," Lin Luo mused, observing Reina's triumphant demeanor. What a truly kind-hearted girl she is. Were he in her position, elevated to such a high status under these circumstances, he would undoubtedly display a scornful countenance and utter a few jests. Nevertheless, the objective had been achieved, and the parties involved were content, leaving little room for further discourse. "Let me ponder this," Lin Luo remarked, studying Reina in her imperial attire, his chin in hand, lost in contemplation. He was earnestly deliberating on how to deal with the radiant sun. To allow them to escape without shedding some blood would be an affront to the heinous acts they committed in obliterating the 7 cities of the Eastern Sea. Observing Lin Luo's increasingly serious demeanor, Emperor Reina felt her cheeks warm with a hint of hesitation. Could he possibly be contemplating? "No, that cannot be," she mused. It would be unacceptable to sacrifice herself, the Supreme Deity, as atonement for the radiant sun's past transgressions. She hadn't even been born 1,000 years ago. This is simply unreasonable. What if he were to force the issue? Reina's eyes darted nervously, akin to a startled shrimp. Alas, there was no other choice. For the sake of the radiant sun, she would have to betray her sisterhood with Rose. It was not her intention to vie for a man, but rather... Just as Emperor Reina was lost in her thoughts, a sudden realization struck her. The abrupt elevation to power made her feel as though Lin Luo had deliberately orchestrated the present situation. His earlier coercion had been a means to compel Pan Zhun to declare his stance. Reina was a perceptive girl. As the pieces fell into place, she swiftly grasped the entirety of the situation. What eluded her understanding was Lin Luo's true intentions. Given Lin Luo's capabilities, she decided to abandon her speculation and directly confront him with her inquiries. "You are indeed gentle, transforming me into a true deity. But pray tell, what is your motivation behind this? Is it not a debt you seek from the Son of Fire?" Reina boldly exposed the underlying tension, catching Lin Luo off guard. He saw no reason to conceal the truth and replied, "This is your reward for aiding Earth, a gesture of goodwill, entirely distinct from debt collection. Regardless, I must express my gratitude." Empress Reina stepped closer to Lin Luo, her intentions clear as she sought to seize the initiative. Placing her hand on his shoulder, her charming smile illuminated her face as she softly remarked, "You truly are gentle. Were it not for my reluctance to compete with my sisters for a man, I would surely be unable to resist." At her words, Lin Luo remained unfazed, but Pan Zhun suddenly straightened, his previously tense demeanor now sparkling with insight. Indeed, why had he not thought of this strategy? If the deity were to wed this divine being, the implications of debt collection could be disregarded. The Son of Fire would have a formidable ally and would no longer need Morgana or Carl. If they were to bear a young prince, nurtured by this divine entity, the future of the Son of Fire would be beyond measure. However, in the past, he would have likely pursued this strategy. Yet now, Reina was the true deity, and the decision lay solely in her hands. There should be no misleading words or actions. Lin Luo grasped Empress Reina's hand, gently massaging it as he stated, "I have my principles. As long as one possesses beauty, character, and integrity, I shall welcome any who approach." Those words may seem shallow, they bore little consequence. Lin Luo was resolute in his lifestyle, affirming the age-old adage. After safeguarding Earth for so many years, should he not indulge in some enjoyment? Reina, with a bemused smile, observed Lin Luo's actions, entirely unprepared for his directness. Are you not afraid of Rose finding out? The perspective of love on Earth is traditionally one of eternal companionship. Do I appear to be afraid? Lin Luo released her hand, ensuring he did not overstep. A lesson was all he intended to impart. Should one attempt to gain the upper hand through allure, he would not shy away from the challenge. Oh dear, Empress Reina lamented, covering her forehead in distress. I truly have no recourse. I beseech you, grant me a definitive answer. If all else fails, I shall indeed marry you. Henceforth, Earth will be my home, and anyone who dares threaten it shall face my wrath. Chapter 86. Earth binds with the Son of Fire. 7 cities to 7 powers. After much contemplation, Lin Luo suddenly conceived an intriguing idea. Take me to the star core of your heavenly mechanism pavilion. Absolutely. No problem at all. Empress Reina readily agreed without hesitation, not even inquiring about his intentions. The star core was, at present, the most crucial element for the Son of Fire, aside from the deity herself. Typically, no outsiders were permitted near it, lest they bring cataclysmic disaster upon the Son of Fire. Even deities of the caliber of Karl, the god of death, Morgana, the demon queen, or the divine Kaisho were strictly forbidden from approaching. Yet, with Lin Luo's request, there was not a single voice of dissent among the Son of Fire's ranks, including Panjun. At times, the perilous nature of a situation can indeed be beneficial. Those who have witnessed the formidable presence of Lin Luo are acutely aware that this enigmatic man possesses the power to obliterate their fractured planet at will, rendering any intent towards the core of the Sun star unnecessary. If he must proceed, may he achieve a satisfactory outcome and depart from the Sun star swiftly. And if fortune permits, it would be best if he were to wed the Lord of the Divine before his departure. Within the tower of celestial laws of the Sun star, the gentle and intellectual figure of Wu Zhao, adorned with a doll-like visage and spectacles, guided Lin Luo, Reina, Panjun, and the 4 great protectors of the sun into the heart of the tower, arriving before the core of the Sun star. Through the monitoring of the dark dimension, Wu Zhao elucidated the events that had transpired, stating, "This is the core that sustains the operation of the Sun star. The core not only maintains the planet's function, but also generates a protective shield to safeguard the natural environment within. Given that the Sun star was once cleaved in two by the war god of the Nox star, it relied on anchoring technology to reassemble the shattered plates. Thus, the core is also responsible for ensuring the cohesion of the planet. One cannot help but admire Wu Zhao's beauty, which had undoubtedly struck a chord within Lin Luo's heart. Well, it is rare that he remains untouched by the allure of any captivating woman. A girl like Wu Zhao would be perfectly suited to the role of a secretary. Of course, a proper one, not merely a lackey for trivial tasks. Hey, Reina, incensed, shielded Wu Zhao from view. You came to observe the core, not to gawk at Wu Zhao. Do not feast with one eye while coveting with the other. Lin Luo took a moment to reflect and replied, "My secretary is preparing for marriage. Thus, I require a new one, and she seems suitable." Secretary? Reina mumbled incredulously, her mind wandering to anecdotes about secretaries she had encountered online, her little head shaking like a rattle. Do not think I am unaware of how secretaries are utilized on Earth. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, a cascade of questions flooding his mind. It appeared that in Reina's perception, secretaries were merely tools to be used. This line of reasoning baffled Lin Luo, a man who had lived for a century on Earth. However, Wu Zhao's beauty and figure. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. I did not comprehend your previous remarks. Lin Luo feigned ignorance, redirecting his attention to the core, inserting his hand into its depths. This scene sent a wave of cold sweat cascading over Reina, Panjun, Wu Zhao, and the 4 guardians of the Sun star. As Lin Luo stirred within the core, he proclaimed, "The debt incurred by the 7 cities of Huaxia can now be settled without bloodshed, but it shall be borne by your descendants of the Sun star. You once obliterated the 7 cities. Thus, let the 7/10 of your populace repay this debt." Buzz, as his words echoed, the core of the Sun star, under Lin Luo's influence, transformed from a sunlit radiance to a gentle blue hue. "I shall bind your core to that of Earth. Should Earth face annihilation, your Sun star shall follow suit into oblivion." until you fight for the earth and sacrifice 70% of your populace. This binding contract shall remain in effect. Is it not true that your celestial plan has always harbored intentions towards Earth? In this regard, I have essentially granted your wish. Henceforth, should you target other planets, I shall remain indifferent, but do not cast your covetous gaze upon Earth again. Indeed, the four guardians, Empress Delena, Pan Zhun, and the rest, nodded in stunned silence. After this incident, who would dare to covet Earth again? Had they not already been bound to it, they would gladly keep their distance from Earth, shunning any involvement in the conflicts of the gods. To be frank, I harbor a certain discontent toward your faction. If not for the situation, Lin Luo would have refrained from further complaints, glancing around with a sense of ennui. He was accustomed to delivering a harsh reprimand followed by indulgence. Cybertron provided a pocket universe energy source, and Asgard, through Odin, unveiled the truth of the world. As for your faction, it remains to be considered. While the former two have indeed inflicted harm upon Earth, there are those who seek to make amends. Cybertron stands steadfastly alongside Earth, represented by Optimus Prime and the Autobots. In the age of divine authority, Asgard once reigned above mortals, yet was subsequently ousted from Earth. Odin has not entirely relinquished his guardianship, designating Earth as one of the 9 realms. And what of your faction? A veritable ancient invader, having devastated 7 cities in the eastern sea of Huaxia a millennium ago. And now, a millennium later, your celestial plan once more targets Earth. Indulgence? It is a tremendous favor that I have not brought down the hammer upon your faction. Reina, Lin Luo called out, addressing her directly. Empress Delena, having just relaxed, felt a sudden tension and quickly resumed a conciliatory demeanor. What is it you wish to say? In light of your kindness, if you can lead your faction to adequately protect Earth, I shall assist you in restoring this fragile celestial body to its original state. Farewell. With that, Lin Luo produced a teleportation gun, opening a portal back to Earth. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Wu Zhao. As for the position of secretary, you might want to consider it. If your god refuses to release you, then it shall be left to the angels. With those parting words, he stepped through the portal and vanished. Witnessing Lin Luo's departure, Empress Delena shed her timorous demeanor and stood tall. If it's to be left to the angels, so be it. Our Wu Zhao has no desire to serve as your secretary. Yet in truth, Wu Zhao felt a blush creep to her cheeks, whispering softly, being a secretary wouldn't be so bad. What? Empress Delena spun around, grasping Wu Zhao's shoulders earnestly. Little Zhao, I have just ascended as the true deity. I am in dire need of assistance. Do not abandon me at this crucial moment. All right, Wu Zhao smiled and nodded. Fear not, Empress Delena. I shall diligently fulfill my duties as the Celestial Guardian and assist you in safeguarding the path of the Radiant Sun. Now, that sounds promising, Empress Delena replied, her face brightening with satisfaction before her gaze shifted to Pan Zhun. I say, my regent and Grand Marshal, Lord Pan Zhun, do you have anything to add? There is nothing further to discuss. Pan Zhun, with a demeanor of ease, relaxed his typically furrowed brows, shedding the aura of a formidable Grand Marshal. His jovial expression resembled that of a benevolent uncle. In Chapter 87, as Pan Zhun urged marriage upon Reina, she found herself on the verge of tears. Since assuming the role of regent and Grand Marshal, Pan Zhun had constantly shouldered immense pressure, contemplating how to safeguard the future of the Liang and lead it forward. Now, with power relinquished and a significant portion of responsibility lifted, this old man finally deemed it time to grant himself a respite. He waved his hand, transforming his Liang battle armor into loose, ornate robes, and let out a lengthy yawn. Hey, Reina exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation. What are you doing? You have grown up, Reina. The future of Liang belongs to you. I, the old minister, have toiled for many years and am now considering retirement to enjoy a leisurely life in my twilight years, Pan Zhun languidly replied. What? Reina erupted, her temper flaring. It's my first day as the true sovereign, and you wish to retire? Is that not permissible? Pan Zhun teased in response. Did you not often say I was too strict and controlling? With my retirement, you shall have the freedom you desire. Is that not to your liking? You. Reina seethed, her teeth clenched, unable to vent her frustration. She had not anticipated this old man to be so obstinate. Are you jesting with me? Fine, very well. Pray tell, what sort of life do you envision for your retirement? Oh, there are myriad pleasures, Pan Jun began, counting on his fingers. Fishing, attending performances, acquiring new knowledge. And did you not say Earth is beautiful and fashionable? I would like to travel there again and experience a mortal's life. All right. Reina interrupted impatiently. How audacious. Not only are you playful, but you also seem to relish life more than I do. Have you truly made up your mind to retire without assisting me further? Indeed. Pan Jun nodded. Very well then, Reina acquiesced, sulking like a child. I wish you joy in your retirement. Is there anything else you wish to convey? A few words. Pan Jun turned, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked toward Earth. From my perspective, you have a splendid opportunity. I advise you to make the most of it. Your Majesty. Shifting to a more familial tone, he continued, Reina, you are now 24 years old. By the standards of Earth, it is time for you to consider marriage. Why not strive diligently to win the affection of that earthly deity, and, in due course, bear a prince? This would ensure a bright future for both you and Leon. The abrupt suggestion of marriage left Reina's mind in a haze, a cascade of question marks hovering above her head. What was happening? The lifespan of a trigenerational divine body spanned nearly a millennium. She was merely 24, with youth still waiting to be savored, and yet she was being pressed into matrimony? Were earthly standards now to dictate her fate? It was evident that they expected her to make a sacrifice. Yet, as she recalled Lin Luo effortlessly overpowering Pan Jun, she also remembered the gentleness that had aided her ascension to sovereignty. It seems that it is not entirely impossible. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that a second man of such caliber within known civilizations is elusive. Once missed, he may never reappear. The deities and their civilizations are formidable, and regardless of the civilization in question, even most powerful angelic lineage of today would surely be captivated upon encountering him. Reina found herself in a state of inner turmoil. A part of her felt somewhat hesitant to face Rose, while another part was reluctant to wed at such a tender age. Observing Reina's indecision, Pan Jun sensed an opportunity and remarked, think it through and act swiftly. He may not linger on Earth for long. At his words, Reina snapped back to reality, her brow furrowed in confusion. How do you know this? Pan Jun replied. He arrives neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment to collect his dues, which must be for a specific purpose. Consider this. With his presence on Earth, who would dare to act recklessly? The sun holds no value for him. Why would he wish to bind Earth to it? I surmise he is likely preparing to depart from his planet. Planets and galaxies are trivial to him. Perhaps he intends to leave this universe altogether. Wait, Reina asked, her expression one of disbelief. Are there other universes beyond ours? I am uncertain. Yet the sudden emergence of a deity capable of compressing a blue giant into a small sphere does render the existence of other universes somewhat more plausible. At this juncture, Pan Jun adopted a gentler tone befitting an elder and continued, he is a magnificent being worthy of exploration. Reina, though you are now a supreme deity, I must advise you to cherish this opportunity. This is the last counsel I wish to impart. Having said my piece, I shall take my leave. Is there anything else you require? I must rest now. With that, Pan Jun raised a hand in salute to Reina, departing with a jovial demeanor. As he walked away, he chattered like a mischievous old man. The freedom of retirement feels splendid. No longer do I have to be vexed by some unruly child. Now, what shall I ponder doing next? As he mused, he could not help but whistle cheerfully. Reina watched Pan Jun's leisurely retreat, a pleased smile gracing her countenance. She understood that despite his words of retirement, should any danger befall the sun, he would be the first to step forward. Let her take a respite. The era of the sun belongs to her and is soon to dawn. It was imperative to stabilize the situation before heading to Earth. Earth, on board the colossal vessel, the giant canyon. In the conference room of the Brave Legion, I regaled my companions with tales of the minor deity known as Ji from the sun's path, whom Zhao Xian and I had bested without him displaying any resistance. The data provided by Mr. Lin was exceptionally effective. A single combination of moves left that fellow with no opportunity to retaliate. Had it not been for Mr. Lin's personal intervention later on, Xian and I could have dispatched him ourselves. Dai Di, Lu Chuang was boasting about their performance on Sunstar to Du Cao, Lian Feng, Yu Qin, and the other personnel. Mr. Lin intervened. Du Cao perked up, eager for further details. Oh, Lu Chuang nodded, beginning to contemplate how best to elaborate. As everyone observed Lu Chuang's demeanor, their interest intensified, eyes wide with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his account. Lu Chuang abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Du Kaio, startling everyone present. With a naive smile, he inquired, "Chief, how would you like to elaborate?" Suppressing the urge to curse, Du Kaio set down his tightly clenched teacup, exhaled a deep breath, and turned his attention to Rose. "Rose, please speak." Rose stepped forward to report everything that had transpired on the planet of Liang. Liang Bing stood in the corner, straining to listen intently. Upon hearing how Lin Luo had forced Pan Jin to kneel, she could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, neither she nor her demon legion had inflicted direct harm upon Earth. Otherwise, it would not have been just Pan Jin on his knees. How utterly outrageous. Pan Jin, the one who toys with the sun, commands a certain level of respect even from her and Kaisa, yet he crumbled under a single hand. That blue giant's energy cannon sounded as though it could surpass even the supernova explosion of Liang. This is intolerable. Something must be done to get closer to that man. Chapter 88. The Alluring Liang Bing. A midnight confrontation. Nightfall descended. Lin Luo lay on his dormitory bed, listening to leisurely music while awaiting a visitor. That mischievous little demon had stealthily scanned the room multiple times with covert signals over the course of just half a day. She must have been unable to restrain herself, since she showed an eagerness to communicate. Perhaps, considering her timely retreat during the New York battle, he could afford her a chance. If she could seize the opportunity, it would not be out of the question to leave a path for the Demon Legion. However, if she failed to grasp the future, she would walk towards an inevitable end in helplessness. A little over 10 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed, followed by a timid voice, Mr. Lin Luo. "Are you there?" "I'm here," Lin Luo replied, ceasing the rhythmic motion of his legs, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his eyes. This woman had made the wisest decision. "Come in. The door is unlocked." With a click, the door swung open, revealing a petite Liang Bing clad in nurse attire. Her face adorned with a look of feigned innocence as she timidly entered. She glanced at the man on the bed, only to find that he could not be bothered to even acknowledge her presence. Gathering her courage, she approached, took a deep breath, and boldly asked, "You saw through me long ago, didn't you?" "Indeed," Lin Luo replied. Liang Bing, sensing his unyielding demeanor, pressed on. "You must have anticipated that I would come to find you, right?" "Correct," Lin Luo responded, remaining unfazed. This indifference left her in a state of anxiety. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Liang Bing's forehead, the immense pressure rendering even this demon queen, a cosmic deity, somewhat breathless. Gritting her teeth, she realized that knowing how Lin Luo had dealt with Liang, along with the unimaginable technology that could potentially transcend ultimate fears, she suddenly understood that any underhanded tactics would lead to her demise. To someone of his caliber, she was but an ant, and such a vast disparity made it impossible for him to miss the pretense. In this scenario, any schemes or deceit would pale in comparison to a straightforward confession. Seizing the opportunity while he held a favorable view of her might just steer the situation toward a more positive outcome. Cool Ice made an effort to relax, and then spoke. "I am Morgana, the Demon Queen. I have descended upon Earth with my legion of demons to slay the Angel King, the Holy Kaisha, and intend to transform this world, brimming with life and order, into a realm of decadence and freedom. I was unaware that a being of your caliber existed to protect this world. In light of the absence of conflict, I implore you to forgive my transgressions. Should you consent, I shall depart with my legion of demons, never to return." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo finally stirred, turning to Cool Ice and inquiring, "Are you certain you can relinquish your curiosity and leave in earnest?" Cool Ice bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. How could she possibly suppress her curiosity? She had devoted the better part of her life to studying the ultimate fear, and now a superlative embodiment of that fear stood before her. To simply withdraw felt like tearing flesh from her heart. What choice did I have? If I do not leave, must I await the day when you might casually extinguish my life with but a mere gesture, annihilating my legion in the process? Cool Ice raised her hands in resignation, feeling a profound sense of despair. She had once believed herself a lofty, evil deity, only to arrive on Earth and realize her insignificance. Lin Luo observed Cool Ice's demeanor. Strangely enough, her pouty, sorrowful expression was oddly endearing. Indeed, in her early stages as a super deity, Cool Ice had exhibited a certain naivete, her actions brimming with personality. Later, when she unexpectedly became entangled with Rose, she transformed into a love-stricken fool. The pairing of the two felt forced, as if born from a whim. "Do not fret so," Lin Luo reassured, patting the empty space beside him. "Come, sit here. Sit." Cool Ice was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern Lin Luo's intentions. Could it be that he coveted her, a great demon? Surely not. A being of such divine stature must have a soul and body of unimaginable perfection. It was inconceivable that he would desire her for such trivial matters. Never mind. Overthinking is futile. Cool Ice stepped forward, her legs clad in black stockings, and sat beside Lin Luo, perplexed. What next? The combination of her white nurse's uniform paired with black stockings and red-soled heels created an odd aesthetic, yet undeniably captivating. As a competent nurse, it is only reasonable to assist with a headache, is it not? Lin Luo said with utmost seriousness. No, you. Cool Ice was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't they already established a facade? Why continue the charade? She shook her head, dispelling her surprise, and slowly extended her hand, leaning down to gently massage Lin Luo's temples. Lin Luo tilted his head slightly, the angle just right. Neither too much nor too little, it was perfect. "I truly do not comprehend who you are," she mused. "I am but an ordinary earthling, nothing more," Lin Luo replied, relishing Cool Ice's ministrations and breathing in the fragrant air. "Given your diligent effort in this massage, feel free to ask me anything you wish." Upon hearing this, Liang Bing's heart raced with an unexpected surge of happiness, compelling her to overlook everything happening around her. She hurriedly inquired, "From your lofty vantage point, the entire universe must lie beneath your gaze. You undoubtedly understand the discord between Kaisha and me, as well as the reasons that have fueled our conflict for millennia. Does the ultimate fear truly exist? Are there other realms beyond the universe? What precisely is the void?" Lin Luo anticipated her questions. "Astute inquiries," he remarked. "Though somewhat juvenile from my perspective, they are perfectly suited for yours." "Juvenile?" Liang Bing quirked her lips, rolling her eyes inwardly. "If that's what it takes to receive answers, then so be it." Lin Luo continued. "Firstly, this world does not harbor any ultimate fear. Rather, it is merely your apprehension of the unknown. The integrated world differs from a singular world. While the overlapping worldviews may be intricate, they also simplify the complexities of the original singular world, rendering some convoluted issues relatively straightforward. Secondly, the multiverse and parallel timelines are no longer secrets. We have eliminated numerous ancient visitors that once lurked in this world. The reason you remain in the conjecture stage likely stems from two factors. Firstly, insufficient technological advancement. Secondly, to prevent lower civilizations from unnecessary explorations of the multiverse, which could attract more diverse visitors, we have restricted their access to multiverse development, allowing them only to grasp a singular concept. Liang Bing interjected, "And yet you claim there is no ultimate fear?" One of the very aspects of ultimate fear is that wisdom encounters insurmountable obstacles. Regardless of how the civilizations of the primary biosphere evolve, they will invariably confront some form of irresistible force, thus remaining confined in a corner, unable to perceive the entirety. Their limitations on other civilizations' development of the multiverse. Does that not constitute an ultimate fear? Chapter 89. The Vast Cosmic Expanse. Liang Bing shivered. Lin Luo noticed the expression on her face, reminiscent of someone who had swallowed a fly, and chuckled lightly. "Do not misunderstand. I have only been established for a mere century and cannot constrain your super civilizations that have existed for tens of thousands of years." Upon hearing Lin Luo refer to super, Liang Bing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands in denial. No, please don't say that. Our little accomplishments are inconsequential before you. We might not even measure up to primitive beings." Suddenly, she paused, a realization dawning upon her. "Wait a moment. You mean to say your establishment is just a century old? A century on Earth?" "Indeed," Lin Luo nodded. "Including my dormant period, I have surpassed 100 years." Liang Bing. A torrent of emotions surged within her. In the presence of this man, she felt as though all her previous efforts had been rendered futile. Well, at least I still have the opportunity to turn back now. Lin Luo gently patted Liang Bing's small hand, signaling her to cease her musings, then sat up and shifted slightly inward patting the empty space beside him. Would you like to know more? Yes. Liang Bing, without a moment's hesitation, settled beside Lin Luo, pressing closer without any pretense of formality. Lin Luo, who had never been one to hold back, promptly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Observing Liang Bing's attire, she was undeniably beautiful, yet something felt off, a certain incongruity. He discerned the cause. The earthly style was overwhelmingly pronounced. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a different flavor. As the demon queen and the angelic harbinger, she ought to possess an aura of astonishment. I much prefer your appearance as an angel. Might you don the attire of the harbinger? Lin Luo requested. Huh? Liang Bing replied, perplexed and somewhat reluctant. Why the angel? Is my demon queen persona not beautiful? Beautiful? It's downright horrendous. Lin Luo exclaimed. The makeup did not enhance her allure. Rather, it added a touch of horror that was utterly off-putting. Liang Bing clearly observed Lin Luo's growing disdain, his helpless grimace prompting her to acquiesce. All right, I understand. Her eyes glimmered momentarily, and in a flash, the black stockings and high-heeled nurse outfit vanished, replaced by the regal armor of the angelic harbinger. Lin Luo was quite pleased with this transformation. Though somewhat difficult to articulate, it had to be said that this harbinger armor suited him exceedingly well. Now let us begin. Lin Luo raised his other hand, gesturing towards the void before him. Buzz! A blue light flickered at his fingertips. Instantly, the surroundings morphed from the dormitory into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Lin Luo deftly maneuvered his fingers, rapidly compressing the cosmic map until the solar system shrank to nothingness, followed by the Milky Way, and ultimately transcending the universe to arrive at the grand cosmic space. Universes of myriad hues unfolded before them, resembling galaxies sprawled across the vastness of the grand cosmos. Liang Bing gazed at these universes, her excitement palpable, her pupils trembling with exhilaration. A significant milestone in her life had been achieved. She was right. Their universe was not the sole existence. Beyond the universe lay other universes. Beyond their world were other worlds. How she wished to show this spectacle to that foolish Kaisa, that self-proclaimed supreme being. How laughable. She was utterly unaware of her own insignificance. Quickly regaining her composure, Liang Bing surveyed the grand cosmic space and eagerly inquired, is the universe truly infinite? If the universe is infinite, then what is this space that contains these universes? Lin Luo responded, indeed, the universe is infinite. From your current perspective, the universe and galaxies appear indistinguishable. Yet within the universe, you will never find its edge. As for this place, I prefer to call it the grand cosmic space, a realm of higher dimensions than ordinary universes. Once you master certain techniques, you will realize that the concept of infinity is merely that conceptual. TSK, listen to yourself. Is this truly what a person can articulate? Liang Bing rolled her eyes. Such easy words to utter from a place of comfort. Come, let us observe the distinctions between our primary universe and others, Lin Luo suggested. Liang Bing followed Lin Luo's guidance, furrowing her brow as she noticed a greater array of colors. Visually, it appeared larger. Does this imply that our universe is more formidable than the others? Perhaps. Allow me to show you something intriguing. Lin Luo adjusted the cosmic star map, revealing the defense network established by MIB. A cerulean barrier safeguarded the entire primary universe. In the next moment, a beam of light surged from the unknown realms of the vast universe, traversing through other universes and hurtling towards the primary one. Is this an invasion? Liang Bing instinctively clenched her fists. Such a cross-universal assault exceeded her imagination. However, one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly a presence more terrifying than the void. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. In that moment, Liang Bing felt utterly powerless. Just as she intended to inquire about a countermeasure, the defense network unleashed energy rays, instantly obliterating the threat. Lin Luo interjected at the opportune moment. Incursions like this are something our universe experiences almost daily. There is nothing to be astonished about. Ordinary? Liang Bing mechanically turned her head and exclaimed, is this truly ordinary? You have a remarkable talent for shocking statements. Lin Luo offered a nonchalant smile, brushing a strand of Liang Bing's hair behind her ear. In truth, this is trivial. The truly formidable adversaries are those who can stealthily infiltrate our universe. These overt assaults are merely a last resort when no better methods are available. No way. Liang Bing incredulously grasped Lin Luo's somewhat mischievous hand. Are there truly adversaries that can evade your surveillance? This is precisely why I shielded my research on the multiverse from the outside world, Lin Luo explained calmly. After eliminating some of the hidden multiversal visitors on Earth, I discovered that many formidable invaders had infiltrated our universe, while certain civilizations were developing their multiverses. Those civilizations were even oblivious to the fact that they had been invaded. To ensure the stability of the universe, MIB decided to obscure all civilizations' profound scientific understanding of the multiverse. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing shook her head. This Kaisha-style approach contradicted her philosophy. While your actions may protect this universe, do they not also restrict its development? To me, this is no different from Kaisha's vehement denial of ultimate fears and the void. Restriction? Is there truly such a thing? Lin Luo grasped Liang Bing's chin, chuckling. Have you forgotten my first point? It is your technological level that is insufficient. If you were powerful enough to breach my barriers, how could I possibly hinder your advancement? Ah, your reasoning. Liang Bing found herself ensnared by this audacious logic, yet she had no means to refute it. For this rationale aligned perfectly with her belief in the law of the survival of the fittest. Liang Bing was indeed an enigmatic individual, disdainful of others' dominance, yet accepting of the natural order of the strong prevailing over the weak. Freedom? Decadence? Malevolence? What she has pursued has always been an unsolvable paradox. Chapter 90. This world is artfully molded. Lin Luo gazed directly into Liang Bing's icy eyes and remarked, I have heard your theories. You deem order laughable in the face of ultimate fear, believing that one can meld into the cosmos through freedom, depravity, and malevolence, thereby evading this so-called ultimate terror. Thus, you assert that depravity and malevolence represent the ultimate form of dominant biological civilization. You even suggest that any endeavor towards order is mere self-deception until the dominant beings achieve perfect evolution and integrate with the ultimate fear. Your theory is intriguing. Do you still believe you are correct? Upon mentioning a theory she had adhered to throughout her life, Liang Bing's previously panicked gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination as she replied, correct? Whether I am right or wrong, I know for certain I am not mistaken. Indeed, I concur. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Liang Bing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Lin Luo's direct affirmation. What do you mean by that? Lin Luo responded matter-of-factly. In a world of freedom, it equates to the survival of the fittest. The mightier one's fist, the greater their voice. At present, my fist is larger than yours. Thus you must obediently lie beside me and listen to my ramblings. Chuckling lightly at this assertive declaration, Liang Bing awkwardly forced a laugh. You truly embody the application of theory, but obtaining me entirely will not be so simple. Is that so? Lin Luo immediately released his grip and wiped the smile from his face. I am not one to embrace trouble. Since it is not so effortless, I choose to relinquish. As he spoke, the celestial star map surrounding them vanished, returning to the scene of their dormitory. He then gestured invitingly, Please, Demon Queen. How dare you? Liang Bing exclaimed in disbelief. Watching Lin Luo decisively withdraw his hand, a torrent of curses surged through her mind. Could you not persist just a moment longer? If you had, I would have been quite easy to conquer. The atmosphere momentarily stilled. Liang Bing pursed her lips, her gaze radiating a murderous intent as she extended her delicate hand to grasp Lin Luo's withdrawing hand, bringing it back to her chin. Her expression reverting to that of a previously flustered innocence. Though no words were exchanged, it seemed as if everything had been communicated. Lin Luo caressed her smooth chin, a smile returning to his face as he remarked, It appears you have truly succumbed, Queen Liang Bing. Your fist is strong, thus you possess the voice. Liang Bing retorted sarcastically. Indeed, such is the advantage bestowed by freedom, Lin Luo stated with earnestness as he willingly lowered his hand, summoning the grand cosmic star map once more. In truth, there exists no such thing as genuine freedom. Even if you were to obliterate the order established by all civilizations within the universe, you could not bestow upon all beings the freedom you envision. Why? Liang Bing inquired. Lin Luo continued, Because freedom is choice. Some beings wish to exist within an ordered world, and that, too, is their freedom. Those are undoubtedly the weak, Liang Bing retorted through clenched teeth. If you perceive them as weak, then perhaps they are indeed weak. Lin Luo remarked, ultimately, this world is composed of a multitude of weaklings. Were it not for a few among them striving to establish order, you would likely not be here today. At this juncture, Liang Bing was left utterly perplexed. You advocate for freedom while simultaneously endorsing order. This reminds me of a term coined by your kind. What was it again? Ah, yes, double standards. Ha. Hearing Liang Bing utter the phrase double standards brought a smile to Lin Luo's face. Given your understanding of Huaxia culture, you must also be familiar with an old saying. A thief cries out to catch a thief. Liang Bing, displeased, turned her face away and retorted, how am I exhibiting double standards? Enough jesting. Allow me to summarize, Lin Luo said, gently adjusting Liang Bing's face. In this peculiar world, your theory is destined to falter. Liang Bing's eyebrows furrowed, her gaze intensifying. Do not be disheartened, Lin Luo continued, delivering a light slap to her side. The fundamental aim of your actions is to integrate into the universe, to discover a means of coexisting peacefully with it, and to evade the ultimate dread, or perhaps to seek a new evolution, merging with what you deem the ultimate fear. From the outset, there has never been a heart transcending the universe or the ultimate terror. This is the crux of your failure. You have misidentified your adversary and misunderstood your opponent. Do you truly believe that eliminating Kaisha will resolve the issue? The void will not refrain from descending merely because of Kaisha's demise. Similarly, those feeble civilizations will not evolve to confront or assimilate into the void simply due to her fall. Even if you achieve your desires, in the end, you will gain nothing. However, had you chosen to collaborate with Kaisha and confronted the void, as you did with Hoya, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Collaborate? No, that is impossible. Liang Bing's head shook vehemently, her resistance palpable. Yet, amid her reluctance, a tinge of regret surfaced. Nothing is insurmountable. Whether collaboration is feasible depends on how formidable your foes truly are, Lin Luo asserted. Liang Bing could not linger in her regret for long, as Lin Luo's words reignited her vigilance. Formidable? Are you referring to the void? Lin Luo shook his head. I am not well acquainted with what you refer to as the void. Not well acquainted? Or is it that you lack the interest to understand? Liang Bing inquired, a tremor of concern in her heart. Lin Luo chuckled and retorted, what do you think? Observing his placid demeanor, it was clear that she had deduced the latter. Forget about understanding the void. Allow me to broaden your horizons. Lin Luo expanded the star map of the primary universe. Our universe is peculiar, with mass exceeding that of a normal universe. Such an anomaly suggests either an innate uniqueness or external manipulation. Which of these hypotheses do you believe holds more weight? Despite the horrific implications that transcended cosmic dimensions, Liang Bing found herself stifling a laugh as she replied, if this question were posed to Kaisha, she would undoubtedly choose the former. As for me, Liang Bing, I shall select the latter. Indeed, I also lean towards the belief that it is a phenomenon induced by external forces. Lin Luo's lips curled upwards as he prepared to share the key points he had contemplated prior to Liang Bing's arrival. It was possible that someone had forcibly amalgamated several, if not dozens of distinct worlds. He had modified the rules of these worlds and integrated their worldviews, to the extent that all beings inhabiting this realm remained oblivious to the fact that they existed in an incongruous world. Liang Bing, forcibly merging worlds, altering the rules and worldview of existence. Compared to this, ultimate fears and the void seemed utterly trivial. With an expanded perspective, new ideas swiftly emerged in her mind. Liang Bing sprang to her feet, adopting an exceedingly serious demeanor. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Chapter 91. Breaking the Dimensions. The possibility of accessing the real world. Lin Luo effortlessly pulled the standing Liang Bing into his embrace, gazing down at her charming face. Of course. I never jest on such matters. The concept of merging worlds, was it truly feasible? Liang Bing's eyes reflected disbelief. The overwhelming nature of the information was so astonishing that she failed to notice her own vulnerability. This is indeed remarkable, but is it anything particularly special? Would you like me to demonstrate? Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, experiencing the softness of an angel firsthand. He began to understand why Hua Yi was so fixated on the order of the heavenly realm. What? Liang Bing, startled, attempted to rise once more, but was restrained by Lin Luo's hand on her shoulder. Struggling momentarily without success, she exclaimed, "You can also achieve the merging of worlds?" Lin Luo, caressing Liang Bing's regal armor, responded, "I have devised a pocket universe technology. During a particular study, I attempted to merge two infinite pocket universes, and the outcome was surprisingly straightforward. An infinite pocket universe is essentially a scaled-down version of a universe. Hence, I endeavor to apply this concept to the real universe, with negligible difference in results." Liang Bing, infinite pocket universe? Merging universes? Wait. This is an overwhelming amount of information. My brain cannot process it all. Merging universes is not inherently difficult. The crux lies in identifying the suitable universe, Lin Luo explained. "No way." Liang Bing grasped Lin Luo's restless hand, earnestly inquiring, "Even you cannot ascertain the specific reasons?" "No." Lin Luo shook his head, holding onto Liang Bing's hand in return. "It is not that I cannot investigate. Rather, I have not even begun to investigate." Liang Bing pouted slightly, her expression tinged with mild reproach as she retorted, "Is it once again a matter of disinterest? This time, it is a lack of time. Allow me to show you something intriguing." Lin Luo's gaze flickered, and the grand cosmic star map spun wildly. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of the dimensional world. This was the core of all universes, with their own world behind them, and the chaotic wall formed a dimensional barrier. Breaching it would lead to unfathomable realms. Unfathomable realms? Yes, you may understand it as a world beyond worlds. A grand universe beyond the grand universe. Or perhaps, Lin Luo's gaze sharpened, and he did not continue. He had long harbored a bold hypothesis. Could breaking through the dimensional barrier allow a return to one's original world? The world that truly belongs to him. Of course, this is merely speculation. What lies beyond chaos remains a mystery to all. Lin Luo waved his hand, completely shutting off the star map. The surrounding scene returned to normal. "Hey, I was immersed in the beauty of chaos," Liang Bing exclaimed, jolted awake as the star map vanished. "Don't be so hasty in turning it off. I wanted to observe for a few more minutes." "It's futile. That thing is far too advanced for you. To think you can glean knowledge from it is nothing but a dream," Lin Luo replied. "Well, fine," Liang Bing conceded, aware of her own limitations. She had merely glimpsed the void within the chaos. Perhaps, for this man, the world behind that chaotic wall was akin to the void she saw. Once she calmed down, she fluttered her beautiful eyes, gazing intently at Lin Luo. Now this is a true man, bold and unrestrained in pursuit. Carl pales in comparison. He is lecherous yet lacks any refinement, whereas Hua Yi, well, no need to compare. Hua Yi is nothing but a fool. A charming smile graced Liang Bing's lips as she asked, "So, by telling me all this, do you consider me one of your own? Do you wish for me to explore the reasons behind the fusion of multiple universes?" Indeed, the terrifying notion of multiverse fusion could allow Keisha to temporarily set aside her hatred. However, her subordinates would not be so forgiving towards me, Lin Luo remarked. The war between angels and demons had spanned tens of thousands of years. Demons could be reborn through genetic reincarnation upon death, while Keisha believed that once angels perished, they were truly gone, their essence reduced to cosmic dust. Such profound enmity, forged over millennia, would not easily dissipate. Sighing, Liang Bing expressed her resignation. Both she and Keisha were aware that they had treaded into extremities, yet at this point, there was no turning back. "It's simple. Once you reconcile with Keisha, I can revive those fallen angels," Lin Luo stated, his tone suggesting it was an exceedingly trivial matter. Keisha would never agree to their revival. "That would be an affront to her and to the so-called order of justice," Liang Bing countered, shaking her head. Lin Luo remained unfazed, suggesting, "Then let it be as if they never died. We can utilize time travel technology to intercept them at the moment before their demise. Replace their bodies with decoys to simulate their death. This way, we can save them while preserving the course of history. If there is no death, then the resurrection would not violate any order of justice. In truth, if simple resurrection methods were employed, Keisha would likely accept it. After millennia of experience, she had learned to compromise with reality. After all, how else could she equip angels like Yin and Xin with secondary biological engines?" "Huh?" Liang Bing exclaimed, utterly astonished. "It can be done this way?" Currently, her temporal genes could only engage in cross-temporal dialogue through the hourglass. Although she possessed the ability to traverse time, she lacked the means to influence history and needed further development. This truly represents a lifetime of painstaking research, yet it pales in comparison to the trifles casually produced by others. The disparity between individuals can be utterly disheartening. If I fulfill your request, what reward shall I receive? Liang Bing inquired with great anticipation. Lin Luo, not one to withhold, assigned Liang Bing and her companions a significant task. To diminish, it would render it meaningless. Raising his hand, a cluster of azure starlight ascended from his palm. This is a multiverse-level computer, equipped with a pocket universe battery for energy supply. Connect to it, and the void before you reveals mere insignificant insects. You are undoubtedly aware of its specific capabilities. Liang Bing's eyes widened, her excited form quivering slightly. Her gaze transformed into the very shape of the multiverse-level computer. May I perhaps test the goods? Liang Bing asked eagerly, playfully clinging to Lin Luo's arm. Is it permissible? Is it? Lin Luo was unimpressed by such antics, bringing his hands together to contain the starlight. Complete the task I have entrusted to you, or share with me the most beautiful oath of your angelic kin. Liang Bing paused. The most exquisite oath of angels. Surely, this man seeks to possess her. It is true that by the hierarchy of deities, she is unworthy of him. Yet to so readily surrender herself seems frivolous. Nevertheless, should this man attempt to force her hand, escape would be impossible. The notion of threatening her life is utterly absurd. How vexing. Why can't he be more proactive? He clearly possesses the ability. Why must I expend such effort? As Liang Bing pondered, she unexpectedly pressed against Lin Luo, seizing absolute initiative. Leaning in close to his ear, she whispered, "Apologies, but I am a demon." Chapter 92. Captain of the Huaxia team. What civilization is this? It has been proven that regardless of whether one is a goddess or a woman, no matter how powerful, it is best not to play with fire. A sleepless night ensued. Liang Bing, a timeless virgin, underwent a profound transformation into a woman. Scattered across the ground lay the pieces of the apocalypse armor set. Lin Luo held Liang Bing contentedly in his arms, savoring the memories of the oaths exchanged the previous day. I willingly choose to become Lin Luo's guardian angel. To love what he loves, to think what he thinks. For him, I shall bear pain and accompany him through hardships, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in lowliness or nobility, regardless of being in a chaotic world or one overlooked by the divine. I shall draw my sword for him, sheath my wings, and remain unwavering until eternity. A few brief phrases took over half an hour to articulate. Do not inquire why there were pauses in between. Those who understand will comprehend. Liang Bing gazed complexly at Lin Luo's profile, caught in a phase of post-encounter bewilderment. What began as a confession had unexpectedly morphed into an offering of herself. Can this truly be considered love? Sigh. In any case, having reached this juncture, there is no turning back. Lin Luo, I have devoted everything to you. Do not let me down. Rest assured, I shall reciprocate with the unwavering promise of an angel. Lin Luo tenderly caressed Liang Bing's shoulder, offering a warm consolation. To be honest, the pace of progress this time has been astonishingly swift. At this juncture, even he had not fully comprehended the situation. Nonetheless, the individual he faced was Liang Bing, who had lived for thousands of years. If they hesitated now, such an opportunity might never arise again. Really? Liang Bing asked, her imagination faltering as she weakly inquired. Does this mean I can have a multiverse-level computer? Of course, but you deserve something even better. Lin Luo was charmed by Liang Bing's feeble demeanor, shaking his head with a smile. If you can persuade Kasha, I could establish a super laboratory dedicated to the research of cosmic fusion for you both. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise. But she quickly sensed the discrepancy in his words. It sounded enticing, yet why was it you both? Wait, you cannot possibly have feelings for Kasha, can you? Before Liang Bing could utter an expletive, Lin Luo swiftly intervened, delivering a light slap to a soft surface behind him. Do not use foul language in my presence. I find it unappealing. After receiving the light reprimand, Liang Bing withheld her curse. Pausing for a moment, a hint of skepticism crossed her features as she squinted, half smiling, and asked, "Oh, do you dislike me cursing in general, or is it specifically when I insult Kasha? Do not overthink it. Lin Luo playfully tapped the tip of Liang Bing's nose, his eyes sparkling with clarity, devoid of any guilt. You are to collaborate with Kasha in the future. If you maintain such habits, will I have to endure your mutual insults daily? Ah, you have a point, Liang Bing pondered, realizing that she might indeed let slip a curse directed at Kasha in the future. Observing Liang Bing deep in thought, Lin Luo subtly shifted the topic. Now, let us discuss other matters. I am aware of your and Carl's plan. You intend to instigate a war on Earth to lure Kasha, obliterating her with a supernova and scattering her atoms across the universe with a grand clock. The invasion of the Demon Legion can proceed according to your original plan. The young soldiers of the heroic brigade require several brutal battles to mature. Let your demons engage with them in Huaxia. It matters not if they witness bloodshed. The priority is their growth. Liang Bing turned her face away, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. You know far too much about this. It's as if there are eyes installed beside me. The level of intelligence gathering was such that it seemed he could discern even her choice of undergarments. Oh well, if you can see through it, so be it. She had grown weary of questioning Lin Luo's knowledge on the matter. At this point, she could draw a line under her former self. This is not an issue. Speak, and I shall comply. However, Liang Bing hesitated. Having witnessed Lin Luo's formidable nature and the myriad of peculiar superheroes on Earth, a twinge of concern creeping in. Are you certain that my legion of demons can wreak havoc in Huaxia without the emergence of even more grotesque entities to thwart them? Rest assured, I shall handle the remaining arrangements. Lin Luo spoke. Liang Bing's concerns were indeed valid. Should the Demon Legion launch a direct invasion of Huaxia, only one outcome awaits them. Who could have anticipated that a captain from Huaxia would emerge, brandishing two specially crafted weapons, only to subsequently splatter the brains of all demons in sight? The temperament of the Twin Eagles is not particularly explosive, yet having endured the struggle against the Japanese invaders, they can hardly tolerate anyone wreaking havoc upon the sacred land of Huaxia. Let us recall that 4 light years away from the solar system, on a planet in the Centauri constellation, there exists a civilization known as San, which received the cosmic coordinates of Earth from a certain woman in Huaxia. Instantly, the civilization dispatched a fleet, preparing to launch an assault on Earth, centered around Huaxia. Upon learning of the situation through MIB's radar, the Huaxia captain acted decisively. In the very last second before the fleet's departure, he single-handedly annihilated half of their living forces, compelling them to negotiate, ultimately forging a delicate alliance. Why the last second and not the one before? The old Huaxia emphasizes the importance of having a just cause. Once the fleet is airborne and targets Earth within the solar system, it solidifies their culpability, making it reasonable to obliterate their entire civilization. First, I shall inform old Du to evacuate the citizens of the city while I find some actors to place inside. You are free to engage them with nuclear-level weaponry. Lin Luo stated. As the birthplace of MIB, Huaxia's geological structure has undergone special reinforcement, rendering it remarkably resilient. For instance, even if the entire Earth were to explode, the entirety of Huaxia's territory would remain unscathed in the cosmos. Nuclear-level weapons may destroy surface structures, yet they cannot shake the very foundation. As for Carl, he has exploited the conflict between you and Kaisa for tens of thousands of years. He must not be let off so easily. Find a way to ensnare him once more, forcing him to initiate the void prematurely. This is quite simple. Liang Bing's delicate features curved into a mischievous smile. She was aware that Carl was manipulating her and the Demon Legion, but without his funding, the demons could not have engaged the angels for such an extended period. Thus, she had certainly faced her share of pitfalls due to Carl. Thankfully, it seems that everything is finally coming to a close. Liang Bing inquired, how do you intend to deal with Carl? Shall we eliminate him, or should we involve him in the research of the fusion universe? Is he not quite confident in his own essence? Let him taste the flavor of death. As her words fell, a communication alert resonated in her mind. It was from the MIB headquarters in Huaxia. Boss, your acquaintance, King Louis of Ares, has sent a request. He wishes to dispatch a galactic enforcer to Earth to apprehend the fugitive, Lu Fa. We understand that you have a keen interest in their armor and have come to seek your guidance on how to proceed. Should we eliminate Lu Fa and send him to King Louis? Chapter 93. Let Lu Fa contend with Thanos. Lu Fa, Lin Luo almost forgot about this matter. Indeed, gentle realms can be the graves of heroes. Previously, I contemplated resolving the intricacies of the armor's worldview and subsequently collecting the summoners of Azura, Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and King Kong. The essence of a man's romance lies within armor. Slap. Lin Luo chastised himself internally. Amidst indulging in exquisite tenderness, he found himself distracted by thoughts of armor and romance. What a cad. It is rare that you still remember this little hobby of mine. It would be a pity to eliminate Lufa, a tragic figure. So allow me to handle it. Lin Luo responded. Very well, boss. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. After the exchange of well wishes, the communication was severed. Ares Lufa. Lin Luo pondered, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Activating the chip, he connected to the MIB database and downloaded recent information regarding Ares and Lufa. Within the blended worldview, the Cosmic King does not exist. Ares has proclaimed itself the guardian star of the galaxy. While the Ares Legion prides itself as the enforcers of the galaxy, a bastion of absolute justice. Before succumbing to slumber, Lin Luo assisted King Louis in toppling the dark reign of King Pier, imprisoning him within the confines of the MIB. Presently, Ares is engaged in a campaign against the Accuser Ronin and the Kree Legion. Their true target, however, is Thanos. The Kree Legion, under Ronin, stands no chance against the Ares replicated armor legion. Their home planet, Kree, is under heavy siege by the Ares fleet. Ares, upholding justice, has granted the Kree a respite to surrender, refraining for the time being from deploying the Ares particle cannon with the intent to annihilate Kree. Nevertheless, Ares also feels the pressure exerted by Thanos' forces. It seems that King Louis, in his haste to confront Lufa, aims to swiftly reclaim the star-stabilizing treasures, the Azura armor and the Gung In Vajra, to prepare for the impending war against Thanos' might. Intriguing. Quite fascinating. Lin Luo immediately devised a plan. Continuing with pertinent matters, several hours later, he instructed Liang Bing to briefly confer with Duquesne regarding the arrangement of practical training, before meeting Lufa at the Bawang Group. As for the required duration, it would take a few hours. In the afternoon, Lin Luo stretched comfortably, rolling out of bed as a snug black suit adorned him automatically. Just as he was engaging in high-intensity exercise, he received messages from Natasha and the others. Except for the future Xiaoyu, the rest proceeded to the MIB headquarters for a visit, coincidentally undergoing a special training session for Super MIB agents. Liang Bing, with a hint of melancholy, sat up and waved her hand towards the ground, using a wormhole to reassemble the scattered Apocalypse King armor. She gazed at the man before her, rising as her white wings unfurled behind her. Apocalypse King, return. Had I not experienced it firsthand, I would have never imagined that someone would establish a temporal domain to exert such control over time for trivial matters. I have gained knowledge and broadened my horizons. Lin Luo assumed Liang Bing was complimenting him, and he immediately reciprocated, saying, Your fourth-generation divine body is equally formidable, possessing both defensive capabilities and endurance, while retaining the essence of physicality. Defensive capabilities? Liang Bing rolled her eyes. In this world, perhaps only this extraordinary man, surpassing the divine, would extol the strength of the fourth-generation divine body for such trivial matters. Liang Bing gently rubbed her abdomen. Regardless of her formidable powers, she still retained the normal physiological functions of a woman. She would have her menstrual cycle and could conceive. Surely, she cannot be so fortunate, could she? To become a mother just after transitioning into womanhood would be terribly tragic. Lin Luo noticed Liang Bing's gesture. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. Everything beyond the wall of chaos remained shrouded in mystery. To combat life-threatening tribulations, he devised a super resurrection device, deploying it randomly across the vast expanse of the universe, in various realms and timelines. It was aptly named the Phoenix Project. Though it bore the name of the Phoenix, it had no connection to the Phoenix's power, symbolizing rebirth and resurrection. When the original body was slain, consciousness would be instantaneously transported to the nearest parallel universe or the resurrection machine of a parallel timeline. The resurrection machine possessed super cloning capabilities, swiftly replicating a body identical to the original and reintegrating consciousness to complete the revival. In truth, Lin Luo himself was uncertain whether such a revival could be deemed a genuine resurrection. After all, he had never experienced complete death. He had only contemplated resurrection for survival, never considering leaving a legacy. Having grown up without ever becoming a father was indeed a slight regret. Yet, one could argue that this was not entirely accurate. Just moments ago, he had heard a cry. "Daddy, I was wrong. I was too stingy with you," Lin Luo remarked. Merely mentioning it, however, led Liang Bing to appear even more forlorn, resembling a pouting child as she retorted, "Is this when you finally realize? It's all empty promises, devoid of any tangible benefits. What is it then? Do you truly wish to gift me a child?" Lin Luo, not only perceptive to the nuances of clothing, but also attuned to the subtleties of emotions, immediately reflected on his grandiose promises. He retrieved an MIB chip, a universe-level computer, and after adjusting some permissions, gently tapped Liang Bing's forehead with his index finger to integrate it. As a principled leader, he could not simply relinquish access to the MIB because Liang Bing had become his partner. That would be irresponsible toward the entire MIB. Unless Liang Bing joined the MIB or successfully deciphered the secrets of the universe, it would be impossible to grant her insight into the entirety of the MIB. However, one should not speak too definitively. If they were to have a child in the future who might succeed him as the MIB's leader, then there would be no need for concealment. With a universe-level computer and partial exploratory access to the ultimate MIB database, should she encounter anything perplexing, she could seek answers within, though he suggested she first broaden her horizons through the universe-level computer. Upon hearing this, Liang Bing felt a jolt, her eyes shining brightly as she activated the universe-level computer within her consciousness. With a swift motion, Lin Luo playfully tapped Liang Bing on the head, saying, "Put that away for now. We shall delve into it later. Come with me to discuss more pressing matters." With a slight pout, Liang Bing obediently powered down the cosmic computer and walked over to Lin Luo, entwining her arm with his, her petite face adorned with a charming yet amusing smile. She playfully asked, "Dear, may we discuss a small matter?" As Lin Luo led Liang Bing outside, he inquired, "What is it?" Hee. Liang Bing's smile gradually morphed into something somewhat sinister. "You see, that sister of mine, Kesha, has kept me under her thumb for so many years, and I have endured countless grievances. At the very least, grant me an opportunity to reclaim a modicum of face, will you?" Lin Luo glanced over and replied, "Just speak plainly. What do you intend to do?" Noticing the possibility of acquiescence, Liang Bing's eyes sparkled once more, her excitement causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. "I wish to confront her directly, to drag her down from her lofty throne before you, strip her of her sacred attire, and then, perhaps, engage in a proper conversation." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a large question mark appearing above his head. "Could you elaborate on the stripping of her sacred attire?" Chapter 94. Lin Luo, Rufa, do you wish to continue fighting for justice? In the command room of the Great Canyon, Liang Bing, upon Lin Luo's indication, entered and immediately revealed her identity to Duke Ao and the others. Poor old Duke, upon learning that Nurse Liang Bing was the demon queen who had been lurking within the Super God Academy, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He gazed in astonishment at Liang Bing, who was nestled against Lin Luo. Utterly baffled, he couldn't comprehend how these two had come together. After a moment of shock, he silently felt pity for his daughter for 3 seconds. He understood the nature of Lin Luo. It was impossible to adopt a father-in-law's demeanor before him, and he could only return to advise Rose not to take it too seriously. "Mr. Lin, your child from the Armor Division lacks the harshness of real combat. I intend to have the Demon Queen engage them in a serious battle," Lin Luo stated directly. "As for specifics, you two can discuss it. I am not well-versed in warfare, so please arrange everything yourselves." Mentioning the Armor Division and warfare quickly calmed Duke Ao, a war fanatic, who chuckled, "Of course. You do not understand warfare. Those who dare to challenge Earth have long been reduced to dust by you, so there is no need to initiate a war." Lin Luo waved his hand, offering no further response, stepping aside to allow Liang Bing and Duke Ao to take center stage. He retrieved a bottle of blue vodka, seated himself at the table, and while sipping, communicated with future Xiaoyu through his consciousness. Seizing this moment of leisure, he sought to liberate part of his mind to investigate the situation on future Xiaoyu's end. Half an hour later, the discussion concluded. Duke Ao promptly reported back, and upon learning that Lin Luo was acting in the shadows, the higher-ups immediately granted approval. The battlefield was set to be in Great Canyon City. allowing Huaxiao 3 days to evacuate the civilian populace before hostilities could commence. By the way, Lin Luo concluded his arrangements. Once the war begins, I will deploy some extras in the city to allow these children to witness bloodshed, thereby igniting their fighting spirit and awakening the latent powers within their genes. As for how your respective departments should cooperate, I trust one need not elaborate further. Understood. Completely understood. Duke Ao instantly grasped Lin Luo's intentions. This is not the first time he has engaged in such matters. Mr. Lin, we are sincerely grateful for your contributions in assisting us. Thank you. Duke Ao performed a heartfelt military salute. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement and then departed with Liang Bing. As they exited the conference room, Chang Xiaoyu, who had been waiting patiently, approached with a smile and inquired, "Boss, where shall we go next?" "The Overlord Group, the top floor's secret chamber." Lu Fa gazed blankly at the trio before him, a man flanked by 2 women. Beneath the man sat an Mishio, Xiao Shifei, and Ku Fenxi, while the 2 women stood over Kula and Balu. Having just regained his corporeal form, Lu Fa found himself inexplicably bound to the T seat, unable to move an inch, as if under the influence of some powerful energy. How is this possible? The man was undoubtedly Lin Luo, while the women were Liang Bing and Chang Xiaoyu. Just half a minute earlier, Lu Fa had been preparing to engage in a battle with the armored figure when a green portal suddenly opened before him. Earthlings do not possess such means of transportation. Lu Fa surmised that it might be individuals from another planet seeking vengeance. Or perhaps Ares attempting to hasten his adaptation to this body and restore his peak power. With no desire to fight, he decisively issued the Ares assembly order. Consequently, Kula, Balu, and Mishio, Ku Fenxi, and Xiao Shifei, his remaining formidable warriors, could not withstand even 3 seconds against them. More alarmingly, he found himself utterly unable to break free from his restraints, and this invisible force was astonishingly potent. Even in his prime, he was uncertain if he could escape. Quite intriguing, Liang Bing remarked as she observed the spectral demon on the ground. Utilizing her insight eye in conjunction with a cosmic-level computer, she assessed, "You are employing genetic technology as well. Such a pity. The intensity is not as formidable as one might expect. However, let me examine this more closely. What on earth is this?" As her mental state strengthened, so did her power. This design is rather exaggerated, don't you think? Lu Fa glanced from Chang Xiaoyu to Liang Bing, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Luo. Aside from the slanderous accusations from that scoundrel, King Pier, he had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Who on earth are you?" Just as Lin Luo was about to speak, Liang Bing puffed out her chest and declared, "I am Morgana, the Queen of Demons, as well as the Herald of Angels. You may refer to me as Queen Liang Bing." Lu Fa. "What demons? What angels? I have never heard of such things. Just tell me, why have you come to find me?" Lu Fa demanded. Liang Bing hesitated to respond, but upon noticing Lin Luo's gaze, she awkwardly chuckled twice. "You go ahead and speak." Lin Luo turned back, resting his chin on his clasped hands, and fixed his gaze intently on Lu Fa. "You're Lu Fa, the former commander of the Armored Guardian of Ares, who has achieved remarkable feats in maintaining peace throughout the galaxy. Thousands of years ago, you supported a man named Pier in ascending the throne of Ares. However, this King Pier harbored nefarious intentions, seeking to monopolize power. He concocted a pretext, branding you and your elite guards as traitors, ultimately exiling you from Ares. To be precise, it was a choice you made to embrace banishment, aspiring to one day amass 18,000 units of stellar energy, thereby rightfully reclaiming the throne of the Galactic King of Ares. In order to cleanse the humiliation endured over the years and restore your former glory." Upon hearing this, Lu Fa momentarily froze, bewildered. "How do you know my plan so well? Has someone betrayed me?" "Do not dwell too much on such trivial details," Lin Luo continued. "What if I told you that someone has overthrown King Pier and altered the rules for acquiring stellar energy in Ares? How would you react?" "What? That scoundrel Pier has fallen," Lu Fa exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Approximately a century ago, while traversing the cosmos, I encountered a young idealist from Ares named Lewis. I aided him in toppling the corrupt and avaricious King Pier, allowing him to ascend the throne," Lin Luo stated matter-of-factly, as if recounting a minor incident. "Lu Fa, Experiencing the full extent of Lin Luo's formidable power, recognized that aiding others in overthrowing Pier was hardly a daunting task for someone of such capability. That is too lenient a fate for him. He deserves to be torn to shreds by my own hands. Lu Fa cried out in frustration and indignation, lamenting the downfall of his once noble self, now reduced to this state. He felt a deep sense of injustice for not being able to personally eliminate that traitor Pier. Lin Luo allowed Lu Fa the time to vent his emotions, and once he had calmed down, he shifted to the crux of the matter. I present you with two choices. First, the rules for becoming king through the collection of stellar energy have changed. You can relinquish your aspirations for the throne, and I will assist you in clearing your name and reclaiming your former glory while you continue to fight for justice in Ares, safeguarding a portion of the galaxy. Second, death. Chapter 95. MIB Prison, Planet Devourer. Lu Fa currently found himself in a state of chaotic uncertainty, teetering on the brink of good and evil. His extreme thoughts having eroded his former wisdom. For individuals of this temperament, rational discourse is futile. It is imperative to first assert dominance through overwhelming strength, allowing them to comprehend their lack of prospects for victory, thus facilitating a more amenable discussion. See, you appear much calmer now, Lu Fa. Faced with these two choices, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Years prior, King Pier had also presented two options. First, to accept Ares' judgment, or second, to self-impose exile. In his quest to restore the glory of his entire elite guard, Lu Fa had willingly descended into darkness, stealing the golden Vajra, donning the Shuro armor, and commandeering the Ephesius vessel to lead his guards away from Ares. The distinction now lay in the fact that the previous choice had stripped him of everything, while this choice promised to restore all that he had lost. Lu Fa was an astute marshal. He realized that had Lin Luo truly intended to kill him, he would have done so long ago, and there was no need for such theatrics. Death is certainly not an option. The perseverance until this moment is solely for the purpose of returning to Ares to reclaim glory. Now that the path back is within reach, how could one possibly resign themselves to death? However, Lu Fa suddenly became aware of another matter. The downfall of that scoundrel, Pyre, is an immense blessing. Shouldn't he feel elated? Why is there not a flicker of emotion? Furthermore, even a fool knows the choice between reclaiming glory and succumbing to death. I have a condition. No, Lu Fa realized he had misspoken. After all, glory was being delivered right to his doorstep, and here he was, making demands. That would be rather ungrateful. He quickly amended his words. Sir, I choose option 1, but I do have a small request. Of course, your agreement depends on your mood. This will not affect my decision regarding option 1. Speak, Lin Luo replied. A boundless hatred flickered in Lu Fa's eyes as he declared. My team and I have been reduced to this wretched state, all because of that bastard Pyre. I want to personally take his life and avenge us. Very well. Lin Luo agreed without a second thought. After all, Pyre was merely a useless figure, a king of Ares who only knew how to indulge in corruption. His demise would be inconsequential. Keeping him imprisoned in the MIB facility was a waste of resources. Allowing Lu Fa to regain his spirit could be considered his final contribution to this world. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Luo stood up and released Cut his Ami Xiao and Xiao Shifei while simultaneously unbinding Lu Fa. Behind them, Liang Bing and Cheng Xiaoyu also freed Balu and Kula. Another snap echoed through the air. A portal materialized among the group. Lu Fa looked over, filled with confusion, and asked, There can't possibly be a being of your caliber on Earth. Who exactly are you? Just an ordinary passerby. Nothing to remember. Lin Luo waved dismissively. Liang Bing obediently ran into her embrace, followed by Cheng Xiaoyu as they stepped into the portal. Once the three were inside, Kulis swiftly approached Lu Fa. General, what should we do? Can we trust them? Yes, that man wishes to kill us. He needn't lift a finger. Those two women are sufficient. Let us go. If this truly leads to the reclamation of our former glory, I don't mind taking the risk. Understood, General. The group of underworld demons responded. Among them, the three captains were the most delighted. They had long since fallen in love with this planet. Had it not been for the General's insistence, they would never wish to engage in further conflict here. May everything culminate in a favorable conclusion. Lu Fa nodded with satisfaction, flinging his cloak. Let us go. Behind the portal, MIB's specially designed prison. To prevent the occurrence of jailbreaks, The boss chose to construct the prison outside the universe and ordinary dimensions, placing it within a crevice of the vast cosmos. Unknown to all, in this space, any force, except for members wearing MIB chips, would be distorted. Much like the Time Management Bureau in MUC, which prohibits all forms of magic and superpowers, treating the Infinity Stones as mere paperweights. This prison is even more severe. Lin Luo and his companions arrived first, soon followed by Lu Fa and others. The MIB guards, after saluting the boss, voluntarily took the lead. The group traversed the central corridor, flanked by seemingly ordinary cells. Within them, the inmates exuded an unsettling aura. Lin Luo walked ahead with composure, while Liang Bing, Cheng Xiaoyu, and Lu Fa curiously observed their surroundings. Most of the inmates were bizarre creatures. Although they were unable to wield their powers, their senses remained intact, allowing them to perceive the terrifying presence emanating from these monsters. Each exuded an indescribable and uniquely horrifying essence. It was likely that releasing even one of them could easily annihilate the world. Liang Bing noticed a cage at the end of the monstrous section and tugged at Lin Luo's hand, asking with curiosity, "Lin Luo, what kind of creature is imprisoned in there that resembles a black hole?" "Ah, that one," Lin Luo glanced over and replied, "is one of the legendary creators, known as the Planet Devourer. It feeds on planets. During my travels through the universe, I happened upon a planet just as it was about to feast. The inhabitants welcomed me warmly, and in gratitude for their hospitality, I captured it and brought it to this prison. Do not underestimate it. If it becomes fully energized, it can unleash power surpassing that of the universe. Underestimate it? Setting aside its divine origins, merely consuming planets is terrifying enough." They proceeded to the humanoid section. After a few steps, Liang Bing suddenly noticed a ragged man with bloodshot eyes fixated on her, his gaze ominous. "Who is that fellow? His stare is quite unsettling." "Ah, that's Zeus," Lin Luo said with a strange smile. "You should be familiar with him. The king among the Greek gods?" Liang Bing expressed disbelief. "Really?" "Yes," Lin Luo explained. "He frequently visits the human realm to cause mischief, often resulting in illegitimate offspring. Although I find him distasteful, I spared him due to his past role in defending Earth alongside the gods. I captured him and performed a minor procedure before imprisoning him for a millennium." "A procedure? What kind of procedure?" Liang Bing inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo leaned closer, whispering a few words in her ear. Gasping, Liang Bing was taken aback. "That's rather ruthless. By the way, I also know a certain mischievous demon god. You should give him a procedure too." "Is it Huayi?" Lin Luo asked. "Yes." Liang Bing nodded emphatically. "Agreed. When Huayi comes to Earth, I shall perform a minor procedure on him and confine them together." Chapter 96. A five-dimensional being? The mysterious beast, Xian Ez. Lin Luo and his companions ventured deeper into the confines of the facility. Unbeknownst to them, they passed by a peculiar cell shielded by a transparent barrier. Liang Bing halted, taken aback by the sight of a diminutive figure within. "Is it a mere child?" The little one inside, evidently incensed, charged towards Liang Bing, colliding forcefully with the energy barrier. Shaking its head in fury, it repeatedly rammed against the shield, exclaiming, "Let me out, you wretch! How much longer do you intend to confine me? You low-dimensional beings have no right to judge me. I want to go home. I want to go home." The sudden outburst startled Liang Bing, primarily due to the astonishing speed at which the figure appeared before her, leaving her no time to even glimpse its shadow. Lin Luo, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "That's a prankster, a fifth-dimensional entity with nearly limitless capabilities in the third dimension. It can alter reality, erase history, and create new species from mere imagination. It possesses the ability to manipulate the fundamental principles of logic and reality across the multiverse. Its power is formidable." A fifth-dimensional being? Altering reality? Such a creature transcended the mere label of monster. While she could accept the presence of the previous monstrosity, this prankster surpassed any conceivable imagination. Liang Bing stood there dumbfounded, until she heard Lin Luo's nonchalant words. "In fact, there are many beings in the previous monster zone that are far more terrifying and enigmatic than it. The prankster is merely fodder in their presence." A series of question marks floated above everyone's heads. At this moment, Lu Fa comprehended why Lin Luo remained so composed. He had never regarded Lu Fa, the Underworld Legion, or Ares Star with any seriousness. Curiosity piqued. One wondered what could compel such a formidable figure to seek him out. If Lu Fa were to discover that Lin Luo, the MIB's boss, sought him merely for amusement, he might very well faint from shock. Liang Bing's gaze towards Lin Luo now held a hint of newfound admiration. I shan't inquire about the other monsters, for fear of nightmares. Pray tell, how did you manage to capture such an extraordinary fifth-dimensional being? I'll explain myself. The prankster had been confined in the cell for far too long, and with its mischievous nature, it was on the verge of madness. Now, at least it could converse to alleviate the boredom of its imprisonment. The prankster began recounting its tale, and as it spoke, a video frame materialized above, automatically playing the events it described. It had stumbled upon a super three-dimensional world, amalgamated into a singularity, and without hesitation, it plunged in to wreak havoc with various pranks. It whimsically altered the rules of reality, resulting in a plethora of glitches within the three-dimensional realm. The MIB dispatched 2 senior agents armed with dimensional antimatter pistols, forcefully driving the prankster back to the 5th dimension. Once the prankster departed, all alterations to reality reverted to their original state. As the formidable boss, Lin Luo could not tolerate anyone daring to act recklessly on his territory. He ventured alone into the 5th dimension, negotiating with beings of higher dimensions to obtain absolute authority over the Mischief Maker. What constitutes absolute? Until forgiveness is granted, the Mischief Maker could be imprisoned for eternity. In the eyes of those higher dimensional beings, the Mischief Maker was as feeble as an ant. Moreover, the intrusion of 5th-dimensional entities into the 3-dimensional realm without permission also contravened their rules. Thus, Lin Luo's endeavor to capture the Mischief Maker required little effort. Ultimately, it led to the specially designed cell. After all, once the Mischief Maker departed, the Earth would revert to its original state. To prevent this individual from developing psychological issues during confinement, Lin Luo graciously allowed him a modicum of power. After all, Lin Luo was not an overly stingy person. Offending him might result in a lengthy imprisonment, but ultimately, freedom could be attained, perhaps after 4, 5, 6, or even 7 or 8,000 years. Go on, he urged. Once the Mischief Maker finished speaking, Lin Luo took the entranced Liang Bing by the hand and continued onward, while the others followed nervously in their wake. Hey, hey! The Mischief Maker exclaimed, watching Lin Luo's group depart, leaping anxiously and calling out, I've realized my mistakes. When will you let me go? Ah! A sharp snap echoed through the prison corridor, silencing the Mischief Maker's cries. Do not blame Liang Bing for her curiosity, she inquired incessantly along the way. Her sister, Kaisa, would have behaved similarly. For them, the criminals here were indeed astonishing, most deserving of deeper investigation. As they passed a cell containing the progenitor of mutants, Apocalypse, Lin Luo deliberately obtained a copy of Apocalypse's Omega-level mutant gene data to present to Liang Bing. The Omega level in the cinematic universe had been significantly diluted compared to its comic counterpart. With Liang Bing's mastery of genetic technology combined with mutant genes, they were bound to achieve new breakthroughs. Upon reaching the next cell, a green beastly paw reached out from within the confines, waving for attention. Mr. Lin Luo, please halt. An ancient green tortoise, leaning on a cane, lamented profoundly, balance is the truth of the universe. Only through balance can peace be attained. Release me. For the time when the 10 parallel universes intersect is rapidly approaching, and I must fulfill my mission. The old tortoise, known as Xian Yitzi, was a proponent of peace, firmly believing that balance in the cosmos was the rightful path to harmony. Lin Luo had been somewhat astonished upon first encountering Xian Yitzi, having not anticipated the existence of the super beast world. As they conversed, he discovered that even in this fused world, the old tortoise remained steadfast in his pursuit of balance, constantly contemplating the formation of a super beast team to address the conflicts between Hades and the Snow Emperor. Lin Luo had previously expressed his dissent regarding balance, having long since grappled with the concept alongside MIB, firmly pressing it to the ground. Pluto's Snow Emperor allows them to fight. Once they extend their hands into this realm, let them all vanish. The initial negotiations were far from pleasant. Xian Yitzi believed that Lin Luo was excessively powerful, severely disrupting the balance and the cosmos' operation. This old tortoise, Upon confirming Lin Luo's unwavering resolve against the principle of balance and for the ideals within his heart, attempted to unleash the Yuan Kong annihilation, seeking to seal Lin Luo away in another dimension, thus leading to mutual destruction. Lin Luo, however, did not indulge him, striking him down severely and casting him into the MIB prison. Having resided here for an extended period, it seems you still fail to comprehend. Lin Luo remarked, balance? What will you use to rectify the imbalance I have caused to achieve the equilibrium you desire? Abandon this notion. The cycle of 100,000 years has already been shattered, and balance has lost its intrinsic significance. Let us start anew from this moment onward. No. Xian Yitzi shook his head, his conviction unyielding. He insisted, what has occurred will occur again. What has been done will be done once more. Then stay here and watch. Lin Luo dismissed him. As he walked away, he added, if you refuse to embrace new ideals, you shall be left behind by the tides of change. On the vessel of the new era, there shall be no seats for the remnants of the old. Chapter 97. The boss breaks the cycle. Law returns to justice. Balance? It is euphemistically termed balance, but harshly it is merely a meddlesome stick, aiding the weaker side and perpetually assuming the role of savior. 100,000 years ago, it aided the Pluto king. 100,000 years later, it traverses various universes, diminishing the power of the underworld, in exchange for a cycle of 200,000 years, with each side enjoying a peak of 100,000 years. Conversely, it also brought a century of sorrow to both factions. The true significance of Xian Yitzi's balance is rendered by the variable, the Ghost King. Had it not been for Xian Yitzi and the Super Beast Brigade striving for balance, the Ghost King would have long succeeded in instigating a deadly conflict between the Snow Emperor and the Pluto King, waiting to reap the rewards of their mutual destruction. Nonetheless, achieving peace for 100,000 years is no small feat for Xian Yitzi and the Super Beast Brigade. They have done what they ought to do and deserve respect. If Lin Luo were to consider his former self, once a weakling, he would never have envisioned a better solution. Yet now, possessing the capability to shatter the balance and break through all limitations with absolute strength, why not act? Why continue to adhere to this so-called balance? Allowing the suffering of the past 200,000 years to repeat? Seeing Lin Luo's resolute refusal to release him, Xian Yitzi sighed in resignation and called out, if you can dismantle all of this, then please protect the inhabitants of other universes. Once the balance is disrupted, they will be the first to be sacrificed as innocent lives. If you possess a better way than balance, please bring them peace. I, Xian Yitzi, kneel in gratitude. The old tortoise set aside his cane and sincerely knelt. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo halted his steps. He despised moral coercion. Xian Yitzi's confinement here was entirely due to his desire to perish together a century ago. Despite the futility of that move against him, the significance lay not in the attack, but in the intent. Alas, it is truly disheartening that the loathsome king of ghosts has managed to gain an advantage, causing physiological discomfort as well. Lin Luo's figure flickered momentarily before vanishing, only to reappear and declare, it is done. Liang Bing, her mind awash with confusion, grasped Lin Luo's hand and inquired with astonishment, did you just do something? Indeed, I undertook a brief sojourn to another universe 100,000 years ago, attended to a few matters, and fortuitously saved a handful of souls, Lin Luo replied as he walked. What? Liang Bing's lips twitched. To traverse 100,000 years in the blink of an eye to accomplish a single task? Goodness. She resolved to refrain from further questioning. The more she probed, the more her mind would unravel. Perhaps when she matured to transcend the universe, she might attempt to comprehend these absurd beings. Xian Yitzi watched Lin Luo depart, his hands clasped behind his back, complex thoughts swirling within him. In his worldview, only true power could breach the cycle of reincarnation. Yet Lin Luo had once conveyed to him that if the strong believe that entering reincarnation defines strength, then the true strong must shatter the cycle rather than merely assimilate into it. Should the cycle and balance indeed be disrupted? He ventured deeper into the unknown. As Liu Fa delved further, an escalating sense of trepidation enveloped him. Alongside feelings of insignificance, a perplexing question plagued him. What merit did that scoundrel, King Pier, possess to be confined alongside such terrifying beings? What more could he do beyond manipulating hearts and employing underhanded tactics? He was scarcely worthy even to clean this place. Upon reaching a particular corner, he encountered a designated area, distinct from the monstrous sectors. Here lay the realm of humanity, marked with a rather peculiar name, Waste. Liu Fa lifted his gaze to the sign and nodded in acknowledgement, firmly asserting he is indeed suited to dwell in such a place. Before the cell door of Way Zone Number 1, Liu Fa and the other nether demons finally confronted the wretch they had loathed for millennia, the one they wished to consume and slake their thirst upon, the former king of Ares, Pyr. Pyr! Liu Fa bellowed in fury, his voice resonating throughout the waste zone. Facing the wall like a beaten dog, Pyr lowered his head, momentarily stunned by the familiar voice before abruptly turning. Liu Fa! Pyr rushed to the door, gripping the post tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. It truly is you, Liu Fa. A sinister glint flickered in Liu Fa's eyes, betraying his murderous intent. After years apart, how had you fallen to such depths of disgrace? Perhaps it was the prolonged confinement, or the unbearable blow of losing the throne that had shattered Pyr's sanity. He failed to perceive the weight of Liu Fa's animosity. It is all the fault of those damned traitors. And that human, and that traitor Lewis. Pyr cried out, Liu Fa, rescue me. Let us join forces once more. We shall reclaim the throne of Ares. I swear, this time I shall not betray you. You are to be crowned as the regent of Ares, holding a status equal to mine. What say you? Surely, you will assist me, Liu Fa. I would gladly relinquish the throne to you, if only you could rescue me. Just ensure my escape. Listening to Pierre's frantic pleas, the crowd remained unmoved. Fools! Cuthus, with his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself. He cursed and seized Pierre by the collar, exclaiming, You have led us to disgrace. Wandering like a monster for so long. How can we possibly aid you now? General, Kayashef clasped his hands in a gesture of resolve, boldly requesting, Allow me to personally eliminate this scoundrel and avenge our honor. Liu Fa fixed his gaze upon the imprisoned Pierre, his expression unexpectedly softening as he waved his hand, saying, Cuthus, release him. Do not be so disrespectful to our former king. The three captains, Kula and Barton, were taken aback. They believed Liu Fa had been swayed by Pierre's words. General, you ha ha ha. Before they could finish, Liu Fa suddenly erupted in laughter, a joyous release that alleviated a millennium of pent-up resentment, ultimately bringing forth tears of regret. Turning towards Lin Luo, Liu Fa asked with fervor, What is Pierre's sentence? Lin Luo replied, Life imprisonment. Excellent. Marvelous. Liu Fa exclaimed, exhaling a long, satisfying breath. The murky malevolence within him dissipated, vanishing like mist. As this darkness receded, Liu Fa's appearance transformed. The grotesque figure melted away, revealing a man clad in golden armor, a true Ares warrior. There is no need to kill him, Liu Fa contemplated. Let him remain here in solitude until he dies a lonely death. That is a punishment far more terrifying than execution. Upon hearing this, Cuthus, Amicio, Kayashef, Kula, and Baru understood the general's intent. Their long-desired vengeance had finally taken a step forward. They felt liberated. Their inner turmoil subsided, and the three deadly sins of greed, anger, and ignorance vanished. They experienced a transformation akin to Liu Fa's. The malevolence faded, and righteousness returned. Yet, even with this restored virtue, including Liu Fa, none regained the unwavering resolve they once possessed. In reclaiming their righteous hearts, a new emotion arose, guilt. Chapter 98. The Siege of Xingtian, Vajra, and Feiying. Perhaps it is a characteristic of Ares. When one is virtuous, they are exceedingly virtuous, and when malevolent, they embody pure evil. Once Liu Fa resolved to pursue a path to its bitter end, he acted without regard for the consequences. Now, with hatred dissipated and righteousness restored, kindness began to blossom. Yet the sins of their past weighed heavily upon their souls, shackling them anew. Is it truly so simple to relinquish the desire for power? To forsake the throne that lies within reach? This is the hallmark of self-awareness. Liu Fa encountered the overwhelming might of Lin Luo, a force so formidable that, despite not perceiving any intent energy, he felt enveloped by an infinite aura that seemed to encompass the entirety of the universe, rendering him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Even in the face of the former galactic tyrant, he had never experienced such a sensation. The disparity was monumental, so vast it could only be described as a chasm between heaven and earth. The path to kingship was now obstructed. Should he continue to act recklessly according to his previous plans, his second option would inevitably lead to his downfall. Abandoning this path was not an act of evasion, but rather the wisest choice that a sagacious individual could make. Returning to the secret chamber of the Ba Wang group, upon traversing the portal, the group had barely stabilized themselves when three figures of different hues converged upon them. One crimson, one golden, and one azure. Xing Tian, Jin Gang, and Fei Ying. The second-generation armor squad had just been dispatched to the MIB prison, and as Lu Fa departed, they arrived at the door. They were perplexed as to why the secret lair of the Nether Demon was unguarded, starkly contrasting their expectations of a climactic confrontation with a formidable boss. Xing Tian proposed they wait there, sensing the lingering malevolence, as the enemy could return at any moment. Jin Gang and Fei Ying concurred. Before long, they noticed a peculiar green teleportation matrix and hastened to investigate. "Oh, have your appearances changed?" Jin Gang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Kufus. "Aku, what has happened to you?" Kufus smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, addressing him. "Xiao Gang." Fei Ying scoffed. "It matters not what form they take. The crux lies in their essence. They are demons, and their nature is immutable." "What do you mean by immutable nature?" Amixiu, irritated by the harshness of the term, stepped forward to argue. "I concede that we have committed wicked deeds, but regarding our nature, you have no right to claim superiority over our experiences. Spare me the platitudes. I have no inclination to sympathize with your plight. Let us settle this." Fei Ying, having just broken free from control, was brimming with rage and assumed a combative stance. Lin Luo observed Fei Ying's posture and, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable sense of shame, having watched series and attended comic conventions in his past life without much thought. Witnessing it all unfold in person now made his face flush. "Hold on," Xing Tian interjected, assessing Lu Fa and the others. Curiously, the malevolent aura that had once surrounded them had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming presence of positive intent energy. What was the reason behind this transformation? "Xiao Tian, stop overthinking it. Let's just eliminate them in one go," Fei Ying insisted. Xing Tian shook his head, advising, "Let us remain composed. Violence cannot resolve every issue. Let us not engage in futile combat." True to his role as the general among them, Lin Luo admired Xiao Tian's calm demeanor. Such a talent deserved recognition. "This is troublesome," Fei Ying remarked impatiently, momentarily setting aside his hostility. Xing Tian turned to Lu Fa and inquired, "You are the one orchestrating the Nether Demon from behind the scenes, correct? What brings you to Earth, and what is your true intention?" Lu Fa, observing Xing Tian, found himself at peace internally, realizing that the summoner before him possessed potential beyond his imagination. "Once, I seem to have underestimated these seemingly insignificant inhabitants of Earth. Since you wish to know, let me recount my tale from the very beginning. I was once the commander of the galactic justice planet, Ares, narrating my myriad past experiences, from supporting Pyr in his ascent to the throne, to being falsely accused, to seizing the planet's energy crystals, and ultimately arriving here on Earth. Once the most virtuous guardian of the galaxy, I was coerced into becoming a villain. With my subordinates, I fought valiantly for justice, only to be met with betrayal. I can comprehend Pyr's treachery, but why did those I once safeguarded turn against me? I protected them, providing them with a stable life. Yet they chose to believe whatever Pyr said. This is why we opted to collect the energy crystals instead of directly confronting our enemies. Killing King Pyr would not silence the whispers of others. Only by seizing the energy crystals and becoming the new ruler could I reclaim my former glory and vindicate my proud warriors. Fortunately, this human gentleman found me. He aided me in avenging my wrongs and restoring my former honor and status. Now, I have shed my malevolence and returned to my true self. I feel remorse and regret for the chaos I have wrought on Earth, but for their sake, I do not regret my actions." Lu Fa's words left Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and Jin Gang astonished. Wasn't he this just a tale reminiscent of ancient dramas? A loyal general, too powerful for his emperor's liking, wrongfully accused, leading to the ruin of his family? It was unexpected that such events could transpire even in Ares, a planet of advanced technology. "That does not justify your harm to this world," Fei Ying exclaimed. Lu Fa responded calmly, "Thus, I only feel sorrow, not regret. Sorrow? If apologies held any weight, what need would there be for the police? Fei Ying retorted. There's no need for incessant questioning. Cufinus interjected, stating, I am willing to sacrifice my life to atone for the sins I have committed on earth. Aku! Jean Gang exclaimed upon witnessing Cufinus's resolve for self-sacrifice, his transformation dissipating in excitement. You have finally changed for the better, Aku. This is the true you. The true me? Cufinus chuckled, a carefree smile gracing his face. I'm uncertain of what the true me truly is. After spending over a millennium on this earth, enduring such a tumultuous existence, I have come to cherish this planet. But let bygones be bygones. I am willing to take responsibility for the harm done to humanity. That sounds rather easy, Fei Ying countered. You have harmed so many on earth, and you think one life is sufficient to atone for it? It is not enough. Fei Ying was not being aggressive. The modern Spectre had claimed many lives, including those of Xiaoyan's parents, who were slain by Kula. Forgiveness would not come easily. After a prolonged silence, Lin Luo spoke. Crimes must be atoned for. But if those who suffered had not perished, there would be no need for immediate retribution. Leave the victims to me. I shall grant them a chance at life. Let us venture to the battlefield of the galaxy and confront one of the greatest evils of the universe. And who might you be? Upon hearing this, Fei Ying cast an irritated glance in their direction, standing alongside the yumming demon. You must also be no good. Be silent.